Bonjour trainers and welcome into the Pokemon Go Regional Championship here in Lille, France. It's starting to get a little bit of a spooky season as you can see around the venue here, but I think the main, thrills and chills we are going to get are going to be through the battles themselves. I am Amanda, here alongside some very thrilling co-casters as well. We have Inadequance, Count Zevius here, and Koning Lionheart here on the end. How are you guys feeling?
Thank you so much for that great introduction, Amanda Buzz. I'm feeling great, excited for the second regional championship in Europe this season. And every time the players cook something new, so I want to see what they have this time.
Yeah, it's always something new, right? And we see a lot of these metas change, and usually what happens is there's an inflection point in the meta where the meta completely flips based on one or two Pokemon, and I'm really interested to see if Lille is going to be the one.
Absolutely agree. There's going to be so many new inventions by the trainers, and there's always this one Pokemon each event that just keeps everyone or catches everyone off guard, and I'm just really can't wait to look forward to what it is.
Yeah, we're talking about a lot of new things. This is kind of still a new meta in itself. This is only the second regional competition for Europe of the season, the last one being in Dortmund. Here we are in Lille, but as you can see, there are so many more places to be going on this season.
Yeah, we just had Dortmund, now we're in Lille, and next off is Gdansk, not too far away, just about 2 weeks. And then we're already seeing the Latin American International Championship in Sao Paulo, followed up by a regional in Stuttgart. Then in the new year, we're going to Birmingham, and we're staying in the UK because then the European International Championships is going to happen in London, followed up by Stockholm, Seville, and Utrecht, the special event in the Netherlands. Then we're going to close out the European regional season in Bologna, followed up by the NAIC in New Orleans. And then there is, of course, the big one at the end of Victory Road, the World Championships in Anaheim.
Yeah, World Championships, that's where everybody wants to go. How do we go here? Why do we have to go to all these events? Because there is a lot, and that is through qualifying points, championship points that you get from doing well in these tournaments. Different places have different championship points. For example, first place has 350, second has 325, third to fourth gives you 300, so on and so forth. And different regions have different amount of qualifying places that you can be a part of. So US and Canada, top 75 players qualify. Europe, Latin America, top 50. Oceania, top 10. And Middle East and South Africa, top 5.
And we have new championship points qualifying this year, but also a new system overall. First place at any regional or special event will get a guaranteed invite to Worlds, along with first through fourth place at the European International Championships. Actually, all of the international championships. That's just the one we have in Europe. But people aren't just going for the points. They're not just going for the prestige, they're going for the prizes as well. Look at this, a nice chunk of change for top place there with $2,500. But as you can see, I think everyone else is going home with some nice stuff as well, including the booster packs. But I think that everyone here is kind of wondering, how is Europe shaping up with the championship points? How is the leaderboards looking? What do you think, Martijn?
We see a lot of names that did so well last time in Dortmund. We see names that have been doing so well last season, or not so well even. We see names coming back. Nickname, for example. A player who won in 2022 hasn't done super well since. And then the first tournament of the season, Top Cut. Kazim took it all in Dortmund. We saw TomahawkUK. He's only been competing in North America, so that's why he's on this top 3 spot here, but he will be competing for the first time this season in Europe as well. Many great names here. Joke, Tonto Bateus, the runner-up, M.E. Weedle, the EUIC champion from last season. They will pretty much every player almost here, I think pretty much half of the players here will be competing in Lille here for those championship points, and they're going to be important for that qualification for the World Championships.
Yeah, I'm looking at that third place with the TomahawkUK. He's been competing, actually, hasn't competed in any European region yet. I think Lille will be the first, but he competed in 2 North American ones, being in Baltimore and in Louisville, the last event for NA. Now, I know that we talked about how there's different Pokemon that seem to rise up. Leo, was there anything that stood out for you in Louisville?
Definitely, it has to be the Malamar. That was one of the Pokemon to beat there. It actually didn't have quite the big showing on day one. We're going to see about that a little bit later, but it was one of the best performers in Louisville. Definitely one of the Pokemon to look out for this weekend as well.
It was a very, very like big championship, right? I mean, there was so many really well-known trainers kind of continuing to make their mark in this new season.
I think there's going to be a lot of changes, right? I'm really looking forward to it, but we see here the event's winners from Louisville. Its first place goes to Lyle Jeff III. As you said all the time, he has won his third regionals. He's going up for that third name. And there in second place, Arrow with that spicy team with the Galarian Moltres, Quagsire, and that Shadow type Flosion. And on third place, it's Nighttime Clasher running that Kanto Shadow Marowak. It's also run by Lyle Jeff, and I think that is the Pokemon that is the pivotal Pokemon that could potentially shape how Lille goes.
Yeah, there's a lot of like crossover. You mentioned that Shadow Kanto Marowak there. We're seeing double Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres has really just been like flying into the scene here over, you know, the Mandibuzz. That's a little bit disappointing, I guess, for me. But is there anything that's really sticking out to you, Inadequence? I mean, let's go ahead and look at the day one breakdown meta because you're our meta man, right? I mean, what is it that's sticking out to you here?
So what we see here on day one is that Dunsparce has taken over the top usage over Clodsire. Clodsire was top usage in the last few regionals that we have seen, but since Louisville, Dunsparce actually takes that spot as the most flexible Pokemon in the meta right now, followed up by many other Pokemon. But the one that really stands out to me is Malamar, because the usage has been skyrocketing, and I expect similar, if not higher usage here for Lille as well. So that's basically what's been sticking out to me. What I think is going to be a trend as well are Steel-type Pokemon. We saw on the graph earlier with Arrow with the Registeel. We've seen TomahawkUK with a Skarmory. I think those might be Pokemon that do so well into many of these Pokemon besides the Feraligatr. But Feraligatr has been kind of dropping in usage.
Yep, and I think you picked up on the Steel types, right? What I feel is that Arrow said in his interview that it's a day 2 Pokemon. So it's a Pokemon that can do well in day 2. So let's go into the day 2 of this graphics, and we see there is a huge change in the meta. We have Malamar going all the way to the top, just as you were talking about. So much usage for that Pokemon, followed by a Azumarill. It's basically a Pokemon to counter the Malamar, and all the other Pokemon like Drapion, Toxapex, Diggersby coming in strong into day 2.
And Jump Scare, there's also Ariados in there, and I think this is also one of the reasons why Steel types are kinda cool right now, because Ariados doesn't do anything against Steel types. You have the Trailblaze, doesn't do anything. You have the Poison Sting, doesn't do anything. And you have the Lunge, which at least debuffs.
Yeah, that is, I mean, speaking of debuffs, we mentioned earlier, what is something spooky that is going to be going on? And Leo, you have to tell your joke of why you have this dugong on your shoulder.
I mean, there is nothing scarier. There is absolutely nothing scarier than losing Switch against Dugong and then getting debuffed on all of your Pokemon on your team. So yeah, that's the scariest thing that can happen to you in Pokemon Go, I assume.
We saw a lot of the Pokemon, you mentioned the Ariados, the Drapion as well. Some of these are what I would consider, you know, kind of Halloween themed, maybe some scary type of Pokemon. Let us know what type of Pokemon you guys think is going to be scary. Let us know what you think about our costumes. What are you going to be dressing up for this season? And you want to make sure that you're going to be following us on all of the socials. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Let's give them something fun to think about. What is something you want to see maybe in the social post this weekend?
I would like to see a Haunter haunting Leo.
Everyone gets to ride on Pokemon magnificently, you know, but I get haunted by a Haunter. I take it, but we have to discuss this afterwards.
Would be so good.
Yeah, if anyone has any suggestions, I think that's actually a pretty good one. And we're going to give you a little bit of something fun to do. You want to make sure that you're following the channels because we're going to be doing some fun stuff throughout this whole weekend. But we're going to start the day the spooky way. We're going to all give you guys our best scary laugh, and then you guys can maybe vote and let us know in the comments who has the best one. Are you guys ready? 1, 2, 3.
Ugh, mortals.
Anyway, you want to make sure to follow for all of the action. In the meantime, we're going to go ahead, we're going to give you a little bit of a refresher since this is the second event of the season, what happened in Dortmund, and we're going to get ready for the stage. We're going to get ready for the battles. Don't go anywhere.
Hey team, my name's TomahawkUK, and I've got a quick recap for you of our first European event of the 2025 season in Dortmund. Pokemon such as Clodsire, Feraligatr and Dunsparce were the driving force for this new meta, but the key change for our top trainers was the reduction of the switch timer from 60 to 50 seconds. From the outset, we watched players dynamically switching their Pokemon in and out of battle, making catches, avoiding super effective damage, and resetting debuffs after throwing powerful charged attacks. One Pokemon that was particularly effective at this was Malamar, which had just received a buff to its Psychic-type fast attack, Psywave. A number of renowned players, including those with regional titles to their names, gave us a taste of the speed and power that Malamar was now able to offer. Almost half of the players that reached Day 2 in Dortmund had Malamar on their teams, including 4th place finisher Zweilous and bronze medalist nickname 29585. For the first time in his play Pokemon journey, Kazim 33 battled his way into Day 2, but he had no intention of stopping there. Leaning into his core of Clodsire and Shadow Feraligatr, supported by the bulky Dugong and Dunsparce, Kazim overcame every challenge that came his way and showed the world why his name is one to remember. Taking on Tauntaun in the winners' finals and grand finals, Kazim 33 displayed one of the most dominant displays that we have seen in the European circuit, showing meticulous patience and power until he had his hands on the ultimate prize. Kazim 33 wrote his name in the history books and cemented his invite to the 2025 World Championships in Anaheim, California. Are you a hidden talent? Do you have what it takes? Are you ready to become a champion? I look forward to watching your journey. Go get 'em!
Let's go. I can't wait for this. Personally, I have had a break for about 4 months, so I just can't wait to get this event going. And I mean, just a few weeks ago, Dortmund happened and it was an already amazing first regional of the season.
I think this is one of the most dynamic metas that we've been seeing so far, is that there's a lot of emphasis on energy management, a lot of emphasis on Pokemon that can get to these charge attacks quickly, and that's where all this hype is coming from, because you can go with like a 2 HP Drapion on the backline, have a move stored, and that can flip you the game. It keeps you on your toes all the time, and I love this meta.
Yeah, we have seen this multiple times. Also, a very important point here is time management, because the timer has been reduced, the switch timer in fact, from 60 seconds to 50 seconds, which does not sound like much at first, but it changes the game completely. And we have seen this in those first regionals, that even the most experienced trainers have struggled with it a little bit and got their moves caught. But first of all, we want to show you a little clip from the last regional in Dortmund, where Kazim took it all. Just look at the drill run. BM versus the Moltres to take it out, and Kazim at first doesn't even realize. It's like, hey, I won a game of Pokemon Go. Hey, I won a regional.
I think he had 1 second lag there between what happened and what he's experiencing. A lot of emotions. It's his first time top cutting. It's his first time top cut, first time winning. That is an amazing feeling to have. Look at him. He's in disbelief. He beat one of the most top trainers, or one of the most decorated trainers as well, winning EYC, multiple top cuts, and Kazim comes in and says, no, this is my meta and I'm gonna take this away from you.
Yeah, to be honest, it was his first real top cut, but I think he also made Day 2 at EUYC and had quite the impressive games there on stream. I really like that, but we can also check out the top 3 players of Dortmund, and we can look at the teams a little bit, because this is maybe going to dictate how this weekend is going to turn out as well. We had Louisville before, but now look at this. We have a Superior winning the tournament, just like last Lille.
But I think Superior is a very good Pokemon into the meta, is just because of the fact that it has a very positive matchup against Pokemon like Diggersby, like Dunsparce, and also against that nightmare of Pokemon Feraligatr with Energy. So it's a Pokemon that you want to have to check these Pokemon. And Tauntaun is going with that Galarian Moltres and Quagsire as well. The Shadow Quagsire going with the Clodsire, the double Quags going in there. And third place, we have Nickname making a comeback in this season, as we were pointed out earlier, as going with that Mandibuzz. We will see a Mandibuzz on the chair later.
Yeah, I can't wait for that one as well. Mandibuzz, one of my favorite Pokemon. Honestly, I see one Pokemon in Tauntaun teams which I think is going to be not outdated, but I don't think it's going to be too strong in this tournament. That is Cresselia, because Cresselia, even though Feraligatr is on a downward spiral right now in terms of usage almost, it is not the best matchup. You have the super effective Grass Knot, but with shields, the Shadow Claws add up.
I think in this meta, Cresselia's moveset and bulk comes in pretty handy, just because against Pokemon like Dugong, for example, which is making a resurgence in this meta, you have that super effective Grass Knot, you have that bulk to get through these Icy Wind debuffs and still be in a position where you can win that matchup. Against Dunsparce as well, those rollouts and Drill Runs or Rock Slide, they don't do enough against a Cresselia, so you basically have this Pokemon to give a little bit of bulk to your team to make sure that your team, or you can get that switch advantage and make sure that you're staying in the game.
To be honest, against Dugong, the switch advantage thing is always a little bit more difficult, because if you're in the position of Cresselia, yes, you win that matchup against Dugong because you have the super effective Grass Knot. But if you're coming out with like 25% health and 5 debuffs and you insist on keeping the switch, then you're going to give your opponent a really, really big farm down.
It all depends, right? It's based on your team. It's a choice that you make. And speaking of choices, we do have your choice coming up. It's going to be a community vote where you can vote for the players and the matchups that you want to see. We have amazing trainers on here. The first matchup that we would like to point out is TragicComix going up against PMagas. Great trainers, local trainers as well. PMagas coming from Belgium, not so far away from here, and TragicComix coming from France.
Yeah, TragicComix, at my first ever regional that I played in Dortmund, he ate me up completely in the losers bracket. And then we see Chun 027 versus Suzy. Suzy has been seen on stream many times, not as a trainer.
Oh, coming up after that is one hell of a matchup. That is Zephymastyx going up against the first world champion, Dancing Rom. I think it's kind of like a regional champion going up against a world champion, and that's going to be an exciting matchup to watch. And if it was up to me, that's what I would be voting for.
I mean, this is especially interesting for me because they're both German, you know, they are the German goats. And then the last matchup that we are looking at is Green Slash versus Kavi. And this is also some interesting matchup here. We have seen Green Slash perform very well already.
Green Slash is a very, very good trainer. I battle alongside him in the Belgium circuit as well, and he is a very good trainer, and I'm excited, and I hope some of the Belgians vote for him as well, because this is a matchup I would love to see.
So what you guys can do is you go on Twitch. This is only a vote for Twitch, and you basically, as of now, vote for who you want to see, because this is going to be our second match of the day. We're going to have one match before that. That is a guarantee. It is going to be a French mirror match, but that is something for later. But we also have plenty of other things in store for you guys, because we, of course, come prepared to these events.
Do we?
Sometimes,
yeah, fair enough. But I think, as I said, what I'm looking forward to in this regional is hopefully a meta shift. Like, I want that, you know, the inflection point where the meta kind of changes. But we also have players that we have looked forward to, and players we are thinking that would do well in this tournament. And these are going to be Dancing Rom, of course, the former world champion, and Galaxico Bolton, the former Lille champion, and last but not the least, the Frenchman, the one who took EUIC by the storm as well, making a top 4 finish there, San Dudu. Which one of these trainers is your favorite?
I mean, last year Galaxico Bolton got into the grand finals all the way and then won. So I think he's a very, very strong candidate to win this one. Dancing Rom has stuffed a lot at these events, so he does not have the big practice in big tournaments anymore that he used to have and that the other trainers have right now. But I think a former world champion can pull something up his sleeve, and San Dudu, of course, is a fierce competitor at all of these events. Just from this recent high of the EUIC, I think he can piggyback off of it and get some nice results. I can't decide.
Yeah, as you said, you know, Dancing Rom hasn't really had a lot of practice in the recent years, but, you know, you can never take a champion out of you.
Yep, that is definitely true. And also, he has had some practice at home with his friends and other fierce competitors. So I think that this player is not going to come in here completely unprepared.
Well, you practice, but while you practice, what you can do is choose the Pokemon that you want to play with. We as casters put together some Pokemon that we think could be great in this meta, and that is, for Amanda, we are going to see a Livania, and that's a very spicy choice in my hand, for me. But what it does, it brings you a very good coverage against Feraligatr and also Malamar, and also against the Diggersby, and that's a Pokemon that I think could come into the meta.
It has really high attack. It has Shadow Claw, Leaf Blade, and X-Scissor. Those are phenomenal attacks. This is great coverage. Just struggles a little bit against flying and fire types. The Talonflame is not some... Oh, Toxapex as well. There's actually, with Grassbug, there's plenty of Pokemon that you have to watch out for. Then we also see the Cresselia right there. Seems to disagree with me. Okay. Malamar is on there as well. I said it earlier. This was the Pokemon that impressed me the most in Louisville. alongside of Shadow Marowak maybe, and Drapion of course.
Yep, I went with a little bit more spicier pick. I usually am not. I'm usually playing a lot of meta, but I think Greedent, with its bulk and coverage, can do quite a bit of impact into the meta if played right. I know it's a bit spicy, but I hope it gets played today. Swampert as well. Swampert is a Pokemon that can do a lot of damage into this meta. Its only big hard counter being that Feraligatr, but another Pokemon that can get to these charge attacks really, really quickly, and having both his charge attacks having the same type attack bonus, and that's Greninja. Water Shuriken, Night Slash, and Hydro Cannon. High hitting moves, and a Night Slash boost might give you a lot of trouble as well.
Yeah, 2 days ago I got double boosted on. That was definitely something. You also have that Goodra in there that has a lot of general coverage, followed up by Martine's Goodra as well. And he is also showing some respect for TomahawkUK, having that Skarmory there.
Yeah, I think it could be a resurgence of the Steel types. If you look at the Day 2 meta for Louisville or even for Dortmund, we see that there's a huge shift in the meta, where in Day 2 there's a lot more possibility to play these Steel type Pokemon like Skarmory, and he is following one flyer after another, going for that Galarian Moltres. This is a Pokemon that's a little bit difficult to obtain, but it is a great Pokemon to have.
And I also have Pokemon on there, like the Ariados, the Shadow Marowak, and I kind of forgot all the other ones.
Ah, that's on you. But I think Shadow Marowak is a good pick to have in this meta, just because the oppressive pressure it gives with the Mud Slap. It also comes with a relatively okay bulk, or a good bulk product, that where you can tank some charge attacks as well. For example, you can tank a Trailblaze from an Ariados without being completely,
Devastated about it. Yeah, I tried out the team from Trent, from Louisville, and then I figured, there we are. We also have Charjabug. Charjabug, I wanted to say something about Charjabug. Thank you so much. Charjabug is really, really good in the meta, because most of the trainers in the beginning thought, hey, Clodsire is the best Pokemon. There is no way Charjabug is going to be even playable. But then people shift a little bit away from it. I think the biggest threat that it has is Dunsparce, which is not also really a threat, because in the zero shield scenario, meaning both trainers don't use a shield in that scenario, you actually have quite the chance.
It's not just the Dunsparce, it's also the Diggersby that we see, right? So it's basically ground types, and also the Alolan Marowak. And also sometimes you actually lose to the Drapion, or you come pretty close to losing if the first crunch debuffs. So, I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon that you need to be wary about. But it's still a good pick. It's still a good pick, Leo. It's okay.
You have so many good matchups. I think this is a bit of a polarizing one. Martine might try to give it a go, because it is really strong against Azumarill, against Mandibuzz, or the Moltres. It is strong against Toxapex. There are so many windows. Superior is one that is kinda good. You have the super effective X-Scissor, but the damage from Volt Switch isn't really adding up, and Frenzy Plant is just such a good attack, and the bulk on Superior is also really hard to overcome.
Yep. I mean, these are all Pokemon that we think could do well this weekend, right? So in this weekend, as I said, I'm really expecting a meta inflection. I'm really hoping for one where another random Pokemon comes in and takes the stage. So Pokemon like Skarmory, Pokemon like Registeel. Registeel with its Steel typing is looking great into the meta. It can beat Toxapex really hard, beats Ariados. We saw in Louisville where the Ariados tried to shield through a Registeel, but still Arrow's Registeel came out on top. These are Pokemon that I'm really looking forward to in this weekend.
Yeah, I certainly missed Registeel as well. But guys, what do you think? What is going to be the meta, the hot pick this weekend? Which Pokemon is going to overcome all of those meta picks and is going to stand on the top shining?
Ooh, it's going to be difficult, but I think it's still going to be that Malamar at the top. So, speaking of these Pokemon, we've talked a lot about Pokemon, but we also have some favorite trainers for ourselves that we picked out to see if they're going to make it all the way in this tournament. And our picks are...
Yeah, we have a fantasy draft here, and that is a pretty cool game that you can play with your friends at home as well. You can basically just draft trainers one after another and see who gets the furthest.
Yep, speaking of first, I'm on there first as well. So I've picked Elon. Elon is a trainer who came in Lille for the first time. This was his first regional as well, last season, and he did quite well. So I want him on there, followed by Tomahawk. As we've been talking about, he's done great in the last 2 NA regionals. I'm hoping he's going to take that form into the EU regionals as well. And last but not the least is one of my own from Belgium, Slowking. He's a very good trainer, and I'm hoping that he does well this tournament as well.
Amanda just went for the easy pick, Paula, then went with Kashtan, a trainer who has also been performing very, very good in the last season. And then another new trainer from Belgium, I believe, as well, is Boom20.
Yeah, Boom20 is is a very good trainer. What he's done great in the leaderboards in Go Battle League, multiple seasons being in the top 10, and he has a lot of credentials to back him up. He also does great in, let's say, the restricted formats as well, in community level tournaments. So it's his first tournament here. We've convinced him to finally go to a regional, and he is here, and I'm looking forward to watching him and seeing how he performs.
And then let's go over to TragicComix, and who do we see there? It's Tactical. Wait, does he like Toe? Was there beef fake?
I think Martin now is acknowledged who the best Dutch trainer is.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's why he won. Colin. But he's gone to Tactical, and followed by Howie, another friend of Martin as well. And Howie is a trainer who's been in the Pokemon Go PvP scene for a long time. I've known him since a long while, and I know he's currently ranked EU number 29 as well with 160 CP points. So this is a tournament where he can really push for more CP points. And last but not the least,
yeah, he also has TheGengarLife on there, and TheGengarLife is a content creator, really fun guy. Love him to bits.
And he's looking like he's gonna spook us as well.
That is true, that is true. That is the stare. And he showed me his team. He's running some spice, so I really want to see him on a feature match as well. And then I went with the French Trinity, because I believe if you win a regional in France, then you kind of are French after this. So I have Tonton Batus, the former EUIC champion, making Shadow Dragonair popular, and then we have Galax Cabolton, who made Leaf Tornado Superior popular again after it just picked up popularity in Deal because it got Aerial Ace. Everyone was like, wow, this is great coverage now. And he said, hey.
He went double move grass. And last but not the least, the guy who made How to Sit on Your Chair popular, Dex.
That is true. Dex is also a former Lille regional champion, so I'm going very safe here.
I think you lost a bit of creativity in picking. You just went to history books and you just said, these two trainers, one Lille. Maybe they'll do it again. I wonder why you did not pick Colin, though, because that would make the holy trinity of Lille.
Yeah, I also thought about the same thing, because nobody picked Colin, and Colin is the GOAT of Europe. I don't think that you can deny that. I mean, Martine's position in the World Championships as the runner-up was also quite impressive, but 3 regional wins, I think one of them might have been a special event as well, but Colin is just so good. He also was a finalist once or twice, he has made multiple Top Cut appearances, and he has bullied me through the local tournaments in the Netherlands. Yeah, but he's a really nice guy. That was a joke, in case anyone is upset here.
The thing about Colin is, like, he's a very well-rounded trainer. When you watch Colin play, you think that he makes his decision, and it looks really simple, but these are all really calculated decisions. He just plays the game in such a high level that these micro decisions look simple to us, but it's really complex how he plays the game.
Yeah, he's also not going for like fancy plays or something. He's just trying to play the game as perfect as possible. No, not too big surprises. He just wants to play the best Pokemon Go there is. But we have a result for the community voting. And by the way, I made a mistake earlier. This is going to be the first match we're showing. So let's check out who won the poll. Who is going to be the first match on stage? And it is going to be Zephymastyx versus Dancing Rob, the Malmö regional champion versus the first ever world champion.
Yep, thank you community for making this matchup. We are absolutely hyped to be able to cast such an amazing matchup. 2 great trainers, one making a comeback and the other one also kind of making a comeback as well, because we didn't see Zephy in a long time, and now I'm super excited to see how these trainers have planned out their matchups, how these trainers have read the meta, and how these trainers have evolved as the meta progresses.
Absolutely agree. Zephymastyx didn't have the best 2024 season. He has always brought some spice. I always figured that his teams were kind of cool. I've played locals a lot with Zephy. I mean, we are living very close to each other, so I know how he plays. I'm kind of curious to see if he brought some big spice again this weekend.
Yeah, spice as well. He went, I think, at a meta where Gliscor was non-existent. He went with that Gliscor, making him win that Malmö Regional Championship. But Dancing Rob also had a trick up his sleeve when he won the World Championship, and that was his Alolan Ninetales with that charm, actually beating a Kanto Ninetales by charming it down as well in one of the matchups. So it is... He has his strategies, I think, and I think Dancing Rob is someone to look out for. And this is his first game today. He is popular for making that losers round run in the World Championships as well.
That was
sorry?
That was big.
Yeah, that was big as well. He's the one who popularized it, followed then by Dunebug, and then also Colin last time around as well.
And also 23 EJB. He has entered day 2 always on the loser side so far in his career. And he has also won a regional championship in the 2023 season in Bochum, in my hometown, and that was an incredible run.
Yep, I think EJB went into Bochum and he just likes to make it a little bit more difficult for him. He wants to play a lot more games, so if you meet him in round 1 or round 2, maybe you should ask him if he wants to play more games or not.
The thing is as well that he played this big finals versus Lurgan Rocket, a trainer that is also kind of a player to watch, you know?
Yeah.
This is someone we always feature basically because he always gets this far. He had a little bit of a low ride in the first half of the 2024 season where he didn't perform as well as usual, and then all of a sudden he picked up the pace again. Multiple top cut appearances, deep run at this year's World Championships as well. Lurgan Rocket is on top it.
Yep. We also think that these trainers have, as I said, it's like old trainers from 2 seasons ago making a resurgence, because I think the meta is getting a little bit more dynamic, so maybe these trainers with their experience kind of reading the meta a lot faster. But we also have this segment for a Pokemon quiz. How good is your Pokemon knowledge, Leo?
Oh, I mean, I've been following Pokemon ever since I was a small child, so I think I know my Pokemon.
All right, let's see what you got.
Yeah, okay, we're doing
My
a
name
little
is
Halloween
Robert
quiz here.
Wasmar. I'm also known as Dancing Rob in the Pokemon Go community.
Changes into the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently,
wow.
it often transforms into a silent child. I love the music, by the way. How much time do we have? This is pressuring me. Oh, goodness. Changes into the... Oh, this has to be so easy.
Changes forms.
Changes forms, yeah.
Could it be Zoroark?
Oh, that is good. I think it's Zorua.
Zorua.
I think the child is like a hint to it being the Zorua.
Yeah.
Are we locking in?
Yeah, we could lock that in and see how wrong we are.
Let's see if this is Zorua. Our screen blacked out, so we don't... Ah, it is Zorua!
Yes,
Jump
let's
scare!
go, 1
Woo!
point. I thought your Pokemon knowledge is good.
Yeah, I know you got it. That's why I said we lock it in. Because okay, honestly, this one's yours. This one's yours. Okay, we make this a battle now,
Yeah,
right? Okay.
1 point for me. Yeah.
Let's give us the next one. Let's give us the next one. Okay, I have that. We do one more. I have the chance to tie it up here. Folklore has that on Moonless Nights. This Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares.
Oh, this one's.
Could be anything.
No, on Moonless Nights, horrific nightmares. I think that's a Darkrai.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna go Gengar.
Ooh, Gengar. That's also a good pick. I understand.
Yeah.
It's also 2 for 2. Let's go. Let's go.
Goodness gracious! I'm going for ghost types here, and Avi with all of those dark types.
Yeah, but
it's a very good call. You got it,
Pokemon,
man.
right?
You got it. That was very, very.
I'm on a roll. Oh, we can do one more as well.
Okay, now to add insult to injury, you can go for the 3-0, and I can,
best of 3, right?
yeah, I can try to get the one game in.
I will let you lead this in, okay? According to many old tales, it creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children on starry nights. Ooh, that is spooky. That is very spooky.
Yeah. So creating stuff.
Friends for itself by controlling sleeping children. I'm a bit clueless on this one.
I'm a bit walking towards drowsy. You know, with the mind control hypnotic thing that they have, the drowsy and the hypno.
Controlling sleeping children to making friends. It could actually be Gengar. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Could be Gengar.
Am I going with drowsy now?
Or Haunter, maybe. One of these two.
All right, I'm going with drowsy, and you're going with the Gengar line.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's lock it.
Oh, got it. Okay, that is a Pokemon that I would not have guessed for this at all.
I forgot it existed a little bit. To be honest,
it is a very good Pokemon design. I really like it as well. I think it's very creatively designed. It's one of the designs that, well, it's fun.
That is true. Also, the final evolution is very, very strong in the VG game. Has a nice ability that doesn't let your opponent switch out.
Trick Room, is that it?
No, Trick Room is something that it also uses, where the speeds are inverse, basically. If you win Charge Attack priority, you lose Charge Attack priority. Now that's how that works.
That could be really
VG.
cool.
But the ability is, I think, Shadow Tag, and that prevents your opponent from switching out unless they are a Ghost type.
Oh, that is nice, actually.
So if you have a good matchup in there, your opponent is switch locked.
Oh, that's great. That's also how you kind of go from game to game. We have a VGC where you have these abilities where the Pokemon stops you from switching, but in Go, if you make a switch in, then your Pokemon is called switch locked and it cannot go out. But we have our competitors ready on the stage. We're going to take a quick look at them and see how their matchups are going to be. And I am excited to see Zephy going up against Dancing Rob.
Yep, can't wait for the first matchup of the day. Speaking about switches, we're switching to the stage. Zephymastyx versus Dancing Rob. Where's the spice? There's Gastrodon.
All right.
What?
There is a
What?
Chansey?
What are the chances?
What are the chances of seeing a Chansey in Dancing Rob's team? But it looks really, really good. It's a normal type Pokemon and has access to the Zen Headbutt move, which is potentially Psychic as well. So it could do well against Pokemon like Ariados, Pokemon like Clodsire, which we see on Zephymastyx team. But what we see is a Pokemon that looks a little bit unchecked, and it's been unchecked in a lot of these matches that we see, and that's the Dugong. Dugong as a safe swap looks really good into Dancing Rob's team.
To be honest, Ariados is a really, really good answer to this. If you are not locked in like a 5-turn animation fast attack like an Incinerate and you don't lose too many turns against it, I think that Ariados is almost always going to be able to win that matchup with the addition of Trailblaze.
Oh, I see what Rob is trying to do. He's trying to play the switch clock with Chansey. With 50-second switch clock, it takes a lot of charge attacks to get Chansey down. So what he's trying to do is probably using Chansey as a Pokemon that comes in and like, all right, I really want to mess up with the switch timer, and I'm going to come in with Chansey, soak up all that damage, and then swap out again, and then try to get an energy lead. And that's how probably he's going to try to play the dynamics of this game. And he's kind of set up his Pokemon like that with Pokemon like Dugong that's going to weaken the charge attacks. For example, like as you said in your joke, if there's an Icy Wind and you debuff and then Chansey comes into the next matchup, it's gonna be difficult for you.
Dugong is very much key in these energy-intensive matchups. I like this a lot. In case you were wondering, my Dugong fell off my shoulders, so this is no longer part of my costume. I'm only Darmanitan now. I melted the Dugong.
But I also see a lot of gameplay here for Pokemon like Ariados, because it does have Trailblaze and Lunge, so let's say if you are even kind of switch locked against a Chansey, the worst case scenario for you as a Chansey player is that Ariados decides to, I'm going to just boost myself up, and then you go all the way up, ramp up that attack damage.
But I mean, we know that Zen Headbutt isn't the strongest fast attack. However, it is super effective against Ariados.
Yes.
So you might have a little bit of fast attack pressure there.
Yeah, maybe Lunge and then go Trailblaze.
Yeah, fair enough. That is always a possibility. Debuff the attack of Chansey from none to absolutely none.
We just talked about how Zephy likes to bring spicy Pokemon, and he's bought a Pokemon that's going to be spicy and spooky. Hiding behind that Gastrodon is the Pokemon that won him that regional championship. That's Gliscor. We have Dancing Rob, which is his favorite Pokemon. I think for a year he was trying to get a lucky 100% 4-star Axew.
Yeah.
And he finally got it, but he bought it up here on stage to show his love for the Pokemon. These two matchups are looking really, really close, and I think at this point, Zephy, just like all of us, is a bit stunned at the advent of the Chansey as well. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it also learns the move Wild Charge.
Oh yeah, I think that was added in the last community day that was a few months ago. I'm just trying to see how good the Galarian Moltres is right here, because I think against Chansey you have a decent time unless it is this Wild Charge build, because then it hits you for super effective damage. I think going up to 2 Brave Birds with this same type attack boosted Sucker Punch and Brave Birds, you actually deal quite the damage to the Chansey and you can leave with a move.
But I think Chansey is always going to outpace you. But the thing with Chansey right now, from what I'm looking at, is like with Wild Charge and just the Zen Headbutt, if the Chansey is running the Zen Headbutt, it kind of covers the whole team of Zephymastyx. And also Chansey is like a huge wall. It's a huge brick wall to that Feraligatr. But unluckily for Dancing Rob, Zephymastyx did not bring a Feraligatr into his team.
His water types are Dugong and the Gastrodon. Lou the Pikachu is going to be really excited to see that. Gastrodon has been lowered in usage recently, but again, against the team of Dancing Rob, it looks kind of good. It is decent against the Diggersby, against Ariados, against Dugong as well sometimes, but against Feraligatr it is kind of good as well.
Yeah,
Mudslap is just such a strong attack.
Yeah, I think Dugong wins the Feraligatr in the one-shield scenario if you can bait that Body Slam, or you can potentially force, like the Alolan Marowak, play the 2-to-1 shield and completely farm down the Feraligatr. But what I would like to know is this Gastrodon running Body Slam Water Pulse? Because if it doesn't have Water Pulse, it does a lot less damage onto that Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz just kind of becomes a huge hill for you to climb, or a huge bird for you to fly over.
That is true, because Mandibuzz is also so incredibly bulky. You can almost always leave that matchup with at least one charge attack stored. The thing is about these bulky Pokemon that have charge attacks that don't deal too much damage, like the Mandibuzz, if you're getting kind of low in a matchup, you exit with a move, it doesn't really knock out the opposing Pokemon, and then sometimes you just get farmed down, or when you're throwing an attack, you're getting energy to your opponent.
Yeah, it's like a Azumarill, right? It's like a ramp-up Pokemon for other Pokemon, but we are ready. Both these trainers have locked in. It's going to be a Galarian Moltres going up against an Ariados for Dancing Rob. This is not the matchup where you want to be, but you do have those lunges to do neutral damage to this Galarian Moltres.
Yep, throwing the lunge immediately to take a little bit less damage from these sucker punches, knowing that Zephymastyx is not going to switch out. Actually, lets it go. This is not even half, and now we are already at an Ancient Power, farming up a little bit more just before Dancing Rob reaches the next lunge.
Let's see what Dancing Rob does. These Ancient Power animations are fully charged, and he goes for a shield here. This means he might want to throw another lunge into this Galarian Moltres. This has to be shielded by Zephymastyx if he wants to preserve the Galarian Moltres, and that's exactly what he does.
And honestly, it doesn't even look too bad what Dancing Rob is doing here, because now Ancient Power is going to be double debuffed. I think you can't let it go right there. Oh, he's letting it go. Are we going to see this Ariados take on 1 HP here? It actually has 1 HP. Does it get to the lunge? It gets to the lunge. It wins the one shield scenario against the Galarian Moltres.
1 HP and a dream going up against a flying type Pokemon and flipping this lead. This puts Dancing Rob in the driver's seat, but in comes that Dugong. The Dugong with some energy lead is going to be a little bit of a problem for Dancing Rob's backline. Will he bring his own Dugong, or will he bring his own Feraligatr? But that said, it's going to be very pivotal towards the end game. What he brings in his Dugong, so now we will see that end game where we see Ariados against Feraligatr.
Oh, and absolutely nothing is decided yet in this matchup, because Ariados versus Feraligatr really strongly comes down to who has a little bit of an energy lead. If it doesn't, then Ariados has kind of an advantage here. Found it really interesting that Zephymastyx said, hey, I'm going to throw an Ice Shot to knock out the Ariados here to get a little bit more energy value out of there. But a Poison Sting advantage on Ariados would have been crazy good.
Yep, I think he didn't read what potential backline Dancing Rob would be bringing, but he is still in the driver's seat, according to me, because of that 1 Ice Shot advantage. In comes his Run. Run, of course, is not going to do a lot of damage. These are two bulky Pokemon going against each other, and that's why Dancing Rob no shields here. In comes another Run. Dancing Rob being very methodical in how much energy he's keeping on the Dugong just to get, if they let it go, or if they swap in another Pokemon, I still have energy to make to that spooky Icy Wind.
Yeah, I really, really like that, so that you can debuff your opponent's Pokemon in the back, because you don't know what it is. Could be anything at this point. Could be the Malamar, could be the Gastrodon. And now there is going to be the Feraligatr switch, and immediately Feraligatr has the energy advantage on the Ariados now, and this is going to look dangerous here for Zephymastyx.
It does look really dangerous here. In comes the first Hydro Cannon. This has to be shielded, and that's exactly what the Ariados does. Will Ariados go for that Trailblaze or the lunge here? Let's see, going for the lunge. Will Dancing Rob call this? If this lunge is... Oh, he does not. He gets baited by the lunge here.
And now I want to really see if the Hydro Cannon is still going to be able to knock out the Ariados. Look at the Shadow Claw damage. This is so much. Hydro Cannon is going to be thrown. This is a debuffed Hydro Cannon from Shadow Feraligatr on a very frail Spider Ariados. Is it going to take it? Gets to the Trailblaze or not? It gets to the Trailblaze. This is looking good for Zephymastyx.
Yeah, Trailblaze comes in. This is going to do a lot of super effective damage onto this Feraligatr. Zephy suddenly looks like he's in the control seat here. Takes out that Feraligatr. In comes a Dugong. 1 Poison Things, 2 Poison Things. Back to the Pokeball you go. 1-0 for Zephymastyx.
Whew, and now you can see that this matchup kind of... you don't need the switch. You know, he lost the switch. There was only 1 Ice Shot that he got, but this advantage really, really brought him the way to victory there.
Yeah. It was very close, right? I think Dancing Rob also went for that energy advantage as well by aggressively swapping in his Feraligatr at the end game, but that was very, very cool. I think one of the things that we look at Ariados a lot is that, can we build an Ariados that has a high enough attack to win a charge attack priority against a Feraligatr? You could opt for that, or you could opt for a really bulky one that can win against a Galarian Moltres, which is the bird of choice that we are seeing. They made 2 of the trainers in Day 2 in Louisville had this Galarian Moltres in the team, so I understand that you want to prepare for it, but I think that is the one that led to the downfall of Dancing Rob here.
To be honest, that is some kind of a top cut choice, right?
Yeah.
Because you know that not everyone in the tournament is going to have a Galarian Moltres, as these Pokemon are quite rare. It is a legendary after all. Now we can see the revealed moveset for Chansey here. Zen Headbutt, Hyper Beam, Psychic, no Wild Charge.
Yeah, that is a lot of damage. I think Hyper Beam from a Chansey is still not going to do a lot of damage to you, but I would like to see the Chansey in play, because the Pokemon that Zephymastyx bought could couldn't kind of hold a lot of work against Chansey, except that Galarian Moltres. So I'm hoping maybe bring the Chansey in the backline or even be brave enough to lead it to see what Zephy wants to do. Let's see if he's going to bring that Malamar in game number 2, identifying this as well.
So Avi, when you're sitting at the tournament desk, you know, you're playing on the feature match against the former world champion and you see Chansey on the team sheet. What do you do?
Panic?
Yes. I know, no calcs about this.
Yep, it's very difficult, right? So it's a Pokemon that you don't really see in the meta. That's number one. It's a Pokemon that you're not really prepared for because these players, they're top players, so they do a lot of practice matches. And you don't really think, what if somebody brings Chansey into the metagame? But as I said before, Chansey, one of the biggest targets and one of the biggest bench pressure that it can bring is against that Feraligatr. Unfortunately for Dancing Rob, there is no Feraligatr, so he has to kind of work around this gameplay. Let's see what he does to kind of maneuver around this. He did win the lead, so he did kind of win the mid game as well. But unfortunately for him, whatever happened towards the end, Zephymastyx made sure that he had Pokemon with a little bit of energy to lead. That shield on the first Trailblaze also was pivotal for Dancing Rob to lose that game. He shielded the lunge, unfortunately, and that made his Hydro Cannon debuffed. Otherwise, there would have been a little bit of play, but it's very close.
To be honest, the lunge also does a lot of damage, but not as much as the Trailblaze, of course. And we're going to see one of the most interesting mirror matches that we have right here, because it is very much coming down to the charge attack priority, but everything is so incredibly resisted here. And,
Zephymastyx wins the charge attack priority, going with that best buddy Ariados just to show off as well. This is very important in this game because we see the backline of Dancing Rob. It's kind of soft to Ariados as well, so he's forced to stay in this matchup, forced to get debuffed first, and is forced to throw these debuff lunges at this Ariados, hoping against hope to get this thing out of the field.
Yeah, and this is such a bad scenario to be in the mirror match and losing the charge attack priority, because what happens if you switch out of this? Your next Pokemon is going to be debuffed as well, and then you go into the follow-up matchup with a big disadvantage.
Yep, and that's going to be really spooky as well. But he's going into that Dugong, knowing that a little bit of energy on this Dugong can go a long way, potentially hoping for a swap out, but this Ariados going for the lunge over the Trailblaze. Let's see if Dancing Rob shields. No shields, but this is the outcome that Zephymastyx wants, because he can now comfortably bring his Dugong into the matchup, and that's exactly what he does.
Yep, and there's immediately a drill run fired off by Dancing Rob, but now the timers are misaligned, so basically what Chansey wanted to do has been done by the Ariados swap out there as well.
Yep, but Ariados at the backline, it's going to be interesting to see how Dancing Rob wants to play around this Clodsire, because Clodsire has such a dominant matchup, but in comes another drill run. This time it's from Zephymastyx and it's not debuffed, so it's going to do considerably more damage than Dancing Rob's Dugong.
Yep, the question is what you do with your own Dugong afterwards, because even though this is debuffed, there is an entire drill run of advantage, and this is still going to chip you down quite well. And also the Ariados of Dancing Rob has a charge attack stored up, so I think you're trying to overfarm a lot here. Let your opponent get to the next drill run. Oh, we're trying to throw on charge attack priority. Does this take out the Dugong of Dancing Rob, and do you preserve that much health?
Yep, this is going to be really close as well. It's deep in the red, but takes out the Dugong. This puts Dancing Rob so far behind. He's going to have to charge up as much energy as he potentially can. And losing the count there. Dugong gets to that ice shot. Gonna force a shield from Ariados, preserving all this energy, Dancing Rob. And let's see what he does here. Will he go for the lunge immediately? No, he goes for that Trailblaze. This will boost Ariados' energy, but all this boosted energy will have to go either into that Ariados of Zephymastyx or that Clodsire.
Yeah, and the benefits of overfarming there are not that big, because he couldn't even overfarm that much anymore. He was almost at 100 energy already, and now the Clodsire is coming in. Dancing Rob is not too happy about this, because he knows, because of the open team sheets, that this is going to be Stone Edges, and Stone Edge is super effective on flying types, shielding up the first one. Let's see if he can pull it back somehow.
Yep, Zephymastyx prying away the last Protect Shield from Dancing Rob, and he's still sitting comfortably on 2 Protect Shields with this Clodsire. This is such a dominant position to be in as Zephymastyx. In comes this Dark Pulse. Dark Pulse is going to do quite a bit of damage on the Clodsire, but then again, how many Dark Pulses does it need to take out this Clodsire? In comes the next Stone Edge. This is going to go through super effective damage onto the Mandibuzz, and no Protect Shield for Rob.
Yep, Stone Edge coming through, putting the Mandibuzz into half HP. A Mandibuzz in backstage won't be too happy to see this damage on her favorite flying-type Pokemon. And now another Dark Pulse goes unshielded. It seems like Zephymastyx wants to call some aerial aces, or wants to win this game actually with the Ariados.
But this no Protect Shield will put this Clodsire into red, and this can make maybe, oh my, Rob concedes the game. He knows that he could not go past this 2-shield advantage. What a dominating way to get the world champion to the losers bracket as well. But remember, Dancing Rob has done this before. He's gone to the losers bracket and absolutely dominated his way up. And this is looking great for Zephymastyx, but I think we cannot count Dancing Rob out yet.
No, absolutely. I love the count puns, by the way. This was very well played by Zephy. He had the alignment in the second game because, and this was all decided by the Ariados, you know? That's exactly what we said would happen if you lose the lead, if you lose the charge attack priority in the mirror match in the beginning of the game. If you are behind on lunges, you're dealing significantly less damage with your own lunges to the opposing Ariados. You have to switch out somehow, and then Zephy took his time to throw another lunge into the dugong. So much work was done by the Ariados of Zephymastyx, following it up with his own dugong in the mirror match, played the first mirror match and then played the second mirror match as well, and then Drill ran so hard.
Yep. I think there were a lot of critical moments in these games as well, and I think the main one was the Ariados winning charge attack priority, and also not just the Ariados, even his dugong won charge attack priority as well. So that put Dancing Rob in the backfeed, where we see here with the Ariados surviving with their 1 HP and a dream to throw this lunge to knock this Galarian Moltres out. What I think Dancing Rob really optimized his Pokemon and how he trained it to survive this ancient power.
And I think it would have been better for him if the Ariados was knocked out, because then he would have gotten a full farm down on the dugong, and if his opponent swapped off, as Zephymastyx then swapped out into another Pokemon of his, then he would have had the advantage there. So maybe this 1 HP survive on the Ariados actually cost him game 1.
I think game 2, it all came down to the lunge bait as well. Like making sure, I think Zephymastyx really played it to exactly perfect win conditions there. He knows that he needs to go land the lunge, get the shield, and then land the Trailblaze to kind of win that matchup as well. So that was something that I think was very critical as well. That's what we showed, landing that Trailblaze, knocking that Feraligatr out, and then the Dugong coming in, not enough HP to get through the Ariados and also the Dugong at the back.
And then we have to ask the most important question here. Was it maybe a mistake to shield the Shadow Feraligatr? Like this time, of course it lost him the game because it was a bait call. You know, it was a very important 50-50 call. But if you no-shield a Trailblaze in this scenario, do you actually still get to another Hydro Cannon? Because he had 2 Shadow Claws of advantage.
Yep, I think it comes down to what you think is going to happen, right? So Trailblaze does super effective damage. So if you no-shielded the first one, then it's going to put the Feraligatr in the red. It might pull off a shield, but the Dugong was so low that in the end, even if you pull the shield with the Hydro Cannon, you're not reaching another Hydro Cannon, and then the Dugong cannot do enough to get rid of the Ariados and also that Dugong at the back. So I think at that point, the match advantage was so good for Zephymastyx that it didn't matter in the end, but he gave everything he got.
Next question I have to ask, where Chansey?
I'm not sure. In the bench, probably.
Yeah, he teased us with it. You know, we were very excited to see the Chansey, to see a possible timeout match. Imagine having a matchup of Clodsire versus Chansey, and then you have a Dugong mirror match, of course, and then Mandibuzz is in there against Gastrodon. You get too much advantage. I think that.
Speaking of which, like, we did really want to see the Chansey, and I think Dancing Rob would potentially be looking at it and say, why didn't I play the Chansey? Because game number 2, you saw the amount of damage Chansey could have done. The lead was an Ariados, you do super effective damage. Swap-in was a Dugong, you do a lot of work against it as well. So I think Clodsire at the back. So again, super effective damage with that Psychic and Zen Headbutt. So Chansey could have done a lot of work, but unfortunately for Dancing Rob, he did not bring it. Maybe that's a gameplay change that he potentially look at on his losers run.
Yeah, but maybe it's also one of those Pokemon that you use explicitly only for bench pressure, which is what trainers did before with something like a Bastiodon, who just then never brought it, except for in some tournaments where it was really good in the meta, where it had very few hard counters. So you basically just have your Bastiodon on the team, so your opponent has to go very strong against it because it is just so good in positive matchups. And oh, we have the next matchup already. Nickname, we just seen him in Dortmund versus the Mega Junko.
Mega Junko is a player that we know of quite a bit in let's say, the constricted format scene, I don't know, and grassroots tournaments as well, and he has always done well in Go Battle League as well. But we know Nickname. Nickname is a trainer who's now making a resurgence again in this season with doing a great job finishing third place in Dortmund as well. So let's see what he does. But we see a spicy Pokemon on the side of the Mega Junko, and that's that Poliwrath.
I love it. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I was going to point out the Alolan Sandslash that is not Shadow at first, because this one actually picks up so many great matchup as opposed to the Shadow counterpart. But let's talk about the Poliwrath first, because Counter was nerfed heavily, Mudshot as well.
Yep. Counter and Mudshot were nerfed, but Poliwrath is a very good Pokemon to have while playing up against Pokemon like Feraligatr, because you resist everything that the Feraligatr does to you, and throwing those Icy Winds kind of makes even the Hydro Cannons do less damage to you. So it's a good Pokemon to have to counter Feraligatr, but as I said, there's always an inflection point in a meta, and that's what we see here. We see two trainers now who do not have a Feraligatr in their team. Nickname has gone for the Azumarill and also for that Shadow Quagsire, so that's very interesting to see as well. But one thing I'd like to point out about the Shadow Sand and the non-Shadow Sandslash is that it can survive an Earthquake from that Clodsire. So it's a good option to have, but is it running Powder Snow? Is it running Shadow Claw? Because if it's running Shadow Claw, Azumarill is suddenly a better matchup. But if it's running Powder Snow, well, you don't want to be against that Azumarill.
Quick food for thought, it does not take an Earthquake if you run Mudshot on your Clodsire, and that is going to take you out completely then. But yeah, Poison Sting is just by far the better fast attack right now, so that is probably not going to happen, but I really like all of these matchups that it is picking up because of this little bit more bulk that it has. Of course, it loses some damage, so what I loved about the Shadow Alolan Sandslash before that was that if you win the lead with it, or if you get some energy of it, it spirals out of control. The damage output with the Ice Punches, same type attack boosted, is very hard. Drill Run is just a phenomenal charge attack. And this one, it doesn't go as crazy, but it just has so much better neutral play.
Yep. I like Pokemon that have neutral play. Honestly, I like to build my team around Pokemon that have neutral play. That's one of the reasons I picked Greedent as my pick of choice, because it's really neutral against the core meta. So I want Pokemon that you can use to ramp up with the other Pokemon. For example, let's say you are in like a kind of bad matchup. So you're a Sandslash going into that Azumarill. You throw a few Drill Runs onto the Azumarill because, of course, Bubbles do a lot of damage, but then again, you're a normal Sandslash. But your Drill Runs do add up. Both the charge attacks from Azumarill is resisted. So you can put the Azumarill in a range where you can potentially farm it down with the Galarian Moltres. And look at that matchup. If that Galarian Moltres have a little bit of energy lead, it's gonna run through Nickname's team. So maybe that's the strategy here with Poliwrath to Icy Wind debuff all these Pokemon and then get in the Galarian Moltres.
That is absolutely true. Moltres, I think that's just setting it apart from Mandibuzz the most, right? Because if you have a Mandibuzz and you get some Snarls on it, no biggie. If there is a Wigglytuff, you're going to be walled either way. But if you have a Galarian Moltres, maybe their shields are down and you can get a Brave Bird out of a matchup, you're going to deal a lot of damage to whatever is going to come in. You at least pull a shield if there is one, and I think this is like the advantage of Pokemon that are rather frail instead of the bulky ones, is that if you get an energy advantage, you can run through your opponent's entire team. This is also what makes Shadow Feraligatr so incredibly strong. It's just that people are trying to find their way around it.
Yeah, but I also think it this way, like, if you look at Nickname's team, we've just been raving about Mega Junko's team because of the spicy picks of Sandslash and Poliwrath, but Mega Junko's Clodsire does look really neutral Nickname's Clodsire looks really neutral into the Mega Junko's team. He can potentially set up the other way around, farm down with Malamar, or even farm down with his own Galarian Moltres to do a lot of damage on to the Mega Junko. So it's all going to come down to, it's not about the switch anymore, it's about who can set up a springboard for their Pokemon that can sweep at the back.
But that is also a nice thing that the 50 seconds timer added a little bit more. If you save swap, for example, the Clodsire, and you have rather neutral play, you closely lose a matchup after the switch, 50 seconds are going to be over. There is significantly less big farm downs in the game because the players are going to be able to forfeit their own switch that they had, which is then solving another problem for you. You know, your opponent has to swap out.
Yep. And as I said, this meta is all about energy management and how you can manage your timer, which is the main changes that we have. So the more charge attacks you throw, the more chances you have to get out of that bad matchup. We saw Rise do this against Arrow when he went Ariados against that Registeel, forced the Registeel to pull up 2 shields as well to preserve switch. So it's how you play it out, right? You have a lot of charge attack pressure that kind of slowly and steadily gets down the timer. For example, if you're Ariados, you need 5 Poison Stings to get to the lunge, and that's 5 seconds, and then you have the charge attack animation, and then that's already 1/4 of the timer.
Yeah.
So just run down the timer.
That is what makes spammy Pokemon so good right now. You have the flexibility. This is also a reason why people play Pangoro or Shadow Machamp. It just takes you 8 seconds to get to this big animation to run down the clock as well, apart from their ability to just run through entire teams if you get 1 or 2 cross chops advantage or cross karate chops.
Yeah. What I've also noticed is that if you look at all the teams we've seen so far, is that there is no Shadow Drapion on these teams.
Yeah.
Because it did a lot of work, I think, in Louisville as well. And these two trainers decided not to go against it, going for a counter. Let's see what happens here. Two trainers locked in. It's a Galarian Moltres against a Clodsire. This is not where you want to be as the Galarian Moltres.
That is true. However, you can still deal a lot of damage with the Brave Bird. Also, there is no Stone Edge on the side for Nickname, and the Mega Junko, of course, knows that. And look at the Sucker Punch damage here, but also look at the Poison Sting damage.
Yeah, these two Pokemon doing a lot of damage to each other, but in comes the Sludge Bomb. Mega Junko opting not to shield, knowing that this is not a Stone Edge due to these open team shields. Let's see if he goes for the Brave Bird. Goes for the Brave Bird on charge attack priority. This is the exact situation where you want to be as Nickname, because you can no shield this and potentially force a shield from the Galarian Moltres, and that's exactly what happens here.
Yeah, but do you even... Okay, the Mega Junko actually shields there. He knows he has a little bit of energy left, wants to have the switch. He's double debuff. These Poison Stings will add up even more, but you still get out with a Brave Bird, so you can dictate the switch and throw a move here. Oh, we're switching out immediately. That's interesting.
Oh, that is a great switch out here. Bringing out the Malamar, knowing that he has a positive matchup with that Serperior at the back. Clodsire is going to do a lot of work here. In comes the first charge attack from Malamar, going for this Foul Play. Foul Play is neutral, but from a Pokemon like Malamar, it's still going to do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, I think the Psy Waves are the most important part in this matchup, because look at the damage on the Clodsire already. Keep in mind, the Mega Junko has a charge attack loaded on the Galarian Moltres, but what's really important, you said it earlier, is in the back. Oh, wow, he overfarms a little bit, and now we go to the charge attack priority event, which of course is dominated by Malamar in this matchup, and this looks like it is going to barely take out the Clodsire. No, it doesn't! Sludge Bomb is going to be able to connect, and that is huge for the Mega Junko.
Yeah, Mega Junko going for the Sludge Bomb instead of the heavier hitting Earthquake here, but in comes the Sludge Bomb, no shielded by the Malamar, putting it into the yellow. Let's see what happens. One more Psy Wave, enough to send that Clodsire back, but in comes these Galarian Moltres. Immediate catch onto this Azumarill, but that catch is going to be this Brave Bird. Brave Bird is going to do a lot of damage to this Azumarill.
And not only that, we have the timer now. You can bring in the Serperior. The Mega Junko still has a shield. Is this Ogre already? Because the Ice Beam, you can actually just take this. You can shield it. You know what's in the back. So I think this is the attack that would deal the most damage. And you can farm up so much energy against this slow Pokemon and use that to your advantage against the Malamar.
This could come down to energy management here, because the Nickname still has a shield to hide behind, and his Malamar. In comes his Frenzy Plan, no shielded by this Azumarill, gonna knock it out, but this Serperior has a lot of energy.
Yeah, and there's also some health left on the Moltres, and look at this, you just have to throw an Aerial Ace and then you can farm down with a Sucker Punch, but we're going for the big Frenzy Plan here. Nickname is trying to call an Aerial Ace, or does he know that this game is over? Frenzy Plan is going to connect, and whoop is going to take out the Malamar.
That was really well played there. We saw this play called pivoting out of a matchup. Even though you win the lead, you saw that the Galarian Moltres had a lot of energy, right? It had that Brave Bird stored. You are usually in the owners that, all right, it's a Brave Bird, I'm going to just throw it and then deal with it later.
I would do that every time.
Yeah. But what he did is like, I'm going to bring my Clodsire out. If you have a Pokemon that can potentially beat my Serperior at the back, you need to bring it in now, because I hard counter your Azumarill, knowing very well that he has a Serperior in the back and there is no way back for Nickname. He played that perfectly, made no mistakes, knew his game plan very well, and executed to perfection.
And you said it earlier, there is a lot of training on the Mega Junko, a lot of grassroots training, so hard work pays off again. Taking down the first game against Nickname, who is definitely a trainer that you don't want to face in your first round of the tournament, or the second one. You said earlier, Shadow Drapion, not a thing in these matches so far. You mentioned counters to it. What about Poliwrath? That's a hard counter to many Pokemon.
Yep, it is a counter user as well. So we have Poliwrath, that's a very good counter against Drapion. We have Sandslash that's also going to do great against Drapion. You have the Dunsparce, you have the Clodsire. So I think people like really hard corrected for the Drapion coming into the meta, because there's a lot of Malamar. One of the Pokemon that can do quite well against the Malamar is a Drapion as well. So they are kind of correcting it. But I would also like to point out here that we can't really see it right now, but I'm really in love with that Pidgeot plushie. It looks super cute,
Yeah.
and I have not seen it before, but it looks really, really cute here. I'm going to try and get myself one, even though your Dugong has completely abandoned you and is on the desk right now.
That is true, but it is still sitting with me. I'm still playing with it the entire time. Shadow Pidgeot, what do we think about that one? Because Wing Attack was nerfed. Gust is a pretty decent attack. It deals a lot of damage. And together with Feather Dance, you are having a very good bait attack.
Let's theory craft here, right? Let's say we play a Shadow Pidgeot into the line of Nickname. It has a decent matchup against Azumarill as long as you land the Brave Bird and bait with the Feather Dance. As a good matchup against Malamar, but those side waves slowly and steadily will add up. Malamar does so much pressure. Amazing matchup against Ariados. Not so good against Clodsire because Aqua Tail Stone Edge kind of outpays you, but maybe potentially you can 2-shield Feather Dance through it.
Sludge Bomb this time.
Sludge Bomb, but yeah. And Quagsire with Aqua Tail, maybe it's a little bit more difficult. But these two trainers, I think, have planned out how this works. We saw Mega Junko completely benching the two Pokemon that we were raving about, the Sandslash and the Poliwrath, and bringing all the others. So I'm interested to see how Nickname wants to correct to this, because he does want to bring that Ariados because the backline would have been really good. So if you let the Ariados onto the Galarian Moltres, you can potentially soften it and then set up your own Galarian Moltres. But I want to see more Galarian Moltres from Nickname's side.
I want to see more Alolan Sandslash because it feels like it's very good. It's something that I would almost definitely bring because you have a decent matchup against the Azumarill. You're dealing quite the damage with Drill Run, even though bubbles do add up. There is a little bit of an advantage on the Shadow Alolan Sandslash side in this matchup. You're having a really good time against the Moltres, of course, because of those Powder Snow, and you're outpacing heavily. You're good versus most of the other Pokemon as well, but now we see Superior in the lead for Mega Junko. Closed out the first game, is supposed to start the second one, and is starting to Vine Whip against the Malamar.
Yep, this is a very close matchup. Malamar immediately going for that superpower, and Mega Junko just flinched there. It's like, what is happening here? But this is great for Nickname because he does a lot of damage, and he can now swap and utilizing that Switch Clock. In comes that Clodsire, only to be met with that Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash. Ice Punches coming in from the Sandslash will do super effective damage. In comes the first one. This is not enough to knock out the Clodsire because it is very bulky.
Yep, that is true, but it is showing that you take out 50% of the HP of the Clodsire if you're going for Powder Snows with Ice Punch on the regular side of Sandslash, and that means that, oh, look at this pitiful damage. It's still pretty big damage, but you're throwing on Charge Deck Priority, perfect energy management from the Mega Junko, but this matchup went over quick. I suppose the timer is not run out yet. This looks like a farm down.
Yep, this matchup did go quickly. In comes this Malamar, probably trying to farm it down, and let's see what happens. Will it be able to get to another move? It does not, and it's a huge farm down from Malamar, but in comes the Serpure, aggressively throwing that Frenzy Plant without even waiting, getting this Malamar to decide whether to pull up a Protect Shield or not.
And now you have taken out the shield, but you have so much damage in fast attacks as well. Goes for yet another superpower. Mega Junko decides to pull up a shield finally. Now the next question, are we going to see a catch on a Frenzy Plant on the Galarian Moltres?
I think it's going to be an aggressive swap, and that's exactly what happens. In comes the Galarian Moltres, but it's only met by this Clodsire, but we already saw how much damage the Brave Bird and the Sucker Punches adds up on the Clodsire. Let's see who throws the move first. Will this be a bait and go? No, goes for the Sludge Bomb immediately.
The Mega Junko goes for a full farm to full energy here, throws a Sludge Bomb, and I think it's just going back to back here immediately. There's going to be the Brave Bird thrown. Do you shield this? No, the Mega Junko knows my Clodsire is beefy enough to take this.
Yep, this is going to set up an interesting endgame here. In comes the Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb will most definitely take out this Galarian Moltres. If unshielded, he's undercharging it. Nickname might not opt to shield this. Oh, he goes for the no shield, and that even the undercharge is not enough, but this sets up a huge farm down for this Malamar. Let's see if the Superior can overcome this Malamar with this much energy. I think this has to be bait here. Goes for a full Frenzy Plant.
I'm not sure if this has to be bait. Does Nickname reach 2 superpowers? Because you can take a few more Psy Waves. Does shield the Frenzy Plant. Very good call here. But goes to double superpower. But we are throwing the Frenzy Plant on the Charge Deck Priority. Does this take 50% of the HP of the Malamar? Superior is super bulky.
Yep.
Oh wait, it's debuffed!
Yes, it's debuffed. It is a charge attack tie, so the Serperior gets to the Frenzy Plant, and that debuff Malamar will be taken out of the field. 2-0 for Mega Junko. What a way to announce yourself in Lille.
Wow, what a match this was. Giga close. He actually went for the Frenzy Plant in the same millisecond that the Malamar was throwing the superpower. This was a match, it was so close, I love it.
You know what my favorite moment in the match was? When the Malamar went for the superpower and he goes...
Yeah, we had the exact same reaction behind the screen.
I was like, what?
It was very interesting, but still you saw how much damage it dealt to this extremely bulky Superior, the Grass Snake.
Yeah, I think Superior is a really bulky Pokemon. That's why a lot of people are bringing this in this meta. Is like, even with Clodsire, even with Sludge Bomb, the Superior matchup is very close because it's such a bulky Pokemon, and Clodsire also being a bulky one, it doesn't do as much damage as it should.
But don't forget, Frenzy Plant is a phenomenal attack in terms of damage to energy ratio. So this is also a reason, if you give a very bulky Pokemon like Superior the Frenzy Plant, you gotta expect great results from it.
Yeah, it also has really good coverage moves as well. Pokemon becomes meta because
Leaf
it's
Tornado.
Sorry?
Like Leaf Tornado.
Yeah, like Leaf Tornado as well, but a Pokemon usually becomes meta because of the coverage that it has. The reason why Clodsire became really popular was it had the bulk and also the coverage, but we have the replay for you to see some of the key moments in the game. Let's see if it's the same that we thought. In comes a Azumarill swap into the Malamar and then bringing in the Malamar. That's very well played by Mega Junko, forcing his opponent to bring a Pokemon that can potentially have a good matchup at the back line, getting it out of the way, using the Clodsire as a shield to get what he wants.
Yep, this was very well played, knowing there will be an Azu in the back. I will go and throw my Superior against the Azumarill that is sitting there. This was very, very well played. Also had the Moltres saved, and this is again a showcase of how good Galarian Moltres really is because of the pressure with these sucker punches, this high fast attack damage, and of course Brave Bird, one of the best attacks in the game if your switch clock is up.
Not to mention the ability to bait with the Ancient Power and potentially get a boost. There is no way you're able to knock a boosted Galarian Moltres out of the sky unless it's like you're using an Azumarill or something. It's gonna do a lot of work. It's a great Pokemon to have, and you can have these Pokemon in your daily instance. It's 15 minutes that you get. You could walk around, play the game, and hopefully find a Galarian Moltres that you can use in the next regional tournament.
And if you have a Dialga origin, you can actually use Raw of Time to make your daily instance longer, so you have a higher chance of encountering one of those Galarian legendary birds. And you can also get them as a shiny.
Yeah, I've been doing this for a long time now. Just not really a long time, for a week now. For me, it's a long time because I'm a bit low on Stardust, so every time I try it, it feels like it's a long time because of the Roar of Time. But I've not managed to get a single Galarian Moltres. I've been really unlucky, but I did get a Galarian Zapdos, which I think is a really cool Pokemon to have as well.
I just got a shiny Coffin from my last daily instance, so I was really happy about that. Unfortunately, a week too late because I would have loved a shiny Galarian Weezing.
Oh yes, that's it. I think shiny Galarian Weezing has really good color palette as well. It's like chocolatey flavor with like a little bit of green, and I think that's a really good color combination.
To be honest, when are we going to see Shadow Galarian Weezing on the big stage? Because this is also something that kind of snuck under the radar that was introduced in the game. We had Shadow Coffin, and now that people were able to evolve their Coffins into this Galarian Weezing, we had the ability to evolve our Shadow Coffins as well.
But I think it's also about accessibility, right? I think Shadow, you needed to have a Shadow Coffin that you had stored to evolve into a Shadow Galarian Weezing. But I think it's a good Pokemon to use because it has a lot of coverage. It has a Dog-type move coverage, and it also potentially can run Flare Up, Hyper Beam, or Overheat Up. The second move is gonna hurt if you shield the Brutal Swing.
And don't forget that Fairy Wind is such a strong attack now as well. It has 4 damage, which is significantly more than before, 25% increase. I think that is absolutely wrong if you're looking at 3, anyways. 30%.
Let's put it this way, it's a good move that does enough damage and has a lot of energy generation. I got you, Leah.
And there is a lot of bulk on the Galarian Weezing. I mean, significantly less when you're looking at the Shadow form, but you all know you always trade off this damage. And if you're wondering, hey, why should I play a Pokemon in the Shadow form? It gets 20% more damage on its attacks, but it also takes 20% more damage. Well, there's a simple reason. Some matchups shift, so you're going to be able to maybe take out other Pokemon in one hit that you couldn't before.
That's why people run these Pokemon as well. So let's see what we have here. We have in store a Alolan Marowak and a Kanto Marowak show-off between two trainers, Sneeuwman and TragicComix. TragicComix is from France here, and Sneeuwman from the Netherlands. We've seen these trainers multiple times. I think TragicComix did a great run last time around in Lille as well, but he's bringing a spicy Pokemon in here, which is that Samurott. Samurott, with having access to Fury Cutter, does double super effective damage to Pokemon like Malamar. So Malamar will thoroughly be pressured in this game, and also the Galarian Moltres takes neutral damage from those Fury Cutters.
Samurott used to bring Stone Collection very far in the first Pokemon Go World Championships that were won by Dancing Rob, who we saw previously. But there is also the Shadow Kanto Marowak that has been so good. And I want to do a matchup check. Oh, it's on both teams actually. How good is it really here? Because on TragicComix side, I don't really see great answers against this, because yes, you have the Dugong
and the
Azumarill, but it still plays very well in those kind of negative matchups. If you're not super spammy against it, it's going to deal a lot of damage. There are actually scenarios in which you win against Azumarill.
Yep, you're right, Leo. And I think one of the Pokemon that I really want to talk about here that's kind of a standout is what we just talked about. It's the Samurott on the side of TragicComix. It does not have any counters on the side of Sneeuwman. Yes, you can run the Azumarill, but the Hydro Cannons, as we know, slowly and steadily add up, and you can potentially wilt that Azumarill down to a range where it can be farmed down by Pokemon. So let's say, for example, if I was TragicComix, I would really consider save swapping the Samurott, bring out the Azumarill, and then close the matchup with something like a Marowak, because then suddenly, oh no, I don't have a check for this Marowak.
But then you should also pay attention to what you have in the back as well, because you want to have a Pokemon that deals very well with the energy of Ariados, because I think this is the only Pokemon that could be problematic if you save swap the Samurott. If they bring in the Ariados fast, you have a little bit of energy advantage. One Hydro Cannon is not going to take out the Ariados, and those Fury Cutters are definitely not going to put it in Hydro Cannon range. And also you are very fragile, so you take a lot of damage from the Trailblazers, so you need to find something that farms down an Ariados if necessary, if you are willing to invest shields.
Or just go straight Mega Horn if he's running Mega Horn. Just knock the Ariados out. It is what it is. But I guess I understand that going for the Hydro Cannon is the play there. But I think Samurott is going to see a lot of play in the meta, and it's something that we didn't really look out for as casters as well, because we didn't really expect the Samurott, because there's so many Azumarills and there's so many Ariados in the meta. But I feel that in this matchup it's going to shine, and I hopefully see TragicComix piloted to great success in this meta.
I definitely see what you mean. I mean, there are answers to Shadow Feraligatr, because this is the primary Hydro Cannon using Pokemon that we have seen. But not all of the Hydro Cannon Pokemon, you predicted Swampert to be very relevant in this tournament. Not all of these Pokemon are checked by the same Pokemon that Feraligatr is checked by, because people kind of use dark types.
Yeah, exactly. Just to make sure that Shadow Claws don't do a lot of damage. Yeah. It's always like that with Feraligatr. It's a high attack Pokemon. It's like your attack damage carry, if you might look at it from other MOBA games as well. So you need to stop damage, not only coming in from the charge attacks, but also the fast attacks. Shadow Claw is such a good move. So much damage, so much energy generation. So much damage. That's what pulled Feraligatr from being, not really in the meta all the way to the top, and having that shadow option just, Jesus, so much energy.
It is a really good attack, but Fury Cutter is also kind of decent. I mean, you're lacking the same type attack bonus. Something that I really like to play is the Golisopod with Fury Cutter, and that is basically the same as Shadow Claw if it is non-same type attack bonus boosted. But I mean, Samurott doesn't have this ability, but also I was thinking about more counters to Feraligatr, and people use Superior. If you land a Mega Horn plus those Fury Cutters, I think you're going to be able to knock it out.
Yep, it's going to be interesting to see how he plays it. He can play it two ways. He can play it as a safe sub position. He can also play what we call it as like an ABA style, where you have two Pokemon that's strong against the lead, and then one Pokemon in between that you really want to protect. This could be the B there, putting it there in a position to give it some shields or give it a little bit of energy advantage to sweep the complete backline of Sneeuwman. I'm really interested to see how TragicComix really wants to play. But again, for Sneeuwman, he does have that Pokemon that could be really difficult to deal with, and that's the Galarian Moltres. With that Brave Bird, it's going to do a lot of damage. Even against the Dugong, Ancient Power is super effective, and it will do quite a bit of work as well. So it's all going to be a dancing game here between these two trainers.
Yeah, I'm just checking to see how good Dugong is really for TragicComix, because this could be very dangerous. It could be dangerous to bring Galarian Moltres, because there's always the high chance of your opponent getting Dugong onto it. And yes, even though you have play with super effective Ancient Powers and of course always Sucker Punch and Brave Bird damage, it is kind of risky, because Dugong will win that matchup. Yeah.
But I think Dugong is a great pick to bring in, especially, as I said, it's like a setup Pokemon that you have on your team. Basically, I assume It works in your favor. Unlike for me, I think Azumarill is not a great Pokemon in the meta because it's a springboard.
Hot take.
Yeah, it's a hot take, but it's a springboard Pokemon for Ariados. It's a springboard Pokemon for Feraligatr.
Yeah.
Like, you win matchups, but then you are never going to be able to get to another charge attack in the upcoming matchup. So if you're a Feraligatr trainer and you don't shield you lose that matchup, you come in with the Feraligatr shield once and get like 12 Shadow Claws. What's there to complain?
Yep, that is true.
But in this case, I think Dugong works the other way around. It's a setup Pokemon. It soft loses matchups, and then that puts your team in a scenario like, for example, Pokemon like a Galarian Moltres, Pokemon like Samurott, Pokemon like Feraligatr to take really advantage from your perspective, you know?
And there are loads of those Pokemon on the TragicComix side, at least, that profit from a little bit of an energy advantage. Samurott, Ariados, Malamar we've talked about a lot, but there is also the Shadow Kanto Marowak, which I don't really see in this game, except for if you want to save swap the Samurott, then you want to have it basically as something to clean up the Ariados with, if you're not bringing the Malamar for it. Because there's, yes, Azumarill, we talked about it, the matchup can be won by Shadow Marowak. There's also Dugong, which is a bit more difficult, because if there is one Rock Slide shielded, Rock Slide not the strongest charge attack anymore, you're going to be debuffed, it is going to be problematic. There is the Galarian Moltres, and also this one is a really difficult one. Yes, Rock Slide is going to deal a lot of damage, but you have to connect that one first.
Well, you have to connect the Rock Slides, but also you have to connect your Mud Shots, because you're trying to fling at it at a bird, and that's going to take a while to
Take this mud.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not going to work as well. But let's see what these trainers have cooked up. We have the match starting right about now. Two trainers have locked in. We have Sneeuwman on the left and TragicComix on the right. It's a Samurott lead against the Galarian Moltres. Let's see if he goes straight for the Mega Horn or for that Hydro Cannon.
Yep. Oh, and we actually see the Shadow Marowak in the back for TragicComix, and he's going to farm up a lot right before the Brave but perfect energy management is going to be a Hydro Cannon here. Joli, super, and excellent.
Excellent. Okay, but in comes this Hydro Cannon. Does a ton of damage, but Galarian Moltres going for this Ancient Power. This is shielded by TragicComix. Let's see if he does get that boost on this. Ancient Power does not connect, but does he get the boost? No boost here. Will this be a full farm down for TragicComix? No, going for that Hydro Cannon on charge attack priority and getting charge attack priority here. Joli, super et excellent.
But look at this damage here. I think maybe you can bring in Azumarill to farm down huge here, because you only take resisted damage here. These bubbles are adding up even though they are resisted.
Can you really farm down before taking two Hydro Cannons? But you look at him storing two Hydro Cannons, going into this Shadow Kanto Marowak, knowing that, all right, maybe this Pokemon is not really useful in the backline, and that's what's happening here. Azum shielding it even. He wants to get these Mud Slaps through onto the Azumarill and going for the Bone Club. Bone Club 1 comes in. Sneeuwman opting not to shield.
Yep, no, he actually uses the shield in the last second, knowing, hey, I kind of want this Azumarill to be there for the energy of Samurott as well. Throws an Ice Beam. This is going to deal a big amount of damage in this particular matchup. Takes out the Kanto Marowak, and there is, of course, still the Ariados. And this is difficult.
Yeah, this puts Sneeuwman in a very tricky situation, because the Ariadon comes in first, and if you swap in your Ariados, you're not going to be in a great place. But
I like
immediately throwing the Icy Wind before the Azumarill gets debuffed. Let's see what he does. Will he swap into his own Ariados? Will he stay in this matchup, do a little bit more chip damage? Immediately swaps to the Ariados, and TragicComix says, okay, thank you very much, I'm gonna lunge you right now.
The thing is that he's also, I think the timer is already up for TragicComix, so maybe you don't even throw the lunge, but you farm up, and now you have double Hydro Cannon. You might want to shield the first one, but are you going to shield the second one? No, because you don't have shields anymore, and now this is going to deal so much damage.
This is going to be a very interesting endgame here. Samurott has the second Hydro Cannon. Will this be enough to knock out the Ariados? Ariados is fairly bulky, but this is a non-debuffed Hydro Cannon. Comes really close, but this puts him in such a strong position. He does now have a charge attack that he can spend on this Ariados. Lunge comes in, and this will be putting him in such a bad disadvantage.
But if this is a farm down with the Poison Stings before Sneeuwman can reach the next charge attack, can TragicComix actually flip it? Oh, charge attack priority, and Sneeuwman wins charge attack priority. This is going to be lunge connecting for the knockout against the Ariados of TragicComix. This could have been really, really close against the Azumarill in the endgame.
That was a very interesting endgame there. Luckily and also unluckily for TragicComix, he could not win charge attack priority there, but in the end, I think what he played was absolutely perfect. Banking all that energy, I was hoping for him that he stays in the matchup with the Azumarill. Of course, you can land 2 Hydro Cannons on there and then put the Azumarill in a more comfortable range to deal with the Ariados, or so for dealing with the Kanto Marowak.
To be honest, I also like that he went for the charge attack priority in the end game, knowing, hey, if I don't get this extra poison sting in here, because I will take a lot of damage from bubbles if I try to farm up energy, but I'm not taking a lot of damage from poison sting, so I have to drain every energy. And this is now a 50-50 if I have more attack on my Ariados, but I have to go for it. I need every bit of energy and I have to risk it. This is not playing to play, this is playing to win.
Exactly, that was very well done. I think one of the reasons why in game number 1 we saw a shield pulled up is because against the Samurott is just because of the fact that if it was a Mega Horn, that might have KO'd the Ariados. So it's probably to save your Ariados.
Mega Horn is super resisted by Ariados.
Oh, sorry, yes, it's my bad. So
it's not a psychic type.
My bad. So I think that was a shield probably to get Samurott out of the energies to put the Azumarill in a range where it does not want to take another Hydro Cannon. I think you could have played it 2 ways. You could have let the Samurott go, no shield the Samurott, throw a charge attack on the, no shield the Ariados, and then let Azumarill take the win, because it did have quite a bit of HP, and it would potentially be in a position to outpace as well by farming down the Samurott. But in this side, I think he played it really well. Moltres coming in, no shielding, getting that shield advantage, and just looking at TragicComix team, Azumarill with a 2-to-1 shield advantage can pretty much sweep his whole thing.
What I didn't like from TragicComix in this one is that he even brought the Shadow Kanto Marowak, because you see Dugong, Azumarill, you see Moltres, Malamar is kind of a neutral one, you have the mirror matchup. I don't see where the Kanto Marowak is going to sweep those games. And it really didn't do too much. It dealt a little bit of damage on the Azumarill. You needed your shields for your Samurott. So Kanto Marowak, it thrives on shields. Like, you know, as most rather fragile, spammy Pokemon do. And I think it was a mistake to bring it.
I think it was... Well, in a way, you're right? But what I want to understand is the thought process behind it is just because you did spend a shield to win Switch, to secure your mid game, but then you let it go immediately after. Yes, you did have a lot of energy, but then suddenly you put yourself in a disadvantageous matchup. You did save a lot of energy, but then I think that energy would have gone really well into the Azumarill, because that would put the Azumarill in a range where the Kanto Marowak could have... It would have been manageable, right, with the Mud Slaps.
True,
and also manageable for the Ariados without taking a lot of damage, because then you pull in your Ariados. But we are already here in game number 2 in winners round 3. It's an Ariados mirror. This is the second Ariados mirror we've seen in a while.
And this is very important, because TragicComix knows that he is going to lose the charge attack priority, and he doesn't even throw the lunge. I like this a lot. Is there a chance that he immediately swaps out after this lunge connects to have some energy saved up on the Ariados, brings it later? No, he doesn't. He charges up one more. That is rather interesting. Tries to debuff the Ariados here. Gives it a little bit of energy. What are we doing now?
I think he will have to set up a mid game where the Dugong is going to shine here. He knows that he needs to get these Ariados out of the way. Both his back Pokemon take super effective damage from this Ariados. So his goal right now is to get this Ariados low enough that the Dugong can potentially ice-shot it down, or when coming in aggressively with the Dugong, trying to get some energy lead here.
The thing is, oh wow, we are waiting for the game to continue here. Trailblaze was tapped. This gives us a little bit more time to think about this matchup. This looks like a very aggressive farm down here while the Trailblaze is connecting. But let us think a little bit more about this matchup, because there is Moltres in the back against Dugong and the Azumarill. I think TragicComix was actually looking rather fine in this matchup.
Yep, I think that's exactly what TragicComix is going for at this point. He knows that his Azumarill back could have a lot of effect on this, but let's see how they decide to play it out. Going for that Icy Wind, you know, Dugong, for example, can do very well against the Azumarill if you Icy Wind it once and then go straight to run, and that's exactly what TragicComix is going for here.
Yep, that is a phenomenal play here as well. We're throwing ice shots, we're throwing bubbles, everything is super resisted all the time, but now PlayRough is going to deal some neutral damage. It is not the biggest damage here. Oh, we're going into our Ariados right here, knowing we have a lot of energy still. Going to throw a Trailblaze here, takes one more bubble for it, but shielding, that is interesting because the second one is going to deal more damage than the first. That's what buffing is all about. Oh, trying to catch here. No, he waited a turn, but it got caught. The Trailblaze on the Moltres. Sneeuwman with the 500 IQ play, waiting a turn with his opponent and catching them.
Yes, but is this really a catch? Because this Trailblaze, oh, unfortunately, I was going to think the Ariados could make to another move, but no, it cannot. Bringing in the Azumarill here, potentially TragicComix wants fair play, wanting to show all his 3 Pokemon to Sneeuwman as well so that they can better prepare for the next matchup. In comes his Ancient Power. Let's see if it's going to be shielded. Yes, it's shielded by this Azumarill. It's will he get a boost here?
Boost?
No boost.
No boost, but we're still going to shield up this Ice Beam, trying to race to that Brave Bird to deal the heavy damage. And this is going to be shielded afterwards. Combo play! The Icy Wind is going to connect on Sneeuwman's Moltres, who can't believe it. So many Ice-type charge attacks in this game.
Yeah, but he still has 2 more Pokemon in play here. In comes the Azumarill. This Dugong is in, I think it's even in Ice Beam range, so maybe he wants to farm up a bit more energy, going for that play rough, and will be enough to knock out the Dugong and bring that Azumarill back into play.
Now, I don't know about the Ice Beam range. This is double resisted. Ice is the only typing that Ice resists, actually. Yep. So, would have been close because Azumarill, of course, is also not the attack powerhouse. And now, are we going to see a catch on Ariados? No, we're going to see a bubble down on the Ariados.
Yep. At this point, it does not matter. I think you have a shield advantage and a very healthy Azumarill. In comes this player up. Player up will be enough to knock out the Azumarill, or even maybe some survive with 1 HP. I was just going to say that, and that's exactly what happened. And that's also great information to have.
Yep. That is true. So you know a little bit better how much damage these attacks are going to do. For full transparency, I think that we believe this might be a rematchable game, because in the middle of this game, when Sneeuwman was attempting to throw a Trailblaze, he effectively lost 9 turns.
Yep. Probably the match is going to be under review. We have our judges who are going to come to the back and then try to see what happened here, how much delay was it, and how much that delay impacted the outcome of the game. It is what it is. We did see that TragicComix has prepared for a very, very strong late game there. Azumarill into the Galarian Moltres, and also Azumarill in... Once that Ariados was out of the way, the Azumarill was free. Yeah. So it could be a really interesting decision to see what the judges come up with.
I really like the backline that he brought against this Galarian Moltres, because it was so good in the first game. He just went, okay, Dugong and Azumarill, yes please. I thought they were enough to scare it away, you know. We talked about it a lot earlier. Bench pressure is a thing. If you have Dugong and the Azumarill on your team, you might think that your opponent is not going to bring the Galarian Moltres, but it is just too good.
It's also to deal with the Samurai in a way, right? We saw how much work the Samurai put in game number 1. It almost went through 2 Pokemon of Sneeuwman, so he wanted to check that with the Galarian Moltres. Yep. So he had to bring it to scare that Samurai away, and apparently it seemed to work, because game number 1 we saw the Samurai, game 2 nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, but we also have something. If you guys want to play, but you are not too sure if you want to participate in a regional yet, there are, of course, also amongst those 3 games, Go, TCG, and VG, local tournaments, and we have a little clip prepared for you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Well, there we can find those locations. You can scan this QR code and then you know where the locals in your area were. I personally love those tournaments, those cups and challenges. I find myself going with friends over to the Netherlands and to Belgium because they have the best locals. I'm playing versus Statistan, versus Inadequance, versus Toe Tactical, versus everyone Slowking. We have seen all of those trainers before, and it is so good to learn the game and sometimes even get far in those Super Stack tournaments.
Yeah, you also get championship points in the locals as well, so that's an added benefit. And one of the things that you see in locals and you get to experience in locals is that you are in close proximity with like really good trainers, trainers from who are more than happy to share their knowledge, their experience, their matchups and why they want to pick certain Pokemon and what they think of the meta. These are valuable information that you can collect and nitpick and make your own way of battling.
Yeah, and also those communities kind of grow to you as a family at some point. So after the tournament, you go have a nice dinner together, you spend some time with your friends and play Pokemon. What better use of a weekend day could you ever have?
Yeah. It's a lot of Pokemon, friendship, and a lot of social interaction. So it's always good. It's always good, and you also learn. For me, it's always a lot more about learning from the trainers. I work well.
And friendship? Really, Avi?
Yeah, sometimes, you know, if I meet Leo, then it's a bit difficult, but other than that, it's quite okay.
It is true, but I just remember the first locals that I played, the thrill of my first official play Pokemon tournament, basically. And I remember against my first opponent, I think the name was Hongerig, Cresselia mirror match, immediate Moonblast debuff. I just knew it. It had to happen. I had to win that one.
I think my first local tournament was in a grassroots circuit, and that was 5 years ago. I still remember I was doing quite okay, and then I go to, let's say, winner semifinals, and I was really nervous. Like, my hand was like shaking while trying to scan the QR code back in the day, and it was an experience and a half. And I honestly, if I hadn't gone to the local, if I hadn't pushed myself to go to a local, I would not be where I am today. It is the best place to start. It is the best place to test yourself. It's the best place to learn.
It is so valuable to play against great trainers. Like, I have played versus, for example, the Dutch GOAT, Colin, multiple times already, and every single time, sometimes I won as well, but every single time afterwards you get to analyze your games with the best trainers in the world, and you're like, hey, if I had done this switch differently, or if I had baited there or something, there was a win condition, and then they give you their opinion on the game. And of course, talking about the game, let's go right back into Sneeuwman versus TragicComix, because this is going to be a rematch.
Yeah, a rematch indeed. We saw Vani, one of the judges who's been in the circuit since the beginning, and he's also a very good and decorated player in grassroots tournaments as well.
Also in Play Pokemon, he was the runner-up in Bilbao.
Yeah, also in Play Pokemon. So I think he's best poised to judge all these rematches as well. So all the efforts from the judges, they make this tournament run as smooth as we see it. So we have this matchup again. Let's see if these two trainers agree to go with the same lineup, or will they opt to change and go with a completely different strategy.
That is going to be very interesting to see, because I think the lineup was advantageous for TragicComix. We have said this earlier. The Galarian Moltres is really, really strong, but there are kind of soft answers to it. I mean, completely from the start scenarios, Azumarill and Dugong are very positive matchups, but I think that we are ready to go right into the game. Let's take a look at those teams, and it is definitely not the same team, because we have Kanto, Merak versus Malamar.
Yep, this is a very neutral matchup for both these Pokemon. Look at those charge attacks adding up on both sides. Let's see who throws the charge attack first. Marowak goes for it before the Malamar. This is going to be no shielded by Sneeuwman, and it's going to do a ton of damage.
Oh, and I think if you connect this here, you throw another one. Do you actually just shield here? No, he's actually also going to let it go. Accept it as a foul play, as quite the decent damage here. And do you get to another one? Oh, it farms down with the Mud Slap. I thought it was going to hang on at 1 HP. Throws a Bone Club into the Dugong immediately.
Wow, that is amazing matchup knowledge here. We were both thinking, is this enough to knock out? It's a no-shield, but that one Mud Slap coming through and taking it out here. Ariados coming into the Dugong. Dugong has a little bit of energy lead, but this is going to be a charge attack try. But unfortunately, TragicComix opting to throw this Trailblaze, boosting the Ariados to give him the advantage in this matchup.
He effectively lost one turn there, because he had to throw after 5 Poison Stings, and now he's immediately swapping out, dealing so much damage to the Dugong. Now this is going to be an attack debuff, very scary. Ooh, on the Samurott, swapping out into his own Ariados as well, so these Hydro Cannons don't hurt as much. And both trainers still have their shields. You have to start shielding, guys.
Yep, you have to start shielding, but this is a debuffed Hydro Cannon, and he does pull up a shield. I think he hurt you this time around, so very good gameplay there, Leo. But in going for the lunge here, further trying to debuff this Samurott. Samurott is pulling up a shield, because his lunge would have potentially put it in a range where it would be Poison Sting down.
And the thing is, TragicComix still has an almost full HP Ariados in the back. Goes for another Hydro Cannon here. This is also going to be shielded because Sneeuwman says, hey, I want to debuff you as much as possible before you are going to connect those Hydro Cannons. Goes for a Trailblaze catch here on the Ariados. And this is very interesting because this deals no damage whatsoever. Now, how much damage does TragicComix have left on this Ariados? Nothing at all. We're going to see a boosted lunge thrown into the Ariados of TragicComix, but he still has a shield. But do you want to shield this?
Yeah, he still has a shield here, but this is going to put it very deep into the red, I think. But at this point, you want to save that shield for this Samurai at the back. Goes for a lunge here. No catch by Sneeuwman. He does not have any protect shields to hide behind. Lunge going in from this Ariados, putting it in the yellow. This is still very healthy.
Yeah, and I think that TragicComix should have maybe... Oh no, actually it was very well calculated to not throw the lunge immediately, because now this is less of a farm down for Sneeuwman here. But he still goes...
Switch clock is almost up. Will this be... Oh!
Big farm down.
So close, big farm down, but he is very close to Hydro Cannon. At this point, this is where you pull up your shield. Dugong is still in the red and is at a Hydro Cannon range, so energy management is going to be critical on how this late game pans out. But no, Ariados gets to a move and it's charge attack priority and Samurott wins it. Gets rid of this Ariados. Let's see how far away from another charge attack is this Dugong. Dugong will be coming in here. It needs 4 ice shots. 1, 2, oh,
no, this is 3. This is 3, it just barely outpaces. The drill run is going to knock out the debuffed Samurott. This was 1 turn different. It came down to the absolute wire, and Sneeuwman is going to advance to winners round 4 with a very impressive 2-0.
What a game indeed. I think Sneeuwman thinks Sneeuwman does not believe it. It was so close. Such an exciting adrenaline-pumping game there. What a game, so close. 1 turn different made everything.
Look at how happy he is. And this is where matchup knowledge also really comes into play, because he was on what we call the 4 cycle of Dugong. Usually you take 5 ice shards to go to a fast attack, charge attack. But if you did this once already, you have some energy left. And then you only need 4 more ice shards, which is 12 turns to get to the next attack. And he already had 1 in.
Yeah, he had 1 in, and that made all the difference there. Energy management, getting that 1 extra ice shot and going into the next matchup, trying to set up your Pokemon to success in the late game. That's exactly what Sneeuwman did. It's banking all that energy onto the Ariados, forcing the Samurott to throw on charge attack priority, because if the Samurott had just 1 more Fury Cutter, just 1 more, then this game was done for 1 turn, half a second.
Only 1.
Only 1.
Only 1. There can be only 1 turn, and that wasn't it. But we have seen the Samurott bringing this very, very close. It is very unfortunate for TragicComix that he did not get the win here, because the Samurott caught us by surprise in the team preview, and it really delivered, to be honest.
Yep, it really delivered, and bringing in the Marowak as well. So what a game. That's all that decided the charge attack tie there for TragicComix in game number 1. Sneeuwman winning the charge attack try and getting this game out of bounds for TragicComix. Game number 2, it was all about that survive for this Marowak, getting to that Bone Club on the Dugong, putting it in a range where it's got a disadvantage. But you see this,
there it was.
This is the 1 ice shot that made all the difference. Yeah. He was dejected, but that ice shot won him the game.
That is true. The damage wasn't too important then. But to be honest, if he didn't take the Bone Club damage, then it would have not been enough to throw a Hydro Cannon as well. But there we can see this great catch to the Trailblaze, double resisted on that Ariados, but didn't do enough. And there you can see TragicComix now, hey, I was so close to winning this, but Dugong just had the move.
But this was one of the highlights today. I think this is a very, very closely played game. A lot of good energy management, a lot of good Pokemon management as well. You saw none of these trainers running the same teams 2 times as well. You saw different Pokemon bringing in that Kanto Marowak as well in game number 3 as the lead, even though we saw Sneeuwman running really strong against it. So it's setting it up. He's setting up game 1, set up game 2, and set up game 3 for success. But unfortunately, maybe TragicComix might feel hard done by, because game number 2 rematch was, I think, in a way, for me personally, was in his favor.
And what I also like about this matchup, there is so many different ways to play out these matchups, especially the Malama into the Marowak. So he actually let the Marowak throw the Bone Club first, which is already interesting because he reaches the foul play at the same time. but his opponent is always going to throw one more Mud Slap in case he wants to throw an alignment and then gets an extra energy and damage through. But he could have also just thrown a superpower or a foul play, rather superpower in that scenario, and then switch out into one of the bulkier Pokemon immediately to take less damage on the Malamar, to use this bulk of, for example, a Dugong.
Yeah, I'm wondering in this matchup, would it have made sense that, yes, you won your switch with Malamar, right? And then you have two very good answers for the Dugong. It would have made a lot of sense for TragicComix to just save that Bone Club and go immediately into the Ariados or that Samura to cement that matchup as well. I think that could have been a heads-up play. We already saw this happen once today, and I think that play would have probably cemented this matchup for TragicComix. I'm sure he's going to look back into this matchup, think about this, and make sure he makes the right corrections in the losers round.
There is so many ways to play that out. I don't even know what I would have done if I was in these trainers' positions. We have already seen very interesting battles. One of the battles was piloted by the first world champion ever, Dancing Rob, and we have a little trainer spotlight for you about Robert.
My name is Robert Wasmar. I'm also known as Dancing Rob in the Pokemon Go community, and I've been the 2022 Pokemon World Champ. So I started playing Pokemon Go as everyone in 2016 for a few weeks. And in 2019, my friends from university actually told me, hey, that game is pretty cool. There's a few new features, you might want to try it out. So I started playing again in February 2019, and I had my first community days, and that was also when PvP came out. And I quickly realized that I much prefer playing PvP against my friends and actually interacting with them. When the Pokemon Go tournaments were included in the official circuit in the 2022 season, I wasn't actually too sure whether I wanted to play them, because I never had much experience with the whole official Pokemon tournaments, and I was just playing with my friends mainly. When I saw the first stream from Liverpool, which was a community stream back then from Pokemon Go, me and all my friends got hyped. And I was like, yeah, I want to participate in that as well, it seems fun. And then I actually went to my first tournament with all my friends at the European International Championship. Not expecting a lot, but actually I had a very decent day one. Day two, I was still able to win 3 more matches, barely get my Worlds invite on the very first tournament, which was kind of cool. So when Worlds came, I wasn't too sure how good I can actually be, because I didn't have that much of practice the month before, because I was busy with university. I also lost my first match pretty early in double elimination, so when I went down in the tournament already in the 3rd round, and I was only top 24 at this point, I wasn't too sure how far I can actually go, but then my mentality kind of swapped and I was, okay, I can win that game. And basically going from game to game was like, okay, maybe I can win the next game, maybe I can win the next game. At the top 4 match against my friend James, also known as Lurgan Rocket. Our game basically went down to a 50-50 call in the end, and when I actually was able to overcome that game with some risky plays and was about to face the 2 players from APAC that have never lost so far, and I was like, no way I can beat them. But when I went to the games then, and I had my mentality again just to win every single game, I made the riskiest plays with double swaps that weren't seen before. I made some great catches, and when I actually was able to pull that off in the losers finals against Crescent Angels, that was when I had the first idea of actually being able to just need to win the grand finals. My match in the finals, actually, it wasn't as hype as the previous 2. I had an early 2-0 lead, and I actually felt like, okay, maybe that can go into the right direction, and it all felt pretty even. And it could have gone in either direction, but of course I'm very happy with how it ended, and that I was able to actually win the World Championship with my plays that day. So after the World Championship, I was first very euphoric, and I was debating what I want to do now. Do I want to play again? Do I want to try defend my title? What do I want to do? And what really makes Pokemon Go so special is the community. And since my very good friends were starting to actually judge in Pokemon Go, I was trying to get there too. And when I attended these events, I wasn't actually interested in judging. I was more interested in actually doing the stream stuff, which was my experience mainly at these events as well. And when I saw that there were spots open to actually try and have others enjoy these events and give others the opportunity to enjoy the stream, that was actually my way to have others have the enjoyable experience that I had, and I was actually able to help them, which is pretty cool to me.
Welcome back, trainers! Here we are again. We had some really great battles there. We had a great interview with Dancing Rob that you just saw there. He played his first match on stream again today. Unfortunately, he lost, but he will be in many more tournaments, so definitely will be back on stream. And he's still in, right? He's still in that loose bracket.
I really liked what he had to say, too. Is like having that experience of being the world champion. He wanted other people to have that experience as well. This is actually his first regional competition he's ever competed in because he got his qualification at one of the international championships, and then he just went on from there.
Exactly. Like, Rob is a talent to look forward to, right? He's trying to beat the washed allegations, and he hasn't been successful now, but perhaps soon. Anyway, we're going to have our next matchup up soon, and it's going to be a really good one. We have Chun, and we know him for using Pokemon like the Dena and Lurantis. Very spicy Pokemon that Chun likes to use. And then the other player, can you tell us about the other player?
I can, because if we're talking about how this is Dancing Rob's actual first regional competition, this is actually our next opponent's first competition as well. His trainer name is Boom20. And if you are not familiar with the name, you might need to get familiar with it because he has been taking the stage by storm so far. He's been 2-0ing all of his opponents. He's very well known within the grassroots scene, but like I said, this is his first tournament, and we're really anxious to see how he will do against Chun, someone who's been around for a while and really known for using some of that spice. But if you look, Martijn, I don't see a lot of spice on Chun's side, actually. That looks like a pretty meta and well thought out team.
Boom must be relieved there's no Lurantis because he had two water types there, a Malamar, and generally the Lurantis has Fury Cut as the fast attack, which is a bug type fast attack, and that means it's double super effective into the Dark and Psychic type from Malamar, making it a very effective counter there. But Chun didn't bring it. He brought Superior instead, which still is okay into Malamar, but it's not Lurantis.
Right, I mean, I think a lot of times trainers have some of their signature Pokemon, right? But then when they don't bring it, it takes some of their opponents a little bit by surprise. I think Boom maybe a little bit by relief. But I think of other trainers like a Mind Joke, who is really known for bringing Alolan Sandslash. But he said it earlier, no, it's too meta right now. I can't bring it.
It's too meta. I guess we've been giving a hard time because it has very polarizing matchups. But a Mind Joke last time in Dortmund did really well. And speaking of the achievements of these players, Boom, of course, is first regional, but Chun, on the other hand, has played in a couple. He reached top 3 in Bochum 2023, again, with those spicy Pokemon. Let's take a closer look at the teams here. The team on the left from Chun has a lot of similarities with that of Loudjazz that we saw in Louisville, right? With that Drapion, Toxapex, Dugong. I think Dugong is one of the better Pokemon right now, having great play into Pokemon like Drapion and Malamar that are so common right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these team compositions and you see, okay, there are some actual similar Pokemon. We'll have to see if there's similar Pokemon on the field, because here we are jumping right into the matchups here. We have a horrible lead for Chun there with that Mandibuzz up against the Azumarill here. I think we're going to see a quick pivot into one of the safest swaps we have in this meta, being that Shadow Drapion.
Drapion is a very safe swap indeed, because it has so few hard counters. Its only weakness is ground, and that is incredible, right? The only counter that Boom really has is Dunsparce, which has ground coverage, but isn't exactly outputting a lot of ground type damage. So that makes Drapion very safe indeed. It does only have resisted charge attacks in this matchup, so Boom was very comfortable taking some damage and then swapping into the Ariados. We've seen so much Ariados today, and I think it makes sense because it's so good into Pokemon. Just like Dugong, it's really good into Water-type Pokemon, good into Drapion, and also has play into Toxapex. And
I mean,
a Defense Drop.
If you look at that, we had a Crunch debuff there that is not very good for that Spider, but Boom, not really caring, going to go ahead and lower the attack with that lunge here onto the Drapion. Not quite enough to knock out, and now we see a quick pivot, and the timers are actually misaligned because Boom stayed in very long with the Azumarill, but he's able to get off this lunge before the Mandibuzz even gets to an attack.
The timers were misaligned because that Azumarill from Boom threw a charge stack first, so that means that it takes a few more seconds to get that swap up, and looks like Chun not even trying to time his attack well. Generally you want to throw one Snow for 2 Poison Sting, but look at that. Throws the attack immediately. He wants to get as much out of this Mandibuzz as possible. But Boom, look at this. Makes the swap. He knows the count of that Mandibuzz. And now Chun is stuck in this matchup. These players are dancing around with their Pokemon.
Yeah, I think this is one thing that is really interesting to see. Now that we have the 50-second timer, it makes for a lot more engaging play. The Mandibuzz has been in already a little bit, but if you look, that switch timer is almost up already. Able to throw 2 charge attacks to be able to just stall out that clock a little bit, and we might see another quick pivot by Chun into the Pokemon. That's exactly it. We're going to see the third here, that Quagsire coming in.
Preserving the Mandibuzz there may be useful for later. The Quagsire is such a safe Pokemon for Chun as well, because there hardly is any counter on Boom's team for it. There's only the Ariados that has Trailblaze, the Grass-type charge stack that does double super effective on the Quagsire. But that's already so low now. Going for charge stack priority on the Stone Edge here, going for the Protect Shield. Boom wants to get his charge stack off.
Boom wants to be able to get a lot of damage or get a shield from that Quagsire here. He knows he's at the attack, but Azumarill plays us a lot slower here. Does Chun want to use his last shield, or will he let that Quagsire go?
Does this knock out? This is gonna get really close. It barely doesn't knock out. In fact, Boom can switch out, and the Poison Stings, they're resistant, but the Quagsire cannot get into a charge stack. Chun goes down with that Aqua Tail.
Aqua Tail down, too bad. Mandibuzz coming back in, but there is an attack from the drop-down that doesn't really do that much damage. The Shadow Pokemon do 20% more, but they are taking 20% more in return. Chun just wants to hold on to that shield here, knowing that's not enough to knock out, but there's not a lot of left in the tank for either of the Pokemon on his side.
Finally, he's using the Protect Shield, man. I was like, when are you gonna use it? Your Pokemon's almost out of health here. He's gonna try to get to 2 Area Ace here, but I think that Boom is 1 poisoning away from that Aqua Tail. In fact, 2 Area Ace doesn't do a lot of damage, so 2 areas might actually not be even enough to take out this Drapion here.
I don't even think it's close. Look at this play.
Wait, he has an attack sword!
A quick pivot by Chun. They're being able to get this Aqua Tail up. I'm actually, again, not even sure if this is quite enough to take it out, but there's gonna be so close
Oh,
to the end.
it knocks out! It knocks out! Wow, what a great play by Chun. But there's so much energy on Zyrus, and he has 2 attack. Boom, making such an incredible play. These players are dancing around with that energy. Lunge takes out this Drapion, and he has another one for the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz comes in, but it's not gonna hang on to this Lunge here.
And not only is this Lunge a bug-type attack to a dark-type Pokemon, it is already enough to knock it out, and Boom 20 takes game number 1.
Wow, that Ariados taking Mandibuzz to Lunge there, taking it down. Look, if you haven't heard of Boom yet, you will now.
I mean,
he's such a good player, and he showed it in the first battle now. Even though he had such a good lead, Chun almost came back there, right? He led the Mandibuzz into the Azumarill from Boom, and Chun made it so close despite that battle. He's just dancing around with that energy and really relying on his safe Pokemon that are both the Drapion and the Quagsire, because there's not really any hard answers to those on Boom's team.
I think this game itself was a really good showing of energy management by both trainers, right? You know, you saw that even though Chun had a very not good lead with that Mandibuzz into the Azumarill there, he was able to really come back. He was able to store energy on that Drapion later to knock out Boom's Drapion, but in the end, Boom just had too much energy on that Ariados.
And Ariados is just so good here, right?
It's just so good here.
Right, look at this team. There's not even really a hard answer to it. Toxapex has resisted Poison Jab on the Ariados. Mandibuzz just gets debuffed by all the Lunge to the point where the Area Ace don't do that much damage, even though it's super effective. Dugong takes super effective from the Trailblaze. Quagsire, we don't want to see a Trailblaze on that generally. Well, you might if you're a Boom, not if you're a Chun. Superior has about no play into Ariados.
I think that if we're going ahead and taking a look at the team, it is a little bit different, right? Malamar is also a Pokemon that has just been really making side waves into this type of meta, but I don't know. There is actually a funny story because I know Boom because of these grassroots tournaments and his favorite Pokemon. Malamar was actually one of his favorite Pokemon that he liked to play before it got the Sidewave update even. And then when it became popular, he said, no, I think it's going to be too popular and everyone's going to bring counters to Malamar instead of actually bringing Malamar itself. So he was very fearful of bringing that Pokemon. Looks like a last minute adjustment on his team. And I mean, so far, I haven't seen the Malamar play, but it does look like maybe his team has been serving him quite well in this tournament.
I mean, what are Malamar counters really?
Yeah.
We've seen it have play even in some of its worst matchups, such as Azumarill and Drapion. I remember in Dortmund when Stone Collection baited the Drapion from Javier, from Latam, twice, and he would have won Switch if Javier didn't catch the last superpower. Just shows the versatility of Malamar. But here we go, decisive game number 2. It's the Shadow Drapion Mirror!
While this might seem a little bit scary on paper, I think the big question will be which one wins charge attack priority. We didn't see them on even energy at the beginning. Looks like we're not even going to get to see it at this point in the matchup either, with Chun deciding to throw that Aqua Tail first. Aqua Tail will do a nice chunk of damage, but definitely not enough to knock out that Drapion here. And Boom is just continuing to gain up a little more energy.
This might come down to charge attack priority, and the Drapion winning this matchup comes out with quite some help. I think Chun will really need it though, because that Ariados in the back from Boom is looking so scary.
You can see him nodding here. He knows that he wins that charge attack priority, forcing at least a shield.
Oh, this is so good for Boom, because now he can decide to use a shield as well, or try to fight for switch advantage. No, let's go immediately. Amanda, I think it's spider time.
I think, but Boom, we saw in game 1, energy management. I think that, oh my goodness, proving us both wrong here, coming in with the Quagsire and being met now with the Dugong. But here's the thing, I mean, there is already a much-out advantage, and the Stone Edge is already loaded on this Shadow Pokemon here. No Protect Shield from Chun. This is going to do a lot of damage.
Here we go. Boom! So much damage from Boom's Quagsire there on that Dugong, and Chun is already a shield down, so that decision is so difficult to make. Boom is in such a good position here, but here comes that scary Icy Wind. Now you're stuck there. No, you're not, because the timer is up. Boom swaps out immediately and goes into the Ariados. Ariados has been the MVP in his previous match, and now going for that charge attack priority. Boom counting perfectly, going for the Trailblaze, which will also boost the attack of that Ariados. Here's the problem, Amanda. There's a Superior in the back.
Not only that, there is a shield that attacked Rose, but we're about to watch it go back down. The Icy Wind looks like it's going to connect with Ariados here. I really am interested in this play. What will Chun end up doing at this point? He's going to swap back into that Drapion, but there's still an energy advantage. Boom has 2 shields at this point. Is he going to use it? He's got to answer.
He is protecting the Spider, puts up the first Protect Web shield, and that will protect the Spider from his Aqua Tail. Now farming up more energy. I think Boom has a good feeling about this, going for charge attack priority again on the Trailblaze, which is resisted. Launch would have been neutral, but because it's knocks out anyway, he now boosts his attack even more, so the next charge attack will do even more damage on the incoming Pokemon. Chun waits out the clock because he may need to catch a charge attack here.
I love that play by Boom. You saw him do it against the Dugong earlier on, going for the Trailblaze, which is the more appropriate attack anyway, but he wanted to boost his attack. And then he did it again to the Drapion. Now there's no Protect Shields remaining. This is going to be even boosted from the Trailblaze, and it's connecting with that Superior.
That's not a lunch I would want to eat. That does so much damage. Even if Chun would be able to, I don't think he even gets a 2 area ace here, because the Poison Sting buffed are super effective on the Superior. Ariados has been making such a showcase here in Lille already.
And look at this, he's going ahead, trying to catch here, but Boom, patient as ever, might be able to completely Poison Sting down. 2 attacks loaded, only one of them needed, even none of them needed.
He doesn't even, he's saving time there, just Poison Stings down to Superior. And again, Boom, if you haven't heard of him yet, you will know this name now. He's been an excellent player in the grassroots format, and on his first play Pokemon tournament, already making it to the winners finals here in Lille. What a tremendous player.
I mean, Boom going boom there. We did see it happen. A lot of those attacks did so much damage to the Pokemon, and I think it was just, again, a masterclass on how to handle energy. Look, that Ariados had so much energy by the end. 2 lunges was even built up. Didn't need any of them. But I mean, think about that. Think about how the mastery behind, okay, I know that I can tank this charge attack, or I know that I can swap out at this point. I know that I win charge attack priority, so I'm going to wait until, you know, the next Pokemon has an attack and then throw to beat him.
I agree. The thing is, there was about no fast attack pressure from Chun's team on the Ariados, right? You have Mandibuzz as your best counter as a flying type Pokemon, but it has Snarl as the fast attack. That's a dark type fast attack, so not even super effective on the Ariados. It just gave Ariados so much momentum and time to just run through that team. Let's take a look here at the replays. The area ace from that Drapion didn't even do enough, and then going to take out this Drapion with the Aqua Tail, but little did Chun know there was so much energy still on the Ariados from Boom in this first game.
Yeah, it was a really nice combination play there, but in the end just wasn't quite enough, as Boom was able to take him out in that game. 1 for this and 1 lunge now for the Mandibuzz as well, securing that game number 1.
Showcasing his strongest pick, the Ariados, buffed with the Poison Sting. this season, has been making such a performance. In that second game, it was the Ariados just poison stinging down all the way. Chun trying to catch a charge, like, it didn't even matter. Boom, just poison sting down after trailblazing his attack all the way up on the Ariados. They just did too much damage, even resisted on the Shadow Drapion, and that's effective on the Superior. Bravo, bravo. It's spooky time. You see all these webs? These may be from Ariados. Ariados is present here.
Yeah, Ariados definitely has been like, oh, the spiders have been calling. I mean, if you looked at the combination of the teams, I do want to ask you, because we've seen so many Galarian Moltres. I mean, they're kind of hard to come by. You do need to use your daily incense to be able to even find one of those Galarian birds, being, you know, Articuno, Zapdos, or Moltres. But Chun uses the Mandibuzz on his team. Do you still think that Mandibuzz has a lot of play? Because at the beginning of the meta, everyone was thinking that it was going to be Mandibuzz, Clodsire, and Feraligatr. The show. This is the trio that we're going to see everywhere. And surprisingly, Mandibuzz has definitely been on the lowest end of those Pokemon.
I think that the Dark-type usage is definitely important, just so you have good play into Malamar. In fact, we can just take a look at how present Mandibuzz or other Pokemon are, because we have the meta usage for you. I'm really curious to see what we have here. Let's take a look. We have 150 trainers, and oh my goodness, look at that, Azumarill! It took the throne! It's the Pokemon that lasted so long in PvP, and it's the king again, or the queen.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the trio there, the Clodsire, Feraligatr, and Mandibuzz. They are actually all on this top usage, but the Galarian Moltres is above it on day 1 usage. This is crazy. Normally, it's reserved for day 2 Pokemon, it seems, but I think a lot of people have definitely been doing their daily instances to try to catch this Pokemon. But I also want to point out, yeah, like you said, the Azumarill, this is the first time that it's been in that #1 slot.
I'm speechless. If you saw my face right now, you're like, this guy's stuck. What the hell? Malamar, 48%, skyrocketed in usage. Ariados wasn't even top 12 on any day 1 so far. 31%. That is crazy. And yeah, Galarian Moltres, you'd think that this Pokemon is rare. It's more common than Mandibuzz.
That is really funny. And you mentioned in the pre-show that you think that there maybe is going to be an uprise in Steel-type Pokemon. Let's look at actually this meta, and I mean, I think that you're right. I think Steel definitely is starting to be able to have a place, and it shouldn't want to come back, especially I'm looking at like the Registeel, like Aeropuse in Louisville. I mean, there's a lot of potential for even more meta shakeups as this continues on.
At Skarmory from TomahawkUK as well in Baltimore looked really, or I think he also brought to Louisville.
I think he did, yeah.
It looked very good there as well. I heard there are some Magnezone running around. Every team has a ground-type Pokemon. If you look at like Azumarill, Malamar, even Dunsparce, Dugong, Feraligatr, Ariados, Toxapex, Superior is playable, Drapion, Galarian Moltres. These are like all good matchups for Magnezone.
Yes.
Are we going to see Paula today, you think? Does she have Magnezone?
You know what? I was looking at some of the people's team compositions they were showing me before the day. I at least know there is at least one Shadow Magnezone in this tournament. There's guaranteed to be at least one other person who's decided to cook up this for the tournament.
It's really interesting to see how this meta develops, right? Because Clodsire and Dunsparce used to be the on top of the meta every tournament so far, and now players have opted to bring Malamar and counter Malamar, because Azumarill's main role is to counter Malamar most of the time. There's also usually a poison type such as Ariados or Toxapex on the team, sometimes a grass type Pokemon as well, and Azumarill does not fare well into those. So Azumarill is both risky, but also you need to bring it to check dark type Pokemon. Dark type Pokemon are present. They're really present right now.
So that also brings me to another point. With Azumarill being so high, with open team sheets being available, Clodsire is one of the Pokemon that is really popular still in the meta, but it seems to have shifted between Sludge Bomb and Stone Edge as one of its attacks that it wants to use. If you're thinking of attacks on your Azumarill, is Hydro Pump a potential play?
Well, funny you say that. I don't know if you saw Louisville. Pranav got attacked by a Hydro Pump on his Alolan Sandslash, and if you saw his face, it was like, what? No! It was hilarious, but it just shows that it can still be a surprise if your opponent doesn't read the team sheet very well. Hydro Pump definitely has play if there are Pokemon like that Alolan Sandslash. But let's go into our next matchup. We have two regional champions.
Speaking of surprises here,
oh my goodness.
Look at the team. We were talking with Kazim earlier, and he said, now that I've won a regional competition, I might bring some interesting things. I'm seeing a couple of interesting things and a lot of ground coverage.
Well, Lou would be very happy to see that Gastrodon on Kazim's team. I think Kazim might be taking it a little bit less meta, or maybe this is meta call, right? That he goes for double ground. Shadow Hippowdon is actually better than you might think. It can win against Shadow Feraligatr in the 2-shield scenario. Now, there is none of that on Colin's team, so maybe not as necessary, but it also checks the Drapion really nicely. It paces really fast with Sand Attack as the fast attack, to Rock Weather Ball to cover flying type Pokemon such as Talonflame, and then you have Scourging Sense, which is arguably one of the best ground type charge attacks right now.
True.
Very efficient, plus a chance to drop the attack of the opponent.
I think a lot of times, like, people are thinking, okay, Shadow Drapion is used so often as that safe swap. What is something that counters that safe swap to make sure that they're not going to win that alignment? But looking at winners here, let's look at Colin Six, how happy he is right now. He is a regional event winner. He's the regional event winner in Lille, actually, this tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't have to remind me, knock me out. Yeah, he
Sorry about that,
he had a really
Martin.
strong performance at the time. And one thing Colin is really known for is taking someone else's team and then outperforming them with the team. He is like the best at this. He has won many championships so far. He's also been a finalist in Dortmund last season. And yeah, Colin is known to be a really good player. Brought the Shadow, Kanto Marowak, and Kazim on the other hand hardly ever had top cut up until the first tournament of the European Championships, which was Dortmund last time. I believe we guessed that as well, and we saw Kazim being so dominant there.
Kazim is a trainer he's been like, what I want to say is like very persistent, right? He's a trainer who everyone knows is good, but he didn't really have his breakout moment until Dortmund. And then being able to just completely crush all of his opponents, get that first place finish. And as you can see, he's got his favorite Pokemon, Whimsicott, on his, maybe not on his team, but it is as a supporter on the desk.
I feel like Kazim just, like, he unlocked his change when he dropped the Whimsicott. Like, now feel my full power. And Whimsicott wasn't there to hold him back, right? So he just brings a plushie now. It's like, okay, if I can't win with Whimsicott on my team, I'll bring it on the table, I guess. That's what I did with Pelipper as well in previous tournaments.
I'm actually very interested in this competition because when we had actually talked with Kazim earlier, he was talking about his teammates, and Colin is one of his teammates. And he said that out of all of his teammates, he has never beat David or Emmy Weedle, but he beats Colin all the time. So I'm wondering if he's actually quite comfortable in this seat playing against him in this tournament.
I don't think anyone's comfortable playing Colin. Like
that's
someone you know is really good and is capable of defeating anyone. But I think Kazim knows he's also capable of defeating anyone. He's been known to be a really good player in the Go Battle League, has reached the top of the leaderboard very frequently with spicy, unexpected Pokemon. So Kazim definitely capable of defeating Colin, in my opinion. But of course, that'll be up to these trainers to how that plays out, because it would also be no surprise to that Colin, also known as the final boss, if he takes it here.
I mean, Colin is the only champion in Europe to win 3 different regional competitions, so it will be interesting. He definitely wants to be able to maintain that momentum behind him, to be able to win Lille once again. He wants to maybe be a returning champion, or just get that fourth title of a first place.
That would be quite the accolades to add to your list. If we look at these teams, we have Shadow Hippowdon on the right we talked about, but on the left we have Shadow Marowak. And Marowak is very similar in performance, but Mudslap has been buffed this season and is even a stronger fast attack than Sand Attack is now. So I think that Shadow Marowak is the superior ground type choice between the two, but Hippowdon can be a surprise. You know what it is? It's fun.
Yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
I could see that. I mean, the fact that the Lyle Jeffs was using it and Nighttime Clasher was using it, getting those top cuts in Louisville, I think the big problem is not that people don't want to use it, they just don't know where to find it, right? They're not in any rocket grunts right now, so you need to be able to have one from a previous time. A lot of people evolved theirs when it was the event that they could evolve their Shadow, or
Cubone into Shadow Alolan Marowak,
but they did it to the Alolan Marowak rather than keeping it as a regular
It was the
Marowak.
better choice at the time, right?
Of
because
course.
it had Fire Spin and Shadow Bone. Shadow Bone, a very efficient charge attack, and such as is Shadow Ball on the Alolan Marowak. At that time, Bone Club was not a great charge attack, and now that it is actually quite efficient, paired with the very strong Mudslap fast attack, it makes Kanto Marowak such a great Pokemon. You also have Rock Slide coverage to, do good damage into Ariados, which you generally win already. But there's the Galarian Moltres, for example. That's going to be tough to deal with otherwise. Fun fact, Galarian Moltres, not that great into Kanto Marowak. because you generally don't want to throw your Brave Bird before the other Pokemon throws their Charge Attack, because Brave Bird drops your defense by 3 stages. But if you wait for them to throw a Rock Slide and land it, and then they start shielding after your Brave Bird, or sorry, if they shield your Brave Bird and just shield again, Kanto America Mud Slaps down the Galarian Moltres. It can win that matchup.
If you think about, of a dark and flying type Pokemon being taken down from the skies from a ground type, but let's see what they decided to bring into game number 1. We have that Shadow Dropion versus a shiny Gyarados.
This is a very neutral matchup. Colin is probably very familiar with this from other formats. The thing is, oh, looks like, yeah, that's what I thought. You probably want to throw your Aqua Tail before Kazim goes for the lunge from the Gyarados, because the lunge will drop the attack from the Drapion. And now you get the full damage from this Aqua Tail.
He looked to, he was waiting to see, didn't want this lunge to be caught on anything, but Colin not even bothering to put up that first Protect Shield here. He knows it's not going to be able to knock him out. He knows he's going to get his attack lowered no matter what, but as you can see, he will be able to outpace at this time, and he's going for that crunch right beforehand.
I just want to point out that we just started the day, right? And we already have 2 players that are waiting a turn to see if their opponent catches. Colin very visibly waiting, and getting the defense drop kind of evens the stage again between these 2 Pokemon. Going for the lunge again. Kazim goes for the lunge here, but Colin didn't go for the Charge Attack already, knowing he would lose that. So didn't throw his Charge Attack, now is able to farm some more energy on the Shadow Drapion. And waiting again, he really wants to get rid of this because he doesn't need overfarm.
He wants to make sure that this Gyarados goes away, goes back to its web. Looks like it is going to do just that, but the Drapion doesn't have a lot. And an immediate pivot by both players here into the Dugong. I mean, we've seen some Mandibuzz matchups in the past. We've seen some Lickitung matchups. Welcome to the Dugong show.
Yeah, this might take a while. Dugong has Ice Shard as the fast attack, and this is double resisted on, well, other Dugong. So that's gonna take a while, especially if these strange will go Ice Witch. Now, I don't expect them to do that. Look at that. Even in this matchup, Colin is so patient. He is still waiting a turn and then throwing the Druid, and Kazim is just like, you know, Kazim, you have the time to think here. I'll say that especially. But what do you expect here in the back as Kazim? Because he has that Gastrodon. There's not anything left on Colin's team, really, that could hard beat the Gastrodon. Besides the Gyarados, maybe, because Gyarados has the double super effective Trailblaze.
Yeah, I think that because you can see he already has his head a little bit in his hand. He's doing a bit of debating. Colin going for a lot of energy before throwing this drill run. Again, look at these Pokemon. Kazim's is still in the green. This will just knock it down to the yellow. But you're absolutely right. It's given him a lot of time to think. He's almost at another attack here. Looks like he woke up. We talked about waiting a turn. Yeah. We just saw another one here before this drill run goes through. No shield by Colin 6, but the Dugong has put in a lot of work. And I think that at this point, he can at least kind of dictate what the energy is going to. It's going to be that Malamar.
And swapping immediately into the Gastrodon. Kazim doesn't want to be farmed down by the Malamar. Malamar's size just comes out so fast. Yeah, what I wanted to see previously if was Colin was going to like adapt into the turn waiting. Now here, you can't really wait a turn because Malamar has a 1-turn fast attack, which goes really fast.
You see the side waves going whoosha into the screen here. Body slam coming through. 1 Protect Shield left. If this is an Earth Power, it would be able to knock out. And it thinks it just might be, but it is not. It was a bait.
And Body Slam has been nerfed this season. It doesn't do that much damage. Going for the superpower right before that next attack. And Kazim knows. Kazim knows. If he doesn't throw now, that Colin will get to the next superpower. So he has to make a decision here. Does Colin go for it? Oh no, Kazim waited too long. He knows. Kazim waited too long. He was expecting the catch from Colin, and Colin was like, nah, I'm just gonna go for the superpower. Superpower goes through, knocks out the Gastrodon. There's not a lot left on this Dugong, but the Malamar is double. Team of, can it get the Ice Shard down? Can it get there? Can it get the Ice Shard down? No, it gets the superpower.
Colin 6's Malamar pows 1, pows twice, pows 3 times, takes game number 1 as the Dugong goes down. Incredibly close matches between these 2 trainers.
Wow, when Kazim was looking to have it, the final boss maneuvers through this matchup. Kazim expected something to happen from Colin, and Colin just was like, well, if he throws, he throws.
I mean, we saw it in Dortmund. To be able to catch on Kazim is very difficult because he is always anticipating that the other trainer is either going to try to catch or do something to outmaneuver a typical game play. That's why when you were watching those battles, it looked like they were pausing, and essentially they were. They weren't tapping their screens. They weren't letting a fast attack go through because they wanted to see what their opponent was doing. Unfortunately for Kazim, like you said, he needed to throw immediately to get that Malamar out of the way, but it was also potential that Colin could have caught on his Drapion. So I mean, it was a tough call. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to take it, but Colin, I mean, that was a fantastic game number 1.
And the thing is, that's what Kazim actually did when he threw the first charge attack. He threw immediately after the charge attack from Colin. So maybe he expected Colin to him to throw immediately, and that just didn't happen. Colin making, I don't know if Colin counted or if he just made a prediction there, right? It could also be that Colin had no clue that Kazim was at the Earth Power now and just went for the Superpower. Either way, worked out for him.
I mean, I think a big thing is like a lot of times, yes, you're playing against specific Pokemon, but sometimes you're playing against a specific trainer as well. These two have definitely battled against each other before. They might have even scrimmed against each other to get a feel for this tournament. And if that is the case, then of course you know, yes, okay, he's going to wait a turn. He's not going to throw right away. And being able to kind of mix up your playstyle, especially against opponents you play very often, I mean, that can be the difference maker in this type of tournament.
We see here that Gastrodon has Earth Power. What are your thoughts on Earth Power over the Water type Charge Attack Water Pulse? Do you think Earth Power is better in this meta?
I do because of, basically because of the Clodsires, right? I mean, Body Slam is the bait move that you need for sure, but then being able to hit back to at least Clodsire or something like that, I mean, to be fair, the Water Pulse would actually do a decent amount. I guess a conversation for another day.
For another time. Here we go. The same leads as in game number 1. We have Shadow Drapion into Ariados. Do we see Colin make the same play here? Yes, he waits a turn again and then goes for the Aqua Tail. I can assure you this is not a replay.
This will connect just like it did game number 1, but I will have to see how these two trainers will end up playing things out a little bit differently, going for that lunge once again, and again, no protection. Are you sure this isn't the same game? Is this a Freaky Friday?
It is not the same game because this time Colin didn't bring Malamar, he brought Ariados instead. And are all Ariados shiny today, Amanda? Because the Ariados from Colin is also shiny.
Apparently you can only catch shiny Ariados here. Going for the Protect Shield, it does get the, and it once again getting that defense drop. That is not great for Kazim. They're forcing him to again throw because the next attack would be enough to knock him out. So far these two trainers are playing it out exactly the same, but like Martine pointed out, the backlines are a little bit different, but these trainers don't know it.
Oh,
this time,
the catch on the Dugong. What a great catch from Kazim there. That is resisted damage. I didn't exactly catch if he was waiting a turn with Colin there, but this is not that bad for Colin per se. Now he can align his Ariados where he wants to, but Dugong is not the worst in this matchup per se, just because of its bulk, but Ariados is going to outpace, and I believe wins the scenario where no shields are used, and also the scenario where one shield is used.
I mean, at this point, there was an Ice Shard advantage, but it wasn't quite enough to be able to outpace, to be able to get to this attack first. Trailblaze did boost that Ariados, but now it's going to be a debuff from the Icy Wind. But guess what? There's already some more loaded. We saw this in an earlier game with Boom versus Chun there. Just being able to get a little bit extra energy, boost your attack with the Trailblaze at the end to a Dugong is going to prove really nice for Colin because he still has so much energy, and now his Poison Stings are doing even more.
Let's see another lunge coming through here. Colin just letting it go. The problem is if you don't have any Pokemon left, you can't clear your debuff anymore. Now he still has the Drapion to clear that, but that's very low. So what do you bring in here? Bringing in the Drapion now to try and knock out quickly. Going into, tried to take out that Drapion in one Musclap in a surprise, but Colin, with extremely quick reflexes, swaps immediately into the Dugong and goes for the Ice Wind just before Kazim can get to his first charge attack.
Icy Wind will be able to debuff this Gastrodon, so no matter what, the Body Slam nor the Earth Power are going to be hitting as heavy as it would have beforehand. Earth Power looks like it is going through. This is the heavier hitting attack from the Gastrodon, and no shield from Colin, so even though it has been debuffed a little bit, it's still going to do a nice chunk of damage.
Just a chunk though. Dugong is so bulky, and with that Ice Wind debuff, it just makes it such an excellent pick, right? Go for the Duron this time because it does more damage than Ice Wind. Kazim does put up protection regardless because he doesn't have a lot of health or Pokemon left, right? The Ariados is also at low HP, is able to get to another Earth Power. The timer's not up yet for Colin. Actually trying to get the Muscle down. No, he's a double Body Slam here.
He's at double Body Slam. One Protect Shield left on Colin's side, but none on Kazim's. He's going to go ahead and let this go through. I think this is going to be so close. The Drapion does have some energy involved. Looks like he's going to throw first.
He let a Musclap through. That might be crucial here because now I think that the Drapion may get Poison Sting down before we'll be able to get to a charge deck. It needs 3 Poison Sting to get this next Aqua Tail. Can Ariados farm down? Yes, Ariados takes game number 2 for Kazim. The score is now tied up.
Kazim, the calculated, let's call it there.
Yeah.
He recognized, okay, I am more comfortable, even though I have the attack on my Gastrodon, I'm not going to throw it because if he throws right away, I'm going to be able to get that Mud Slap damage through, and that's exactly what happened.
Amanda Bus, I really like the name that you gave him there, the calculated one. I like to call Kazim like that because he likes to visibly count the whole time, right? He is very much aware of the counts, knows all the counts, and that is such a strong asset to your gameplay. Just knowing where all the energy is from your opponent allows you to maintain your energy so efficiently and also know when to throw your charge attack. That is such a strong thing to have as Kazim here.
As a reminder, Kazim, since he won in Dortmund, he is automatically already qualified for world competition in Anaheim. But I am loving that he's not letting his foot off that gas pedal there. He's saying, okay, I'm at the top of my game right now, and I want to stay that way. He's really playing absolutely incredible through this tournament from what we've seen so far. But I mean, this is the group finals.
And the final ball's not going to stop him, right?
The final
ball's not going to stop him. The score is tied up here. Kazim is a newcomer. Well, I would say newcomer because he just won a regional versus a person who won 3 championships already. So not really backing down for that. Look at the plushie there. That's like their mascot from these 2 players' teams. This Pokemon is not in Go just yet, but they really love it. Maybe we'll see it one day.
I mean, it also kind of joins into this scary theme, right? So it's nice, it's nice that they're helping to contribute here in Lille. But speaking of scary, I mean, how scared do you have to be either one of these trainers right now in this competition? It's a big moment, right? If you win the next game, you're guaranteed to go into day 2. But if you lose this, you'll be dropped down to the loser's bracket in this double elimination tournament. So you still have a chance to, I mean, make it to day 2, even win the tournament, but you're going to have to face many more opponents.
I'm surprised that Colin hasn't brought that Shadow Marowak just yet, just because it's so good into Pokemon like Ariados. Well, Trailblaze is super effective, but generally Kanto Marowak would win that. It's good into Toxapex, and I guess he's fearing the Dugong mostly. The thing that Kanto Marowak has over Gastrodon is that Bone Club is so much better than Body Slam. That's for later. Oh my goodness, here we have it. Ariados from Colin into the Shadow Hippowdon from Kazim.
We're going to see what, I mean, it's not very often you see a Shadow Hippowdon. An immediate swap out for the Dugong here. As you can see, super effect damage. But look how quickly he paces here before an Icy Wind is even going through. This Weather Ball will connect, and boom, that does quite a bit of damage to a Dugong.
So efficient, right? Going into his own Dugong now. This is great for Kazim to just soak up damage. I also want to point out that the Ice Shard damage that Colin did with his Dugong on the Shadow Hippowdon may be crucial for later, because this puts Hippowdon very close to 1 Trailblaze range. That might be very important for soon, because after this I think that the Ariados will come back in from Colin. And it's also great for Colin because now his Kanto Marowak, he also brought his ground type in the back, avoids the duel from Kazim. I think Kazim is like hoping that, or sorry, Kazim is expecting Colin to try and bait out the Ariados, but it's the Kanto Marowak in the back.
Tricks, mind games here in Lille. This Dugong is getting low, but there's so much energy on Kazim's side. I wonder if he'll try to throw right beforehand or if he's going to be able to comfortably tank another drill run, because his Dugong is getting low as well. I think you're absolutely right, Martin, but Kazim wants to make sure that the Ariados doesn't get very much farm off of his Dugong here. He's at 2 attacks.
Oh no! He didn't throw the charge attack! Oh, Kazim! That is so important too, because it's super effective damage you could have dealt into this Kanto Marowak. Now going into the Ariados. But this is not a great matchup for the Ariados, even though you have super effective Trailblaze. Going for the lunge. Oh no! A Mud Slap goes through. Ariados takes all the mud to the face here.
This is sometimes what happens when you have a 2-turn versus a 3-turn here. He is able to boost his attack, but that extra energy on Colin's side is going to prove pretty vital for him there. Going for the heavy-hitting attack and getting the shield from Kazim here. This is big. Kazim right now has kind of let some things fall. The wheels have a bit fallen off the wagon. Let's see how he makes it to, back on the road.
This Bone Club is debuffed, but still would do a lot of damage, swapping into the opponent to get an energy advantage, and going into the Ariados now, but there's no shields for Kazim, going for the Rock Weather Balls. Colin still has his Protect shields, and this is a great time to use them. Here's the thing, because of all those Ice Shards I talked earlier about from the Dugong on the Shadow Hippowdon, this Hippowdon, I think this is Trailblaze range.
This might be, there's no Protect shields remaining on Kazim's side. Colin still has one. So much energy on the Ariados here, being able to Trailblaze, knock it out, and I think Colin is definitely in the driver's seat, even though the wheels might not be on the wagon.
Going for another lunge here. I think Kazim's trying to go for a Trailblaze there. Kazim's not tapping right now. I don't think this lunge knocks out just yet. It is resist. Maybe it does. Maybe it does. It does actually knock out. It is buffed, and it means that the final boss, Colin, takes this match.
Colin says, I see your calculated plays, Kazim. Very well done, but let me tell you what, I was the Lille Regional Champion once. I'm gonna do it again. Moving on to day number 2 there, Colin 6. Very well played by both opponents, but let's kind of talk about that last matchup.
The icy wind miss from Kazim on the Kanto Merrick. I think he was expecting that Ariados from Colin to come back in, and then he would have had more time to just time his attack more conveniently, take a look at what comes back in. But then Junko takes mud to the face and it goes down. That was really unfortunate.
It was unfortunate, but very calculated from Colin's side, actually, from that. And you brought up something really nice. We didn't have time to get into it during the matchups, but I would love to actually have you explain this, because Kazim had he went for his charge attack, and he let an extra mud slap energy go through from Colin's side. Can you walk us through what that means and how that was really actually very impactful in the matchup?
So this is what we call fast attack timing. It's basically like a little bit of mathematics.
It's math.
Do you like maths? How unfortunate.
Pass.
Anyway, so the way you need to see it, if you have both attacks synced up, the other attack will sneak through. So to explain it a little bit easier, if you are the Ariad, if you are Ariados, I am.
I'm an Ariados.
Or maybe you're Amandabus. Maybe you're Amandabus.
I'm Amandabus.
Maybe you're Amandabus, and I'll be an Ariados.
Okay.
Poison Sting is a 2-turn fast attack. Snarl, a 3-turn fast attack.
3.
So if you do 2 of those, 1 less, then you have 6 turns. And if I do 3 Poison Sting, I have 6 turns. 3 times 2, 6, and 2 times 3, 6. Right? It lines up there. So if I throw my charge stack after those 3 Poison Sting, it means that Amandabus would get a full Snarl through. And that's what we saw just earlier. Because those attacks were thrown at the same turn, the must-have goes through. And that deals additional damage and gives Colin additional energy on the Marowak. So a little bit of calculations. If once you are like into the counts of fast attacks and know their duration, you'll get into it. You'll get the hang of it.
And you'll probably see it here as we talk about it. Trainers normally, especially at this caliber, definitely time their moves well often. So, I mean, this was a very impressive game here. This was like a very decisive moment, right? So it's like going for that superpower, being able to take out that Malamar, and then to be able to take out the Dugong right after securing in game number 1. Fantastic plays by Colin 6.
Yeah, we didn't see it on there, but Kazim was expecting a catch there, and it didn't happen, unfortunately. And there, see, yeah, that's the point. I wasn't too sure if Kazim waited, but he did wait a turn with Colin, and then Colin threw the Aqua Tail just because it's like, it's just what he's used to, right? And then he just catches that.
That's like salt in the wound, right? You wait a turn and you still end up throwing that non-efficient attack. There we see it. Right there, the extra mud slap going through before and you can see Kazim's face as well, head in the hands a little bit, recognizing that he maybe had misplayed a bit.
I believe there was like 6 Poison Sting, which adds up to 12 turns versus 4 Mud Slap, also 12 turns. And then the Mud Slap goes through. So that's kind of what we saw there. And I think that last game just wasn't Kazim's. It just happens. It happens. Sometimes you have a game where things don't exactly go your way, or you just don't have it going your way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he dominated Dortmund. He still has potential here in Lille because he'll be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket, but that doesn't mean that he's out of the tournament. There are still so many players. 150 trainers, I believe, signed up for this, so we're going to have a very big day 2.
And it's going to be a good day.
And it's going to be a good day, too. But day 1 is also pretty good as well. Look at this. We got Paula up against the Mega Junko, who we saw a little bit earlier on the stream, taking down Nickname to the loser side of the bracket.
Where's Magnezone?
Where is it? No, I don't see it anywhere on Paula's team. I wonder if that Pokemon has maybe found a new best buddy trainer.
Is it on the table? I can't tell with the... Is it like in front of the shiny Gardevoir and Azure? I can't tell very
I don't think so. Where's
Magnezone?
Where art thou?
It'd be great against that Pidgeot plushie. Right?
Yeah, my goodness.
Now, what I find interesting on the Mega Junko's team, we saw him play into Nickname earlier, is that Poliwrath. I'll tell you something, Amandabus, and you might say that I'm crazy. You probably do anyway.
You're crazy.
I love to play Giratina.
I know.
And Poliwrath actually pairs super well into it. Covers Diggersby, Dunsparce. What's the other Pokemon? Drapion. It's the meta.
Listen, in Baltimore, they got trainer predictions for the Pokemon that they thought there was in use, and I picked Poliwrath because I think that it, exactly like you
were
said,
just
it
too early.
broke a little things. Yeah, I just needed a Mega Junko to be there. Luckily now, we should have coordinated it a little bit better. Call me next time, Junko.
Call me next time. The Mega Junko made it quite far after defeating Nickname. Nickname was, I believe, top 3 in Dortmund a couple weeks ago, so that was a tough opponent already. But now, another tough opponent, right, for Nickname. Paula has also won, I believe, 2 championships so far, and she was top 4 at the Europe International Championship, making this top competition for the Mega Junko. This is going to be a real challenge. The queen of PvP. She's tough to beat.
She is tough to beat, but maybe Junko has a little bit of a recipe to be able to beat it with that team. Noticing that Sludge Bomb on the Earthquake, just want to see how that will end up comparing for this actual matchup, because there are no flying type Pokemon on Paula's side here. Choosing to go with the ever popular Azumarill Malamar core that we've seen to be getting up here. But look at this, another Shadow Kanto Marowak has made it to the scene. But at the beginning, it was Galarian Moltres everywhere. I think that this is going to be the new Pokemon that everyone's going to be trying to get and bring.
Marowak, but also Ariados. Ariados also
true. That is
usage,
true.
right? Pokemon we saw a lot on the team of Lyle Jeffs last week, right? We had the Dugong, Malamar, Drapion, and the Kanto Marowak just everywhere in that tournament. Lyle Jeffs dominated so well with him. I mean, it inspired even the best players in Europe as well. As you can see, Palasha. Ariados, like, they shifted from Alolan Sanchez to Ariados now. Mind you, and Palasha.
I think that that is actually kind of a funny point you make, because in my opinion, like teams like Mindjoke and Paula's, the ones that they're on, they team build together and they bring interesting Pokemon that other people aren't expecting to counter, and that's usually helps them win.
It does. It's kind of unfair that they're discussing that with each other, not with the rest. Anyway, what really stands out here, I think that the Kanto Marowak is actually really good on Palasha's side. We see Clodsire. Dunsparce is a decent matchup for the Kanto for the Shadow Marowak, because 2 Duron don't knock out and the rollouts barely don't add up enough. The Alolan Sanchez deals super effective damage back with Power Snow and Ice Punch, but Mudslap is just so powerful that Marowak takes that. The Galarian Moltres, I told you, if you land a Rock Slide, you can double shield as the Kanto Marowak and just Mudslap through it.
I mean, if you are going to play that out as a Galarian Moltres, because it's not a thing that we've seen so often, right? Baltimore would probably be, or not Baltimore, Louisville would probably have been the first time that we really saw it. Do you try to bait and go for an Ancient Power boost potentially, or is going for Brave Bird really the play that you have to make to take out the Marowak?
Honestly, I think the odds to get an Ancient Power boost are so low that you kind of have to neglect that unless it's your final hope. It really would act as a bait, and honestly, it's not even the worst idea sometimes into Pokemon like Diggersby that are actually going to try and flip the matchup into Galarian Moltres, just because if you shield a Brave Bird, it drops the defense of the Galarian Moltres so much that Pokemon like Kanto Marowak and Diggersby still have decent play into that. That doesn't happen with the Mandibus at all.
That's a really good point. It looks like these trainers are getting locked into the battles. I'm very excited to see what they will be able to do. Will Paula be able to stay on this final slide in the group finals, or will the Mega Junko knock out yet another top performer here? We have a good lead for Mega Junko against the Ariados here with that Dunsparce. And not only a Dunsparce, a shiny one at that. This is just shiny battles going on across the screens.
Again, the shiny. This is not a great lead for Palasha, but it's playable. Just because Rock Slide is not exactly a strong charge deck anymore, the Ariados will be able to hang on, especially after debuffing the attack here. Not attempting to catch here, Paula is going to take the Rock Slide, maybe shield it even and try to win this matchup.
Looks like no shield being used on that first one since it is going to be debuffed. Not enough to take it out, even though it is super effective. Just getting a little more energy and going straight away again for another attack. Putting that lunge in, and looks like the Mega Junko going to be able to take it. But at this point, double debuff. We'll have to see how they want to play this out. There's already another Rock Slide loaded.
Here you get the farm down as the Mega Junko. Oh, he knows that Paula will get to another attack there. Now, and going for the Drone as well. Rock Slide's super effective, but just in case Paula would try to catch on something else.
I absolutely love that play because there's no flying type Pokemon, right? So a Drill Run is going to be the most efficient against anything in the back.
I think the Mega Junko is very happy to see that he will have alignment here. He has a Superior in the back, which is super strong into the Azumarill. And then the Galarian Moltres is really bad into it. So now Paula sees that Superior swaps into the Shadow Drapion immediately. Needs to get out of this matchup. And first, going for the areas. This doesn't do a lot of damage, and Paula doesn't shield exactly. The thing is, this matchup is so awkward for Galarian Moltres because Sucker Punch is resisted on Shadow Drapion.
And not only that, but the Mega Junko gave Paula a lot of extra energy there. Look how much is on there. Going for the Aqua Tails, which are going to be more effective against this Dark type Pokemon. No shield, but we're going to see how much an Aqua Tail does because guess what? There's already another one loaded, and it looks like it's about half health.
It's so fast. Let's see, Ancient Power going through. I think as well you have to shield this. You need to get those shields down. Maybe get an energy advantage for your Azumarill. You need to land an Ice Beam on the Superior as well. But Superior in the back is also quite bulky, right? So it's going to hang on to an Ice Beam. It's going to be pretty tough for the Mega Junko here as well because those Aqua Tails come out so fast, as you say. It's only 4 Poison Sting to 1 Charge Attack. It's so spammy.
Not only that, Poison Sting got that buff this season and looks like to be able to get to another one. Wants to be able to get this as low as possible, stripping both shields off of Mega Junko, even though he recognizes how bad that matchup is against the Azumarill in the back. He wants his pivot. He thought that Paula was going to pivot, and she didn't.
That might actually be crucial. Now you leave the Superior in Ice Beam range. I think Paula had 2 or 3 bubbles already. I think she's 2 off an Ice Beam here. Yeah, she's 2 off an Ice Beam. This will be charged security if both players go for immediately. No, Paula is counting so well. Shield is up, but you still have a Brave Bird almost loaded on that Galarian Moltres. Don't count the Mega Junko out just yet.
Yeah, Azumarill paces quite slowly. It is at an Ice Beam. She's going to go a little bit of ahead, but every Vine Whip that goes through just knocks down the health a little more of the Azumarill. No Protect Shields remaining. Ice Beam about to connect with the Superior.
This is going to be very close. I love this play from Paula. Just look at this. This is going to get charge security as well, right? On that Brave Bird. But because Paula managed her energy and health so well, this Azumarill is likely to hang on it. It's going to do a lot of damage though. Brave Bird comes in, zoom, puts Azumarill so low.
Not quite enough, however, as this Ice Beam is loaded. 1 for the Superior, 1 for the Galarian Moltres. Paula going ahead taking game number 1.
Wow, the Mega Junko was expecting the catch there from Paula, or just a swap out. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen, right? It was a prediction where the Mega Junko then had his Superior briefly aligned to the Shadow Drapion that then could throw a Crunch, and that put the Superior in Ice Beam range, which it otherwise wouldn't have been. Amanda, I also want to talk about the strategy that both players had.
Sure.
We talked about this yesterday as well. The ABA versus the ABB strategy. The ABA strategy that Paula used here is basically means that your A's in this team are weak to one particular Pokemon. But it's a soft ABA, because Ariados doesn't lose that hard to the Dunsparce. And if you get rid, or you get the Dunsparce really low, your other A in the back, Drapion, is not that bad into it anymore. And then your B or Azumarill can clean up that Dunsparce. So that was like a very specific line there that Paula used to counter the Dunsparce.
I would say it's a little bit of a risky line. Definitely was soft to the Dunsparce, but as you could see, Paula played that magically, like magnificently. They're maneuvering through everything. Mega Junko, I think a lot of the alignment was in his favor, and that game would have really come down to the wire. But sometimes those big predictions like that, if that would have been exactly what Paula would have done, we would have all been calling Mega Junko a genius at that point, right? Like, oh, he predicted the swap. He saw that the switch timers were up. We've seen things like that happen. We might see it happen in game 2 because they're getting right into it here. We got that Malamar on the field up against that Superior now in the lead.
I believe that if you have a quite high attack Malamar, then you may do a little bit more damage with Sire, which would allow Malamar to win this matchup. Let's see how this is going to go, because this is very neutral. Frenzy Blade is a very efficient charge attack though from the Superior. Going to do a lot of damage to this Malamar. Paula doesn't care. She's going to take it.
Gonna go ahead and take it, but not taking it very well. Recognizing it wouldn't knock out, but this Malamar is very low. Almost 2 attacks completely loaded. Mega Junko knows it as well. Neither one of these attacks by themselves are gonna be enough to knock out. And a quick pivot here we see into that now met by the Clodsire.
And a really quick pivot from the Mega Junko as well into the Clodsire right away. I think the Mega Junko is really happy to see the Malamar there, because he's quite weak to Malamar in the back with both the Clodsire and the Dunsparce. Drapion is so annoying in this matchup. Have you ever been Clodsire into Drapion? It's so obnoxious because Drapion's just 10 times faster.
It is faster. Also, the charge attack priority throwing at the same time. The Drapion has a much higher attack than the Clodsire does, so it's able to throw its attack for super effective damage. But the Earthquake is loaded. Could this be a bait? Is this the real attack? Will Paula use her shield? She does!
She has to, because she already seen the Superior, which has energy, which has shields, which has health, and you have Azumarill in the back. You need Drapion to carry here, but she's already at another Aqua Tail. You have to shield this. This is super effective on that Clodsire, and even though Clodsire generally is decent in this matchup, it's also not great. Going into the Malamar and go for the superpower, trying to knock out this Clodsire immediately. Goes for the superpower because she was afraid that the Mega Junko otherwise would catch, and the Mega Junko actually shields, wants to preserve all its energy, and now goes into the Dunsparce for a clean farm down. This is a great play from the Mega Junko. Très bien.
Yeah, Mega Junko doesn't have any shields left, but what he does have is energy on basically all of his Pokemon here. The Dunsparce against the Azumarill isn't that bad, especially when there's an energy advantage, but Paula still has a shield on her side, so we'll have to see what charge attack is going to be the most impactful to use that shield on. She doesn't think it's going to be that drill run from the Dunsparce.
Amanda, we have some time here in this matchup. I just want to ask you, how did we even end up here? Paula's matchup didn't even look this great, and now she has like a full Drapion left with energy even, and I believe she has a shield advantage too.
Yeah, I mean, you want to
How
talk
did we
about
get
that
there?
Drapion. I think that we saw her maybe clicking for it there. I think it's also one away from an Aqua Tail. But at this point, there's still a lot of energy on the Dunsparce here, going for a combination.
This
play,
is a catch, but
catching it.
is that what you want? There was energy on this Clodsire.
Is it a catch? Because the Sludge Bomb would have done a lot to the Azumarill being able to knock it out too. You see him nodding, however.
He wanted to catch the player off, I think, which is resistant on Clodsire, and then he would have hung on. But Paula knew that both Pokemon, Clodsire and Superior, take super damage from the Ice Beam, so through that, this Drillon still won't knock out. I think Paula's Drapion is in such a good position here because like full health still.
But another thing we have to consider is Junko came in with the Dunsparce instead of the Superior into the Azumarill, which had no health left, forcing the throw here. Does he want to keep it around? No, Paula nodding, saying, okay, we get it, Azumarill. You did your job. Drapion coming back in here. Barely any energy left on the Dunsparce. Will be able to make her Poison Sting down.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't get to the charge stack. She still had a shield too, to be honest. Aerial Ace into the Crunch charge stack priority. Wow, what a play by the queen of PvP. Paula makes it to day 2.
I mean, last season, Paula made it 5 out of the 7 tournaments that she competed in into day number 2. Looking to go ahead and do this again for this season, already making day number 2. Fantastic 2-0 sweep against the Mega Junko here. No Magnezone to be found, but Paula is still cooking.
Does this count if you don't have Magnezone?
We'll have to ask her.
Paula, where's your Magnezone? I don't know if she hears me, but she did very well without Magnezone as well. So a big congratulations to her for making it through day 1 already. And the Mega Junko is a really good player as well. He still might make it through the losers finals as well.
Yeah, like we talked about, since we are in the winners finals, that means that these trainers had not lost a single battle. They maybe lost a battle, but they didn't lose the war at that point. So they will be knocked down to the losers side of the bracket where they could continue on their run. But again, it's just so much easier from the winner's side. I remember Elephant Flasha last season. He was our finalist here in Lille. He was just like, I've never come in from the winner's side. It's a lot easier. You don't have to play half as many games.
And on top of that, you kind of just have an extra life, right? Because you can drop one match. Right, that really benefits you in the winner's bracket as well. So it's just beneficial to be there. But personally, I also like the pressure that you have in the loser's bracket, just because I feel like it might just make you play a little bit better sometimes, knowing that if you lose this one, you're out.
Well, I mean, I don't know if they like it better, but I like it better too, because there's so much on the line here. This masterful plays here by Paula. You'd think that the Drapion wouldn't have a good play here. This was the pivotal point. Mega Junko thinking that Paula was going to swap, tried to kind of beat her to it, but Paula staying in, being able to just knock that out was really well anticipated by her.
And then her management of energy and health was so on point too. Farming up just enough energy to get to the Ice Beam here, but also maintaining enough health into the Superior, right? So that she would take that Brave Bird there. And then the next battle there, quickly going for the Superpower, knowing that she would not reach that foul play. And this also was a pivotal point here, because this drew the last shield from the Clodsire, and that left the Mega Junko just so fragile later on, because the Drapion was like near full health and had some leftover energy as well. So the Mega Junko in the end had an advantageous team composition in the back into the Drapion, but halfway the battle I was just like, wait, where did all the Pokemon and health go of the Mega Junko? And she was up a shield hike. It was like a magic trick.
Yeah.
How is she so good?
Listen, Shadow Drapion is definitely proving its worth here in the meta this season. Being able to just get to its attacks so quickly, it has that possibility to debuff your opponent's defense with the crunch. And a lot of people have been, I mean, we saw it basically twice in the last matchup beforehand. But also, listen, I was watching those replays. The fact that Paula got to 2 Ice Beams on her Azumarill to be able to take out the Galarian Moltres and to be able to take out a Superior. Have you guys ever played an Azumarill? You know how long it takes to get to 2 Ice Beams? Like, energy management was just magnificent.
And then you ask me if there's play for Hydro Pump. Are you gonna drop Ice Beam? You'll be even slower. Azumarill has been around since like the start of PvP, and it's showing why it's so good. The typing and the coverage of that Pokemon is so versatile, and that combined with its bulk to take so many charge stacks, it's okay it's slow, because it won't get knocked out of one charge stack anyway, except from maybe a Zap Cannon from a Shadow Magnezone, but I don't know if we see that this time. Yeah. So, yeah, we saw Colin earlier play as well, right? But we have more footage of him. He has won 3 championships, and we have many more great players to show in Lille. Let's take a look at a video about Colin.
My name is Colin6 and I've been playing Pokemon Go for about 2 years now. Because they introduced battling into the game, which I discovered through content creators who were reaching rank 10 or Legends ranks, it's known now. I wanted to do it as well, started practicing, reached it after about half a year. Since then I haven't looked back and I'm still playing. The reason why I'm competing at these events is mainly to see a lot of friends I've made over the year. It's always a good time. And besides that, obviously competing at these events, doing well, and nowadays compete for the Travel Award.
And he does, as another Dragon Tail sneaks through. If you shield this, the Dragon Tail will go through. Let's see this Moonblast will knock out. Oh man, can we get the boom? Boom! That knocks out the Guzzlord.
After winning 2 regionals and recently getting a 2nd place, I've definitely heard my name being dropped more in conversations about who's the best Dutch battler or even who's the best European battler. It's great to hear that so many people have lots of respect for me, and I hope I can meet those expectations.
And Colin is the regional champion.
What a play by Colin there, and what a finals we had as he drops the chair. So much excitement in Stuttgart here. Colin is...
While I've proven myself to be a good battler over these years, there's also been events that I haven't done as well in. Recently, after my win in Stuttgart, for example, I didn't do too well in Liverpool. That definitely affected me a little bit and got me down for a few days. But at the same time, it motivates me to learn more, to practice more, and do well at the next one. Was Dortmund, which I got a 2nd place. So at the end of the day, I just use as motivation. Over the years, I've practiced really hard to get to this level, but there's still more that I'd like to achieve, as for example an international championship or even the world championship. At the end of the day, what will keep me playing this game is the friends I've made along the way, and hopefully meet even more.
It is barely lunchtime and we already have 2 trainers qualified for day 2, and who would have thought it's Colin and Paula?
The final boss and the Queen of PvP.
Incredible, they are just absolutely unstoppable. Those were very, very close matches, but I have to say, it felt like at times they had a little bit of help from their opponents in those matches, because there were some timing issues sometimes.
Maybe, but I also just think that they played phenomenally. Like I said earlier before the break, Paula, her play in that 2nd game was just like a magic trick. You look at the backline from the Mega Junko and it was just looking so good for him, and then Paula just flipped the whole match up like I don't know what she did. It was crazy. At some point she was just like, she had more health and all her Pokemon and upper shield. Like I don't know. You're watching a battle sometimes and you're like, wait, hold up, what's going on?
So she's not the queen of PvP, but she's also the magician of PvP.
The magician of PvP.
The magician. But also in the Colin versus Kazim matchup, you know what Kazim did perfectly in Dortmund, where he won the regional championship, was never let his opponent catch attacks of his by waiting turns. And this time he just waited a little bit too much.
Waited a little bit too long. But we don't have to wait for our next match much longer.
Yes.
We have TomahawkUK on the left side. And you have on the right side the TheGengarLife. Didn't you have TomahawkUK on your caster track?
No, Avi did. You had the TheGengarLife.
Oh, yeah, at the TheGengarLife, yeah. He brought this Shadow Hippowdon. He came through for his fans. The fans wanted Shadow Hippowdon. Maybe have pushed him a little bit into it.
It works.
It's like his favorite Pokemon. And yeah, he's here in the winners final. So is Shadow Hippowdon good? Is the good replacement if you don't have a Marowak?
I just don't understand why you're asking that question. Like, it's not obviously completely cracked. The Pokemon is very, very strong. The pacing is very fast. You have a better matchup into those flying types than the Marowak does, because you're not really relying on that fast attack damage as much. And Weather Ball Rock is, I think, better than Rock Slide at this point.
It's okay. They both don't really win any. The flyers particularly. We see the plushies, see the Pangoro. It's definitely from TomahawkUK. He loves that Pokemon. No Skarmory or any Steel type from TomahawkUK this time, by the way. He brought a non-Shadow Feraligatr with Crunch. And the main reason why is because he wanted to tackle those Toxapex and Dugong with a Water type Pokemon. On top of that, the non-Shadow Feraligatr can also defeat the Shadow Marowak in the 2 shield, because the Shadow version would get farmed down by the Mud Slap damage, while the regular can just barely hang on and get to 3 Hydro Cannon.
Important question about the Shadow on Shadow for Relegator versus Marowak matchup. Are you allowed to still take shields with the Shadow Marowak, or can you then not farm down anymore if you throw the...
You can take 1 shield and then you just Mud Slap down. But here we go, we have the shiny Galarian Moltres from TomahawkUK into the wall raid from the TheGengarLife. This is a great lead for the TheGengarLife.
Yup, this is... I actually didn't even see the wall run already before. Safe swap for Relegator. We have seen that multiple times already. And there's not really that great of an answer here, right?
I think there is actually. It's the Galarian Moltres. There's no Ice Beam.
Oh, that's true.
There's no Ice Beam, so the Galarian Moltres cannot take super effective damage. It resists the Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr, but I think the TheGengarLife just wanted this Feraligatr to expend some energy and build some energy on his own wall rain, knowing that maybe this Ariados in the back, which is quite fragile. It doesn't appreciate the Icicle Spear either, and now TomahawkUK is at a double Hydro Cannon.
Yeah, that is absolutely big, and I think double Hydro Cannon from Shadow would definitely take out, but also from the regular one at this point after the Shadow Claw damage is going to be able to take out the TheGengarLife's Moltres, so that's why he is putting in a shield, going for a few more Sucker Punches, but already has this Ancient Power stored, is going up to almost double.
I think he could have Sucker Punched down the Feraligatr though. TomahawkUK might be pretty happy with all the energy. This is 45 energy from the Galarian Moltres that is expanded. Does this get a boost? It doesn't get the Ancient Power boost. What do you do now as TomahawkUK? Oh, goes in with the Ariados. That is interesting. Probably going for a very aggressive farm down with the Poison Sting and using 1 shield here.
But actually, if you want to farm down with the Poison Sting, do you maybe have to invest 2 shields in this scenario?
Let's see. Here we go. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they get to another charge deck. They do. The TheGengarLife is in a really good spot here now, taking 2 shields from TomahawkUK. But where do you take the energy?
Do you switch out and go into Walrein to go for a combo play with the Ice?
Gets the boost! Oh, congratulations! Unfortunately, that's not helpful. Going into his own Ariados just soak all this damage, because all the damage on his own Ariados is resisted. Leo, I don't know if you saw the previous matchups, but every single Ariados we've seen, or I've seen, is shiny.
Yes, there's so many of them, but now there's no shields on the Galarian Moltres, not the bulkiest Pokemon in the field. TheGengarLife is going to connect, and Icicle is going to be very comfortable, farming up more energy. Has to throw now, and he does. Meticulous counting on the TheGengarLife side.
Perfect play from him there. This doesn't give TomahawkUK a lot of chance to come back in this game. There's no shield. He has to go for the attack there, but it looks like TomahawkUK either lost track of count or gives up at this point of the battle. Icicle Spear is going to come through. I think this might even knock out the Ariados, and it does! The TheGengarLife takes game number 1 into TomahawkUK.
This was very important for Science as well, because if you're unfamiliar with the Ariados versus regular Walrein matchup, because it is not the most played matchup in the meta right now.
It's not.
Then you know how much an Icicle Spear does.
It does. Icicle Spear is a decently efficient charge attack. It used to be even better, especially during the 2022 season where Dancing Rob won the World Championships. Walrein was very meta at the time, and I think now we might see Walrein come back a little bit. I know Though Tactical also has brought it to this tournament. Really? Zwilot has been practicing with it lately as well, so we may see more Walrein. Walrein has just decent coverage into many of these Pokemon, such as Ariados. Of course, Drillblade is not very much appreciated, but then there's also Drapion, which Walrein is decent into. The Feraligatr, not the worst matchup. The Flying-type Pokemon, decent. Dugong, decent matchup. Walrein has good matchups all over the board, really.
I was going to say, Martin, what is the upside of using Walrein against Dugong? Because those debuffs, they are scary.
Well, maybe you don't want to be scary.
Maybe you just want to be
I think one thing that Walrein really does is to be faster. Yeah. Because Icicle Spear only takes 5 Power Snow to reach, which is 10 turns. While Dugong takes 15 turns to get there. 5 Ice Shards, but Ice Shard is a slower fast attack. So it takes like 50% more time to get to your first charge stack, and then even your second one, because of residual energy, the next Icy Wind will take less time, but it's still longer than all those Icicle Spears. So I think Walrein is just a little bit faster. Earthquake is not as great as Drill in terms of efficiency, I would say, but it does provide important coverage into Pokemon like Toxapex.
But it's also very risky. If it gets shielded, that's a lot of energy gone. But now we're going to see Drapion versus the Ariados. This is a matchup you would think goes to Ariados because of the lunge, but if you play it correctly in the zero shield scenario where both trainers don't invest a shield, Tomahawk has the edge here.
This is like Colin versus Kazim all over again. TomahawkUK waiting a turn as well, making sure that the TheGengarLife doesn't catch an Aqua Tail and throwing before that lunge that otherwise would debuff the attack of that Drapion. The TheGengarLife going for it immediately. Even though the poisoning already don't do much damage from Shadow Drapion, they will do even less now.
And I like this technology that the trainers found of going for the Aqua Tail immediately after 4 Poison Stings and then throwing a Crunch afterwards, after waiting a turn, of course, to secure this matchup. But this Ariados is looking very healthy. Is this even knocking out?
This doesn't.
No! The 1 HP!
Wow, it doesn't get to the charge
That's
attack.
even worse!
Looks like Drapion winning that zero shield scenario there and going for an aggressive farm down with the Sucker Punch from this Galarian Moltres. This is single resisted. And it looks like TomahawkUK gets 2 Aqua Tail. That would put it quite low.
Do we catch here on the Walrun? Just to
that'd
take a little bit of pressure on the Moltres.
That'd be a wicked play. He's going for it. And he makes the catch on the Walrun. What a fantastic play by the TheGengarLife there.
Great counting as well from the TheGengarLife, knowing this is gonna be 2 Aqua Tails. Immediate swap out though, so there was no knockup because no fast attack went through. And there is going to be the direct matchup of Feraligatr versus Walrun.
He has Crunch though. So Feraligatr, normally running Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam, usually that's resisted on Walrun. This is neutral, and that gives Feraligatr an edge over that the Ice Beam variant here, right? Now going for the Earthquake. Does TomahawkUK shield this? He already knows the backline, so he might just no-shield this and keep it for the duel. Let's see what he's doing. Yeah, he's no-shielding that.
Yep, maybe also hoping for a bait, because this would basically be the moment where you're like, yeah, I think I got this. But now this Feraligatr is kind of low. There is only Moltres in the backline here.
So Moltres, keep in mind, does have super effective Ancient Power for the Dugong. Dugong has super effective, yeah, but Dugong has super effective Ice Shard, right? How much time do you have? This is the time to boost.
Yeah.
You maybe need 2 Ancient Power boosts here. Yeah.
I could lip read that he said boost.
Here we go. Ancient Power comes through. This might be crucial. TomahawkUK even no-shielding, just in case it does boost, because then the next Ancient Power would no-shield. Going for the Brave Bird just to end this matchup a little bit quicker, because this will drop the defense of this Galarian Moltres tremendously.
And maybe Tomahawk also decides to no-shield that one, and then this one would knock out. But now the Ice Shards are going to connect and take out the Galarian Moltres. TomahawkUK tying it up.
Yeah, 3 times finalist, TomahawkUK. He only has silver so far, aiming for gold, but he has to get through the TheGengarLife, and the TheGengarLife is not making this easy for him with these Pokemon, right? It was such a tough matchup there. And what I want to point out, that Ariados hanging on, or sorry, not hanging on by 1 HP, that was so close. It barely didn't get to the lunge, and it allowed TomahawkUK to win the zero shield scenario there.
Yeah, and it actually just gave him 1 more Poison Stick. Yeah. After the crunch, it still lived, but it wasn't at the lunge.
Exactly. So here we see the team again. Walrein is such a fast-pacing Pokemon.
Why was it not at the lunge?
Why was it not at the lunge? Because the Drapion paces a little bit faster, right? It pays a little bit faster. To the Aqua Tail and then the Crunch.
Yeah, but he takes 9 for Aqua Tail and Crunch.
Yeah, so he needs to sneak 1 more in, right? That's why
he gets those by his opponent throwing, no?
Either way. Okay. Let's take a look at further here. Do you think we're going to see Gastrodon after seeing so much? Maybe Hippowdon might be the play here for the TheGengarLife, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I want to see the Shadow Hippowdon. It's also
it might be needed for the Ariados.
Trainers that bring Spice to tournaments kind of want to bring it on stream as well. Maybe as he hasn't showed it here twice, Tomahawk thinks he won't.
The size of game 3 though, that's scary, right?
But it looks very good against Drapion, against Ariados, and that's about it.
Well, here's the thing. Because it's non-Shadow Feraligatr, the Shadow Hippowdon might not win the 2-shield scenario. Like, I'm not sure if that would happen, right? The scenario where both Pokemon have 2 shields, Shadow Hippowdon would win that into Shadow Feraligatr. I don't know about the non-Shadow Feraligatr, but here we go. We have, again, the Shadow Drapion from TomahawkUK into the Shiny Ariados from the TheGengarLife, and we saw how this went earlier.
Is this the exact same lines from both trainers? I think so. It's just a repeat of game 2, and that went really well for TomahawkUK. It's going for the same place. Oh, and we're switching it up now, shielding the Aqua Tail. I kind of like that.
I don't know. I think TomahawkUK is just inclined now to go for the Crunch, which is generally more efficient, but I guess it's debuff now, right? Like the Crunch is, I think TomahawkUK is probably going to go Crunch now, which will still deal a significant amount of damage. And let's see how these players are going to play it out, because switch advantage is important, and the TheGengarLife might know it if he's expecting the same lines here.
Yeah, but also if he gets out with a lot of energy, on this Ariados here because he knows that the Drapion is dry now. He can just freely throw here. Could have thrown a charge attack priority, I believe, as well. But then the backline, throwing the energy against that backline is very, very effective. It is 2 water types.
He might not know that just yet. Looks like TomahawkUK may want to go for switch defense here. Going for the crunch, and Aquatil may barely not knock out after being double debuffed. And the TheGengarLife lets it go. Let's take a look. Crunch does knock out. And is he going for the farm down again on the Moltres? Yes, he is. This is going to be very similar to earlier. But now the Aquatil is going for the crunch, though. Interesting. Perhaps aiming for a defense drop, but I think if you bring the Dugong in, the TheGengarLife probably switched out anyway.
Yep, that is true. Also, this is double debuff, so it's not really doing any kind of damage. Dugong comes in. Are we just farming up to a Brave Bird, throwing it, and then go out into the Wallrun? See if the Wallrun gets debuffed later on, or if a Drill Run is being thrown. Are we keeping the energy?
Do so much damage here. Oh, it barely gets shielded by TomahawkUK, but this might give the TheGengarLife a small opening because now the backline of TomahawkUK is prone to an Earthquake. I think that the Wallrun may be able to take this matchup now. However, you want to stay out of drone range because the Dugong has one loaded right now, and the Galarian Moltres has no energy from the TheGengarLife.
Yep, that is true, and I think it would get outpaced plus the shield, even though through the shield that he has.
This is getting very close to Ice Cold Spear range.
Oh, wow.
This is a charge attack priority, and I can tell you, Leo, this is not drone range. The TheGengarLife still has a shield, but he doesn't shield this because
drop.
Exactly. That's why he doesn't shield it, because if that it does get the defense drop, so that may have been the good call. The Ice Charge from the Dugong still won't do any damage, and you don't want to take a drone when you are debuffed. So this might still be okay for the TheGengarLife, but since the Dugong already has so much energy, you are running out of time to pace to the Earthquake here.
Yeah, but are we actually maybe going to try and catch the Drill Run on the Galarian Moltres, but immediately throwing the Icy Wind here against the Moltres? The TheGengarLife, big undercharge. He wants to get a little bit of a farm down. Maybe was afraid that he was going to reach a Brave Bird here. Actually, perfect undercharge for TomahawkUK.
You feint with it. Let's see how this is going to go. Going for the drone here. I think the TheGengarLife win condition might be calling the Ice Wind. And yes, he does. That means drone is being charged. TomahawkUK is advancing to day 2.
Wow, what a photo finish of TomahawkUK there. Getting a win condition in that scenario was really impressive. The TheGengarLife also showing impressive skills, knowing, hey, this is very likely to be a Drill Run in the end, but if this is an Icy Wind, I still have a win condition in this.
That was his only win condition at this point, right? 2 British players, 2 friends battling it out here on the stage, and TomahawkUK just recognized that switch defense was so important and knew that he could control it at that point. The TheGengarLife was maybe relying a little bit on the energy and the damage output from the Galarian Moltres, but into that Dugong, that's just his worst matchup. That was never going to happen.
Yep, if you get a Brave Bird off, that is going to pull a shield at some point, but sometimes shields are not everything, especially if you invest your first shield into the lead matchup of this Ariados versus Drapion. I really liked what he did there, especially considering that in Game 2 the backline was for Relegator and Dugong, and it really, really looked strong against him, so he thought, hey, maybe I can work a little bit more with Trailblaze, but then they decided to play the one shield scenarios and to not preserve the Ariados in that scenario.
The TheGengarLife made it so close too, right? That looked so over, but at the point he threw the Brave Bird into that Dugong and pulled a shield advantage for the Wallrun, he got so close. I think even if he baited with the Ancient Power, he may have gone to another charge deck. Here we see again game number 1, where the TheGengarLife had very good alignment here. He led his Wallrun into the shiny Galarian Moltres. TomahawkUK flexing his shiny Pokemon here, and the TheGengarLife not having it, taking it out where he led into it as well. And then game number 2, yeah, that was just where it started, right? Making the catch, but alignment was so important in this match.
Yep, that is true. And also, Wallrun, yes, is very neutral against this backline, but it feels odd because your only effective attack is the Earthquake into this backline. And if this gets shielded, it looks so bad for you.
It does. Here, the drone came through. The TheGengarLife had to hope for an Icy Wind, but it wasn't. Icy Wind double resisted on the Wallrun. That's where Wallrun actually would have hung on. And the reason why also no shield is because that Dugong was so close to 2 charge attacks. At that point, you need to recognize your win condition. Yeah. And Tomahawk also needs to recognize his lose condition there. Because if he threw an Icy Wind, he could have lost that battle.
In this scenario also, if it was a Shadow Wallrun, I think the play is to definitely shield there and hope that it's not an Icy Wind.
And then go for the Earthquake.
And then go for the Earthquake. Because
maybe. I think an Earthquake does a little bit under 50%, maybe about 42%. I love guessing exactly how much. But either way,
2.8%.
It would not have barely not been enough. Wallrun making a really good showcase there, but losing to the Dugong. Which Pokemon would be better in that case? How about we hear from the player himself? We have an interview with TomahawkUK. Amanda, take it away.
Thank you so much, Martijn. You know what? I'm dressed up as Amanda Buzz for this event, and it looks like you're dressed up as a Day 2 competitor.
Very good, Amanda. Yeah, no, happy to be here. Obviously, it's my 5th top cut in a row now, so...
Let's talk about that a little bit, because it is your 5th top cut, but this is actually your first event in Europe this season, but you're climbing the leaderboards, guaranteed a lot of championship points already. Walk us through how this season has been progressing for you.
It's been pretty fun. I know I'm obviously casting a little bit this season, and so I thought I really want to play. I want to use these new Pokemon. We've seen how much the meta is developing every single event. It's been really exciting. I just want to get involved.
I mean, everything has been evolving on your team as well. For each event, you're running completely different lineups. Walk us through why you picked what you did for here in Lille, because it's very different than the team that you played in Louisville.
I think the way that the meta is shaping is that there's so much diversity this weekend that it's almost difficult to make like a hard read on one pick. So for example, last event, I was like, Shadow Skarmory is going to have play against a lot of the meta.
And it's your favorite.
Yeah, of course, my favorite Pokemon, shout out to Martijn. But this one I was like, I'll go a little bit more meta, but what I'll do is I'll bring a normal crunch for Alligator, which is Martijn's favorite for Alligator as well. So I thought that we're expecting to see a lot of Dugong. Here we had a Wall Rain instead, but like the crunch made a massive difference.
Speaking of Dugongs, they do seem to be everywhere. You put one on your team. It played a really vital role for you. Can you walk us through how that went through for you in the last 2 games against TheGengarLife?
Yeah, so I've chatted a lot with Lyle Jeffs recently, 3 times regional champion, Mr. Lyle Jeffs, the 3rd. And he is also of the view that Dugong and Shadow Drapion are one of the best cores in this meta, and I completely agree. Dugong and Shadow Drapion together have been really, really strong for me. I lent into them in some of those games and in previous games so far this weekend, but the ability for Dugong to slow your opponents down, it can be massive.
Okay, I just have one more question for you. In this spooky kind of theme, is there any player or Pokemon that you are going to be scared to face in Day 2?
Good question. I think Pokemon, no. I think Pokemon, as long as you know your matchups, then you're okay. Player, do you know what? I'm going to say Bone 20, because I've never played him in real life before. I think he's very talented, and I think he's young, and also he can just go for it. He's got almost nothing to lose, right? He's already impressed everyone. He's very, very good. So I want to play him, but I'm almost nervous too.
Well, that is exciting. We'll have to see how he will progress, and we'll have to see all the other competitors, because though there are some already in Day 2, this tournament is still beginning for a couple others. So we're going to kick it back to the casters and get back to the games.
Leo, Farid can just not stop talking about Skarmory. Have you noticed? It's like it's his favorite Pokemon.
It definitely is. I think he also used it to great success, in the last regional in Louisville.
He did pretty well with it.
Came to a surprise to many people, because everyone, after the last attack update, everyone thought, hey, Sky Attack is even more expensive in terms of energy now.
Wing is worse now.
Wing is worse.
But the typing is so good on Skarmory, right? And I love that he talked about Boom, because that will be our next matchup. It will be Boom versus Marco Shiny, and Marco Shiny beat... To get to the winners final of this group, he has defeated EUIC champion Emmy Weedle. That is no easy opponent. So Marco Shiny, one of the Spanish players, can put up a good fight here.
Boom also played through some very, very impressive opponents. I think he played versus Dane, he played versus Damon Cash. It was not a tough run for both of these.
Almost
Chun, of course.
Yeah.
He played so well. It was just perfect. Oh, your other favorite Pokemon, Pangoro's in there.
Yeah, my favorite. Oh, my favorite Pokemon are here. But let's talk about what TomahawkUK just said as well. That I was gonna refer to the Dugong dropping core, but it looks like both team have only one of these, not together. Makes sense. Both Pokemon are really strong though. We don't have to wait much longer. We're gonna get right into game number 1 here between Marco Shiny on the left, Boom on the right. We have the Pangoro into the Shadow Drapion. This is exactly where Marco Shiny wants this.
Yeah, because the close combat is such a strong attack here. Of course, you pace as quickly as the Drapion to those Night Slashes and Aqua Tails, but that's not what you want to throw. You want to throw the close combat and then possibly switch out immediately here.
This is interesting, Leo, because after throwing this, you kind of have to switch out now as Marco Shiny. Otherwise, the Aqua Tail will knock out. Boom, making sure that Marco Shiny doesn't catch this. And his Aqua Tail, I think, will knock out because it's double debuffed after the close combat.
That is true. And also, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon ever. And Boom is waiting a turn again, waiting for this possible
He's a
switch.
waiter.
Yeah.
He's a waiter.
And then he decides to throw a Crunch, though not even going with the Aqua Tail here. There's already a shield used from Marco Shiny, which makes Ariados significant.
Wow!
That is a lot of
That is
damage.
so much
Whoa, he caught himself on the Ariados. All this energy resisted.
Wow, that's so unfortunate. Here's the thing that's so tough about Marco's Shiny team so far, right? Both Pangoro and Ariados are so fragile that it's difficult to make those Pokemon work. You can't really take a lot of charge stacks here, and even this lunge will almost knock out the Ariados from Marco's Shiny.
Oh, and then in the back we also have another matchup, which is possibly the Malamar versus the Diggersby. And if you have a really, really high attack Malamar, you can reach a breakpoint, but it's not easy.
What is a breakpoint? I believe that's when you do a little bit more damage, right, with the Sidewave.
Exactly.
But swapping it immediately here, right? We can dance around with those shorter switch clocks now. Trailblaze will not hit as hard. It is super effective, but it's also debuffed. And I
Might tickle.
Yeah, it's gonna do some damage here. Looks like the timer is up, and now Boom is able to swap in his Malamar, but this Diggersby already has so much energy. I think Marco Shiny might be in an okay spot here. Remember, this has a 30% chance to drop the attack even of that Malamar.
And no debuff here on this side, so Boom has a super effective attack in super power. However, this is going to debuff you in terms of attack and defense if you're connected. Is this going to be a shield? No, it's not. Marcus Shiny very confident that this might be a foul play. It can barely not knock out.
And this will definitely knock out the Malamar now, but Boom is letting it go. He's putting the last shield for his backline.
And he throws on charge attack priority. This is so good from Boom. He's going to be very happy about this, and we're swapping in. We have the energy advantage on the Drapion, the Shadow Drapion, but the defenses are not longer debuffed anymore from Pangoro.
This is gonna do quite some damage here. I think you may need a bait as Marco Shiny. And let's see, he is... Oh, he makes the catch on the Ariados! Wow!
This Ariados is catching everything left and right. He just can't stop catching. So how is Boom going to progress? There's going to be another Night Slash, but you can just safely shield this up. You have to, because you have no HP anymore.
I don't know about that safely, Leo, because
is there still a move?
I think that the final Night Slash will be on charge attack priority here. As you can see here, both players need one fast attack to get to their final charge stack here.
I think this might also knock out. The Pangoro is very, very low, and it doesn't hang on. There's just two basically 1 HP Pokemon on the side of Marco Shiny. Does he have energy on the Ariados or on the Diggersby? Anything to throw against the Shadow Drapion of Boom? There is no energy at all, and Boom just knows it. He is so proficient in this matchup. He knows, hey, there is no energy left. I can just Poison Sting down everything.
That Aqua Tail knocking out the Pangoro here, it was so clutch. And then Boom takes game number 1 here into Marco Shiny. What a play there. It all just fit perfectly there, right? The charge attack priority, barely knocking out the Pangoro, because Aqua Tail is not the most efficient charge attack for Shadow Drapion, but because Pangoro is so fragile, it wasn't even debuffed from a close combat at that point.
Oh, this was great, but I'm so impressed with the counting and the knowledge in the game of Boom. He's so calm in these games, and it feels like he knows everything. He's the puppet master.
The puppet master?
He's just playing around with everyone.
The thing is, I think I would have preferred to see Marco Shiny play that lead matchup a little bit different, because generally, Pangoro is pretty decent into the Drapion, but you need to wait for Drapion to throw its Aqua Tail first, because if the Drapion shields your close combat, not only will the Aqua Tail deal more damage, the Drapion will also outpace you. So then Pangoro doesn't win that matchup anymore, or you need to bait. That's why you need to wait for Drapion to throw your charge attack first, otherwise you lose as the Pangoro. And that's what we missed in that matchup from Marco Shiny. He threw the close combat immediately, and that allowed Boom to have a really comfortable matchup as the Drapion there.
And that is a common strategy in Pokemon that use self-debuffing attacks to basically charge up to 2. As you can see, there is a Malamar in a very bad matchup this time. The lead goes to Boom here. We're switching out into the Ariados, but now you're actually getting outpaced to the first Crunch as well.
Boom catching a good lead here this time, and we saw how much the Crunch did last time. They did over 50%. We see the Protect Shield this time on that Crunch, and in comes opposing Ariados. This is just so... it's just mean. It's just mean, because now you eat all the resisted damage here.
That is true. However, you don't have any energy left on the Drapion. I'm not sure if you can keep the switch in this scenario, because there is a little bit of... oh, and we're winning the charge attack priority on the side of Boom. He switched so fast that he doesn't lose a turn there.
This is so tough for Marco Shiny. You cannot even swap in your Malamar here, because if you catch a double super effective lunge, that might almost knock you out. So really tough positioning here for Marco Shiny, and really efficient for Boom. I think that he may have a higher attack Ariados so he can win the charge attack priority into opposing Feraligatr. In comes the Malamar, in comes the launch. This is very much debuff, but still going to do a lot of damage here.
He lets it go. He lets it go. He absolutely no shields. This double debuff. Oh,
Wow.
boom! This does so much damage. Goodness.
I think he get the poison down before. I don't think Marco Shiny is able to get the 2 superpower. This is so, and still no shielding.
It's debuffed.
When are you using? I mean, single debuff though, still gonna do a good chunk, no? Look at that.
That was okay.
But when he uses shields,
Okay, and now he can just safely farm down. He has so much energy left on this Drapion. The Ariados of Marco Shiny, I believe, is almost at a move or has a lunge as well. So we're going to see how this one plays out. He has 2 shields for the Quagsire in the back, and the Diggersby waiting in the back is not going to be too happy about the evolution of Wooper.
Leo, I think this knocks out. I think this goes to knock out, and then this Diggersby against the roll. It knocks out the Ariados. Drapion's just biting through the competition here. And now you have 2 Aqua Tail. This quick attack might knock out though. I'm not sure if that's gonna matter considering the backline of Boom here.
Yeah.
He has water type damage all across the board here.
And nope, it gets knocked off, but the Quagsire is going to be bad news, and the shield advantage as well. There is no possible catch for Marco's Shiny, and this Shadow Quagsire is looking very strong against the Diggersby.
Shield Keeper Boom finally used his first Protect Shield here in this
Was about
match.
time.
It's about time. Near the very end of the match is usually a good time to do that. Going for the double Aqua Tail here. I don't think this will knock out just yet because Diggersby is so bulky, but Diggersby is looking in such a rough spot here. I think Marco Shiny sees the writing on the wall.
This was just such a flawless game by Boom so far, even if he didn't have a shield anymore on Boom's side. A single Scorching Sands wouldn't even knock out the Shadow Quagsire, so he might let this go. He actually lets it go just for science again to show how much damage it does to a Shadow Quagsire.
38.7%. Anyway, attack drop there from the Quagsire. Doesn't matter. The Diggersby's not able, it is able to get to a Scorching Sands, but Boom is just going to much down this Diggersby entirely, and that should be the end of this battle.
Yep, and Boom would be the next trainer to qualify for day 2 if we ever get to resolve the Scorching Sands. Takes out the Diggersby. Boom advances with another 2-0. Incredible plays here. First regional, first top cut.
First regional, first top cut, 100% win rate so far in the Play Pokemon circuit. Amazing gameplay from Boom here, as we saw. Many players already knew it, right? Because he's very well known in the grassroots format, but now you join the elite players that are TomahawkUK, Paula, Colin. They all made day 2, and now Boom is also joining them. Phenomenal, phenomenal, right? I think one key thing that Boom really has to his team is that attack-weighted Ariados that just keeps winning the charge attack priority. It has been so important for him.
Yep, I mean, every time you want to bring a Pokemon to a tournament that has a very high attack stat, when you press on the appraise button, that comes to the sacrifice of a little bit of bulk. So you're going to have less defense, less HP, and this can cost you some matchups. Sometimes you barely get farmed down in a matchup, but in those mirror matches, if you expect a lot of them, and this is definitely the case in this tournament, then it can sometimes really win you the games hard, especially in the Ariados mirror matchup. If you win the charge attack priority, you are at such great point.
Yes and no. If you play an Ariados matchup out completely, you are basically to be farmed down by the next opposing Pokemon coming in because you are so debuffed by lunge. But what I do think is that it makes it easier for you to lead Ariados. What if you lead into Feraligatr? Feraligatr can be tough if it wins charge attack priority, which I believe is very close in terms of attack stat. But if you ensure that you win charge attack priority, you will always pace equally fast. You win charge attack priority, you get your Trailblaze off first, you win the matchup.
Can you ensure that you win the charge attack priority with a Feraligatr as well? Because that could be a counter movement, right?
It could be. A lot of Ariados have like higher defense and HP, as you said earlier. Here we see that crunch landing is neutral.
So much damage.
Marco Shiny brought 2 fragile Pokemon there with the Pangor and the Ariados, and he had to let something go because he already used the shield before, and then boom, just taking all this resistant damage on the Ariados is such a nasty play.
Yep, there we can see this almost knocking out, and also again perfect counting by Boom. If you play a 1-turn fast attack like Psywave versus a 2-turn like Quick Attack, you can basically ensure that you throw before your opponent, but this time he decided to throw at the same time. Read Marco's Shiny like a book and threw at the charge attack.
And the catch here. Boom just predicting when Marco Shiny will throw that charge attack. At the 2 Night Slash exactly, Marco Shiny goes for the first Night Slash, and that allows him to preserve the Drapion to win that first game. And this is in game number 2, where the Quagsire Boom just had perfect alignment here, right? He led his Drapion into the Malamar in game number 2, and Marcus Shiny just had to like swap out, and he was just being chased by the Pokemon of Boom that had great alignment into all of his Pokemon. In fact, he even took a lunge from Ariados onto his Malamar. Chat, do you know how much this does? Malamar doesn't, because it is taken out immediately. Except that one was, I think, double debuffed. So, and still put it into the red, yeah.
This lunch must have not tasted well, and honestly, this is the spooky season. Boom is looking scary as a competitor.
He is looking scary. He is the nightmare of some competitors this tournament already. And it will be super exciting to see him play in day 2 as well. So more of Boom to see tomorrow. And we're going to have more exciting matches today to come as well.
Yep, he just shadow snuck into their top cut, which is hilarious because that is also an attack that Ariados can learn.
It does. Now, we just had all the winners finals from Group A to D. Now we still have Group E to H. I believe we are going to look into the winners semi soon and then also the winner finals of that. So that is to come. We are about halfway the tournament, but we have so many more stars to show you. I know players like Andres are still going. We saw Araki being very successful last time in Dortmund. He's still in the tournament, I believe, at this point. So super excited to see some of those Spanish players going. And I believe that players like Tonto Bateus are also competing here.
Dex as well, the
Dex
powerhouses. My predictions for the
lost his first round.
Really?
He did. He lost his first round, actually. He would have faced Tonto Bateus in round number 3, actually, but it was not meant to be.
That is not good for my Casta prediction, for my Casta draft.
It's also not good for Dex. But he's still in the lower bracket.
Primarily, yes.
Dex still has a chance. Talonflame is pretty good this season, and if Dex can pilot that Pokemon really well, I would think he brought it because like his favorite Pokemon. Maybe we can see Dex still make a good losers bracket run. He hasn't played in a while, but he's here back for action, and I'm sure that he will do everything to get far in this tournament again.
I was gonna say, Pokemon Go is like riding a bicycle, you know? You never unlearn it. However, when the format shifts this much and the meta completely changes with a different timer, maybe it's not like riding a bicycle anymore. Maybe you fall sometimes if you don't prepare for a tournament.
Right, and for many players, this is like a first tournament, right? As we saw Boom earlier, I know content creator Claudia FPS is also here. Didn't do super well, I believe, but has been trying out the Play Pokemon circuit just for a good experience. The community is so welcome here as well in Lille, and it has been some players, like I talked to a player coming from, I believe, from the Middle East. He came flying here 6 hours, not even to per se do well or win a medal, but just to meet everyone. Isn't that just...
Yeah. And another story, a good friend of mine who was watching the tournaments basically just for me to support me a little bit, to support my casting, he started playing Pokemon Go himself a few months ago. And he attended Dortmund and his goal was to win one game. Couldn't quite do it because the opponents were just so strong, but this time around he 2-0'd his first round, which was his first win in an official tournament match. The Lucar, you're my goat.
The tournaments are just such an experience, right? And there's more for the competitors here as well. We have unique spawns that we have here at all those regional championships. Unique Pokemon that you can use for PvP. As you can see here, look at all these Pokemon, Leo.
I love them. There is the Cubone, unfortunately not a Shadow one, but this one is still really, really good. Marowak Regular is still very strong. Shallows, of course. We have seen multiple Gastrodon top cuts.
You will be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, it's the Eastern one, West one?
I think
Blue
so.
one.
But here's the thing. Lou is casting VGC, but she can catch Pokemon in the meantime. I hope she hears us. I'll go to her soon.
You better do. There's also Vallabei Carbink, which is something that has been highly anticipated for this meta. Hasn't been seen too much. We have so many water types
Clodsire, right?
And Clodsire as well, yeah.
And you can get that Paldean Whoopee here to evolve into a Clodsire. You don't need the legacy charge tech that is Mega Horn. You will prefer Sludge Bomb or Stone as a coverage attack, and then Earthquake as the main expensive charge tech to deal solid damage. Scorpy, we saw so much Drapion. We saw Malamar, Imke, right?
Totodile.
Clefable has been buffed. I don't think we're going to see a lot of usage of it right now. Maybe when we see less poison type.
Maybe with Tauntaun he's going to bring.
Maybe with Tauntaun. Tauntaun can make anything work. He made a Seeking work before. Who uses Seeking, Leo? Who does that?
Tauntaun.
Tauntaun does.
that is true. And also there is a Lickitung to be caught. However, you don't really want to play. I mean, you can play what you want, of course, but Lickitung is not the best Pokemon anymore. You actually rather, if you want to play in tournaments, want to evolve it to a Licky, which costs significantly less Stardust.
You have the fast attack rollout, which charges really quickly. Rollout does more damage now, makes Licky actually still a very viable Pokemon.
Yeah.
And Lickitung, of course, maybe the star Pokemon from last season as well, just having a little bit of a showcase here. Unfortunately, I have bad memories about that in the World's Grand Finals.
We don't talk about that, right?
We don't talk about that. Let's talk more about Tonto, because he will be our next matchup coming up, by the way. It will be a French matchup. We're going to have Tonto versus Welton. Welton we haven't seen as much in the Play Pokemon circuit, but he has been practicing and playing in many tournaments. He has the experience, and maybe he has what it takes to take on a titan like Tonto. And here's the thing, you can never really prepare for Tonto.
Yeah.
Because you just don't know what he brings.
Sometimes he just top cuts with a Shadow Zapdos. And I missed that, honestly. I love Zapdos.
I loved it too. Like, I love to see it play, but when you see it on your team sheet, you're like, what is this? This was not in the previous regionals I've seen, but it's the open Great League format, so every Pokemon can be used. And if you can find that niche core breaker, it can be so viable. And it's just cool to see something different as well, right, as a viewer or as a caster.
Even Rayquaza can be used, even though that is really, really tough to get.
I don't think we've seen it a lot. I would love to see it. You know what, if someone can trade me a Great League Rayquaza, maybe I'll use it in the next tournament. That'd be great.
Please, but I've heard that we have another quiz going while the trainers are setting up. So I have lost to Avi and it was almost a little bit embarrassing. So let's go and see what we have here. It will use any means necessary to frighten people and absorb their life energy. It practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear. That reminds me of you.
Why does it remind you of me? What do I do to you?
Oh, man. I love the music, by the way. This
do
is
too.
so funny.
Absorb their life energy. Oh, man. Is that...
Trico has absorbed.
I don't think so. I know a lot of these Dex entries, but this one I can't recognize immediately.
I'm thinking about... Pumpkaboo? Nah,
I'm leaning towards like Miss Magius.
Oh, that's
what I'm leaning towards, but I'm not entirely sure about this. Practices constantly to hone its skill in causing fear. Like it's practicing to scare people or Pokemon?
Yeah. Oh, no, I'm going with Pumpkaboo just because the boo in the name.
Pumpkaboo, final answer?
Yeah, it's not gonna be it, right?
I think it might be Miss Magius. You
Okay.
say Pumpkaboo.
Yeah.
But let's get it. Let's see it. What is it? I want to know.
incredibly bad.
Miss G, I was so close! No! I was so close!
Actually, when you said Miss Magius, I wanted to say this, but I forgot the name.
How unfortunate. Oh, man! I was so close!
Traunfugil, the German name. Oh, this is a very cool sprite, by the way. It looks so jolly. Do we get another one? Woo!
I'm gonna open the chat. I want to see if you guys get this one right. Let's see. This Pokemon is said to devour anyone daring to ravage the forest. To the creatures dwelling in the forest, it offers great kindness.
Trevenant.
I think so too, Trevenant. What do you think, chat? What do you think? I want to know.
Yeah, I hope this is Trevenant. Otherwise, let's think about other grass types.
If it's Phantom, I'm gonna be slightly upset.
Slightly. Phantom is some other Dex entries that I don't want to go into too much, but I think this could be Trevenant. But Trevenant also doesn't strike me like the kindest Pokemon.
Yeah, it doesn't smile at all, right?
So mean. Always, I think it's a bit of a grumpy one, you know? It's not like super kind to anything dwelling in the forest. It's just accepting it, and if it's kids playing on its lawn, it's going to be mad.
Isn't there another like tree ghost Pokemon? I know Gourgeist is a grass and ghost type Pokemon, but I don't think that's it, right? That's more like a pumpkin.
Maybe the tree on Sheltera's back.
Yeah, I don't know. You want to lock in
Trevenant? Sheltera is the German name. Yeah, let's go Trevenant.
We look at Trevenant.
Trevenant.
Yay! We got it!
Whoa!
Wow. I'm finally good at something.
Perfect. Ah, not the second place anymore.
Not a second place anymore.
It was,
all right, we're 1 out of 2 now. And I was like close. I was close.
Yeah, we need another one.
One more to go. Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see the next question.
Its shell, good hint, is overflowing with its heightened otherworldly energy. The ectoplasm serves as protection for this Pokemon's core spirit.
What is that accent, dude?
It's spooky accent.
Okay, it's spooky accent.
This is my spooky accent.
It's shell. A Pokemon with a shell that with its heightened otherworldly energy.
A shell?
The ectoplasm?
A shell? Shell and ectoplasm? A ghost type
like
a shell?
Ghostly defensive Pokemon. Is that around?
Wait, it's heightened
Guys,
otherworldly.
we need some help here.
Stop looking at the chat. That's so cheating.
Look, it's a chat answer. It wouldn't be my answer. It's a chat answer.
Oh, wait. I'm so close.
A ghost-type Pokemon with a shell.
Dum, 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 dum,
I know Torterra has a shell, but that can't be it. Ectoplasm.
I can't think. The music is too jolly.
Is it? I know. Oh wait. So, not Greninja. Shedinja.
Shed Ninja.
Oh, that's the
Yeah.
sort of second evolution. It's like when
it.
you have when you're like a Pokemon Ruby and you have an extra spot when you evolve your Ninkara, you get the Shedinja. Yes.
Yeah.
Could that be
Oh,
it?
that could be it. Yeah.
But it does have ectoplasm.
And otherworldly energy. I think it's just. It's a tough one.
I don't think it's Kofagrigas, Yamas. It could also be Yamas. That also has a shell.
Oh,
right?
that is Kofagrigas maybe? Kofagrigas has a
But
shell?
that's like a coffin, right?
Lunarigas.
But that has no ectoplasm. Does that have a shell? That's more
Does
like
any
roots.
Pokemon have ectoplasm? Or is it like actually Zytomega? That's the Runarigas. No,
I'm gonna go
green one.
I think it's Shedinja, man.
Okay, I'm going to go with. No, I even forgot the German name. Zytomega, the green psychic type Pokemon. Mono, duosis.
Solosis.
Solosis,
the
end evolution.
Reuniclus.
I'm going with Reuniclus.
Okay, go for it. Here we go.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Oh no, it was the it's the other one. We don't have this one in Pokemon
That's
Go.
not fair.
I knew this one. I kind of knew this. Oh
Yeah,
no.
then you said it, right?
So I can't remember the name real quick, but it's the evolution of
Corsola.
exactly.
Galar
But then the Galarian one.
Yeah.
Is it Cursula? I think it's
Ursula,
Cursula.
I think,
Cursula,
yeah.
that's the one.
It
yeah.
has a very hard-hitting Shadow Ball.
Dang it. Oh, almost had
It
it.
has so much special attack, it's gonna be a powerhouse.
Oh, so close. All right, here we go. We have TomahawkUK versus Welton. This is a French match. And look at that. Who prepares for this, chat? You wouldn't prepare for this, right? This is why Wigglytuff is good. Pangoro and Greninja. I don't know if Wigglytuff is good.
He has Charger Bug.
Charger Bug as well?
My guy. TomahawkUK with my prediction, Charger Bug in there. And let's see how good it is against the team of Welton. X-Scissor, double super effective against Malamar. It is... you probably get outpaced by Drapion, but it's still okay. Azumarill very good. Toxapex very good. Dugong very good. Charger Bug!
I think you're right, but like the threat of running an electric type is there's always a ground type Pokemon. And that's tough, right? It makes Charger Bug the Giratina of this meta. Because you'll always have to avoid the most common Pokemon, and that makes Charger Bug maybe a little bit tricky to use. The thing is, X-Scissor is such an efficient charge attack on so many Pokemon. Here we go to game number 1. We have the Pangoro from TomahawkUK into the Shadow Marowak from Welton. This is a pretty good matchup for that Shadow Marowak.
Honestly, I like what I'm seeing here in the back for TomahawkUK. The Skarmory is looking decent against all of the fast.
Wait, and he gets the shield! That is tremendous! The attacks from the Pangoro come out so fast, plus you don't debuff yourself. Now, does he get the boost? He doesn't get the boost. Going for the Bone Club here. This will definitely knock out the Pangoro. But I think TomahawkUK might want to win that scenario where both Pokemon use one shield only, because the close combat will now knock out from the Pangoro.
Yeah, we call this the once in Pokemon Go community terms. Now a close combat is being shielded up by Welton. Now the next question is, how much damage does a Mudslap do? Are we going to see a dip immediately? Oh, this is going to take it out. Big farm down here. One shield at
Yo, he has a Skarmory on his team!
Yeah,
we missed that!
No, I said this. It's very good against the fast attacks of the back.
Of course, and I listened to you, yes. Anyway, this Rock Slide is nerfed since the start of this season, and it doesn't do as much damage as it used to. It's actually quite good, but Welton going to swap into the Malamar. Leo, there are no shields! There are no shields in play! This is so prone to a Brave Bird!
Oh, this is not only prone to a Brave, but this is also very, very vulnerable to an X-Scissor of a Charger Bug in the back. He
doesn't even shield! Someone call the shield police!
What's the number for the shield police? We're going to see a Brave Bird thrown here into the Malamar Tauntaun. Here we go! Boom! Deals a lot of damage. Immediate swap. The Volt Switch is going to, or its desk is falling down. Going to knock out the Malamar, getting one more.
Leo, I just want to point out, he undercharged that Brave Bird to get this energy advantage.
So good.
Tauntaun is playing otherworldly. He has an energy advantage into this Drapion and the Kanto Marowak. He's in such a good position. In comes the crunch, but what do you shield here?
You know you can take one, but then you're getting dangerously low to a farm down to all of those mud slabs that these Marowaks have, or these Marowak, and he's going to connect the X's here. This is barely not going to knock out, I think, or not even barely.
TomahawkUK needs to manage his health perfectly here because he doesn't have a lot left. He needs to farm up perfectly here. Here's the thing. If you shield this, you keep the charge bug. But if the Kanto Marowak now comes in, it may take out TomahawkUK forgets for an X-Scissor. So he may need to predict this. Oh, he's predicting it! But
does it help him?
Is that the play? I don't know if that's the play. You have to win charge superiority. I think Marowak wins the charge. No! Charge bug wins charge superiority!
TragicComix wins the charge attack priority event versus the Shadow Marowak, and TomahawkUK knew that he's going to just throw the X's in, goes for another. Oh no, wait. Could he have reached the Aqua Tail?
Oh,
no, TomahawkUK
so close.
wins that game, just barely registering the damage of Volt Switch against the Shadow Drapion. That was incredible. We thought Welton had this.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say in hindsight, Kanto Marowak is always bulkier than you might think. Charge Bug wins the charge priority very clearly. It has actually a pretty decent attack stat. Like, it's like similar to what Virold had and what Alola Sanchez has. So in that context, yeah, the Charge Bug wins definitely charge security into that Marowak.
It just feels so bulky all the time.
Right, it does. The
Shadow Marowak doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's because it's Shadow, of course, right? The Shadow form lowers or decreases attack stat base, or sorry, its defense stat basically in return for more attack, but it is not reflected in its actual attack stat. It's basically a bonus that's separately and doesn't count for the charge attack priority. So in that regard, if it's like the same as a non-Shadow Marowak, and that Pokemon is really bulky. Like, maybe then it would make more sense that the Charge Bug would win charge security.
I wonder when we're going to see some of the regular Marowak, because this is also a Pokemon that should have some play, especially if it's really bulky, it is pacing fast to an efficient Bone Club, and it has those strong Mud Slap.
I want to take a look at the Cresselia here. Future Sight. No lost. I really like that. You're walled by Dark-type Pokemon such as Malamar. The thing is, Malamar's on every team almost. But you deal super effective damage into Poison-type Pokemon. Yeah. Cresselia looks kind of, honestly, unplayable into many teams with Drapion and a Malamar. But you have Greninja to do so well into those Pokemon. Greninja, Water Shuriken, it is only available to two Pokemon. Greninja and... what was it again? The evolution of... I can't remember the name real quick, but it's not a Pokemon we see a lot. But those Water Shuriken is a fast attack that charges so quickly. I think it was called Exocore? I think that's what it was called. Exocore, right? Yeah, that's what it's called. That has Water Shuriken as well. But it's very fragile. So is Greninja, but it covers like Pokemon like Drapion so well. Here we go to game number 2. We have the scarring for TomahawkUK into Welton. This is Steel into Poison, but I think Drapion's just very fine here. And look at that back line. We have the Greninja on the back, and it's looking so good into the whole team of Welton.
That is true. However, actually Greninja versus Shadow Marowak is not as strong as you think, because you actually just, if you don't throw a move on the Marowak, you just get farmed down.
But this is perfect for TomahawkUK. This is the perfect opportunity to draw those shields and try to free up your Greninja. I think with TomahawkUK, you never want to, never mind, I want to say you never want to swap out and give up shield, switch advantage, but you kinda, he does this time. Shield advantage Greninja can be really good. It's only really threatened by Azura and Toxapex on Welton's team, but those are not in the back. No shield in the Aqua Tail, no it's resistant, but Greninja's fragile. This is still gonna chunk, and putting out the protection now on the resistant Aqua Tail. Yikes.
You have to shield a resistant Aqua Tail. This does not feel good, especially since the Poison Stings do too much damage as well. You're throwing a Night Slash here after 2 more Water Shuriken. I think this should
it still knocks out still. Greninja's high attack.
Boost.
Leo,
Boost.
Okay, Leo, this is the Greninja show. This is the Greninja show. What are you bringing in as Welton here? You have double resisted Psywave, and Kanto Marowak just gets taken out by one Hydro Cannon probably. TomahawkUK recognizes this is the opportunity to farm up more energy, and it's still difficult to bring in your Kanto Marowak. Welton lets the first one go through, but this does so much damage.
The thing is that Welton's win condition might be to swap in.
Oh,
brings in the Marowak again.
And how quick Welton was.
Yeah.
Right?
Maybe he wanted to bring in the Marowak anyways to try and farm down the Greninja.
I think so too. Marowak doesn't do too bad there in the scenario where both Pokemon have 2 shields, but in this one it's not great. X-Scissor still does decent damage though, and sneaking a full Volt Switch. That's 4 turns. This Rock Slide might barely not knock out because it's not that great of an attack, and it doesn't knock out.
But Slap KO? Oh no, he has the X-Scissor stored already
because he snuck the Volt Switch. Welton gave it to him basically.
Yeah. does this give him into the water shuriken range? Or are we just going to...
takes out.
Oh wow, one takes out. And are we even going to farm down this Greninja at all? No, we're going to see the first Night Slash
Greninja
thrown.
show. Do we have any Greninja fans? Because Greninja is pulling through here. Double resisting the side wave. It will be able to get to another charge attack here, I believe. Almost getting to the next one. Go for the Night Slash. Totopateus. Greninja beats Welton by 2-0.
Oh, that is so good. The frog goes ribbit and takes out the Malama with a Night Slash. We thought, why is he swapping into a energy-loaded Drapion? Because he does not care.
He resists all that damage on the Greninja. It's so fragile, but that's like exactly the damage you can take. It was even Aqua Tail, not even Crunch. Crunch would have done more solid damage, but also takes more energy for the Drapion to get to. So maybe Welton was afraid he wouldn't get to more charge attacks. But it didn't matter. He didn't bring his Greninja answers. He didn't expect Greninja to come out from Totopateus. And then Totopateus was like, aha, I got you now. Très bien, here we are, voila. Au revoir.
That is exactly what he said to his opponent. And honestly, Greninja is looking so scary for many teams. I was playing around with the team of Trent that he used in Louisville, and there is so few answers to the Greninja. You basically just have the Toxapex.
The energy is just hardly resisted by anything, right? I believe it's like only Azumarill with the water type resisting Hydro Cannon and fairy typing to resist Night Slash. And it's basically neutral on everything else. The thing is, Pokemon that rely on bulk such as Toxapex just do very well into Greninja that relies on neutral Night Slash, right? So that's kind of the offset there. Greninja has such a strong moveset, but doesn't do very well into bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, and the downside is that, especially in this Kanto, Marowak, Shadow matchup, you can actually get farmed down in 2 shield scenarios, but that did not happen at all. Here we can see the Skarmory show as well from Totopateus. A very, very good core breaker if you put it on against the right team.
It just works so well.
Yeah.
I love this about Totopateus' team, right? It just works so well. You saw this in game number 1 where it landed the Brave Bird, and in game number 2 Welton kind of has an idea what the Brave Bird does, right? Here we see Chargeback winning the charge security into Marowak. Remember, Marowak is just a bulky Pokemon, but what I want to say, the thing that works so well for Totopateus' team, Skarmory pulls shields, Greninja and Pangoro are great closers. You get a shield advantage for your Greninja, and that's basically what Totopateus did. He grabbed the shield with his Skarmory in game number 2, just swapped in, threw in the Greninja. He just threw it in, basically. Here, Greninja, now's your time to shine. And it was so good. It pulled through.
Yeah, you get the shield advantage, you go in. That's basically what we are doing with the Greninja. It was very, very strong. I love it. The thing is, you don't know if you're looking at the team of Tonton if he prepared extremely well for this tournament or if he didn't prepare at all and still basically was in last season and brought
eyebrows, by the way.
I am Darmanitan. he went for, okay, Clodsire is a very new meta, but Cresselia, Skarmory, Chargeback, this looked like he could have played it in last year's Worlds.
I think so too. Clodsire is just a Pokemon that's very versatile as well, right? We've seen it all across the board in the meta. Good thing that we can inform you on more Clodsire action. We actually have a video for you about Clodsire. How about we show you this real quick? And don't go anywhere. We have more exciting battles to come.
With the 2024 World Championship behind us, the Max Out Go Battle League update has more than muddied the waters of the Play Pokemon meta. Taking centre stage in the aftermath of one of the largest meta changes to date is the benign blobfish, Clodsire.
Clodsire, this is its ire.
Prior to the Max Out season, Clodsire had not won a major event in Pokemon Go, and operated more as an anti-meta option, notably losing out in the World Championship Grand Finals to its non-Paldean counterpart, Quagsire. Now, with many of its key threats no longer in the picture, as well as a buff to its fast attack, Poison Sting, Clodsire has emerged as the premier option for trainers navigating the 2025 Play Pokemon season. Clodsire boasts immense bulk, solid defensive typing, and diverse offensive coverage. Trainers are typically opting for either Sludge Bomb or Stone Edge on their Clodsire, almost always paired with the powerful charge attack, Earthquake. This flexibility allows Clodsire to be used in a variety of ways and adds depth to the types of teams that can be built around it. Looking ahead, the question is no longer one of whether Clodsire can win a major event, but just how many. But that's enough of me. Let's get back to the Clodsire business where you are.
Welcome into the terrifying tale of the Lille Regional Championships here in Lille, France. I am Amanda, also known as Lumberger, here alongside my good friend Count Xavius. The Count.
The Count, of course, with the cape and stuff. But I really want to point out the music of that cut of the video was really, really cool. It's kind of set the vibe for today.
Yeah, there has been a lot of vibing going on today in Lille so far. We've already gotten some of our day 2 competitors already locked in. Some newcomers to the whole championship scene. Boom 20, one of them being going in. TomahawkUK, someone who has now top cut more events than he has not in this whole Pokemon career. So pretty interesting, running the gamut here, you know, new players that have been around for quite a while.
Yep, I think so. It's a great achievement to have when you top cut for so long, but also not to take away from the accomplishments of Boom. Like, he just showed up first regional. What a way to announce himself. He announced himself with a boom.
Exactly. And with such a large tournament too, with over 128 competitors, around 150, I believe. That means our day 2 is going to be quite large with the top 16. Really anxious to see something I didn't really expect, but I guess the spiders really got the memo of this kind of Halloween season is the Ariados. Ariados seems to be on everyone's team. What are your thoughts about it?
I think it's a great Pokemon to have. It has really fast pacing, and both its moves are very utilitarian, right? You have the Trailblaze to boost your attack, so your Poison Sting, which has been buffed this season, gets even more attack damage, and then you have the other one, which is the Lunge, which kind of cripples your opponent's ability to do a lot of damage. So it's a lot of, it's the, what do you call it, the Swiss Army knife effect of it that's doing a great job right now.
I mean, I think, you know, Leo said in the intro that he, you know, had the dugong on his shoulder because Icy Wind debuff is scary. But I mean, if you think about the Lunge debuff, the possible Trailblaze being able to buff you, that's even scarier here.
I think for me, Dugong's not the scariest Pokemon to lose your lead. It's going to be Ariados, just because it paces so much quicker. In matchups, Dugong needs to take a while. It's 5 ice shards, and that's 15 turns, whereas Ariados gets to those moves in 10 turns, and that is not something you want to mess with.
That's not something you want to mess with, but something that I do want to mess with is social posts. Guys, we gave you a call out at the beginning, and we have barely seen any yet, so let's go ahead, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon, get some more showing here. But this is the first one. This is from Status Stan, and he says, my wife will bake some Pokemon-themed cookies to bring with him to the Lille Regional. Look at those are cute.
And those are not only cute, but they're also delicious. I think I'm gonna find Stan after this.
Yeah, see if there's maybe any more. I don't know, can they bring them backstage to production? I wouldn't mind a cookie. Looking at them, they're all the partner Pokemon of the Kanto region. Do you have a favorite out of these? What would be your preferred partner Pokemon?
From the Kanto region, definitely Charmander. I think it's a very cute Pokemon, and it evolves to one of my favorite Pokemon, Charizard, which again evolves into another one of my favorite Pokemon, which is a Dragon Fire-type Mega Evolution, which is Charizard X, I would assume.
Yeah, and then we can use that actually in Pokemon Go. While it's not viable for a lot of the actual PvP in the grass leagues, there is one of the Pokemon that a lot of people choose to use. Also, it's really nice for raiding, being a very, very high level Pokemon. I'm gonna let you guys know, my preferred partner Pokemon is Squirtle. It was the first Pokemon that I caught in Pokemon Go, and I have not evolved it. I have not powered it up at all. He's staying with me till the end. He is like my Squirtle.
That's really smart. I think the first opportunity I got, I evolved my Charizard. I still remember that. It was very rare to come by Charmeleons back then when the game released. So when there was a nest for a Charmander, I swear, the whole community was there trying to catch as many Pokemon and Charmanders as possible. But one of the biggest experiences that I started learning these names in French, the Pokemon names in French, because
interesting.
Yeah, because I was playing in Brussels, so the community was mostly French, and it used to be like, where is the Charmeleon? And it would like, Uela Salamesh. I'm like, wait, what are you looking for? Are we looking for the same thing?
I mean, that was exactly how I felt. Where are we looking now that we're looking at the stage? Speaking of France, in it, and Hikami on the left-hand side is a French battler, pretty well known in the circuit, and he is up against Anor, someone who's recently moved back from Australia, I believe, being able to live in London, competing now in the European region.
Yeah, but looking at these two teams, I already see a little bit of spice from Anor's side, and that is that Araquanid, and Araquanid has that bug type damage, consistent bug type damage, ability to debuff Pokemon's attack with Bubble Beam, and also do a ton of bug type damage with that Bug Buzz. I'm really interested to see what moveset it's running, and just looking at what it can do against Hikami's team. If it can avoid that Azumarill, it's gonna do a ton of work here with that bulk, with that fast attack pressure, and that huge heavy eating Bug Buzz charge attack.
Yeah, that's a really good point. It seems like, yeah, the spiders in general, it was a call out for all of the spiders, Anor bringing that in. Also kind of taking a page out of Arrow's book there, it looks like, with the Registeel on his side. Martine and I were just talking a little bit earlier on when we were looking at that day one usage. Registeel actually has so much play against a lot of the meta. It only really needs to avoid a couple of key Pokemon, but since those key Pokemon have already started to have other counters, like the Azumarill, which is top pick, I think Registeel, definitely looking at this team, has some targets.
Yeah, I think Registeel, all it needs to do is avoid that Hippowdon, and suddenly it's in a ton of good matchups. And it's another thing that you can do, right? You can use Registeel in this matchup, kind of like a setup Pokemon, like a Springboard Pokemon, I might add, to bring that Hippowdon down to the battlefield and then lose to it, and then suddenly set up a huge ramp up for Feraligatr. And looking at this team that Hikami has, you do not want that Feraligatr to get any energy whatsoever.
Yeah, let's take a look at that Feraligatr. Shadow Feraligatr there, running Hydro Cannon and Ice Beam, which does seem to be the preferred attacks. However, we just did see TomahawkUK get into day 2 using a Crunch one instead. Also has that coverage with that Quagsire there, with the Aqua Tail for be able to hit the Clodsires, but also that Stone Edge to be able to hit the Pokemon that are, you know, flying in from the skies.
Yes, it's also for the bug-type spiders as well. But one of the things that I see, I think the reason why Tomahawk kind of wants to run the normal Feraligatr with Crunch is just because of the coming in of the Dugong. So many teams have that Dugong as their, let's say, Ice-type or a safe Pokemon to go to. And if a Feraligatr goes into that matchup with Crunch and normal Feraligatr, you can flip this matchup as well.
Oh, that's really good keynotes for people to be taking down if they're deciding whether or not they want to even play a Shadow Feraligatr or a standard one to begin with. Another thing I wanted to know out is that the fact that Anor is running a regular Alolan Sandslash, not a Shadow one. Shadow ones were very popular in the other seasons, but a actual non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Nailed it. We got it, guys. Can tank an Earthquake from a Clodsire, so it makes it a little bit more comfortable even if you aren't able to call the bait.
Yeah, it's mostly not just because of the fact that it can tank Earthquake, it's also the fact that the Clodsire is never going to be knocked out by one Ice Punch. Ice Punch is not a great move, but let's see what these two trainers have cooked up. Will Anor use that Shadow Sandslash to come into this matchup? Let's find out. We have Sandslash going up against a Dugong. Is this a Powder Snow Sandslash? Because if it is, then this is going to be a little bit of a tricky matchup for Anor.
Yeah, double ice, very nice apparently, but it looks like, yes, indeed, since it is a Powder Snow, it's not going to be able to handle the Dugong quite as handily as it would if it was a Shadow Claw. Both of them just charging up a ton of energy before throwing that first drill run. And it looks like it's going unprotected on the Hikami's side. A much more comfortable tank on the Dugong than it would be on that Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, these Powder Snows are not doing any damage to this Dugong because of its typing. It's Ice type and Water type, so it's both these typings resist the Powder Snow. But in comes this Drill Run. Drill Run is not going to be enough to knock out this Sandslash, but this Sandslash is going to get to these moves a lot faster than the Dugong.
And of course says, if I can take an Earthquake, I know I can take a Drill Run there, letting that first one go through. Alolan Sandslash still in the yellow, knocking down the Dugong to the yellow as well, but there's so much energy on Hikami's side, going for another Ice Shard before another one, getting that first Protect Shield from Anor.
This is really interesting to see the Protect Shield coming up right now. I think maybe what Anor wants to do is try to get a swap in or a catch, but no, in comes the Drapion. This is not the place where you want to be as a Drapion. Drill Run comes in, this would be super effective, so Hikami pulls up a shield immediately.
Not only would it be super effective, the fast attacks of the Drapion don't really do much to the Alolan Sandslash, but quick pivot by Anor anyway, going into that Quagsire. But this is shadow on shadow damage. This is going to be doing so much. No shield. Look at this. Quagsire just came in, already down past half health, but look at the energy gains as well. This Aqua Tail is already loaded.
Yeah, Aqua Tail coming in quick and fast here, not going all the way to the Stone Edge to try and pull a shield away from Hikami, and Hikami knows this, he knows his counts, so now all he has to do is get to this Aqua Tail, and this Aqua Tail will be enough to put this Quagsire away. Oh,
well,
going for the undercharge here!
Got an undercharge, so he didn't tap all the bubbles, so all the energy didn't go through, but this allows Anor to farm it down and come out with energy to boot. I mean, just a couple more mud shots, he'll be able to reach that Stone Edge, which would be super effective against either one of these Pokemon. Will he be able to make it in time? He is!
Ooh, Stone Edge coming in, and this has to be shielded, or this Ariados, as spooky as it may have been, would have been knocked out. The shield comes up with a little bit of energy lead into this Ariados. Let's see what Anor does. He goes into his Feraligatr. Having that shield advantage is going to go a long way in this matchup, but Hikami knows this. He wants to reduce the damage of the Hydro Cannon that could come in and goes for that lunge here.
He goes for the lunge, which is a bit of a bait. Not only does it lower the attack, but it also got that last shield and a catch by Hikami there. Wonderful plays, being able to just comfortably take this onto the Dugong. A complete undercharge by Anor. He wants to try to get some Shadow Claw energy off. He wants to be able to get to another charge attack.
Yeah, this is a great play here. Does he get to a... Oh no, he does not get the full farm down. So in comes this Drill Run. Drill Run is going to do a ton of damage to this Feraligatr, but this puts him in a position where he can potentially try to swap out to his next Pokemon. But unfortunately, the switch clock is not up yet. Let's see what happens. Oh, goes immediately to this Hydro Cannon. Hydro Cannon is going to do a ton of damage, but probably not enough to knock out this Ariados.
Yeah, at both points, neither the Ice Beam nor the would be able to knock out. Trying to catch, wasn't quite able to get there, but you know what? This is still great. He's forced to throw an attack here because, as you can see, that Powder Snow would do a lot to the Ariados. Hikami knows it as well. Anor knows it. It looks like at this point he's just got to get that spider out of the way.
We'll see what the spider can do here because it has to still power through two Pokemon. One Shadow Claw, two Shadow Claw, and off with the spider. Spider goes back. What an amazing gameplay by Anor. Great energy management. Knew what Pokemon to bring in. Knew how much damage he had to do to that Drapion before swapping out to ensure that he won that switch.
Really fantastic plays by both trainers there. Hikami really did a nice job. You can see even they both waited a turn, but he still was able to catch that Hydro Cannon onto the Dugong. Fortunately for Anor, there was just enough left in the tank. He was able to get up to basically 2 Hydro Cannons and just outmaneuver by the end. But Hikami is a really, really strong player. He's been at this circuit for a while, and I am positive that he knows how to maneuver himself, get himself back from a tough scenario.
I think one of the key mistakes that Hikami made in that game was that undercharge against that Quagsire. It gave, I think, a little bit more damage, would have made sure that the Quagsire would not have gotten to that Stone Edge against the Ariados, which forced him to pull his only remaining shield. If at the end game that Ariados still had that shield advantage, I think this game would not be going to Anor, because for Alligator, if you have a shield up, Ariados is going to do pretty well.
Yeah, I understand the thought process behind what he wanted to do there, because obviously with the amount of health that was left on the Pokemon, he didn't want to give what we call farm opportunity to Anor, where, you know, you just have a sliver of health left and then they're able to get 4 or 5 fast attacks off and you're not able to get to another charge attack. Unfortunately for Hikami, it just didn't work in his favor. He undercharged it a little bit too much, like you said, Abby.
Yeah, but it's you live and you learn, I guess. But I think at this point, let's see if these two players have made up their mind that it's going to be that Registeel against an absolute nightmare Pokemon for it. It's that Hippowdon. With that fast attack, sand attacks, it's going to do a lot of work. And in comes the Quagsire. This is an interesting matchup here because the Azumarill is not a hard answer to this Quagsire.
It's not a hard answer, but at the same point, the attacks from the Azumarill will end up doing more because Azumarill has a lot of bulk to it. Anor not fooling around here, going straight for that heavier hitting Stone Edge. He knows that Aqua Tail's not going to do much. He wants to get the Azumarill down low, but Azumarill has a ton of energy. This Play Rough will do so much if it does. No Protect Shield, and no Protect Shield we see.
Oh wow, that is a very brave no Protect Shield here, but this Quagsire still hangs on. We'll get to another Stone Edge, and that Stone Edge will be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Look at the position that this Quagsire is in now. It has barely any HP, but it has enough to throw 2 moves. In comes that first Stone Edge, knocking out the Azumarill, and whatever comes in is going to be greeted with another charge attack.
Not only that, there's just so little farm left on on this. He wasn't able to get off the attack, but he does get the alignment that he's looking for. No longer is this Registeel forced to be against a Hippowdon, one of the hardest counters for it there. He's able to come in with that Shadow for Alligator, which has a much, much better matchup.
Yeah, but this Hippowdon does have a lot of energy to his name. In comes his first Weather Ball. This is kind of a bait, but for Alligator, Anor falls for it and pulling up this Protect Shield to understanding that his Feraligatr is his win condition here.
And trying to catching he is able to do, you saw Hikame's face, able to do it in game 1, he's able to do it in game 2 here. The Drapion doesn't end up having a lot of play, but you have to see if Anor, yes, once again, just charging up a ton of energy before swapping out. Here's the point, Abby. This Registeel is completely full, but there's 2 Protect Shields left on Hikame's side.
Yeah, there is still 2 Protect Shields, so it's going to come down to how he's going to manage energy on that Hippowdon. It is a Shadow type, Shadow Pokemon, so it's probably in a position where it can one-shot that Feraligatr in the end game. That's exactly what Hikame is trying to play for right now.
Do you think Anor is going to go for a very aggressive lock-on farm down? Lock-on does not do much damage at all, only 1 HP, but I think he's going for it. He's going to be able to get it, but not before this last Aqua Tail goes off. But guess what? No matter what, I think 1 attack from a Registeel maybe warrants 1 shield.
Yeah, it definitely warrants 1 shield. Immediately swapping out here because Hikame recognizes, oh, he goes for the Zap Cannon. That is a very good heads-up play there.
I love this play because you have the potential to debuff your opponent, which you just see it. So now the attacks of the Hippowdon aren't doing as much damage. Going for another bait here. These games are crazy getting this last shield from Anor.
This is going to be so close because Feraligatr did bank a lot of energy. It's going to be a race to this back-to-back, and Feraligatr is there here. Hikame pulls up the shield, but let's see who wins charge attack priority. Will it be the Feraligatr or will it be the Hippowdon? I think it's going to be the Feraligatr, right?
At the attack, we'll have to see. Yes, Shadow Feraligatr has the higher attack than the Shadow Hippowdon, getting the charge attack priority.
Oh, what a way to secure the win and going into the group finals. Anor beating Hikame very well, showing absolutely perfect energy management in game 1, knowing and understanding that Hikame did not have a hard answer to that Quagsire. You know, it's what I said, right? Azumarill is not a great answer for a Quagsire because the amount of damage that it puts out in the duration that it puts out kind of outweighs the bulk of Azumarill.
There has been quite a few Quagsires being shown in this new meta that's been coming up. Though Mudshot did get debuffed, so the fast attack doesn't do as much damage, it's still seen everywhere, and I think it's because of the coverage. Anor had a really interesting team. He recognized how the different Pokemon in the meta were going to be able to shift, and really congratulations to him continuing on to that Winners Finals.
Yeah, Winners Finals it is. He's just 1 battle away now to going into day 2. That's what the competitors are here for, trying to get as many points as possible as well, which helps them towards qualifying, towards getting into that top 50 spot for Europe to qualify for Worlds this season.
I think that Hikame, if you're a fan of him, which let's face it, we're all a fan of Hikame at this point. He's from the French region. He wants to be able to take this, you know, in the homeland territory. He's in the loser side of the bracket. He's still in the tournament, guys. Don't worry. You'll be able to see more of his play potentially later on. There's so many people here. I just want to emphasize that the tournaments, they just keep getting bigger, right? And the community members, they just start knowing more people as well. So it's like, okay, even though this may be someone's first tournament or, you know, second tournament, or like Kazim, he went to a lot of tournaments, but he didn't really have his breakthrough moment until Dortmund. There's so many different stories and storylines
that are culminating
to a regional.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we are going to take a quick look at all the pivotal moments in this game. The first one is here, is that the lunge bait here and catching that move onto the Dugong. This, I think, a little bit less undercharge for Anor there. If he had gone for a little bit more, this match might have ended differently, but that is a key moment. The key moment comes further as well when he swaps in to that Hippowdon, but unfortunately gets hit by this Zap Cannon. This kind of forces him to go for that.
Yeah, that shield. I mean, like,
Scorching Sands.
This is so great because I just want once again emphasize here that the Zap Cannon, if it went unshielded, would not have done that much damage. But Anor knew that the Focus Blast would be able to do it, and Hikame needed to be able to shield that up. So not only did he get the shield, he got the attack debuff, and he was able to win that charge attack priority. Those last key seconds, last 20 seconds of that game just was so impactful for Anor.
It was so close, right? Like
It
game
literally came down to the turn.
Yeah, it could have been decided by just one extra turn. If he had just waited to do one lock-on that Registeel, this game would have been over because he would have got to that Scorching Sand and that would have been enough to knock out the Feraligatr. Of course, as casters, we would have liked that to happen because we would have got a game 3, but I understand.
Yeah, we won't be too selfish about it. I asked Tomahawk earlier on, I said, is there any scary Pokemon or scary people that you're thinking of facing in day number 2? Now, since we're not technically facing, I mean, I am pretty scary, I get it.
Yeah,
but are there any Pokemon that if you were playing, you'd be kind of like scared to face or be like, why aren't people seeing the potential of this Pokemon? Or, dang, did you know that, if you brought this Pokemon, it actually plays out a specific way?
Yeah, I think honestly, right now it's Ariados, right? Just because of the coverage that it has and the amount of damage and the influence that it has as the game progresses, it just gets stronger and stronger. Like mid-game, early game Ariados is great, mid-game Ariados, for example, if you put the Ariados in a favorable matchup as a swap-in, and it just starts ramping up. For example, if you have your Dugong on an Ariados and it starts doing that Trailblaze ramp-up, you do not want to stay there for a long time.
I mean, even if you end up icy winning it to bringing it back down, Ariados says, guess what? Got another one for you.
Here, catch.
What I'm more surprised about is the fact that Mandibuzz ended up making that top 12 graphic, right behind Galarian Moltres. So the 2 dark flying types, three dark flying types here in Lille, it looks like. But, I mean, I think at the beginning of the season, everyone was so sure it would be everywhere, right? And so everyone was like, you have to run Stone Edge on your Clodsire because you need to be able to handle these flyers. But really, for the first couple tournaments, there was not very much play of it, though the play of it that they had was impactful.
Yeah, but I think the move from Stone Edge to Sludge Bomb is mostly because of Azumarill. We just saw in the graphics, it's the most used Pokemon, and you want your Clodsire to be in a position to beat this Azumarill, and for that you need Sludge Bomb. Otherwise, in let's say the Zero Shield scenario, the Azumarill can actually knock out a Clodsire, a Poison-type Pokemon, just because of its part Ground typing, and Azumarill having access to Bubble, which does super effective, and Ice Beam, which does super effective damage as well. So I think that's one of the reasons why you see so many Azumarills.
I mean, we talked about, like, when Paula played earlier on, Azumarill paces quite slowly, right? Bubble's a 3-turn, and it just takes a bit of fast attacks to be able to get the charge stack. She was able to get to an Ice Beam to take out a Serperior, and she was still able to get to an Ice Beam to take out a Moltres. To me, this was insane play. Speaking of insane play, let's go ahead and take a look at some of these Pokemon that are on the field for Glasgow-Bolton and Richie Beckett.
Yeah, both are well-known trainers. Glasgow-Bolton has already won those regional ones, and he's coming here again in the group finals again for Hedge to try and cement his place into day 2. And he's bought his traditional, his pocket pick, which is that Serperior. I am super excited to see if this is going to be running a Leaf Tornado as well, because that would be a hoot and a half.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really, really good point. Last season, Glasgow-Bolton won the Lille Regional with a Serperior on his team, and we'll have to see if he wants to do that, because if he does, I'm looking at Richie Beckett's side, that Drifblim is just going to be grinning from ear to ear.
I think if that Drifblim ever gets on the Serperior, it's going to have the time of its life, especially if it's running Leaf Tornado.
Oh, we see it!
This is Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant. Oh my, this is it. I think he's like, I've played this in mono regional once, I'm gonna do it again.
I really also like Glasgow-Bolton's team because it's so different than a lot of things that we've been seeing. This was something that I think you saw maybe in the first regional competition, perhaps in North America as well, but there was a lot of Talonflame the first couple, and Talonflame has seemed to drop off, but with the rise of Ariados, it's no wonder that Glasgow-Bolton is doing quite well, because being able to have those Incinerate damage to go through is a lot of damage to that little spider.
Yeah, you do not want to be an Ariados going up, looking up on your screen and then seeing that Talonflame flying out, with every Incinerate kind of taking half your HP away from you. So, but let's see if he is actually running the Ariados, and he does. But one of the things that I see here is Talonflame has a lot of matchups where it can shine. Matchups against Malamar, for example, you need a really, really high attack Malamar to beat the Talonflame in the one-shield scenario, and you have Marowak. Marowak does have access to that Rock Slide, but as I talked to Leo about earlier in the game, is that you're looking up at this Talonflame and trying to throw mud at it, it's never gonna reach it. So that's something, these are the matchups that Talonflame is going to be very happy to take.
It's going to be very interesting to see because though this is a show 6, it is indeed a pick 3, right? So I think in both of these trainers' heads, they're deciding what 3 Pokemon look the strongest for my opponent. How do I think that they are going to play it out? A lot of the players, since they are open team sheets, it kind of gives an indication, right? So the fact that this is going to be a Leaf Tornado and Frenzy Plant maybe puts a different idea in Richie's head about how he wants to maneuver around. But I do want to say, I think this is the first Drifblim that we've seen in the tournament so far.
Yes, it is the first Drifblim as well, and it's the first Serperior with this moveset. I think one of the things that kind of works in Galaxico Bolton's favor, and he's kind of forcing probably his opponents to run the Spider into the Serperior just because of the fact that it doesn't have Aerial Ace. So there is no coverage. But that would mean that the Talonflame can suddenly set up for a farm down and then go crazy charge attacks onto Richie Beckett's team. Let's see if these two trainers, let's see what Galaxico Bolton wants to play and how he wants to play it. But also Malamar on the side of Galaxico Bolton looks really strong in this matchup. We know, for example, that Malamar kind of loses the zero shield scenario against the Shadow Marowak, but I think in that game there was maybe a small mistake in throwing the charge attacks for the Malamar player.
I mean, honestly, in my opinion, Malamar with shields is like pretty dangerous against this whole team here.
Yeah.
Even a Zoomerl, I mean, we saw how much a Psywave damage ends up doing over time and just being able to get to attacks so quickly. I think we're probably going to see some Malamar gaming from both of these trainers.
Yes, I think you see Richie Beckett, right? Like if you want to bring a Zoomerl, you really want to check this Toxapex. So he's had like one really hard check with the Marowak and another one with the Dunsparce, and the last and one of the most consistent checks I would assume is that Drifblim, because it doesn't take a lot of damage from the Poison Jab. And Galaxico Bolton, as we know, is the previous Lille champion. Richie Beckett is still vying for his first regional championship, and he's one step closer if he can beat Galaxico Bolton.
Yeah, this is a big step on a long journey, but if anyone can do it, Richie Beckett has been around for a while. He knows his counts, he knows how to play this game, and he might know how to play it up against Galaxico Bolton. One thing that you mentioned, I think that was like so clever and smart. With this team composition, having a Toxapex and a Serperior on a team, he's definitely trying to tell that to Zoomerl to stay home, right? So if Richie Beckett is recognizing this as well, he's maybe trying to lead strong against Talonflame, because Talonflame is like the main reason I think that Galaxico Bolton wants to try to keep the Zoomerl benched.
Exactly. I think it's going to come down to what these two players want to play as a strategy. What I also see is that the Dugong on the side of Galaxico Bolton is kind of sort of free. You can use that Pokemon as definitely like a setup Pokemon right now, but these two trainers have locked in their teams already. They're ready to give us a show. Let's see what these leads are. Galaxico Bolton on the left and Richie Beckett on the right.
Coming in, we got the Gyarados on one side against the Serperior saying, oh, I brought it once before. You can see Galaxico Bolton nodding his head. This is actually not the matchup that he wants. So he already has a plan in mind, swapping out into the Alolan Sandslash to be met now by the Malamar, but there is a little bit of an energy advantage on the side of the Alolan Sandslash.
This is going to be really close here. Malamar going for the first move, foul play, trying to not throw that superpower to debuff himself, and Galaxico Bolton pulls up a shield, but I'm not entirely sure if this matchup is in favor of Malamar or in favor of Alolan Sandslash, just because of the fact that it got that energy lead.
Yeah, going for that heavier hitting drill run as well. No protect shield from Richie's side, but bringing that right down to the red, and a combo play saying, okay, that wasn't enough. All right, you're going to have to shield at least one time here. Getting that shield from Richie wants to keep that alignment that was so good for him at the beginning.
This is going to be a nightmare of a matchup if the Sandslash is going to be able to farm down this Malamar, and that... Oh, yes, he pulls up this Protect Shield. This Malamar is going to go down, and if this Malamar goes down, it's going to be Talonflame against that Ariados in the end game, and that is not where you want to be as Richie Beckett. Sandslash wins that swap, setting up an amazing mid-game for Galaxico Bolton.
He's got the energy. He's still got the health. He sees the Dunsparce, and he says, no problem, gonna avoid that with my other Pokemon here. Serperior is such a good answer to Dunsparce, and Galaxico Bolton has gotten that switch advantage that he was looking for. He may be down a shield, but he is in a good place.
Wow, so much work from this lowland sand slash. He did opt for the shadow version to do a little bit more damage. Richie Beckett might kind of identifying maybe it's a Talonflame at the back, maybe I want to preserve my Dunsparce, but this is gonna be really hard because at this moment I think Dunsparce is at a range where a Brave Bird can knock it out.
That's super effective damage, knocking out the lowland sand slash, coming back in with Superior, and a quick swap by both here. Even though there are a few Poison Stings advantage, you can see how much damage this Incinerate is doing!
Oh man, incinerating away at Richie Beckett's chance of winning this game. This Ariados going for this lunge, hoping to debuff Talonflame, but it does no damage, or it doesn't do enough damage to put him in a dominant position. In comes another lunge. Will he make it to one more?
Lunge number 2 coming through, but I think the Talonflame says, I'm still cooking here. Heated up, going for the fly at the last second to knock out the 1 HP Ariados. Galaxkabolton using that signature Superior and gaining game number 1.
It's not yet over. We still have that Ariados at the back. This is a double debuff. Talonflame going for the Brave Bird. Let's see if this is enough. It is still debuffed. I'm not sure if it's enough to KO. It is not enough, so one more Incinerate is all it'll take, but no. He says, well, here, take my Superior. There was no damage to the Superior.
Yeah, you saw Richie kind of put down his phone and say, it didn't, okay, I'll tap a few more times here. Drill Run connecting now with the Superior, and maybe you're right, Albie. I called that a little bit too soon. Saw a little bit too much of the writing on the wall.
Yeah, but that was such a dominant gameplay. I think not bringing a hard answer to that Alolan Sandslash was a small mistake, but I think he will probably want to change it up a little bit. Just bring, if he bought in that Dunsparce, I think it's like this, right? He probably knew it was a Talonflame at the back, and then he went to the Malamar instead of the Dunsparce, because Dunsparce is a much better matchup against the Talonflame. So that's probably why. And Richie Beckett played that one-shield scenario. He overstayed his welcome a little bit in the lead, and that's why he's in this situation. But I think calling the line, he did a great job.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. You know what? I think I'm getting flashbacks. I feel like Galaxkabolton did this last season too. He also had a Shadow Alolan Sandslash on his team, and he double shielded it quite often in matches to be able to get the alignment that he wanted. So, I mean, maybe at this point he's just like, okay, I've cracked the code for Lille here. I'm gonna go ahead, use this Superior with the Leaf Tornado potential bait that ends up lowering your opponent's attack. And also, I'm going to use that Alolan Sandslash, because I guess if you look at it, even though there are some counters to the Alolan Sandslash, it's also pretty free in a similar way that the Dugong is.
Yeah, at this moment, I think Richie Beckett really needs to bring 3 Pokemon that are strong against Alolan Sandslash, because otherwise it's going to be free against his lineup. I would assume he goes something like Dunsparce plus Malamar and an Azumarill to make sure this works out, but that would kind of open him to being weak to Superior. That's, I think, what Galaxkabolton expected, but let's see what happens. Another Spider lead into a Superior. This is exactly like game 1. He swaps in with the Alolan Sandslash, immediately met with that hard answer that we are talking about, and that is the Azumarill.
And I think that you're absolutely right here. Richie Beckett called the line pretty well that first time, and he's definitely made the modification. Azumarill can tank this a lot better than the Malamar can, but we have to remember, he's done it before. He did it last game. I'm pretty sure he did it last season. Galaxkabolton is not afraid to use shields on the Alolan Sandslash. And guess what? Neither one of these attacks from the Azumarill are going to be doing that much damage.
It's going to be really interesting on how he plays it out. Will he play the zero shield matchup here and try to get the Azumarill in a range where the Talonflame can farm it down? Or will he try to shield towards the endgame to secure that switch here? Let's find out. These bubbles are adding up so much, but this Alolan Sandslash will get to this drill run before the Azumarill wants to throw the energy. Richie Beckett now says, all right, enough with this losing switch. I'm gonna keep my switch. Thank you very much.
Not only does he have this so far, a shield is down, but he has all the energy, able to keep it now for whatever comes in. It's gonna be that Superior, but guess what? Superior is a grass-type Pokemon. It does not like these ice beams.
No, not at all, and it's also a mono-type of grass. It's completely grass right now because it has Vine Whip, it has Leaf Tornado, and it also has Frenzy Plant, but in comes this Ice
Beam here, coming in through here to the Superior. Not quite enough to knock it out. A quick pivot, trying to get once Incinerate in, and able to get this Dunsparce. There are 2 shields left on Galaxkabolton's side, but Rollout got an update recently, doing a lot of damage here and going for that Rock Slide. I'm This is getting shield number 1 off Galactica.
It's still going to be really close here. Does he go for the flybait? Now it's in a position where he's set up this Pokemon to try and win here. Because if he went for the fly, he will have to call this move. It's Richie Beckett's game to lose here. If he does not call this Brave Bird, oh, and he calls it. I think at this point, the game is done and dusted. Rollout comes in and takes out the Talonflame, and there goes any hope of the Serperior trying to bring this game back for Galactica Bolton. Very well played. Game number 2 for Richie Beckett, identifying that he's using this Shadow Sandslash as a pivot Pokemon and bringing a really hard answer, which is the Azumarill.
And what a play by both of those. You saw Richie was very, he had to make a decision. Is this just a fly? If it's a fly bait, then I'm going to, be put in a bad position. If it's a Brave Bird, I might be in an even worse position. Getting that call right was crucial for Richie Beckett in taking that game number 2.
It was really close. I think both trainers played it out as close as and as best as they could. So I'm really looking forward to the modifications that maybe Galactica Bolton wants to do in game number 3. 2 games he's led Serperior into Ariados, and 2 games he made it really close. So I'm really interested to see what he will try. Will he still go with that Serperior lead? Because come on, third time's a charm maybe? I don't know.
But, I mean, he does have a Toxapex on his team for the charm, but Richie Beckett has been playing really well. You said it before, he called what Galactica Bolton was trying to do that game 1. He just couldn't actually pull off his, yeah, exactly. He couldn't execute on it. He did it masterfully in game number 2, but this is the decisive game number 3. This decides who will make it into day 2 on the winner's side of the bracket. Both of these trainers want to be there. You want those accolades. You want to be able to call yourself the best.
Yep, exactly, and they're vying now for that top 16 spot already and getting and securing those championship points as well. But I really am interested in to see how these trainers kind of adapt to the gameplay of the other, because it's been 2 games where Ariados is being led into Serperior. Will you lead your Talonflame, or will you want to go to a neutral play? Because I would really like to see that Malamar lead from Galactica Bolton, because it will do a ton of work. Of course, it's going to get double super effective damage from that lunge, but before that lunge, all those side waves will slowly and steadily add up. It's a Marowak, and he goes for the Serperior for the 3rd time in a row, and 3rd time's the charm.
3rd time is apparently the charm, but now a quick pivot into the Drifblim. But guess what? Still sticking with the same plan. Galactica Bolton is not afraid to put it to use here. Will he use the shield? He does. He doesn't even want the potential. He's saying, even if this is an Icy Wind bait, I'm in such a good spot. I need to keep this alignment.
This is a very good showcase. You can see the amount of damage these buffed Astonishes are doing. The Alolan Sandslash is already in the yellow. If unshielded, this Ice Punch is gonna knock out, and he goes for the shield here. Maybe his gameplay is to go for this Icy Wind and try to get this Alolan Sandslash to commit to a shield, or even try to farm it down. This is what Galactica Bolton did game 1.
This is going to come down to the wire here, because there is going to be an Icy Wind already loaded here. But no, going looks like for an extra attack instead. Not being able to throw it. Not only does Galactica Bolton keep his shield in this scenario, he's able to knock out the Drifblim and keep that alignment that he wanted.
Oh no, we see the backline here, which is that Ariados, and that is not going to do a great job. In comes his Alolan Cancer Marowak, immediately met with the Serperior, and this is where the dreams of Richie Beckett get destroyed. Spider against that Talonflame, trying to do something with these Poison Stings and lunges, but the writing is already on the wall. Richie Beckett knows this. In comes this fly to take out the Ariados.
Bye, Ariados here. Talonflame will continue to charge up some energy. It's going to need to go for that Rock Slide to be able to take out the Marowak, and it looks like at this point, going to go for the Brave Bird, the bravest of birds here, coming from Galactica Bolton. This does heavy damage, but it also decreases your own defense. But you know what? When it's the last Pokemon, you don't even need it.
Yeah, but what a gameplay, right? Galactica Bolton said, all right, I'm leading my Serperior twice in a row. He's probably not going to expect me to lead it for the 3rd time. And 3rd time's the charm. It worked out, especially after, I think he was in a very confident position as well, because Game 1 and Game 2, he almost pulled it off with one of the most nightmarish leads that you could have as a Serperior. So he's like, I'm very comfortable with leading it, so I'm just going to try it again. And what a win, Galactica Bolton. He going into day 2 and into the top 16. Few more rounds away from re-winning his regional title.
That's absolutely right. He's pumping his fists. He's grinning from ear to ear. He's playing only 3 Pokemon basically this entire time. You know what? I would actually be very interested to hear from any of other Glasgow Bolton's opponents so far in the day to be like, has he played anything else at all? Is this just his plan? He says, okay, you know what? This is how I'm going to play this whole tournament. Because if this was any indication in the winners finals that got him into day 2, I'm inclined to believe it.
I mean, look at it this way. Maybe he still thinks he's playing GBL.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. The Go Battle League is, you know, a blind 3 format where you're not sure what the opponent has in the back. And maybe he's just been testing this for a while and saying, okay, you know what? It works. It works, guys. Tried and true method. Leaf Tornado, Superior, still the way to go.
Still the way for sure. But one of the things that I thought was really funny in that matchup was Talonflame against Alolan Marowak. Did you notice the animation of Mud Slap? It does not reach the Talonflame. It goes all the way up in a parabolic trajectory and falls just before the Talonflame. It's like,
It is one of the, you know, I always like to watch the different attacks. So that's the easiest way to tell what your opponent is running by the actual animation, so you can tell if it's a 2-turn attack or a 3-turn attack. But it is really funny when it's like trying to just reach. I mean, those Marowak's arms must have to be super strong to try to just throw up that mud that high.
Yep, we have the replay on the critical moments in the game, and this is one that we called out while we were casting as well, forcing the switch here by shielding this Alolan Sandslash and getting rid of that Malamar. This put Glasgow Bolton in a position where he knew he won the game at that instant. You saw him shaking his head. And game number 2, we saw this Dunsparce doing a ton of work, and Glasgow Bolton going for the Hail Mary, going all the way to the Brave Bird, and a very last second shield by Richie Beckett to pull this game. And game number 3, we see that animation. Can you see that Mudslap reach the Talonflame? No, it does not. It's like, I want to throw harder, but I can't.
I can't at this point. It's taking that Brave Bird, going back into its ball. Glasgow Bolton is going on to day number 2 with, you know, a pretty interesting team.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's like trying to set up the Ariados to come into your Superior and trying to take it out with that Talonflame. He did it consistently in all these games. He got the Talonflame on the Ariados. It's kind of scaring people away from running one of the Pokemon that's coming out as like a very, very strong pick in this tournament.
Absolutely.
And it's also very good against Pokemon like Dugong. Of course, it's a nice water type, but it doesn't have access to a water type charge attack. It does have access to it, but not many people run it.
I mean, I'm so like enthralled when you're talking about it, because it's like you kind of called it out. You called out a Dugong, but he ended up using the Alolan Sandslash. But the idea behind what you said was absolutely correct. You know what? But Leo is actually with Glasgow Bolton. Leo, if you're listening, ask him if he's played any other Pokemon in this tournament. We're all dying to know.
I am joined by Galaxy Bolton, the man last year who came all the way into the grand finals and then won. How are you doing, my friend, after this glorious victory?
I'm doing great. I'm so happy to be in day 2 again.
Yeah, and you went through the winners final, so you haven't lost yet. So I have to ask you a question from the other casters as well. Have you run any other Pokemon than the 3 that you played this round today?
Yeah, I'm running everything, but right now in this game, those 3 were the best. So that's what I did.
The matches looked very, very polarizing, I have to say. Do you always lead Superior? Like, this was your signature Pokemon in Lille last year?
Yes, I'm always leading Superior. Every single time.
Okay, opponents take a note. This is always going to be the lead. Did you get many Leaf Tornado debuffs by any chance?
Not even one yet.
All right, so that's stored for a day too, I suppose. I have a question for you. So when you're playing against an opponent, you know, Richie Beckett is also a rather well-known player. He's a very good player. And you see something like a Drifblim. What do you think?
I've also tried Drifblim. It's really good now. I think the Shadow version is even better. But still, the Frenzy Plant does like half of the HP. So I wasn't afraid to lead into it either.
All right, see, so you can actually still deal a lot of damage with the Superior on that one. How did you come up with your team composition for this one? Because there are so many very strong Pokemon in the meta that you're not running, like Clodsire, for example.
I usually just play whatever I like. So I like Dugong, I like Superior, I like A-Slash. And it was also kind of inspired of my team last year, because last year I brought Leaf Tornado, Superior and A-Slash, and they were my MVPs. And they are still my MVPs so far in this tournament.
I like the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Many players have pivoted to regular Sandslash. Why do you like the Shadow one better?
It's much more abusive in the 2 shields. Like, the only positive thing with the regular Sandslash is that it can tank an Earthquake from Clodsire. But if you just 2 shield the Clodsire, you're still fine.
Fair enough, there you have it. This is also something that many trainers do with their Shadow Pokemon. Give them 2 shields and then you are very flexible, especially when they're as spammy as the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. There's one last question I have to ask you is, are you going to go back-to-back? Are you going to win 2 Lils in a row?
That's the goal here. That's why I'm here.
All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Leo, for that great interview. I think a lot of our questions got answered here. Thank you for that.
It wasn't the answer that I wanted, but it was probably the better answer for all the opponents.
But we know now that he's going to lead Serperior in every game, so you can thank us later, whoever beats Glaxcobolton when he leads Serperior.
I don't know if that's a trick or a treat. I think they might be being a little bit tricky with that for us.
I mean, you never know, right? But it is what it is. It is mind games. He's put it out there. Now his opponents are the ones who have to use his information to try and beat him, because he is looking like he's on a roll.
I mean, yeah, he was the roll out damage from that Dunsparce did a little bit too much to his Talonflame game number 2, but being able to win was pretty darn good for him. They're making it to day 2. Speaking of people who are going to be making it to day 2, let's have a look at these 2 competitors, because this is also a group final, so whoever wins this will guarantee move on. We've got Lurgan Rocket on the left-hand side versus Sir Corey on the right.
Yeah, what a matchup. I think both of them are English trainers in a way. And it's a great way to see Chestnut being brought into the game. And look
Not
at
only
that,
Chestnut.
the first Pokemon that's on there, it's that Shadow Magnezone. We know how much damage that this Pokemon can do, but it's going to be a tricky uphill climb for that Shadow Magnezone, because on the other side, we see Pokemon that's going to be an absolute nightmare for it, and that's that Shadow Kanto Marowak. That is not a matchup that you want to be in as a Magnezone.
Lurgan Rocket is one of the trainers who really knows the ins and outs of not only his Pokemon, but different opponents' Pokemon as well. So what I mean by that is you can catch your Pokemon and they can have different, you know, like amounts, right? You want a Pokemon maybe with a higher attack sometimes for specific reasons, or maybe you're looking for ones that are a little bit bulkier and have a little more you know, HP and defense. Lurgan Rocket is one of the trainers that knows exactly what to do in each scenario. Like, oh, if mine has a little more attack, it can beat this Pokemon, which it normally is not able to do. I mean, he's a trainer that it's like, I am sure that his Magnezone has already considered Clodsires, Kanto Marowaks, to be able to utilize it to the best of its ability, even if it can't win those matchups.
For sure. I think it also shows us and makes us understand that I know a lot of trainers spend a lot of time to get the right kind of Pokemon with like a good attack stat or something like that to train so that they can bring to these events for a specific one. But I would like to emphasize that it's not about finding the right IVs, I mean, not about finding the right stat product. It's always about knowing your stat product. What can your Pokemon do against an opposing Pokemon? That's the important bit. Yes, you can gain some advantage surprising people with a Pokemon with a lot more bulk, with a Pokemon with a lot more attack, etc, etc. We saw Dancing Rob punished because his Ariados survived with 1 HP on an Ancient Power. So it does not matter in the end, because when it comes to the game, it's a best of 3 and it's a show 6 pick 3. So the 3 Pokemon you pick, you can decide. The only thing you can control are your Pokemon and your IVs. And that's the key point there.
Yeah, I think that's true. And also, I just want to point out that both of these trainers are running Pokemon that are a little bit different, right? So there are some targets for each of them. Lurgan Rocket also let me know that him and his good friend and teammate 23EJB are running very similar team composition. So I think that they are both running Magnezones, both running and maybe it's the Gastrodon that's different, but there's one Pokemon only that is different between those two teams. I'm interested to see which one has piloted it to more success. Looks like Lurgan Rocket may be at that top of that for right now, because he is in the group finals.
Yeah, a Pokemon that I really think I'm really interested to see here is that Chestnut as well. It has a ton of play against Sir Corey's team, but Sir Corey also has the Pokemon that can do a lot of work against it, which is that Galarian Moltres, and also the Toxapex. Toxapex can take a Frenzy Plant comfortably because it's neutral, but these Poison Jabs slowly and steadily add up. I want to see how Lurgan wants to maneuver, and yeah, I just got taken back by that Pikachu. That is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
That is a pretty cool Pikachu plushie. Sir Corey On the other hand, I consider him someone who is very similar to his friend and teammate Kazim. Kazim didn't have any really high top cut performances, but everyone knew that he was a good battler. He just needed that moment to shine. Sir Corey, I think, is one of those that could line up and fall directly in that category. Everyone knows he's a very skilled battler. He's been up on the stage before. He's made it pretty far into tournaments, but he has never secured really that top title. Lille could potentially be the place for, you know, the friends and teammates here. It's Kazim here in Dortmund, and it's going to be Sir Corey and Lille.
Yep, you never know, right? But I think he has the Pokemon, and he has a matchup that's needed to secure him the win in Lille as well. So all he needs to do is beat Lurgan and then beat 3 more trainers, or 3 more trainers to get to that title. Sir Corey is really focused, and Lurgan, it's always terrifying to watch Lurgan take down notes. It's like, I got you figured out. I'm just gonna write this down.
Well. Pen, click. Scribble, scribble, scribble. And your opponent's already terrified. Jumping into game number 1 here. We got that Chestnut on the field against that Shadow Marowak. And we're going to see a quick pivot by Sir Corey into Toxapex, one of the bulkier Pokemon. But guess what? Does not want to be facing these mud slaps.
Oh my god, this Gastrodon is showing why it's shot up in rankings and shot up in usage because of the ability to counter the top meta Pokemon. Toxapex usually is super bulky, but look at it now. It's already in the yellow, and the Gastrodon hasn't thrown a single move at it yet. Lurgan, knowing his count, throwing this Earth Power to potentially knock out the Toxapex before taking any damage from the second Brine.
Yeah, pretty much a mud slap in the face there to Toxapex. One of the bulkiest Pokemon taken out by a Gastrodon that is still in the green. Now just being brought down to the yellow here, but so much energy already released. Lurgan Rocket going for yet another heavy hitting attack here, going for that Earth Power. No shield by Sir Corey.
Earth Power connects, but it shows the bulk of this Pokemon staying in there and going for this Bone Club to knock out the Gastrodon, but all this energy, all this HP is just going to go as a farm for that Chestnut. Chestnut comes in here and only to be met by this Feraligatr. Feraligatr does not want to be in this matchup. Superpower comes in here. Sir Corey needs to pull up a shield, and that's exactly what he does.
You see Sir Corey shaking his head. I think he was counting. He was like, it's probably not even the attack, but Lurgan Rocket has the opportunity to swap out here. He wants to try to keep it as healthy as possible. Going for this Hydro Cannon now on Sir Corey's side. This will do a lot of damage to the Shadow Dropion, but Shadow Dropion not going to be able to use his shields. I think Lurgan recognizes the power of that Chestnut here, wants to just try to get up as much damage as possible.
Yep, at this point, he has to shield his crunch and potentially will want to try and farm this down as much as possible. Let's see if it works. Oh, and it's a full farm down, but also a defense fall. You need to now plow through these 2 shields. Look at those Wine Whips completely taking a lot of HP from this Feraligatr. Just a few more Wine Whips to go, and Lurgan will be 1-0 up here.
This Hydro Cannon is shielded up. It was kind of a bait, going for, looks like an attempt of a catch. Maybe an attempt just to try to get this Chestnut a little bit lower, but another attack is already loaded. No Protect shields remaining. Lurgan Rocket from beginning to end there being able to just match the Pokemon up that he wanted to. Takes game number 1.
Yeah, he takes game number 1 indeed, but Sir Corey went for a strategy that's quite popular, which is like the ABA strategy. So he went weak to Chestnut at the front and at the back, and then went strong to it in the middle, hoping and expecting it to be a safe swap, for example. Unfortunately for him, he drew the wrong end of the straw.
I mean, I think this season is really... This season and last season have kind of been the season of ABA. We've talked about it a little bit before. There have been a couple other ABA teams, but that is a really, really good example that the Kanto Marowak was so weak against the Chestnut, but also the Feraligatr was. Normally in those scenarios, you're kind of forced to stay in because you don't want to swap out your only counter, because guess what? Your opponent can just swap out as well. Unfortunately for Sir Corey, I think he just recognized that Chestnut just had too much play against that whole lineup.
I think this game would have been a little bit different if it was a Feraligatr, because you could still pressure the Chestnut with your Shadow Claws, and Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Feraligatr still does a lot of damage. Yes, it's resisted, but it's still going to do enough to put that Chestnut in a range where you can kind of manage the end game. But unfortunately for Sir Corey, he led that Kanto Marowak into one of its worst counters.
I think that is a really good point. That is called a soft ABA, right? Where it's like, okay, you know that you're going to lose the lead, but at least you're going to be able to chip down that Pokemon a little bit. You're going to be able to put a dent into it, so even if that goes down, then the Toxapex could come in, and then you can regain the alignment should the Toxapex end up swapping out.
What I would like to see from Sirkori right now is going to be trying to bring in that Malamar into this game.
Well, you wanted it, you got it, Abby.
Malamar into that unfortunate lead here again from Malamar, going up against the Galarian Moltres, immediately swapping into this Dugong, but Moltres knows that I'm going to stay in a little bit and I'm going to throw this Ancient Power and get a shield, and that's exactly what happens here.
Ancient Power is shielded up. And now comes in the Gastrodon, but there is quite a bit of energy on this Dugong at this point. Not only that, making these Mud Slaps do a little bit less with its Icy Wind damage. And you see the attack ball. Look how high those Mud Shots are going up into the air. Another Icy Wind already ready and loaded.
Yeah, Icy Wind coming in here. Lurgan Rocket still has 2 shields and opting not to shield this one as well. Let's see what he goes. Will he go for this heavy-hitting Earth Power, or will he go for back-to-back Body Slam? He's still farming quite a bit of energy and going for the heavy-hitting Earth Power, but as Sirkori, since you're already a shield down, the onus for you is to preserve this shield to see if you can do anything at the back. Will this Gastrodon reach another Body Slam? And it does!
I've been forced to now throw because getting that defense drop as well on the Dugong, but there's no shields left, so Lurgan Rocket doesn't have the alignment that he's looking for. The Malamar is going to be able to avoid that Moltres, which is coming back in, but guess what? Look at this whole team! There's nothing that really wants to be facing this bird in the sky.
The bird in the sky, indeed. Look at those Mud Slaps going in and falling just before the Moltres. Unfortunate for this Alolan Marowak, but we want to see how this game turns out. It's definitely going to be a Bone Club bait here, and Lurgan Rocket falls for it, but he's in such a dominating position into this matchup that he is calling all the shots here. Sucker punches after sucker punches. Will he go for a back-to-back Ancient Power? He goes for the Ancient Power. Is this enough to knock out? But Sirkori does not know and pulls up a shield.
Puts up a shield for this bait, and then I think at this point too, it gets a little uncomfortable, right? I mean, he's now forced to either use a shield, which he does, but this is another bait on Sirkori's side. There's a lot of energy on this Moltres. Lurgan Rocket doesn't want to let it go down yet, but now there's a quick pivot into the Malamar, just getting a little more energy here before that Brave Bird coming through.
Oh man, loading up that Brave Bird. It's gonna be charged completely. Let's see how much damage it does to this Malamar. It's super effective, and completely takes out this Malamar, and in comes his Ancient Power for good measure. Another game where one Pokemon completely runs through Sirkori's team. He went 2 games, ABA week to 1 Pokemon, and unfortunately for him, both the games he was met with the hardest of counters.
Lurgan Rocket just reading the mind of his opponent there, saying, you know what, I ended that last season pretty high. I like top cutting, and I think I'll start trying to do it again. Coming into day number 2 on the winner's side of the bracket, looking all dressed up like he was in Hawaii as well. I see that Honolulu World Champion hat.
He's enjoying a vacation here in Lille, but what I'm terrified about is just looking at the book. If you write something down, guys, just change your strategy in the last minute, yeah?
The Lurgan Rocket's exchanging team sheets. He is going to hug it out there with Sirkori. Sirkori, once again, dropping down to the loser side of the bracket, but not out of the tournament yet. Both of these trainers very well played.
Very well played indeed. It was very close. I mean, it was not really very close games, but unfortunately, I think Sirkori had a strategy that he thought of, but unfortunately, again, for him, that he was completely hard-read by Lurgan Rocket. He went for the ABAs, which is conventional this season. I really like the ABA meta in a way, just because of the fact that this season is not just straight-up ABA. It's Pokemon that you can have a little bit of energy and then try to flip this matchup, dance around with as well, because of this limited switch clock. It's so dynamic, and that's exactly what you want to see. But unfortunately for Sirkori, he went with Pokemon that also take a lot of energy to a lot of time to get to the energy as well. So it didn't work out for him. But we have some key movements in the game, and I think that would be Chestnut farming down this Alolan Marowak and unleashing that Frenzy Plant into this Feraligatr to win game number 1 for Lurgan Rocket. And I think game number 2, I can predict it's going to be that Brave Bird on that Malamar.
I think you're right here. Chestnut proved, very potent in Baltimore, being on the winning team there. Lurgan Rocket using a page out of that book to have it on his team. Now, I mean, we weren't really sure. We're like, okay, Brave Bird's going to do a lot of damage, but maybe didn't really expect it to completely one-shot it like this, to be able to get that game, and now just a little bit of Ancient Power to boot.
Wow, that was, I think it's one of those Malamars that you had to train that have really high attack, as I told you about it, right? It's your IVs, you need to understand it, and I think a normal Malamar with a lot more stat on defense or HP might have survived that, but it would not have changed the outcome of the game.
That's true. At that point, yeah.
But it could have come in handy.
I think a lot of trainers are opting to have some Malamars with a little bit higher of attack for a couple different reasons, right? I mean, a lot of it is like the impact of Psywave in general. Having Psywave do a little bit more is always helpful, but the main thing is with so many Malamars around, winning charge attack priority can be crucial because of that superpower to be able to throw that attack first and potentially knock out your opponent rather than having them do it, and now you're forced to pick, ooh, do I shield or do I not shield?
I think Malamar, the high attack, is usually winning you a lot of matchups. I think Diggers being in the one shield, Toxapex, you do an extra damage, Sideways do extra damage to it, and also if you run a really high attack Malamar, you can win charge attack priority against most Feraligators, and that's a very crucial thing because you will charge attack tie for the superpower if they shield the first foul play. And also another matchup that comes in handy is the Talonflame in the one shield matchups. Most Malamars can survive to get to the second foul play, but they never do enough damage with the second foul play to knock out a Talonflame. But if you have a really high attack Malamar, you can take that bird out of the sky.
That is really interesting. I'm kind of thinking I'm laughing a little bit because a lot of times when trainers are trying to, you know, like catch a certain Pokemon that they want to use in battles, they're usually looking for lower attack and higher HP and defense. And now it's kind of been like turned on its head for Malamar.
Yeah.
And speaking of, do you know how to evolve your Inkay into a Malamar?
No, I do not.
Well, let me show you.
But I think it's interesting, right? I think there's a lot of Pokemon that right now in the professional circuit you want with high attacks because you're going to be facing against Pokemon that have trainers that are running the same Pokemon, and in these mirror matchups where both of you are running the same Pokemon, you want to have that edge. You want to have the edge where you can throw your charge attacks before or at least win charge attack ties as well. One of the key matchups is Ariados against Ariados. You really want to get that lunge in first, debuff your opponent's Ariados so you take less damage. Ariados can also win charge attack priority against a Feraligator if you run a high attack Ariados as well. So there's a lot of incentives to run Pokemon with high attack just to get that little bit of an extra edge.
And I know so many trainers who have actually done this for Lille itself as well. I was talking to a couple of them who already had Ariadoses powered up. They had already given them second attacks, and they said, you know what? I've been searching for a new one. I've been trading with my friends. I've been trading with, you know, people at my local cups and challenges because I want one with a higher attack so I can throw off my charge attack first. So that is pretty interesting. Same goes with like the Pengoros. I know that TomahawkUK has said that when he's used it in the past. And he's like, you should see how high of attack. I am not losing that charge attack priority.
Yeah, but I think it's one of those things, right? I think it's also a great reason to come to these tournaments as well. You can already set up trades. It's like, hey, I have like these 20-30 Ariadoses or 20-30 Spinneracks that I've caught. Would you like to trade me your Spinnerack so that we can try to re-roll the IVs as well? So it is what it is. It's like a place where you can learn, you can watch professional players. Like for me, for example, what I learned today in the early game is when Colin played the Drapion versus the Ariados matchup, a lot of the trainers just went straight crunch.
Right, I've always done that in the past.
Yes, he went for the Aquatail and then crunch and then crunch. This means that you outpace the Ariados for the last crunch because you get there one turn faster than the lunges from the Ariados. So
and not only that, you don't have to take that lunge damage, so the Aquatail that goes through is going to be doing more. So
exactly.
I was like taking notes. I was like, yeah, I understand why he was the Lille champion in 2023. I understand why he's been our only three-time, you know, EU regional champion so far. Colin Six, he knows what he's doing.
Yep, he definitely knows what he's doing. I think he's called Final Boss for a reason. He's probably the Giovanni of European play Pokemon circuit.
I mean, speaking of Giovanni, we've been seeing over in the other games, I'm not saying switch it off our channel because you're definitely going to want to be staying tuned to the Pokemon Go action, but over at the video game, we have Giovanni and we have a Rocket Grunt running around. I think in the card game, there's some really kind of scary haunters. So, I mean, this has definitely been a fun but spooky event.
For sure, it's fun and spooky, and what's spookiest is that Spider that's showing a lot of work here, but we saw the Spider just got super checked in 2 matchups here with that Talonflame, man. It was the amount of damage it took, but I was surprised that the Spider didn't take as much damage as it should have, because those Incinerates didn't do enough in my opinion.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think the Incinerate damage did too much?
It should do some more.
Okay, that sounds pretty interesting.
Buff Incinerate.
No, listen, don't buff Incinerate. Incinerate, the only 5-turn attack in the game. It's doing pretty well by itself. But you know what, Abby? I have a bone to pick with you here. You look a little bit thirsty.
Yes, I would like some water.
No, it's making me a little bit nervous. We talked about interesting picks that we've seen so far. Let's go ahead and look at some spicy picks, I was to say, that can be used in Pokemon Go. And I'm going to get away from this guy.
What?
Hello trainers, welcome to this segment where we are going to review some of the spice picks that have been used in the 2024 season. I am joined here by Farid and Thomas, and I would love to hear from you guys which Pokemon was the most memorable to you this season. Let's start with you, Farid.
That's a good question, Martijn. So what I want to do is I'm going to paint a picture, okay? You've won Knoxville, you've come second in EUIC, and you've now got Orlando coming up. You are Dunebug. What do you bring? How do you have fun? Dunebug brought Shadow Pidgeot, and I loved that pick. And I thought it was really exciting. I think Brave Bird is a great move. Pidgeot is a Pokemon that we've not seen much of in the Championship Series. And he swept the whole tournament. So for me, Martijn, that is my spice pick of the season. But Pidgeot doesn't do too well against the pick that I think Thomas is going to go with. Is that right?
That is certainly right. It's of course Magnezone. I love it. Shadow Magnezone was first brought by Martijn actually in Lille, where he got third with Shadow Magnezone. I think he really showed everyone the power of that Pokemon. But then Paula at EUIC getting all the way to 4th place, while charging everything, was super impressive. And a couple weeks afterwards, we had Lindos Kanan winning the Sao Paulo Regionals with Shadow Magnezone. So at this point, maybe we cannot even call it a spice pick anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, Magnezone has been used quite often now. Now, the steel type that I have in mind is a Pokemon that is way more bulky than Magnezone. It is Bastiodon. We've seen it in Indianapolis from out of pocket, and he used it in Hartford last season as well. I can remember that. He had it on my Charizard. It is such a good Pokemon. I think Out of Pocket is one of the best players we have seen using it. He is not afraid to use it. It is a Pokemon that is very polarizing matchups. It can hard lose, it can hard win. That is what you're probably looking for in a tournament, and that's why I'm such a fan of it. It's just such a presence and a menace on the battlefield. Now, I want to ask you guys, what is a spice pick that you could bring to a tournament?
Oh, that is a really good question. So I think the spice pick that I've tried before and, to be honest, failed with was Whelmer. And I don't think I did it the justice that it deserves, so maybe I need to go back and revisit it, pilot it a little bit better. What about you, Thomas?
Whelmer is such a fun pick, beating that Whiscash Skarmory core. I'm more looking for something that beats Skarmory a little harder, though. I really like the electric types. Which is why I ran Magnezone myself as well, but it doesn't do well against Whiscash. An electric type can actually have play against Whiscash. It's like a Molga or Zapdos. Those flying electric types, I think, have a lot of play.
I was thinking of a non-Shadow Zapdos as well. It's a little bit more bulk than the Shadow version, can withstand a Scald from Whiscash, and I think that could be a really cool core breaker as well. Let us know what you think in the chat or on our social media. Which spice pick you would bring to a tournament? What could be a really good core breaker in the current meta? Now, thank you, and let's head back to the battles.
Welcome back, trainers. What a day we've been having in Lille Regionals. I am Kazim, and joining me is my wonderful co-caster, Leo the Lionheart Koenig. And we just got a great segment where we were talking about spices, and it was one of the things that ToeTactical also talked about. But what I really need to know is ToeTactical actually bringing spice in Lille as well? And we're going to see him very shortly.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're going to find out relatively soon. I asked him for his team. There is quite a bit of spice in there, I can tell you already. It is going to be great. We're already having the players on stage, and there is the Walrun. But I think, from what he showed me, it might be Shadow Walrun.
Oh my!
But look at it.
It is a really good team to play around right now with Cresselia and Walrein. But unfortunately for ToeTactical, if there is one Pokemon that you do not want to see on your opponent's team when you're running this Cresselia Walrein core, is that Araquanid. Completely going to be very oppressive against the Cresselia and against the Walrein. There is nothing you can do as a Walrein against this Araquanid.
That is true, but I mean, there's one thing going for you on Cresselia. He has Future Sight, if I'm not mistaken, and that helps in this matchup. Actually, this might have also been a different player showing me the crystal emeralds, and I'm not too sure anymore.
Also, I think ToeTactical has gone for this inadequate strategy of growing a beard and trying to win a regional, because that was the big breakthrough that Inadequance had as well. But these two trainers have already locked in their teams. Let's see what Pokemon do they lead into. We have ToeTactical versus Anor. And it's a Marowak into a Quagsire. This is not the lead that ToeTactical wants to have.
Yeah, but I think this is also something kind of playable, because yes, Aqua Tail is a problematic, super effective attack for you, but you can kind of take one, you deal a lot of damage with your Mud Slaps, and you're also pacing relatively fast to those Bone Clubs, so I think you're forcing shields from your opponent as well.
Yeah, just looking at the backline, this matchup could be very pivotal for these two trainers to kind of dictate the mid-game as well. We see that Araquanid, it really does not want to be going up against that Galarian Moltres or that Azumarill, but we see a hard pivot into the Moltres and only to be met with this Alolan Sandslash. It's not a Shadow, so it's not taking as much damage, but it's not going to do enough damage back as well.
Yeah, but this is still going to put the Moltres into farm down range. After the Ice Punch connects without a shield, it's going to easy peasy take an Ancient Power. Oh, Brave, but the resisted attack is being thrown. It is just so much stronger. Same type attack bonus boosted. This is going to deal a big amount of damage. It does not knock out, and this is the power of non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Power of non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash indeed. Oh, he did press that Ice Punch, but unfortunately there was something, and he goes for this Drill Run. Drill Run is going to do a neutral damage to this Azumarill, and it's also a much better charge attack to throw onto the Azumarill here, but it's going to be tricky to see which Pokemon comes in here to deal with the Azumarill, because we know Araquanid does have a decent matchup, but then again, none of its charge attacks or fast attacks do any damage to this Azumarill.
That is true, but wisely enough, Anor knew that he didn't have to throw anything into the Moltres, because in the Zero Shield scenario, the Shadow Alolan Sandslash is just so strong against it, so he preserved an entire Stone Edge of energy on this Shadow Quagsire to throw into another matchup later, which is, funnily enough, the Azumarill here. And now you can throw an Aqua Tail into this Shadow Marowak, force another shield, and then just chilling and going into the big spider.
It's going to be a very interesting endgame here. We'll see if ToeTactical tries to throw energy. No, immediately swapping into this Araquanid. This is a very good situation to be in if you're a ToeTactical, because now you can throw super effective Rock Slides onto this Araquanid, but we know how bulky Araquanid is, taking this Rock Slide still in the green, but it will definitely outpace this Alolan Kanto Marowak to this next Bubble Beam.
I'm so used to saying Alolan before stuff, but the Kanto Marowak is just so strong right now. All the bug bites coming in from this big spider Araquanid, but the Rock Slide is going to connect. It is debuffed once though, so this is not going to take out. Is it going to be a bigger farm down here, or which Pokemon is going to fall first? No, we're going to retreat the Kanto Marowak, and we're going to get a big farm down here because the Bug Buzz is bad. Bug Buzz is going to connect. Is this enough to knock out?
Bug Buzz comes in. This is resisted by the Azumarill, but we know that this is such a good move. It's not going to take out the Azumarill, surviving with 1 HP, but no, it's not going to get to another move. Did this Kanto Marowak bank a move? No, it did not. Aqua Tail comes in, and this is enough to knock this Marowak out of the game. What amazing gameplay by Anor, understanding that, all right, he pulled up a shield. I'm just going to come in with my Araquanid. I know it's so bulky, so it can tank a lot of moves. It did tank the Rock Slide. I was surprised at the amount of damage the Rock Slide did not do to the Araquanid.
Yeah, it was not even half without the debuff, and with the debuff, it was just pitiful damage later on. Might as well throw a Bone Club at this point.
Yeah, he's such a good Pokemon, I think. If you look at what the normal Pokemon that's going on right now, I think Araquanid is not a great pick in a way, because you have Pokemon like Ariados that do better against this matchup, but against ToeTactical's team, Araquanid is going to do a ton of work. But also what ToeTactical needs to worry about, or a Pokemon that Anor kind of benched, is that Registeel, because Registeel, as we know, is going to have a lot of great matchup against that Galarian Moltres, the Walrein, the Cresselia, for example, and also the Azumarill. So he wanted to lead strong to the Registeel, expecting a Registeel lead. Unfortunately for him, it did not show up.
Yeah, and the Registeel, actually, as it was benched, I must say, though, really went a risky team against it. You know, it was very heavy ABA, as we call it, with only one answer to it, or rather ABB, because the only answer was in the front.
Yeah, but that's what he was going for, right? He went for an ABB strategy. He tried to use that Galarian Moltres to lure out the Registeel from the back, but unfortunately for him, there was no Registeel. And honestly, even if he tried to lure out the Registeel, I'm unsure on how that matchup would have played out.
That is true. It was the Alolan Sandslash that was answering the Galarian Moltres. Getting confused with all these regions names here. We gotta watch out for that. When is it Cantonians, Kanto Sandslash's time to shine?
Maybe in a few metas, you never know. All these Pokemon, it's why it's also important to always have a version of the Pokemon. But these two trainers are ready. We're already in game number 2. 1-0 for Anor. Let's see if TomahawkUK can pull this one back. It's kind of a neutral lead. We see a Quagsire going up against this flying Dark Bird, which is the Galarian Moltres.
And I wouldn't even call it a neutral lead per se, because this is extremely risky for both trainers. Like, if Stone Edge connects, knockout. If a Brave Bird connects, knockout immediately with such a big advantage. Oh, we're getting baited here on the side of Anor. Shields the Ancient Power.
Let's see if TomahawkUK calls this. This could be an insane call that could win him this matchup. No! Pulls up that Protect Shield, protecting that Moltres. Let's see who gets outpaced here. I do not think the Moltres gets to these moves fast enough. Oh, what a way to go. Anor waits a turn and then throws this Stone Edge. If unshielded, it's going to do enough damage to knock this Moltres out of the sky. TomahawkUK knows this and pulls up another Protect Shield here.
Yep, this is not going to happen. We're dealing so much damage with these Sucker Punches. Now he actually goes to 2 attacks. This is not going to be a shield knockout, I suppose. Is this more than 1 HP? Is Anor even trying to shield this? He shields this. Does this knock out?
No, it does not. Gets to that Stone Edge. 1 hit, I think half a HP and a dream at this point here. Stone Edge coming in, super effective damage onto this Galarian Moltres and knocking it out of the sky. Anor securing the early game, and in comes his Marowak, only to be met by this Araquanid. This looks like a great endgame for TomahawkUK if he can get this Araquanid out of the picture, but Bubble Beam and Rock Slide have a charge attack tie here, and Alolan and Kanto Marowak wins it.
Yep, and this is going to deal a big amount of damage. Even though the Bubble Beam is also super effective, this is not the strongest charge attack. So this matchup is actually not as easy for the Araquanid as we thought initially. This doesn't even put it in half.
Yeah, the attack has been debuffed, but it's going to be a race to the charge attack again. But we know that this the Marowak gets to it earlier because of the energy pacing of the Rock Slide, and in comes his Rock Slide. And will this be enough to knock out? We saw in the last game it was not. It's barely hanging on. Going into the Azumarill, unfortunately going down without able to throw that move. Sandslash comes in, but this is a Powder Snow Sandslash, so this is going to be a very good position to be in if you are that Azumarill. And what's also important is that the Kanto Marowak is still available at the back with 40% HP.
Yep, this HP range is enough for an Ice Punch to take it out, so TomahawkUK has to be wary of that there could be energy left on the Sandslash at some point from Anor. But Anor has nowhere to go. He has a 1 HP Shadow Quagsire in the back. This is a potential catch here.
Yeah, speaking of energy left, what Anor should really be worrying about, will there be any Alolan Sandslash left after this Azumarill is through with it? In comes this Drill Run. Drill Run will definitely put this Azumarill in a range where another Drill Run will potentially knock out. In comes the first one. No, another Drill Run is not enough. Azumarill gets to another move here. This will potentially knock out the Sandslash and getting 1 point for TomahawkUK, or even maybe put it very close.
It is going to put it in the Mud Slap range, throws the Mud Slap, takes it out, and now Kanto Marowak takes out 2 Pokemon in this matchup.
Kanto Marowak did take out 2 Pokemon, and we saw what TomahawkUK went for here. He knew his backline was kind of weak to this Quagsire, so what he did was, all right, I'm going to commit 2 shields, but I'm going to make sure that you lose all your energy and all your HP, and my Pokemon at the back can deal with whatever you can bring. Luckily for TomahawkUK, there was no Registeel at the back.
Yeah. Again, maybe the third game is the one where Anor decides to really bring it this time. But what I found really funny was how hand-in-hand Marowak and Azumarill worked together, because it was like Marowak did all the damage to the Araquanid, and then Azumarill swapped in and took it out with a bubble, and then it did everything against the Shadow Quagsire, and against the Sand Slash, and then it was just Mudslap down.
What I would have liked to see here in this matchup is potentially throwing that Bubble Beam instead of getting Bubble down. Bubble is still a 3-turn move, and the damage only registered on the second turn. So he essentially had the turn for the swap, the turn for the animation to begin, and the turn for the damage to register to throw that Bubble Beam, but he did not. That could potentially have swung the game in his favor, because you take much less damage from the bubbles on your Sand Slash, and you also take much less damage from that player-ups and all the moves that Azumarill can throw.
That could have tipped the matchup into his favor. I'm not very aware of how the game plays out if Azumarill is debuffed versus the regular Sand Slash, a lowland Sand Slash. But I can just imagine that as the matchup is kind of 50-50, a bit favored for Azumarill anyways, this could have been the edge that Anor needed.
But this could be the game where I think Anor is kind of thinking, all right, okay, Sand Slash is doing a great job, but maybe I need to bring the Registeel in here. I think he could run a double steal strategy as well. Let's see what happens here. It's a Quagsire lead into an Azumarill. We know how this matchup goes. Quagsire is going to do a ton of damage and is going to outpace this Azumarill throughout this, but Azumarill is so bulky. Each bubbles add up, but this Stone Edge is going to do a ton of work here.
That is basically the rule of Pokemon Go. If you have an extremely bulky Pokemon, it is going to probably win those neutral scenarios. There are, of course, downsides as well, like the slow pacing of Azumarill. But look at this, a Shadow-boosted Stone Edge from a Shadow Quagsire is just taken for 35% of the HP, throwing a player-up to answer it with.
Yeah, player-up goes in, putting that Quagsire in the red here, but this Azumarill will not be able to bubble this down, so in comes the next Stone Edge. This would be enough to knock out the Azumarill. Let's see if this Quagsire can knock out. No! ThouGengarLife going for this Protect Shield and maybe a complete bubble down. This looks great position to be in, but he gets to this Aqua Tail again, doing that little bit more chip damage before the Quagsire goes down.
And that might be good for ThouGengarLife. I think he has a lot of energy, so maybe he's not going to reach 2 moves anymore. Or he's going to throw the Play Rough into the regular lowland Sand Slash, so that's not going to deal too much damage. Are we swapping out of this? Are we staying in? Because this might be a gigantic farm down here for Anor on his side.
This is not a position where you want to be as ThouGengarLife, because this farm down is going to prove very costly, because both the Pokemon that he has at the back do not want to see this Sand Slash. So bubbling these Powder Snow slowly and steadily adding down. Bubbles, not really. Let's see what comes in. It's the Marowak. First Ice Punch comes in. Whoa, that was a lot of damage for the Mudslap, but is this Ice Punch enough to knock out this Kanto Marowak? I do not think it is.
Nope, it definitely is not. Oh, immediately switching out, banking the attack on the Shadow Sand Slash. I don't know what I think of this. The Bone Club is going to be shield. I think Anor is on 2 shields here. Is this the time for Shadow Feraligatr to finally sweep a game?
Yeah, this is probably the first time we're going to see this in a long time here. A Alolan Marowak does get to these moves very fast here, throwing just before the Marowak reaches another Bone Club. This Hydro Cannon will knock it out, and also Feraligatr is in a position to have a ton of energy. Let's see what he goes for. Will he go for the Hydro Cannons, or will he just directly go for the Ice Beam?
Oh, and I think Ice Beam is such a win condition here. Oh, ThouGengarLife actually shields this. How much damage does an Ice Punch from the Sand Slash do? Because we are going to Sucker Punch down this Feraligatr. Almost Sucker Punching down the Sand Slash. Sand Slash is going to connect an Ice Punch. Is this enough, or do you need the Shadow Boost?
Ice Punch comes in here. This is not a Shadow Sand Slash, so it's not going to do it. A lot of damage, but is this enough to knock the Galarian Moltres? No, it's not. What a gameplay by ThouGengarLife. He was completely counted from the starting till the end, playing all his Pokemon to the full potential, winning and going into day 2.
Really strong from ThouGengarLife. His opponent even had a shield left over because he never actually gave him the opportunity to use crucial shields. So Anor thought, hey, I will not shield everything that I see. I'm going to wait for a critical moment, but there was none. And after all, you wasted the potential of this shield. You took the damage and then you got farmed down.
I'm wondering if it would have made a lot of sense here for maybe Anor to try and throw the second Ice Punch onto the Marowak, either forcing the Marowak to shield, and that would put the Feraligatr in a position where it can farm down. It has a shield advantage and can go Ice Beam plus Hydro Cannon onto the Moltres at the end game.
Yeah, I think his plan was to fully farm down the Shadow Marowak, and he barely just couldn't. He had to throw this Hydro Cannon when he was almost at 2 Hydro Cannons. I also like the Shield of Tactical against the Ice Beam, knowing, hey, this is my opponent's win condition, I have to shield this. And also, it is not Shadow Alolan Sandslash, so I can take an Ice Punch. And it's crazy, because I was talking to Galactica Bolton in the interview earlier, why he preferred the Shadow one, and he said it is much better if you give it shields, it is so spammy, it deals more damage, you can use it more, basically.
Yeah. And it's more threatening as well, right? So it's really interesting to see how different matchups give different results. One of the things that I saw, I think, in the game, we are going to take a quick look at it in a replay as well, just to touch up on what the important things are. This one, the Bubble Beam. Had he thrown the Bubble Beam? No. This one was the Bug Buzz. It was game number 1, and this was enough to knock out the Azumarill. I think if he didn't have enough patience to wait for that Bug Buzz, it would not be enough, and that was perfect gameplay. Putting that Azumarill in a range where the Quagsire can just Mudshot it down, and then getting to this Aqua Tail. I think that one Mudshot kind of made it so that the Quagsire did not get knocked out by the next Bud Slap.
Yeah, I think it could have maybe also taken another one. But would have definitely been very, very close. Here we can see this was very crazy. I thought this was over because it wasn't the 1 HP shield KO. Because what happens when you put up a shield is you still take 1 little damage.
Yes, always. I think there was a big debate between you and Adelian a long time ago, but we have come a long way from there. But here it is, another key movement, Ice Punch coming in, and unfortunately for Anor, not enough to take this big bird out of the sky.
Yep, and the Sucker Punch down Galarian Moltres is incredible. Incroyable?
Incroyable, oui.
Perfect.
I think one of the things that I really want is this bird Pokemon. I really don't have it. I've been trying to get it. I've been using the Roar of Time to increase the duration of my incense for the last few weeks, and I still haven't gotten my hands on it.
It is a legendary Pokemon. It is not supposed to be easy to find, right? Maybe we have to go up until like a big mountain or something. We have to climb up there, and then we find it. It's going to be there majestically.
Yeah, it's not the same as the Kanto trio, so I think it has a different lore to it. I think Galarian Moltres has a bit more darker lore. It doesn't really have flames, but it's just more about the dark energy that encircles it, makes it into something that's deep red, and if you touch it, you're kind of not going to have a great time.
And maybe I will keep my hands off the Galarian Moltres. I'm going to play Mandibuzz instead. I'm going to stick with my preferred flying dark type Pokemon, which is of course Mandibuzz, not Amandabuzz, which is a completely different person. But Mandibuzz has been on the decline ever since people basically found out how good Sucker Punch on Galarian Moltres is. But I still love it. It is so bulky, it is very spammy, and it has its perks.
Yeah, I think the meta is, as I told you, it's kind of shifting, right? I think with the coverage that the Galarian Moltres provides, it's a lot better than the coverage that the Mandibuzz provides, for example. Having the ability to nuke Pokemon with moves like Brave Bird, for example, goes a long way. Just because, like, you have the Azumarill. A previous matchup that I was casting with Amanda is that a Malamar went from like 80% HP all the way down to 0 because of a Brave Bird. You cannot do that if you are a Mandibuzz.
Yeah, and if you're playing versus Azumarill, you can take 50% of its HP with a Brave Bird. As a Mandibuzz, it is just a very long time until you get knocked out, and Azumarill is even going to get out of this with a full attack.
Yeah. But we already have been looking at, you know, the Shadow Sandslash or the normal Sandslash, but we can get good answers or better answers from this interview with Martin.
Hey there, trainers. We're here with the winner of our previous matchup. It is no one other than TheGengarLife. TheGengarLife, it is good to see you again. The fans are happy to see you again. Can you tell us how you feel after you won that battle?
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here. It's been a lot of fun today, and this match was versus Anor. And he's done quite a bit. He's done a couple of tournaments. I haven't really seen him play that much, though. So playing against someone I haven't played against or know how to play is always a bit tough, especially with his lineup. The Quagsire, the Alolan Sandslash, and the Rocknit are kind of tough for my team. But luckily I managed to play around that, so I feel amazing.
But how did you do that?
Well, I just relied on Mud Slap, Kanto Marowak, and Galarian Moltres. Fast move pressure all the way, and luckily it worked out.
What do you think of the Galarian Moltres? How has it been working out for you so far?
It's been great. It's been great. I was considering putting Mandibuzz on my team first, just as a hard Malamar answer for the Mud Slappers. But the thing with or did I say Mandibuzz? I meant Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz on my team, just as an answer for the Mud Slappers. But it has absolutely no play against Pokemon like Azumarill or Dugong, whereas Moltres can just Brave Bird everything does a lot, because it's usually unresisted, except against Anacor's team just now with the steel types.
So you would advise our viewers to put on that Adventure Incense and get the Galarian Moltres?
Oh yeah, Roar Time, Adventure Incense, yeah, and use a Master Ball, because otherwise you won't get it.
If you get very far in this tournament, let's say top 4, will we see you at more tournaments in the future?
We'll see. I'm definitely going to EOIC in Utrecht. Those are, I mean, EOIC is awesome because there's a lot of players going. So always good to meet the community there in Utrecht. It's pretty much a local, so I'll be there. The rest, I don't know. We'll see.
Then I have one final question for you. Who do you think is the best Dutch battler right now?
The best Dutch battler? Ooh, it's got to be Colin. It got to be Colin. 3-time regional champ. Got to be Colin. 100%.
Do you fear him?
I fear him? Well, he has beaten me twice in Lille so far. Once in a grand finals in, I believe it was 2023, and last year, 2024, in losers finals. So if I were to face him again, I really hope third time really is the charm.
Fair. Do you have any shout-outs you want to give to any of your fans, family, friends?
Just my whole team, Legends United, who's always helping me make teams, and Scrim. Though I must say, this team actually didn't make myself. I really couldn't figure anything out, so in the end I decided to steal a team from Zees Wireless, who ran the same team except with Hip Howdon instead of Kantamarowak in a couple of practice tournaments. He was doing well with it, so I thought if it's good enough for him, it's most definitely good enough for me.
And Zees Wireless is also a special event champion, so definitely a knowledgeable player. Thank you to Tactical. Congratulations on making it to day 2, and we'll see more of you tomorrow.
I hope so, yes.
Let's head back to the casters.
Isn't it just beautiful to see Martijn's eyes light up when To said charm? Because he immediately thought of his Wigglytuff, wanted to charm, charm, charm all the way.
What's interesting is to see that Dragapult's pin on Martijn. Did he finally move from Giratina Origin to another Dragon Ghost type Pokemon?
Oh, I think that Giratina Origin is always going to be the biggest favorite in his heart. He just loves this Pokemon, and I absolutely agree it has served him well. He won a special event with it and got to 2nd place at Worlds. If this isn't an expert in our commentary team, I don't know who could be. But another expert that could be winning this tournament is Tonton Batteuse. We have seen him previously on stream already, and he's playing versus Cashton, who also had quite a good end of last season.
Yeah, this is a French derby, right? Yeah. If you might call it. Both these players very well known in the community. Cashton did an amazing run last time around in the regionals, and Tonton Batteuse is well known to making it to a lot of day 2s as well. He still doesn't have a regional title to his name, but he was the UIC champion. In comes these two trainers. They've already selected wearing the same shirts, and this is going to be a fun game to watch. It's a Drapion going up against a Greninja. What a lead for Tonton Batteuse.
Yeah, I completely forgot how crazy Tonton's team is. Previously, he swapped in the Greninja onto a completely energy-loaded Drapion and just did not care. Now he's going to throw a Hydro Cannon. This has to kind of be shielded. It deals so much damage otherwise.
Yeah, the Hydro Cannon from a Greninja, I think, which is one of the most coolest Pokemon designs ever. And it's also my favorite Pokemon, so I'm really hyped for this. Crunch coming in. This is going to be resisted by the Greninja, but the Greninja is fairly frail, so it's still going to do a ton of damage. But look at that. It's definitely going to get to another move sooner.
Yep, and oh, a catch on the Azumarill. That is absolutely big. There's few Pokemon in the game that are completely walling the energy of Greninja, but what he can do now is, before he switches out into the Charger Bug, do 3 more Water Shuriken, because you do not care about bubbles. Then you pivot out, you have the entire move stored, you have the alignment. We're Gucci.
Yeah, we're Gucci. But here comes this Charger Bug. Charger Bug does have that electric typing and that Volt Switch is slowly and steadily doing super effective damage to that Azumarill, and this player off is going to do a ton of damage, but then again, it does not matter. Charger Bug is fairly bulky Pokemon. It's going to get to these back-to-back discharges. He making sure he has 2, because if Cashton wants to pull up a Protect Shield, he will have to pull up 2.
Yep, definitely. Also perfect timing of throwing after 2 Volt Switch, taking 8 turns, whereas Cashton needed 9 turns to reach the next Ice Beam or Player Off. This is looking good for Tonton so far. He has the energy advantage. He's going to throw an extra, so we have seen before how this Charger Bug actually is able to deal with Kanto-Marowak, and this is quite good for Charger Bug in this meta, because we feared that it was never to be used again because of those Clodsire. But
oh man, this is not the matchup you want to see if you are Cashton. It's that bird, the steel bird of the sky, coming in against his Kanto Marowak. And it's the rock slides do neutral damage, but the bird is so bulky that it's going to do a ton of work here. In comes this Drapion. Drapion throwing that crunch and immediately pulling up this Protect Shield from the
Skarmory. And Skarmory does not get too many fast attacks or many charged attacks, but keep in mind, he did a great play against the Azumarill before, so he can combo swap in the Greninja if the shield is used and throw a Hydro Cannon as soon as the switch timer is up, which is not going to take too much longer because it was changed from 60 to 50 seconds. The shield is being put up against the Aqua Tail. Are we going to see a combo play here, or are we going to farm up a lot more on the Skarmory?
Oh, it's going to be a charge attack tie almost. Oh, goes for the charge attack and gets charge attack priority and gets it. Bateuse now needs to try to come back with that charge attack to hopefully bring this game through. The crunch knocks out the Skarmory. He has a very low HP Greninja, but this charge attack seems to... Oh, what a play there. Very quick hands from Bateuse going for this Hydro Cannon to knock out this Marowak.
Didn't even throw the Volt Switch, which was great, but now you're dry on the Greninja. This is going to be multiple Poison Stings in here. Are we going to see an Aqua Tail reach before the Volt Switch knocks out? No Volt Switch! KOs from this range! Charjabug farms down the Shadow Drapion!
What a close game by both these trainers. That Charjabug really did pull its weight. I think it knocked out 2 Pokemon, 3 Pokemon with it.
Guess who called it?
Yeah, well, I also called the Greninja, so, you know.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. They're a good team. High five.
High five. But I think Cashton really played this as best as he could. He pulled off a catch that's quite difficult to do so as well. And Tonton, unfortunately, had the game sense and the experience to do 3 Water Shurikens against Azumarill, knowing, I'm a Water-type Pokemon. These bubbles don't do much to me.
And sometimes you just think this can't all be planned out, right? Sometimes... you think luck has to be in the favor as well, because Greninja was barely at any HP after the 3 bubbles. It could just dip out with a Hydro Cannon stored. But I think that Tonton Bateuse just knows his matchup so well. There is no luck involved in these. He knows if I play this matchup exactly like this, I'm gonna come out with a Hydro Cannon.
But it's also interesting to see he's running that Cresselia with that Future Sight and not Moonblast. So this gives it a much better matchup into the poison types like Ariados, like Clodsire as well. But a little bit less matchups, again, less good matchups against Pokemon like Drapion or Malamar. But in the end, Cresselia is so bulky and it's gonna like kind of try to rein back the power of this Marowak throwing those Mud Slaps, and also the power of the Dugong Safe Swap and Azumarill as well. So I really want to see a little bit more Malamar play. I've seen a lot of teams today with Malamar, but not really using it. Let's see if we see it a little bit more here. But what a lead again for Tonton Bateuse, going for that Skarmory into this Marowak. This is a great position to be in.
For Cashton, this is a medium big disaster because he can also just easily switch out. He's very soft against the Skarmory with all of these Pokemon. To be honest, Mudslap are resisted, still deal a lot of damage.
Mudslap are resisted and still does a lot of damage indeed, but look what the Skarmory can do. It can easily tank 2 charge attacks from this Marowak, but it can do a lot of pressure on the shields. And if there's a shield advantage, Pokemon like Charjabug, if they're looking at Cashton's team, you see that in his team of 6, if there's a Alolan Marowak, if this Marowak is out of the way, there is no hard answer to this Charjabug, and that's exactly what Tonton Bateuse is probably going for right now.
Yep, and we have seen before, Marowak is not even the hardest answer to that Charjabug because you just deal so much neutral damage with X-Fissure as well. And look at this, the Mud Slap damage on this Kanto Shadow Marowak is incredible. This is already almost 20% of the HP. Bone Club has to be shielded. That advantage is already taken away, but the farm down is huge, equalizing shields here. But look at all these Hydro Cannons stored.
That was a really quick swap by Cashton, and in comes this Charjabug. Charjabug loves to be in this matchup. X-Scissor is neutral, and it's going to do a ton of damage. And what will also happen are these Volt Switches. They do 16 damage, and that's a lot of damage to go through. Drapion cannot really get to 2 crunches, or maybe it does, but the first crunch being non-protected, Tonton Bateuse identifying that if I get debuffed, that will be a lot more problem for me than shielding the first crunch.
Does not get debuffed, but I wonder if he is actually going to be able to capitalize on this good alignment that he has here, or on the Charjabug that he has here, because does he even get to 2 charge attacks?
He will probably get to 2 charge attacks against Azumarill in 1 Volt Switch, and he throws the discharge. He is now, I think, at 2.
Yes, I think he's almost at 2, but he's going to be able to connect one more. Oh, we're immediately swapping into the Greninja, forcing the Azumarill to throw energy, I suppose. Going to go for multiple Hydro Cannons here, because Night Slash would also be resisted, trying to bring that Azumarill into the discharge range.
Yep, in comes the first Hydro Cannon, does a lot of damage, but going for another. Cashton going for that charge attack priority, unfortunately losing it. This player-off will immediately knock out the Greninja, but the Greninja's goal is now to put this Azumarill in a range where discharge can potentially KO, but Azumarill is so bulky. I am not sure if this is enough. I'm not sure the discharge will be enough here.
I like the charge attack priority from Cashton because he just doesn't want to take any more Water Shuriken. He knows energy is not going to be relevant for him. Does he survive this discharge from the Charger Bug? It is going to be charged up fully from Tonton Bateuse into the Azumarill of Cashton. And does it take it? Will the Bowls knock out? Yes, they will! Azumarill is such a champ!
Oh my, Azumarill is such a great Pokemon to have in the end game where you have a little bit more HP advantage, and that's all you need to pull the win. What a gameplay by Cashton. Even though he was hard countered into a potential RPS situation at the lead, he came back. He persevered to make sure that he pulls this game. This is why these two trainers are in their group finals, because they are so good at this game.
Goodness, I love this game. This is incredible. Now let's look at the Pokemon that we haven't seen so far. You have been talking about Malamar. Ariados wasn't seen too much. Tonton has been bringing that Charger Bug, which is decent against Ariados, I suppose. It's a rather neutral matchup. Skarmory, big problem. Clodsire hasn't been seen too much, also big problem. And I think that with this Greninja, you have the type advantage technically, but Greninja has the Hydro Cannon advantage.
Yes. Greninja always has the Hydro Cannon advantage, and what's worse is that you could potentially get a Night Slash boost on a bait, and then the next Hydro Cannon is gonna hurt real bad.
That is true. And your opponent is very likely to shield the first Hydro Cannon because they want to debuff you with a lunge.
Yep, especially going to... But these two trainers have already locked in. It's an Azumarill into a Skarmory. This is kind of a neutral matchup because both bulls slowly add up. And as a Skarmory, you really want to be landing that Brave Bird. We see that Charger by Greninja backline. And I think Greninja looks really good into the backline of Cashton.
I was going to say this looks like a very neutral matchup. However, Tonton is going to be nothing but happy to see the Azumarill in the lead matchup and not on his Greninja, because Greninja can work wonders against the entire team of Cashton here. And actually, you know, the pacing of Skarmory is very slow, but it doesn't feel that slow anymore when you compare it to an Azumarill.
Yeah. Now, Azumarill, of course, there's no changes to the bubble, for example. It just... Skarmory was a little bit sped up by the Steel Wing getting that tiny little buff here, but let's see what the Azumarill does. Goes for an Ice Beam, and is this Ice Beam enough to knock this bird from the sky? I think barely not enough, and the Skarmory will be able to get to that charge attack.
That was really not a lot of damage. You can throw the Brave Bird here after 2 Steel Wings, because then your defenses are debuffed and you have the chance that there is fewer bubbles going through, lesser energy on the Azumarill goes through, so we have defense debuff, but we are also just very much chilling with our alignment. Now there is one Mudslap advantage. Does Cashton know that he can win this with using 2 shields? Oh, he uses the Mudslap here.
Yeah, he does go for the Bone Club here, but this is going to be really close. Right. We see how much damage those Mudslaps are doing onto this Greninja. Greninja gets to the back-to-back Night Slashes and going for this Night Slash, immediately shielded by Cashton. He knows if this is a Hydro Cannon, my game is done, because the Pokemon I have at the back does not have play here. Night Slash, oh,
no way!
The boost!
The boost on Tonton Bateuse is crazy. The Night Slash would be able to knock out here as well, but also take into consideration all the damage that Water Shurikens do now. Bone Club is being thrown out. Of course we see a shield. We have drastically higher attack than usual.
He needs just 2 more Water Shurikens to get to that next Night Slash. 1 Water Shuriken, 2 Water Shuriken, going for the Hydro Cannon. What a heads-up play by Tonton Bateuse, knowing that if there's a potential catch, this is gonna do so much damage. It is boosted.
Is it time for the almost one-hit KO here? Swapping into the Charger Bug. Oh, wow, and he's going to throw the Volt Switches. X-Scissor is going to reach before the Rock Slide, and then it's game over for Cashton. GG Tonton Bateuse with the Night Slash boost.
Cashton unfortunately caught on the wrong Pokemon with that move. Unfortunate for him. What a gameplay by Tonton Bateuse. Sort of a little bit aided by that Night Slash boost. I swear, the Drapion's HP vanished in an instant, and you were super hyped for that one-hit KO. I think you went a bit too fast on the button.
I was too hyped for that, but almost. And that is something that was really, really interesting because, you know, Greninja looks so good into the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and you saw how crazy close this matchup was. He barely reached the last attack. If Kashton had not thrown one of the Bone Clubs, he would have gotten one extra Mud Slap through and dealt the damage.
Yep, it's really, really close gameplay. I think it's like, I think at that point you really wanted to try to play the 2-to-1 shield.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for him, the Greninja did Greninja things, got that Night Slash boost on the first Night Slash that it threw in this game, and then completely decided to steamroll whatever comes behind it.
We love Greninja.
I love Greninja.
It is the protector of Kalos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
One of my favorite Greninjas is from the anime, in main series anime, and that's the one that Ash Mega evolves as well, due to the connections. And it's a beautiful, beautiful Pokemon.
And I think what happens is that this one stays in Kalos to be the protector of Kalos.
Oh yeah, that is true, because they go for a training arc as well in there. I remember, oh, that was beautiful to watch, right? Like Lucaria going to Greninja, getting trained. That was amazing.
Absolute goats. Absolute goats. So those are fan favorite Pokemon. It's also always great when you see them in play in competitive Pokemon Go. I remember when Shadow Charizard was the hot Pokemon to use in Liverpool back then.
Hot Pokemons, but I really want to look at the replays. I really want to see, hopefully, that huge Hydro Cannon landing on game number 2. But here's a Greninja. This, I think, was that potential catch that he got. Kashton catching on the right Pokemon this time around, incoming that Hydro Cannon. But the heads-up play by Tonton Bateuse is when he did these 3 Water Shurikens, completely changing the game. Kashton, again, in game 2, doing a lot of work here, but getting sniped by this Greninja. And that was amazing. He's so fast on his fingers, Tonton Bateuse.
Something we have seen from both trainers is that they bring in Pokemon, expect your opponent not, to also switch their Pokemon, and then don't lock them into the fast attacks. So they didn't even throw for the Volt Switch because they knew, hey, this is going to cost me so much time.
This is the one where Azumarill really pulled through for Kashton. I'm not sure if he knew this was enough or not. I think we were on the edge of our seats, but Azumarill hanging on with a little bit of HP to make sure Kashton has another chance in game number 3. But Alolan Kanto Marowak doing a ton of work here, but unfortunately not enough. Tonton Bateuse coming in at the top here.
Yep, I also keep trying to say Alolan Marowak, but it's definitely just the Shadow Kanto Marowak. I might just stick with Marowak.
At this point, I think I'm also going to go with a Marowak. I don't want to give credit where it's not due. Alolan Marowak, we have not seen it at all.
Yeah, Zionic, why is it not on top?
Yeah, it's not the best ghost type anymore. I'm sorry.
Anymore. But we have seen a very cool ghost type earlier, the Drifblim. What did you think of the Drifblim?
Oh, I was really impressed by the amount of damage it could put out with the Astonish buff. Even against Pokemon like the normal Sand Slash, it did a ton of work. I think
it wasn't even Shadow.
It wasn't even Shadow. So if maybe you run a Shadow Drifblim, maybe there's a potential where you could 2-to-1 shield it and farm it down by throwing the Icy Winds. And, you know, of course, if you're a Shadow Sand Slash, the onus is more that you want to shield the move because you don't want to get 1-hit KO'd.
And I think this Pokemon plays a little bit like this Wigglytuff that we have talked a lot over. A lot of fast attack pressure, but also those Icy Winds to back it up, to give some artificial bulk, as we call it, by lowering your opponent's attacks that you appear to be a little bit more defensive, which is not the case, but your opponent.
Drifblim is like also one of these Pokemon that have like a really, really high HP, but not really a great deal of defense. It's just you have like, if you look at the Drifblim HP bar, you'll see, but unfortunately it doesn't have enough defense. That's where the moves like Icy Wind comes to complement it, by dropping the attack of your opponent so that your HP stat becomes even more important.
Yeah, it is a really strong Pokemon, especially it's walling something like an Ariados, and now we see the TheGengarLife versus Sanhudigo. Sanhudigo is also one of the stars of the last season, didn't make that big, deep run yet. He didn't get his golden medal. I think the furthest he got was, I don't know, actually, I could just guess. It was the 3rd or 4th.
But just looking at these two teams, I think a Pokemon that really stands out for the TheGengarLife is that Gastron. There is not real super hard answers on the side of Sanhudigo. It's going to do a ton of work against the Azumarill, a ton of work against Drapion, a lot of work against Ariados, neutral against the Kanto Marowak, great job against Malamar, and also pretty decent against the Duel. It could be one of the Pokemon that he can use as what I've been talking about, as a springboard Pokemon to give your team an advantage, or a Pokemon in your team which is going to be your attack damage carry to power through your opponent's team.
It can also be used as a safe swap potentially, that if you have a bad lead in the front, you want to bring in a Pokemon that is basically neutral against almost everything and is able to flip those matchups that you can control which Pokemon aligns against which other Pokemon.
A Pokemon that you can kind of put it in together in this matchup for the TheGengarLife is that Walrein. Walrein is going to do a ton of damage. It has perfect coverage across San Judigo's team. It can do a lot of work with Icicle Spears against the Ariados. Great impact with Earthquake against the Azumarill. Great impact just going straight Icicle Spear against the Drapion. All you need is a little bit of energy advantage and or a shield advantage, and suddenly this Walrein is going to be like, what are you going to do to me?
But the big important question, and I think we're all asking us that, what about Shadow Hippowdon? What about the big angry hippo?
The big angry hippo is going to have a really tough time here.
I figured.
I think matchup against Drapion is not really straightforward. Azumarill is going to have a great... That is the cutest plushie I've seen.
I love it. It misses the shadows, but I still love it.
It's so cute.
But I think versus the Drapion is actually kind of fine, because you deal a lot of damage with these sand attacks. And you can throw Weather Balls that will knock out together with these sand attacks. If you connect the Scorching Sands, you win anyways. And I think you're able to take an Aqua Tail.
Yeah, you would definitely be able to take an Aqua Tail, but it's not the kind of matchup that's kind of cemented in place. Like, all right, if I'm the Hippowdon, I'm gonna always win this matchup. But when you have Pokemon like the Dugong and the Azumarill and a little bit of energy advantage to the Ariados, is gonna be very difficult to come back from. But we see the movesets here for these two trainers. There is nothing super special that's standing out, but for me, I think the key Pokemon for San Judigo is going to be that Dugong. Let's see. I think he will have to play Malamar and Dugong onto the team of TheGengarLife.
I find it incredibly risky to play a team that is soft into Dugong when Dugong is really meta, because I feel like it's one of these Pokemon that when you don't have a clear answer to it, it is going to tear a hole in your team with those debuffs.
Yes, but there's a good... In a way, there's, let's say, another ice water type that can be a decent answer to this Dugong, and that's going to be that Walrein. Walrein, of course, doesn't do... I mean, both these Pokemon are not doing any damage to each other with their fast attacks. It's all on the charge attacks. Earthquake landing and Drill Run landing, with Earthquake being a little bit more, packing a little bit more punch, and that could be pivotal in how this game goes.
To be honest, in terms of the fast attack damage, I think Walrein has the edge, just because it happens more often. You know, they both deal no damage, but it deals no damage more often.
Yes, fair. But I would say the ace in the sleeve of Dugong is throwing that Icy Wind first. If it gets that, then it's going to be, let's say, a bit better matchup for the Dugong, because it's going to get to the Drill Run a bit faster.
The risk of that is that if the timer is up, you know, and you waste your entire energy to throw an Icy Wind that is going to barely deal 10% of damage to debuff your opponent, if they switch out and they have kept their energy or they have used it before, they get the upper hand of that deal.
Well, I'm actually really interested to see if the TheGengarLife can play a triple water strategy. It was popularized a long while ago, but the Pokemon like the Gastrodon, like the Walrein and Toxapex can do a ton of work against the team of San Judigo, because all these matchups are neutral. Like, okay, you get locks against what is it called, the Drapion as a Toxapex, you can still do neutral damage with Brine, and then you suddenly, slowly and steadily getting rid of these negative matchups for the other two water types. Let's see what they do. Both these trainers have locked in. It's going to be a Gastrodon lead into a Drapion. What a lead for the TheGengarLife.
That is crucial, and this Gastrodon is not used as a safe swap, but as a Pokemon that is going to try and secure victory for TheGengarLife here. We're going to go into the Ariados, has a little bit of energy advantage, of course, here. Goes into the Moltres to answer the Sucker Punch, deals a lot more damage than Poison Stings do. Let's see how this matchup plays out. We have the attack debuff here, but look at this damage. That is almost nothing.
Yeah, it is almost nothing indeed, but this Ariados is going to put this Moltres into very deep into the red when it's through. Pulling up that first Protect Shield, knowing that, all right, I'm going to get to another lunge. I want to see what this Moltres want to do, because he really, really wants to win back swap here, because the opening matchup is just so hard.
Yep, that is true. And I think with the little bit of energy advantage, can San Judigo actually flip this matchup? Because now the TheGengarLife is debuffed so heavily. Can he get a boost back here with the Ancient Power? Because otherwise, I think you're getting outpaced, and those Sucker Punches surely will not deal enough to take it out.
But what I would like to point out as well, this is one of those matchups where it doesn't matter for the TheGengarLife to have the switch because his back Pokemon are strong. Both his Pokemon are strong against the lead and the closer for San Judigo. So all he has to do is secure the shield, come in, secure the farm down, take all the energy. In comes the Malamar, but Malamar is going to be immediately met. That's why you didn't need the swap here. You have the shield advantage and you're going to do a lot of work with this Ariados.
Yep, this is immediately going to be a takeout here. Come, let's have a lunch together. Taking out the Malamar. One-hit KO, I want to say. Just did some Poison Stings for good measure there. And now we're going to see San Judigo goes. It wants to avoid this mirror match. Of course, he doesn't want to throw all this resisted energy. We're going to see a swap back immediately when the timer is up to the Gastrodon. Going to see a Crunchy. The TheGengarLife still has the still has the shield.
Yeah, you do not want to put up a shield if you're the TheGengarLife because you do not want to get one-hit KO'd by that Trailblaze that's loaded onto the Ariados of San Judigo. And at this point, these body slams adding up, adding slowly and steadily more misery onto this Drapion.
Yep, and this is going to deal a lot more damage. The Mud Step was used. We're going to take this lunge, no problemo here on the TheGengarLife side. Does not even shield this, even if it was a Trailblaze, does not care about it. Now there's still so much HP on the Ariados. You can throw a move, you can not throw a move, does not matter. This is not going to take you out.
Yeah, this is never going to take out an Ariados. This is resisted damage. In comes a lunge, but it does reduce the attack damage of this Ariados. Is this lunge enough to knock out the Drapion? Drapion does not have enough HP. This lunge will be connecting. No Protect Shields to hide behind. In comes that lunge. Lunge fully charged, and off goes that Drapion. 1-0 to TheGengarLife and one game away from day 2.
That was so big. The TheGengarLife is, of course, a community favorite as well. So I think there's many people at home going to be rooting for him. And this performance was very nice, identifying, hey, I have this very tempting lead of Gastrodon versus the Drapion that I want to keep switch for. But he also realized, hey, my Gastrodon is so neutral against everything. If I keep shield advantage and I soak this energy of this powerful Ariados on my Ariados, I'm going to have a good time here. And he had.
It's not just the Gastrodon, right? He had the Ariados as well. And that kind of means that, all right, even if San Judigo is running that Kanto Marowak, it does not matter because you have that Trailblaze, you have that lunges to do the damage. And whatever Pokemon that's at the back is going to have a difficult time to lead with an deal with an Ariados with a shield advantage, and that's exactly what he goes for. He's like, I can throw one shield and put your Ariados already deep into the red, but I can take 2 shields away from you. What are you going to do if I bring in my own Ariados at the end game?
Yeah, but what I think San Judigo could have done is maybe not throw this Malamar into the Ariados immediately, because that was just, it felt like a wasted Pokemon at this position. It took some energy, but he could have probably played out the Mirror Match a little bit more, debuffed, and then gone into the Drapion.
He was deep into the red. That could have potentially made TheGengarLife's Ariados in a position where, okay, you can lunge it, but he could Trailblaze, and that would be enough to knock out the Ariados, and then whatever comes back, you're back where you started, and it's still going to be the same effect on... the worst case scenario would have been he takes the energy and still decides to completely farm down the Pokemon, and that there was no coming back. He had to sacrifice the Pokemon. Maybe if he went and sacrificed his Drapion, the game would have been a little bit different, but I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was definitely a tough spot. I mean, there is very few comebacks from a Gastrodon into a Shadow Drapion lead, especially if your opponent doesn't even need the switch.
All right, game 2, we see a wall run into a Drapion, another positive lead here, unless the Drapion gets the defense fall on the first Crunch, because both these Pokemon will get to these fast charge attacks at the same time. Crunch versus Icicle Spear. Oh, TheGengarLife going for that Earthquake. I think he wants to be in a position where he can make his opponent pull up a shield here.
Yeah, because he wants to play out the zero shield scenarios here, ideally. If he... Oh, we go for an Aqua Tail bait here, basically, on this Icicle Spear. I'm not quite sure about this.
This is interesting, and TheGengarLife knows his counts, knows that that's just an Aqua Tail. He has the back-to-back...
He wants to let it go.
Yeah, he also lets it go, but he does have that back-to-back Icicle Spear, so he will get to another one.
but I think that was Sanrudigo's plan all along at this point. He wanted to throw this Aqua Tail as a charge attack priority against the Earthquake so that he gets a little bit more damage off and then gets knocked out so he gets a bigger farm down.
Yeah, but now it's a very good heads-up play from TheGengarLife. He took a little bit more damage than needed, but in comes this Moltres. Moltres with this Sucker Punch is going to do a ton of work. The Marowak does get to this Rock Slide, but going for this big bait with a Bone Club. Will this Bone Club pull up a shield here? TheGengarLife, he's not put a shield, but he puts it up at the very last minute.
Doesn't seem too happy about this. This matchup on paper looks very good. We see a swap out into the Ariados, and I wonder what that is all about at this point. Because actually, it kind of feels nice. You want this Ariados in before TheGengarLife has the Ariados in. Going to see a quick lunge coming in here. I think this is one that you don't want to shield.
Yeah, I think at this point you no-shield these lunges and potentially maybe want to put your Ariados in a position with a shield advantage where it can completely sweep the backline of Sanrudigo. Let's see what happens here. No shield by Sanrudigo, trying to protect these Ariados, but it doesn't do enough damage. Immediate swap in to hit TheGengarLife's own Ariados here, but unfortunately for him, Sanrudigo will outpace to the first lunge here.
Yeah, but I think maybe a play that you mentioned earlier could come in handy here. You farm up the maximum amount of energy, do 3 more Poison Stings or even 4, and throw in Trailblaze, hoping that this might knock out. Oh, we're going to see a lunge catch on the Kanto Shadow Marowak. This is interesting because 2 are still going to knock out. I think Sanrudigo is putting it all on the Ariados here.
Yeah, but he gets through the second lunge here. This kind of means that he's forced in a position where he has to shield, but that kind of puts TheGengarLife in a place where he's not wanting to invest a shield here because you cannot Mud Slap this Pokemon down. Yes, it is a poison type Pokemon, but it's also a part bug type Pokemon, so these Mud Slaps don't really add up as it should be.
Yep, and TheGengarLife is staying in here, shielding up this Bone Club. No, he can just go into the... Wow! Knocks it out before the Bone Club can come through. We're going to see a lunge here on the side of Sanrudigo. This is going to knock out the Moltres, but this leaves the Ariados energy dry. TheGengarLife has piloted this perfectly. Does his master plan come up? Yes, the lunge connects. This is surely going to take out Sanrudigo from the tournament.
Sanrudigo is going to be knocked out from this tournament by this lunge from TheGengarLife. What a way to play. Yeah, I think he bought this spicier team with the Walrein and perfectly piloting it and goes into day 2. What a way to announce yourself. It's a great way to go into day 2. It's a difficult matchup. He ended up playing against Colin as well. That was a very close game, but now I think he played up against Colin, or was it Tomahawk?
It was Tomahawk.
It was Tomahawk. That was a very difficult game for him, but now showing the mental fortitude to come into the losers final and going all the way to day 2.
It is just so fitting for the spooky season that once the Clodsire usage reduces, the spider, the Ariados, comes creepy crawling from around the corner. Everyone is using Ariados. I've seen it in almost every single team that we have seen on stream. It has such a crazy conversion rate.
Yeah, but I also really like the usage of this Araquanid as well. I think it has a very good coverage, especially against Pokemon like Malamar. You don't really take super effective damage anymore because you're just a bug water type Pokemon instead of poison bug, and that's a great position to be in. If you are a Malamar user, you do not want to be switch locked against an Araquanid. Also for Alligator as well. But today we see a lot of top teams and we see a lot of matches where the Feraligatr is non-existent, and maybe it's the start of a trend where the Feraligatr is also slowly going down. The usage of Clodsire is slowly dropping, which means a lot less Pokemon for the Feraligatr to deal with, and a usage of Diggersby was going up, and also Toxapex, which means 2 Pokemon that Feraligatr cannot really do a lot of fast attack pressure as well. So in a way, maybe Feraligatr is slowly drifting away from the meta.
And I think we're going to see the replays from last match. Now, I'm going to be, oh, look at this. This is going to deal so much damage. This lunge is just going to say, bye, Malamar.
Malamar comes in and Malamar goes out.
Yep, immediately gonered right there. And now there is the Icicle Spear. Sanrudigo tried to go for the charge.
This is key here that I want to point out. He took 2 extra Poison Stings just to make sure whatever Pokemon comes after is not going to get that energy lead that they need to just get a springboard. That's exactly what happens here, because a few extra energy on this Ariados that could have come from the Walrein would have been enough to win this matchup for Sanrudigo.
Yep. Definitely. This was so well played from both trainers. I also really like the plan of San Rodrigo to throw the Aqua Tail, put the Walrein in farm down range if there is a potential earthquake, trying to force the Zero Shield onto the GengarLife, really.
Yeah, it was very big heads-up play from both these trainers. And I think GengarLife kind of notices because he wanted to secure the matchup, and in the Zero Shield scenario, 2 Icicle Spears and those Powder Snows are enough to take out a Drapion. He knows that, all right, if I throw an Earthquake and they shield, it's kind of going to put me in a very difficult situation. So I'm going to go for the matchup that I know is the most secure, and that is straight Icicle Spear.
Yeah. That still dealt a lot of damage. We know that this is a neutral. Ice is almost neutral against everything if it is not super effective. But I'm very curious to see how the meta develops after this, because Ariados is literally everywhere. I think almost everyone who is in day 2 has used Ariados so far. It has looked so good in those battles as well. So I think we need Clodsire to the rescue. Stone Age Clodsire.
Yeah, but I think it's the versatility of it all that really puts it in the top. Just because you get to these moves in like 10 turns, and even if you win the lead as an Ariados, it immediately puts you in the driver's seat. It's a little bit better. I'm going to go a little bit against you because I think it's not the Dugong that's the spookiest, it's the Ariados that's the spookiest if it's in the lead, because you get to it 5 turns before the Dugong can get to that Icy Wind to really scare you.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Also, like, this whole spider thing is maybe a little bit more Halloween, but Dugong also very, very scary in the lead. But backstage, we can see that Ludwig Pikachu is celebrating because there is another Gastrodon entering the top 16 of the Lille Regional Championships here in the 2025 season. And to celebrate Gastrodon, we have a little video to show you.
Gastrodon. Then in Gastrodon.
Gastrodon. We're Team Gastrodon over here.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. The Pokemon Go meta is always evolving, allowing new Pokemon to join trainers in their exciting tournament battles. For some Pokemon, the journey to meta viability is a test of patience and determination. So today, I'm going to tell you the story of the rise to the top for the best Pokemon I know, Gastrodon. In the 2024 season, Gastrodon dreamt of being in the top usage stats for Pokemon Go, but unfortunately wasn't ready for the spotlight on center stage. Our friendly Sea-Slug had to wait on the sidelines, watching other water ground type Pokemon such as Swampert, Quagsire and Whiscash each having an opportunity to shine across the season. Inspired by these performances and determined to one day be the very best, Gastrodon trained hard and found its way into topics of conversation while gaining some supporters along the way. It started making a splash and may have appeared in some prediction lists. But sadly, it wasn't making any waves on the tournament floor just yet. As time went by, there were concerns about whether or not it would ever be good enough to compete with the veteran Pokemon of the meta, and it had to watch as other Pokemon advanced in their viability, such as Clodsire or Annihilate. But Gastrodon never lost sight of its goals, and was motivated to prove the doubters wrong. There were of course some who believed that it was possible. Champions of the season also gave encouragement to Gastrodon by providing wisdom on where it needed to improve in order to catch the attention of seasoned battlers. This wise advice gave hope to Gastrodon, and as the 2024 season concluded with the spectacular Pokémon World Championships, Gastrodon watched with amazement and was renewed with the dream to one day be able to battle amongst these world competitors. And it just so happened that after a year of waiting, Gastrodon's moment finally arrived. The 2025 season updates introduced new move changes, resulting in an opportunity for Gastrodon to prove itself and break into the meta. As part of the Maxed Out season update, Mudslap received a buff that saw it become one of the strongest fast attacks in Pokemon Go, with Gastrodon arguably benefiting from it the most. With immense fast attack pressure and very few flying type Pokemon in the meta to resist the damage, Gastrodon can use Mudslap to force its way through a number of key matchups, notably including the ever-present Clodsire. With a low-cost charge attack in Body Slam paired with the high-damage Earth Power, Gastrodon has finally achieved its goal of overtaking the likes of Whiscash, Quagsire and Swampert, and is now widely regarded as the premium water and ground-type Pokemon in the competitive game. But if you want to keep it safe, then Gastrodon needs to stay indoors and avoid touching grass, as this Pokemon type can deal devastating damage. But if you avoid grass-type Pokemon, then victory and success could be yours. Who knows what success Gastrodon might achieve in the 2025 season, but its story of perseverance and patience is a lesson we can all learn from. If you believe in yourself, then there's no limit to what you can achieve. Good luck, trainers, and Gastrodon in your future battles.
don't let the location name fool you. It's not a little bit of fun we're having here. We're having a lot of fun at the Pokemon Go Lille Regional Championship. There's been so much going on. Am I getting eye rolls from you already, Martijn? He's so happy to be back with me.
A full weekend. I'm very happy to be here. We had great winners finals. We're now into the losers finals of this tournament in Lille, a very stacked tournament, 150 competitors, and some of the best players are currently advancing through to day 2 as well. Many other top players are still in that losers bracket, like before the finals, right? We have a couple of finals that we're going to show, but there's still also some games played, such as Andres, I believe, just beat Raging Task, for example. So moving on, Kuifje beat Howie. Howie was on my cast prediction as well, by the way. Yeah, really good player from the Netherlands, but didn't go through this. Let's take a look at the cast prediction, where we are actually, Amanda.
Yeah, I would actually love to be looking at this because I think I'm sitting pretty here. We got Paula, who is guaranteed day 2 because she came in from the winner's side of the bracket. Boom 20, that sleeper pick, the first tournament ever. He didn't lose a single battle the first day. Also a day 2 competitor, and we just saw Chun get knocked down to the loser's side of the bracket by Tonton Batuz, but still in the tournament.
Still in. He could still make it, right? If he wins his losers final, he's also in for day 2. And from my side, we just saw TheGengarLife win his losers final against San Judijo. San Judijo will be competing at the LAIC.
That's right.
So remarkable talent that we have here. And how he unfortunately just got knocked out right before this was made, I think, by Kuifje from Belgium. And we saw on Leo's side, Totte Bateus also made it through. Galaxy Bolton played a really good game. I believe like the only person to bring fire-type Pokemon.
Right.
We've hardly seen any, even though Ariados now is top usage.
It was actually really fun to see Galactica Bolton's team with that nod to that Frenzy plant and Leaf Tornado Superior that he won Lille with last year, but also that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, wanting that just raw damage that it put through. Dex, unfortunately, has also been knocked out. We saw TheGengarLife, one of your picks. He just made it on to day 2 from the loser side of the bracket. First time, he said, in his actual
first time.
term. So that is really very cool.
So we have first timer Boom, and we have first time day 2 now. TheGengarLife with that Shadow Hippowdon, right? His signature Pokemon. Isn't that just great to bring like a Pokemon that people are doubting? I dare you to bring this. You won't do it. And then he did it, and he came through with it, right?
We've actually seen quite a few, way more than I was anticipating. One person who is going to bring it, actually I believe we're going to see up on screen next, and that is our Dortmund regional champion, Kazim. Kazim also has a Shadow Hippowdon on his team.
And he's playing against Icelandic Lapras, I believe one of the top competitors at the EUIC. I believe he knocked down Paula there, actually. So he has some experience with good players. And Icelandic Lapras has a combined meta, but also some unusual picks, I would say, with that Chestnut just checking Dunsparce so well, but I don't think we've seen as much Dunsparce today.
Right, I mean, it seemed to be day 1 usage in Louisville, but while it was in that top 12 usage of overall players, it hasn't been as high up as a lot of people probably expected it to be. A lot of people have been using that as a safe swap Pokemon, similar to Shadow Drapion, but in the same sense, Dunsparce just doesn't seem to be doing as much.
Amanda, you mentioned safe swap. What is this?
Yeah,
what is safe swap?
That's a really good question. So it's because you only can choose 3 Pokemon to bring in the battle, which we're about to see. We'll see maybe what they're using as their safe swap. Dunsparce in the lead instead against a Toxapex. And yeah, I think the Dugong on Kazim's side is probably what he's going to look for if he's kind of finding a, quote, safe swap.
Let's see if Icelandic Lapras can prove here that Dunsparce is still the sauce to go with. Dunsparce just rolling against his Toxapex, has super effective coverage in Drill Run, which will not put Toxapex... I think it just puts you barely not under half, and the second will get close, but this is generally not that bad of a matchup for Toxapex.
Yeah, the big thing about Dunsparce is because of its normal typing, neither the Drill Run nor the Rock Slides end up doing really as much. It doesn't have that same type attack bonus, but we will see, since it is super effective, it does get that Toxapex very, very low. Icelandic Lapras going up to 2 before releasing this first one here. No shield from Kazim.
I don't know if this knocks out. This gets really close. Drill Run barely doesn't knock out. Can you get to that Sludge Wave? I think that he can. And Icelandic Lapras, look at that, throwing the Rock Slide just in case Kazim would catch what could have been a potential Drill Run.
Yeah, I mean, there's potential Ariados, there's a Moltres on the other side. I like that play because it knew it was going to knock out anyway. He's gotten that switch advantage that he's kind of looking for, but Kazim has that shield advantage. Still 2 shields on his side. In comes Gastrodon just to negate all of this energy that the Dunsparce is rolling into.
Well, Duron still is neutral, but Gastrodon indeed can take all of it. And Kazim is probably expecting Icelandic Lapras to have good answers to Gastrodon in the back. If it's the Chestnut, then this would look very nasty, and he will need those shields. But I think he's just going for the Mud Slap down. I think Lou would like this a lot.
Yeah, they're going to have to take another one here. Still 2 shields on Kazim's side, not using it. Gastrodon has gotten very low. TragicComix is out of here at this point, but that Dunsparce is finally gone. There's so much energy on the Gastrodon, but where's it going to go, Martijn? Not against this Galarian Moltres.
It's going to be the Body Slam, which don't do as much damage because of that nerf now, but in comes Dugong, and I think Dugong with 2 shields is going to be really tough for Icelandic Lapras to knock out, because if you go for Superpower as Icelandic Lapras, you will drop your attack and defense, and you can't do that immediately, and that's kind of annoying because that allows Kazim to get the Ice Wind off first and drop your attack before you even throw 1 Superpower. This is looking very dire for Icelandic Lapras actually now.
Yeah, the attack ball, there's so much energy, and now the Foul Play will be released, but this is a good call by Icelandic Lapras because he doesn't want to. Oh, that was like a last-second shield by Kazim there. It was that Foul Play, which will be doing less than the Superpower, but now the Superpower comes through, getting both of the shields off of Kazim here in this round.
It is shielded here, putting up both Protect shields. Dugong is safe from that damage now, but I think if Icelandic Lapras once can get to another Superpower, looks like Kazim is just going to let it go through. Keep all the energy for the Galarian Moltres.
I mean, Kazim needs to go get some cowboy boots, maybe a pitchfork, because he is going to farm town here. He farmed up so much energy on the Gastrodon, now onto the Galarian Moltres as well, getting that last shield from Icelandic Lapras. This is going to debuff the Moltres for the rest of the game. No, there's a slight Malamar in the back. There's already another Icy Wind ready, though.
This is doing super effective damage. Here's the thing. What we may have forgotten about, I think that Gastrodon still is almost at 2 Body Slam. Here it comes, Body Slam coming in, and Gastrodon is going to take out this Pokemon that is supposed to be a hard counter.
Yeah, this ground-type Pokemon Body Slamming the Galarian Moltres out of the sky, and then Mud slapping the Malamar for good measure. Kazim staying in this, taking game number 1.
What a tremendous play there from Kazim. It was Dugong against the road at some point after the Gastrodon just farming down the lead entirely. I really like that play, realizing that Dugong in the back could be so good, but you also need that shield advantage for the Dugong.
Absolutely.
If Icelandic Lapras had a Chestnut in the back, because a Chestnut in the back could have been a disaster for the Gastrodon Dugong core.
I like the way he played that out. I mean, you look at how it went down. TragicComix, one of the bulkiest Pokemon in the Great League, taken down by the Dunsparce completely. The Gastrodon taken down to basically the bottom of the red by that Dunsparce before the Dunsparce was out of there. I think a lot of people, especially maybe Icelandic Lapras, was thinking, hey, I'm sitting in a pretty good spot. But Kazim was able to really maneuver with that Dugong, saving up all the energy on both the Dugong and the Gastrodon to win.
I see in the chat Marta Gall asking for the Earth Power into the Galarian Moltres. It has Earth Power indeed, which would be double resistant, but I think at that point it still would have knocked out. That would have been a funny move there from Kazim, but I think he just wants to play it safe, right? The stakes are high here in Lille. We are in the losers final, so the loser goes home, and the winner goes to day 2.
This is a go big or go home moment for both of these trainers. Something kind of funny when you bring that up. He did do that in the grand finals in Dortmund. He ended up throwing a Children from the Dunsparce to be able to take out a Galarian Moltres in the end. Icelandic Lapras' team is very interesting. You talked about how the potential of a Chestnut in the back could have been very, very dangerous. We talked about this a little bit earlier on, but Wadaj ended up in Baltimore in the same meta using Chestnut and ended up winning that tournament. So it's a pick that I think takes a little bit of finesse to move around, but definitely has a lot of play.
I think so too. Chestnut is just a pick that can really shut down specific Pokemon. It's just that I don't feel like that's for Lille, it was the right call. And maybe Icelandic Lapras will prove us wrong, right? Don't count them out just yet. But considering there's so much Galarian Moltres and Ariados, Chestnut doesn't really line up super well into this. Like in Galarian Moltres, you at least have play because you resist Sucker Punch, but man, Brave Bird takes out like 25 Chestnut. Here we go, game number 2. Kazim with the Dugong again. And Icelandic Lapras again with that Dunsparce.
Dunsparce lead 2 times in a row, and it looks like Kazim is anxious maybe to stay in a little bit, playing, I guess, a little soft ABA weak to this Dunsparce, with both the Dugong and the Ariados not really wanting to face too many rock slides from it. The Dugong will be able to take it a little bit better. It is very bulky. Try to go for making sure that there was no catch before throwing this Icy Wind. Now the attack of the Dunsparce will be a bit lowered should the next rock slide go through.
This matchup is so deceiving because you think that Dunsparce absolutely dominates here with continuous super effective damage output. I think it might barely hang on to this rock slide. In fact, Dugong could win the scenario where 1 and 2 shields are used if you had shield the first attack. But look at this. Dugong barely hanging on, and Kazim can get off this next Ice Wind, putting the Dunsparce so low that it's almost no threat anymore for the Ariados.
Yeah, you see him, first he was shaking his head yes, then he just immediately shook his head no as he recognized what could be coming in, because look how dangerous this lineup is. Neither one of these Pokemon really want to face off against a 2-shielded Moltres.
What do you do now? This is a flyer. This is looking very rough. In fact, this is going to be looking very neutral, actually, just because of the pacing of that Ariados, only needing 5 Poison Sting to get to the launch that will drop the attack. But the thing is, Galarian Moltres has like super effective charge attacks only, which are going to deal a lot of damage. So if you want to stop this bird, you got to start shielding your Spider here. I mean, it is Halloween, like Halloween themed here, so let's protect the Spider here.
Yeah, the Spider at all costs, going for yet another lunge right before the next Ancient Power would be ready, getting a shield off of Icelandic Lapras' side. He knew that the first one wouldn't be enough to knock out. It is a bit of a bummer for him to now be double debuffed, but he is at a Brave Bird. He's going for yet another Ancient Power beat, but these are both now debuffed. I'm not even sure, even though it's super effective, if it's enough to take it out. Kazim doesn't even want to know.
We won't find out. Kazim shields us just to be sure. I think at this point you can even go for Trailblaze almost. It looks like he's not taking any chances, going for the lunge, just drop the attack stage one more time. As Icelandic Lapras wants to get rid of this Spider here, so shooting up the Galarian Moltres to get the Ancient Power off. And trying to make the catch and not being able to. Now the Brave Bird comes through. This is, I believe, triple debuff by now. Still gonna do a good chunk. And Icelandic Lapras is shaking his head, but I think he's in a pretty good spot here with the Malamar here. And already this Gastrodon chunked down.
Malamar is just going to start side waving away. You know, Icelandic Lapras not wasting any of his time here, saying, okay, I'm going to just throw an attack immediately. I'm going to get this Gastrodon out of the way. Come back in, Ariados. I need to have a talk with you.
Yeah. Still gets the launch up. I don't think this is going to matter as much. Malamar does take double super effective damage from this, so from full health, this will still knock out, but there's still the Galarian Moltres in the back. There's also a little bit of the Dunsparce. Icelandic Lapras maybe contemplating what Pokemon has the honor, and it is the Galarian Moltres, tying up the score 1-1 against regional champion from Dortmund, Kazim.
I like that play by Icelandic Lapras because Rollout is also a 3-turn attack, and the Poison Sting was a 2-turn, just in case there happened to be so low health or something that the attack from the Ariados would have gone through first and knocked out the Dunsparce. I think he was just playing it safe and saying, okay, I want to come in with this Moltres.
I think so too, right? The Dunsparce doesn't really have a lot of damage output, but put in so much work for Icelandic Lapras so far, just showing how neutral it is. If you look at the team from Kazim, he does have double ground, and the ground types usually do quite well into Dunsparce, just because Dunsparce mostly outputs rock type damage, and ground is one of the very few typings in this meta that's common and resists rock.
I mean, I think that the Dunsparce was top of meta for a reason, right? I mean, it's so safe. Even against things that it doesn't really win hard against, there's nothing that it's so hard losing against, except maybe like a Chestnut or the Superior. Sometimes we do see those matchups that get a little more extreme. But having that Pokemon on the team does seem to prove very well. Kazim had it on his team in Dortmund. It was basically, he called it his MVP, his most valuable Pokemon in that tournament. Seemed to drop it now for Lille, but he has picked up that Shadow Hippowdon instead.
I just think he wants to make Lou happy with the Gastrodon.
That's also true, right?
She loves Gastrodon. Look, he even brought the Gastrodon plushie, or maybe it's Lou's, that's also possible.
Lou is maybe just, even though she's doing the video game this weekend, maybe just sneaking little Gastrodons as reminders around our stream. I do know Tomahawk, who has made it to day 2, told me that he didn't have a blue Gastrodon, but he wanted to please Lou by using it because he used a pink one in Louisville, that he was up yesterday trading everyone for the, and so he had enough candies, and when he finally got one that he wanted to use, he didn't have enough charge TMs to be able to change the attack, so he ended up doing it in the morning.
Oh man, that's unfortunate. But here, we have a very neutral lead. It's the Ariados from Kazim, it's the Malamar from Icelandic Lapras. They both deal super effective damage to each other in some way, but I think Ariados barely has the edge here, and catching the lunge on the Dunsparce. This is a delicious lunge. Dunsparce will definitely enjoy this lunge. Well, not really. It's going to drop the attack because it's so it gets full of that lunge, right? Now, coming into the Gastrodon, this is great for Kazim, especially if we look at the backlines. This Gastrodon now avoids the Malamar. I'm not sure if this catch is going to help Icelandic Lepers here.
I mean, it was a catch. We use Dunsparce as what we call that safe swap, being able to come in, but how safe is it really when there are 2 ground types on the other potential side? At this point, I think Kazim, we saw it before, just completely farming down a Pokemon. He may be able to do it again, especially because this Dunsparce is debuffed.
I think the third Drill Run might barely knock out. Maybe barely not. I think, yeah, it looks like Kazim doesn't want to take any more damage. Does make sense. I think he could have also gone for the Mud Slap down, even go for an undercharge here to get maybe one more Mud Slap in. And it's looking to be perfect. Icelandic Lapras goes down with the Drill Run. Yeah, this is a great play from Kazim.
Not only that, he has a Body Slam stored. We've seen this position already a couple of times between these 2 trainers, but this Gastrodon now has some energy. Switch timers are misaligned. I wonder how he wants to play. He might end up letting the Melchers go ahead and farm him down, just trying to get as much damage off as possible so he can keep somewhat of an alignment and keep that Ariados away from it and get the Dugong.
Definitely don't want that Ariados on here because he has the Dugong in the back, and Dugong is so strong into the Galarian Moltres. Now keep in mind, Galarian Moltres does have Ancient Power as super effective damage, so Icelandic Lepers does have some room to play, and on top of that, there's also still energy on that Malamar. But as long as shields are up, Malamar's actually looking okay-ish into the Ariados. And Icelandic Lepers needs to keep this Galarian Moltres, otherwise you will not be able to clear any debuffs.
What a call here by Kazim too. Brave Bird coming through, getting that shield up, and now a quick pivot into the Malamar. But now Malamar is ahead on shields, and the superpowers are potentially coming through. This is a bait, but it still does a nice amount of damage to Dugong. No shield from Kazim's side. It's like he knows the play.
But it makes sense. You can't superpower there because you will debuff yourself and get stuck in that matchup. Now Kazim no shields of foul play, debuffs the Malamar. You can swap here, but Ariados is a pretty fragile Pokemon. This Malamar still has energy, and it will be able to throw the foul play before the lunge. Oh, looks like no, Icelandic Lepers not throwing the lunge. Maybe trying to preserve the energy and clear the debuff at a later stage.
This is the thing with the 50-second timers, right? You can dance around a little bit more. I think Icelandic Lapras is keeping his eye on it. He knows if he throws one more, by the time this goes through, that Galarian Moltres is ready to go again. That timer is up. Will he get the shield from Kazim? Looks like he's going to let that Ariados go.
Putting it all on the... Now it makes sense. He needs so much energy here. Can Icelandic Lapras do that? I'm not too sure. Foul play comes through now. You need to get to another superpower to knock this out, get clear or debuff. How much energy does the Galarian Moltres have?
Galarian Moltres has some energy, but did go for that Brave Bird. No, I take it back. He has no energy and no health.
Super, he's very close. He's very close. No, he goes down. Kazim takes game number 2.
Amazing plays by Kazim that you can see him leaping around the stage. He had the attacks loaded, but he was like, no, I'm just going to Ice Shard down here at this point. Going into day number 2, he did it in Dortmund. Can he do it again in Lille? Kazim is again once on top form.
This is the mentality of someone who has won a regional championship before. Recognizing who's a good player, who gave you a good battle, and recognizing that these are important victories. These are the victories you need to win a regional championship, maybe for your second.
Yeah, maybe even your second. You know,
going
no,
careful for Lou.
I mean, listen here. We saw
Tomahawk already do that.
Tomahawk threw it from the caster desk. Kazim now throwing it from the stage. Give Gastrodon a break.
It's just flying around. I guess. It's just throwing all the mud slaps all over the place, right?
Like, so now it's a ground-type Pokemon. They're like, no, have your chance to fly.
Exactly. But congratulations to Kazim, our Dortmund regional champion, advancing to day 2. That's incredible, right? From never getting to day 2 to now winning a regional championship and getting to day 2 right after. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the energy is behind it, right? I mean, you saw him throwing things on stage. You saw him talking to people, pumping it up. I mean, at this point, he's just got some rock star energy on his side. Speaking of energy, look at all this energy that was thrown into this Moltres there. One Icy Wind, and now to Body Slam to boot.
Gastrodon's just looking so happy to punish the Galarian Moltres with that Body Slam, mud slapping down the Malamar, cleaning up the game for Kazim there in game number 1. And in game number 2, we saw Icelandic Lapras with the Galarian Moltres that looked so dangerous for the backline of Kazim with the Ariados and the Gastrodon.
That was one of my favorite moments when the Dugong went down and Kazim's head went up immediately when it was like, oh, wait. I know what's going to be in the back, and I'm not sure I have a direct answer for it.
Because I think he would have preferred to align the the Ariados into the Malamar because you have the opportunity to take it out in one charge stack. Here we saw the perfect undercharge to get one extra Mudslap in and get even more energy. This deemed to be crucial later because it allowed Kazim to get like 3 Body Slam into the Galarian Moltres. As you see on the right, already was so low. Here, Icelandic Lapras tried to gather as much energy, tried to transfer an Ice Shard to get to the Superpower here, but it was barely not enough, and Dugong decided the game.
One Psywave away for the Malamar there, but Kazim knew it, punching his fist in the air. You love to see the big moments, right? Which, like, when you recognize your win condition and it's like, I have it. I know that I'm going on to day 2. I'm so excited for him. I think that this is really the season of Kazim so far.
Well, we're 2 regional champions, and so far he's been very good.
I did say so far.
Look, listen, he has not been knocked out yet in the 2025 season. So I feel like that's like comparable to Colin. Colin also had at some point a 100% win rate in all the championships he played.
Right.
Which was crazy.
That is absolutely crazy. Colin, yes, like once again, our only 3-time European regional champion. I think a lot of people are looking to try to maybe not take that claim from him, but catch up and saying, hey, can you just pause for a second, Colin, because you know, I've won one, or you know, maybe I can catch up to you pretty soon. Paula, someone make it to day 2, hot on his heels.
But Colin, even with his friend TomahawkUK, he was like, you know what, you're my friend, but this is business. You gotta take it from me. And yeah, that was unfortunate for TomahawkUK, our fellow caster as well. He was also in day 2, by the way, so let's not feel sorry just for him yet, because he still has a chance to win it all. But getting to 3 times second place is crazy, though.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of the crazy plays that Kazim has, we're going to have an interview with him. Don't go anywhere. I'm very excited to hear what he has to say.
What a game, Kazim. You're now into day 2. How are you feeling? I know you came in a bit excited. How is it? How is it for you?
Yeah, ecstatic. Just like kind of reliving Dortmund again, trying to keep the streak going. I tried a bit of spice with the Shadow Hippowdon this time round. I've only brought it to 2 matches so far, but it's made it, and we're working our way through. That last matchup, I was dreading it. Jamie, Icelandic Lapras, is a good friend of mine, and I was fearing the Moltres Dunsparce core, and I almost had to play some risky lines, which I'm not usually about, but it paid off. I just avoided those hard matchups in the end.
Yeah, but I think you've had like some really tough matchups coming up here as well. But for you, which Pokemon was the one that you thought had the most influence in you going all the way to day 2?
I think the combination of Ariados and Dugong, it's been a tried and tested core from that I've used from the start of the season updates. Dugong has just felt really safe, even against the likes of Malamar, where you've got to watch out for those super effective superpowers. Its bulk just really helps it out, and the ability to debuff and set up another Pokemon for success. And Ariados is just the same with the continuous lunge debuffs as well. It's yeah, I'd say those 2.
Did you know in game number 3, it was really close? I think he was a turn away from getting to the superpower.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, did you know that?
So I'm usually really good at counting, but one turn moves and Psywave, which is like I really struggle with, and I'm just like tap, pray he doesn't get it. At that point, it's like there wasn't really a need to count, so I just thought, just pray outpace. It's been a long day, and I think it's been a bit too late for some meticulous counting, and we got there. I think he did a Psywave and swap out, which was really good. And for those watching at home, being able to get that one Psywave without taking the Ice Shard is a really high technical play. So yeah, watch and learn from Icelandic Lapras himself. That was a great play, and it made me think that he just banked superpower. But he didn't, and here we are.
It was really close in the end, and it's very well played by you. But before I let you go, I have this one very important question. I think you told one of our fellow casters over in Dortmund that you would never play Gastrodon. What happened?
Well, funnily enough, TheGengarLife, who was on stream before me, kind of helped me with team building, and he actually just sent me a team with Shadow Hippowdon, and I really liked it. And Gastrodon, whilst I have given it some slate for being a bit of an RPS and alignment dependent Pokemon, it is really, really solid into its neutral matchups. The mud slap buff in the recent updates really helped it out, and it is a bulky boy, and I really needed it for Dunsparce, and you saw it there. Yeah, just it's worked out. Here we are. Sorry, Lou.
All Pokemon are useful in the end, right? But
Exactly.
it was really great having you, and I'm going to let you go off to celebrate as well. Congratulations on making day 2.
Thanks.
Over to the casters.
You know, you said it was his favorite Pokemon, the Shadow Hippowdon. That's why Kazim is using it, because they ended up, you know, kind of going together when they're making their team compositions.
Or maybe he's trying to outperform the TheGengarLife.
Well, they're on even par right now, right? They both won in the losers final, so they're going to be in day number 2. We'll have to see who the better Shadow Hippowdon player could end up being.
We have 2 in day 2. That's crazy, actually.
That is
right?
crazy.
I always see that Hippowdon's a little bit inferior to the Marowak, simply because Mudslap is so good now.
Woo! I'm not saying anything. One thing I also want to note is Kazim is currently on top of the EU leaderboards. And he got there because he was the Dortmund regional champion, but also you might see some other trainers, since there's only been one regional competition, it's also because they've been competing in their local cups and challenges.
And we actually have a video to show you about that. You can gather championship points there, you can have fun, you can train with your fellow battlers. Let's take a look at this video here.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
And if you scan this code, it will bring you to the page where you can find those local tournaments nearby you. From my own experience, I can tell you they are so much fun. I go there with my friend Triptando, and it's always a good time. Well, not for him, but I always get good championship points there, and it's just worth the time. Even if I don't get championship points, it's a lot of fun to play in challenges and cups versus my local battlers.
And you're going to want to have your phone up to scan this code, but after this disappears off the screen, we're also going to give you 3 poses. So you're going to want to have your phones up anyway, because you're going to want to take some photos of us. So make sure to scan for these locations. Go ahead, compete in your local cups and challenges. We can't wait to see you guys out there. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, second pose. Third pose.
I need time.
I need time. I need time to prepare my poses.
So when you're at a regional championship and you are about to play on stream, you get pictures taken, and I always never know how to look. So last time I had like a Grimer plush, you know, like, oh, here's a Grimer, looks great. And speaking of players, competitors, or players that are going on stream, here we have our next pair, Marco Shiny on the left, and on the right we have Chun, the Lurantis guy who didn't bring Lurantis this time.
I mean, yeah, didn't bring one of his signature picks, but has been able to make it on pretty far. Again, we are in the losers finals, so that means whoever loses this matchup will be out of the tournament, but whoever wins will be going on to day 2. Both of these trainers got knocked down to the losers bracket by the same competitor, Boom20, so we'll have to see how they will be able to do now that they're facing off against someone else.
Marco Shiny with that Pangoro. I think it has pretty good play into Chun's team. Even Mandibus has some play. Of course, the area ace is going to hurt, especially after a close combat. But close combat just paces so quickly. Only 5 karate chops needed. And even Night Slash, which still does solid damage from an attack-weighted Pokemon such as Pangoro. 4 karate chops, 8 turns. That's equally as fast as the Aqua Tail from Drapion. That is pace. It is fast. Here we go, game number 1.
And there it is as well. You spoke it into existence on Marco Shiny's side. We got the Pangoro on one side, a swap out immediately to the drop down. But I tell you what, this isn't really actually a hard counter to the Pangoro.
It's not, but this time Marco Shiny plays it different, because against Boom he threw the close combat before the first Aqua Tail. And let's see, but I think Chun also basically threw it immediately, so it wasn't possible. And now, this I do like. Now you can go straight for the close combat. And yeah, Chun has to shoot that. The points thing will add up now, so it's possible Marco Shiny might switch out, and he does. He goes into the Toxapex. Chun can't swap out because he just did. And now, look at this. This is going to do a lot of damage, but the Brine from TragicComix just takes so long to get there.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about how Azumarill paces kind of slowly. Hello, meet TragicComix. And oh, worse for the wear for MarcoShiny there. It got that crunch debuff. You heard that little tinkling noise. And maybe if you can't read it because it is in Spanish. But at that point, this means that the TragicComix's defense is a little bit lower, so any attack that goes for it is going to be doing more damage than it would normally.
The timer is now up and Chun is able to switch out again, aligning his Quagsire briefly to the TragicComix. I think he will be able to get rid of the TragicComix in the meantime, actually, because the switch clocks are so misaligned that MarcoShiny is just barely not able to swap out yet. But Chun has to hurry because the clock is ticking. Pangoro might almost come in. No, Stone Edge coming through, and this will knock out that TragicComix.
TragicComix not bothering to use a shield. A lot of people, in fact, try to use TragicComix as a third shield itself. It definitely has done its job here. MarcoShiny still has 2 shields remaining, and you need them for the Pangoro because look at this. Look how low it's getting. Definitely wants to get this because there's so much energy already built.
Amanda, this is a great time to use your shields, I think, right? For that, you want to protect the Pangoro. It's fragile. It's cool, I guess. That's what TomahawkUK always says. Actually, it does look pretty cool, right? And fierce. It paces so quickly. It has high damage output, and Chun fears it. He wants to get rid of it. Shields the Quagsire, goes for the Aqua 2 immediately. Is MarcoShiny going to try and farm this down? I don't think you can.
I don't think you can either, and MarcoShiny decides he is not going to, letting that Pangoro go, and we'll see what he comes in with. The only thing he's got left, but the problem is he's not going to be able to completely Poison Sting down at this point because the Quagsire, just kind of likes it at the...
It looks a little bit angry because maybe it's Shadow, but this is kind of what MarcoShiny is doing, what Boom did to him, putting all those shields on the Ariados, and now MarcoShiny took notes, is doing that to Chun as well, keeping the shield for the Ariados here, but it has a rough time into the Quagsire Mandibuzz core, so looking a little bit uphill for MarcoShiny here. He has to protect the Spider at all costs, but Chun is slowly outputting a lot of charge attacks here.
Yeah, I mean, the Mandibuzz, even though the Aerial Ace isn't that heavy hitting of attack, as you can see by that red shield, it's super effective, even though the debuff has already happened to the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz has so much bulk. This is not going to be even close to knocking it out. MarcoShiny has to really hope that he's going to be able to get to another one, and then this Aerial Ace that's coming through is not going to be able to knock him out.
Oh, going for perfect timing as well here. I think MarcoShiny could have thrown the lunge before that, just to debuff even more. But yeah, the Quagsire's in the back as well, right? It's going to be tough to take out. There's even a Drapion. In comes the Quagsire, but he's going to take a lunge to the face. I guess MarcoShiny is not getting 3-ball flexed here by Chun.
That's like, well, that's my goal at least. In comes the Quagsire, out goes the Quagsire, but down goes the Ariados.
Mandibuzz comes back in, takes out the Ariados. Chun takes game number 1.
This is
very well played.
Best of 3 matchup here. Chun just needs one more to be able to secure to go into day 2 here in Lille. But we've definitely seen what we call reverse sweeps as well. I mean, MarcoShiny just needs to win the next 2 to be able to call himself the winner of this matchup. But, I mean, this game was incredibly close. But the problem was, the Ariados just couldn't maneuver all the way through both the Mandibuzz and that Quagsire in the back.
Right, there was a lot to do for the Ariados. I think MarcoShiny basically was just hoping for it to be Dugong or Superior in the back, but it was the Mandibuzz, and it was just kind of tough for Chun. I think he may have just been expecting the Ariados all along. I just want to highlight the journey that Chun had to get through this place. He defeated EUIC champion Emmy Weedle before this. He defeated Dana before this as well, a well-known top player. And before that, they both, as you said, they both lost to Boom. So just kind of a gauntlet for both of these players, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely true. With so many different players coming in, and this is one of the tournaments that has what we call seeding. So the more that you play in tournaments and the better you do, you usually end up getting placed at a higher point in the bracket. Now, what's really funny about that is the fact that they both lost to Boom. This is Boom's first tournament, so while he was maybe very low on the seeding, I think he exceeded a lot of everyone's expectations.
I honestly think he's doing exactly what people thought he would do. He's already known to be a top player in grassroots, but yeah, getting so far here. Well, let's take a look at this matchup because they still have to play this out, right? Chun is 1-0 up. I think the Quagsire is definitely making a comeback. Only really weak to the Ariados, but if you're like one match shot ahead, Ariados might actually be playable because you will outpace to those charge attacks.
I'm looking at the Pangoro on Marco Shiny's side. I think it actually looks like a pretty safe Pokemon overall. The only really hard counter is that Toxapex, but it wasn't even in the game for Chun there.
Well,
Still
here it
able
is.
to win, but well, this is not the matchup that Marcos is hoping for. I think we'll see an immediate pivot now into the Dugong. Okay, this using this as a safe swap Pokemon. Chun staying in, getting a little bit of energy first.
Marta Galde in chat called it out. Marco Shiny needs Dugong, and this is what Lyle Jeffs also did at Louisville. Dugong is just so good into these scores of Drapion, Toxapex, Diggersby, all those kind of Pokemon. So let's see how this is going to go. This is actually decent for the Toxapex, except when all your Sludge Waves get shielded. And it looks like Marco Shiny putting up the first shield. And Chun is just staying in still. His backline isn't exactly strong against Dugong with energy. Trying to catch an attack, fails to. And now Quagsire is going to get debuffed.
I think that was the whole thing. And Marco Shiny is probably taking some notes like, okay, the Toxapex is staying in. It's probably a good indication there's not a hard counter to this Dugong in the back. But if you look at the team of Chun, there's actually just not a hard counter to the Dugong at all.
This is great for Marco Shiny because now his Toxapex in the back avoids the Quagsire. Letting the Stoners go, this. Do you hang on here? No, you don't hang on. This was debuffed, but still does enough to knock out the Dugong. Now you can bring in your Pangoro, which definitely needs to get a lot of energy here. The problem is that because the Toxapex is so bulky, that energy won't even be useful. You need a boost here as Marco Shiny, I think.
Going for attack. Chun recognizing that, you know, the Toxapex is just going to come back in to absorb all of this energy. Doesn't bother to shield the Quagsire. Still 2 shields left on Chun's side. Want to see how he's going to play this out. Waiting out the switch timer before coming back in here. Neither the Night Slash and definitely not the close combat is going to be the attack here. Trying to go for a catch on Marco Shiny's side, but instead being now met with that Drapion.
This is looking so good for Chun. Shield advantage on the Drapion is going to be pretty good into the Toxapex because all the fast attack damage output from the Toxapex is resisted. So Drapion can just hang on there quite well. Going for the Brine, but this is not a very strong charge. Chun, call the protection police because he's still no shielding.
He's like, okay, I recognize where the energy is going to be most valuable here to still do protect shields. And if you just look how much energy he's going for right before the next Brine is available. And you know, we talked about spooky Pokemon, we talked about the scary Icy Wind debuff, the Crunch debuff is even scarier in my opinion.
It's not there to make the Toxapex afraid. Go for another Brine, and finally Chun putting up his first Protect Shield. Still has quite some HP on the Toxapex. Well, predicting the swap even. Going for the Brine bait. Does Marco Shiny call this? No! He shields the bait here. This is devastating for Marco Shiny.
And not only that, because neither one of these attacks are going to be even close to be taking out this Toxapex. There's still
no shielding!
No shield on Chun's side. He knows the first one isn't enough, but does he realize how close Marcos is to one other? Because if you're looking at that, he's already there.
I think that was exactly the play, because if the first Nicers boosted, then Toxapex would have been knocked out by the next Nicers coming in. And now Chun still has the protect shield, can protect himself. The timer's not up. Sludge Wave is coming through. This is going to knock out that Pangoro. This is a pretty decent charge attack from the Toxapex. Going on the Pangoro. Sludge Wave knocks out the Pangoro. In comes the Toxapex, but it doesn't have a lot of energy. This might be a fast attack down. If you can get the fast attack down as Marco Shiny, maybe we can get the energy. No! Goes in with the Aqua Tail and go to take out the Toxapex. Chun makes it to day 2.
Going for that combination play there, saying, okay, I don't need to even farm down. I know that I win charge attack priority with that drop in. I know that I'm going to win this game, and I know that I am going on to day number 2 here in Lille. June 027 being able to go on. Well played by him in the losers finals.
Kazim doesn't need Whimsicott, and Chun doesn't need Lurantis. What a great play from Chun. Going through a gauntlet of top well-known battlers throughout the bracket. Emmy Weedle.
And Dane. Yeah.
And then Marco Shiny, very tough opponents. Marco Shiny unfortunately couldn't pull through to those finals. I believe the only top cut he made before was in Liverpool 2024, but Marco Shiny is getting close. He's reading the meta quite well.
I mean, Marco Shiny was also the other person who played against Emmy Weedle and beat him as well to be able to be where he was at in this tournament. Though he didn't go home, you know, with the prize, he did go home with a lot of championship points, and there is definitely a lot on the line this season because it's a little bit different than the previous seasons. Last season there was a championship point threshold, so if you reached 400 in Europe, you were automatically qualified for Worlds. It's a little bit different this season where it's only the top 50 competitors for Europe will get that automatic qualification.
And on top of that, also play everyone who wins a regional championship, no matter which region you're from, also from the APAC region, from the LATAM, from Oceania, from North America, from Europe, everywhere. You will qualify if you win a tournament, or you get top 4 at an international championship. And speaking of international championships, the points are also important to get the travel award for an international championship, which is a good amount of money to travel. But we have a couple players actually going to the LAIC using the travel award.
That's absolutely true. Let's look at the replays of this here. Marco Shining trying to do everything he can to keep Chun at bay, but Chun just says, I'm playing a little bit too strong for you in this matchup, being able to knock out the Ariados, taking game number 1.
Chun just really well prepared for that Ariados, especially like if he would lead the Quagsire into it would be tough, but with some energy, Quagsire positioned very well into the team of Marco Shiny. It's just so safe. Here the attempt to catch, and Chun reacting very quickly, going in with that drop and with his shield advantage was just so strong here.
Yeah, absolutely true. Going for the bait at this point too, getting the shield, this was very, very good for Chun here because it allowed him to pace quickly to be able to knock out that Pangoro.
Yeah, Brian shielded here was a pretty crucial moment for Marco Shiny because it would do less damage, and it allowed Chun later to get the Sludge Wave, knock out the Pangoro, and then he had energy banked on the Drapion to close out the game into the Toxapex from Marco Shiny, and that led him to day 2.
Yeah, Aqua Tail doesn't seem like it's going to be doing that much damage. You know, minuscule amounts against that Toxapex, but it did end up giving him the game in the end.
Which is what he needed.
It was just, you know what? It was exactly the amount that he needed. Now, you talked a little bit about the International Championships, and LAIC is actually the first one that's coming up. You're absolutely right. There are trainers from Europe that are going to compete over there, and I'm really excited to see how they will do, because not only is this the first season of this new championship point leaderboard, it's also the first season that we're getting these travel stipends to be able to go into the different regional competitions and different international championships.
Exactly. So these points that are gotten now in all these regional championships will count for the EUIC Travel Award. For Europeans, that might not be the most expensive trip, especially TomahawkUK. He lives like 10 minutes from the venue. But
he joked that he might just take a limo.
But like from Spain, it's a little bit further, but especially from like Latin America, it's like very welcome that package to get to London. So championship points are very important right now. We're going straight into our next matchup. We have the Mega Junko on the left versus Zephymastyx on the right. Zephymastyx was our first matchup of this stream against 2022 World Champion Dancing Rob, and he's made it all the way to the losers finals of Group D. This has been a long day for Zephymastyx.
This has been a long day. Do you want to know something also kind of funny? It was the first matchup that Dancing Rob, and it was also the matchup that knocked Dancing Rob out of the tournament as they played against each other in the loser side of the bracket. Zeppy just kind of had his number for this turn. What will he have the Mega Junkos? Because we saw Mega Junko play earlier on today. He was in the winners finals, only losing to Paula.
Paula, you know, we talked about international championships before. I just want to point one more thing out, by the way. Colin and Paula made it to day 2 here. They are going to the LAIC as well. So,
that's true.
Like for Latin players, this is an important showcase of like your competition coming overseas here.
Yeah, they're showing you what they've got. And speaking of showing what we've got, I got a Galarian Moltres. Do you? Because it seems like everyone now has a Galarian Moltres.
I do. Actually, I actually do have one. I traded from my mom. She didn't need it.
Cute.
I hope.
Zeppy definitely has one as well, going for very popular attacks on it. He has a strong team, going for that double ground Earthquake and Stone Edge on his Clodsire. So that is different than what a lot of people are opting to run nowadays. A lot of times people are running Sludge Bomb because Azumarill has become so popular, the actual #1 used Pokemon of this competition so far. But I think he just has other ways to cover it. Meanwhile, if you're looking at the team, the other side, we have that Sludge Bomb on the Mega Junko side, on this Clodsire.
Makes sense. Just to cover Azumarill a little bit better. I do think that he's not exactly weak to Azumarill, but Poliwrath and Moltres do struggle there quite a bit. So yeah, Sludge Bomb is the common moveset, but I think Zephymastyx tends to play with the same team and practice with it so much to master it entirely. Everyone was running Stone Edge at the start.
Yep.
And then Zephymastyx, I think, just stuck with it.
He's like, I understand how this works.
Yeah, it's just his team. I'm just going to stick with the Stone Edge. And actually, Stone Edge might actually help a little bit here against that Moltres. It does make your matchup worse into the superior, though, because Sludge Bomb would really help there. And also into Poliwrath, just a little bit faster pacing would help as well. But because Counter doesn't generate as much energy now after the rebalance of the attacks, Poliwrath is not as good into Clodsire anymore.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see the whole team composition because just like we just saw Pangoro last round, there's not a lot of fighting type Pokemon in this meta. Malamar does of course have that superpower, but being able to use counter as a fast attack could be a little bit different. I'm just looking at the matchups here. Obviously that Dugong doesn't want to face it. Clodsire, gets a little bit iffy. Malamar is also, it's par for par there, right? Because the Psy Waves do so much damage to the Poliwrath, but neither the superpower nor the foul play are the things that are hitting it the hardest.
Does Poliwrath look good here? There is Dugong. It has play into Clodsire. It's okay into Gastrodon. It's actually fine versus Moltres as long as shields are up. Ariados is a terrible matchup.
Ariados is a terrible matchup.
Maybe the Malamar's okay in the zero shield scenario just because there is psychic fast attack damage, but no psychic charge attack damage.
Exactly,
right?
Exactly true. And I think that a lot of times, especially when you've played so long in a tournament, when you've seen so many different Ariados that it seems to be on everyone's team, what I'm noticing, at least from behind the booth, from what we've seen, is a lot of people tend to put them in the lead. So I think if you're Mega Junko and you are planning on running that Poliwrath, then you might be using it in a different position, hoping to just get that Ariados out of the way before it really comes into play.
I think it's just kind of risky to run. I think that the Alolan Sandwich from the Mega Junko looks quite decent as well, especially considering the Gastrodon is also tough to run for Zephymastyx. Here we go! We have the Galarian Moltres from the Mega Junko into the Dugong from Zephymastyx. This is a great lead for Zephymastyx.
Zephy has calling the lead here and now swapping into the Alolan Sandslash, but this is a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash, so it's not going to be doing that much by its fast attacks, and it's going to be a little bit outpaced because that Dugong already has a lot of energy. Going for that heavier drill run and not even bothering to shield it up on Mega Junko's side.
Perhaps the Mega Junko realizes this could be a Malamar in the back. A superpower would do more damage. I'm not going to shield that. Against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, this would put it straight into the red, the drill from Dugong, but against a non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash, it's just a little bit bulky and it really helps its case. See how Zephymastyx is going to play this out here. Taking on the drill run is interesting because the longer Zephymastyx stays in here, the harder that Galarian Moltres is going to get for him.
Yeah, and not only that, the switch timers are completely misaligned. If you're looking at it on Mega Junko's side, they're basically up at this point, so he can definitely still get the alignment he wants. He chooses to use that first shield. This is interesting. This definitely would have been enough to knock out the Alolan Sandslash, but he's got so much energy. He wants to make Zephy take a chance as well. This drill run will be enough to knock out the Dugong. No shield from Zephy's side.
Perfect counter from the Mega Junko here, taking out the Dugong. Let's see what he's going to bring in here. You have to keep in mind, like, Zephymastyx has to make a plan how he's going to deal with the Galarian Moltres because it's good into his backline. The thing is, shield advantage Ariados is pretty good for him too because that Poliwrath is not going anywhere.
And Malamar takes this on the chin, but Psy waves down, and back in comes that Moltres. Superpower will be doing a nice chunk of damage, but it will lower the attack and defense of that Malamar. So we might see a quick pivot by Zephy, but we might see Junko end up staying in this because he definitely doesn't want that in the back. You can see a slight shake of his head. He's not happy about this
He is not happy here. He needs to get to many ancient powers here. I don't know if you can do that. Galarian Moltres doesn't pace as fast really, so he's it's gonna be rough. Even if you get a boost, this is gonna be very tough, right?
Yeah, I mean, not only that, it's just like, once this Moltres is out of the way, Poliwrath would have nothing to clear the debuffs that would end up possibly getting, or the Trailblaze, which would do a lot of damage. Trying to catch, but Zephy patient there, going for a little bit extra. Now going for that Trailblaze. It's not enough to knock out the Poliwrath to begin with, but there's so much energy on this Ariados.
But here's the thing. The counters are double resistance. It takes really long to get there. Zephy can just get to a charge attack before Poliwrath gets even close to one. Go for a charge attack priority. Perfect counting by Zephymastyx. Wunderbar!
Knowing that he definitely wins that charge attack priority, Ariados has a much higher attack than Poliwrath, then getting obviously the Trailblaze, and now still so much energy on the back, going for that lunge to be able to knock out the Galarian Moltres here. Zephymastyx taking game number 1 in the losers finals.
It's Spider season, baby! Zephymastyx takes the first game against the Mega Junko. That almost looks like the Glasgow captured the Gastrodon.
He's sneaking up behind him there saying, ooh. Ooh. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mega Junko carefully thinking things through. He's made it through a lot of different opponents to be able to be at the point that he's at now. Unfortunately for him, though the Poliwrath does have a lot of play into the team, didn't have a lot of play into the Pokemon that were in that back line. But you know what? The Ariados wasn't in the beginning like I thought it would have been.
I think he really wanted to catch the Dugong with the Poliwrath, but Zephymastyx led the Dugong, and then it's likely that Zephymastyx has his Poliwrath counters in the back. And I think that he mainly recognizes is that a Malamar with energy advantage is just so difficult for the Mega Junko to check. It's only the Galarian Moltres. But the Galarian Moltres is probably very likely to come out for the Mega Junko because it's quite good into Zephymastyx's team. If it's not facing that Dugong, even the Stone Edge Clodsire is somewhat playable.
And the Mega Junko is someone who really loves his Galarian Moltres because he is someone who likes to play it in the Go Battle League. He was playing it from the very beginning, saying this Pokemon, even before we saw it in any regional competition, he was saying, no, this Pokemon is the Pokemon that people should be using. So I'm really excited that he's been able to bring it to this regional competition and that he's been able to do as well as he has, right? He's in the losers finals with this.
He just loves birds. He brought a Pidgeot plushie as well. And he loves Pidgeot too. Now that Wing Attack has been nerfed, it may not be as good before, but we could see Gust. I'm actually surprised he didn't bring Gust Pidgeot. I actually think it may have played. Anyway, that's for later. Let's go into game number 2. We have again the Galarian Moltres from the Mega Junko, this time into the Gastrodon from Zephymastyx. This is a great lead for the Frenchman.
This is a much better lead for Junko there. Swapping into that Clodsire as a safe swap and now being met by the Dunsparce. This is kind of an interesting play.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I guess with Stone Edge, it does have some... Listen, this is just interesting overall. I'm very excited to see how it will turn out. Earthquake coming through, no Protect Shield on Mega Junko's
Amanda, one of these Pokemon deals perfect damage, and the other one wins this matchup.
I love it when...
Sorry, it's getting...
No, it's an oldie but a goodie there.
It's always applicable to Dunsparce. I think the last time I used it was also when Dunsparce had some play in one of the previous meta.
But, I mean, you're absolutely right. Because it doesn't have that same type of attack bonus, look, 2 super effective drill runs are not enough to like make that Clodsire go down. These rollouts are doing absolutely nothing here. If he wants to maintain the switch, which it looks like he does not, then he would have had to shield this up.
That makes perfect sense. Look at the team from the Mega Junko. He has the Superior in the back. Surprise! Where's your Gastrodon going?
Superior looks like it's going to be a superior pick for the Mega Junko here, as neither one of these attacks are going to be doing that much damage, just getting a lot of energy. But Zephy, a quick pivot out, coming into the Gyarados, and now being met by the Moltres once again in the lead. But the Gyarados had a little bit of energy advantage, able to get this lunge off first, which will debuff the attack of that Galarian Moltres.
I would have preferred to see the Mega Junko throw that Aerial Ace just to ease up this Spider, because this Spider is such a difficult Pokemon for him to deal with. I must also just respect how bold the Mega Junko is here. Bringing Superior when Gyarados just runs over your team in the previous game.
Yeah,
that is a call.
Yeah, you're doubling down on it, but sometimes these bold calls really end up paying off. Both of them have expended a shield at this point, but an Ancient Power coming through once again, getting that last Protect Shield off of Zephymastyx.
Is looking very good for the Mega Junko at this point and not looking good for Gastrodon. In fact, if you knew this in hindsight as Zephymastyx, you may have wanted to stay in with the Gastrodon. Oh man, that is unfortunate. The Mega Junko going in with that Aerial Ace. The Zephymastyx didn't expect it, and boom, Gyarados is gone.
Gyarados is gone, and now, speaking of gone, I don't want to say it, but I just want to point out there are no shields left on the Gastrodon side. And this is a grass type Pokemon.
It's gonna do damage, right?
Like, listen, I don't want to say that it's gonna. Well, let's just
see that Mudslap going. The Gastrodon was so mad he threw Mudslap at the trainer here. Oink! Gastrodon goes down, and that means he first has to fire up down the Clodsire, but the Mega Junko tying up the score against Zephymastyx to 1-1.
Really, really good timing there. If you look at it, I mean, the switch timer was up. He had a wonderful eye on it, and he was able to combination play, which means that he was able to, take some energy that he used a little bit earlier on in the game to be able to throw it at the Gyarados. Otherwise, it was kind of looking a little bit grim for Junko at that point. The Moltres was double debuffed. It wasn't going to be able to get to attack in time.
I don't think it was a combo play, was it?
Not really.
I think, like, the Mega Junko basically tried. He predicted that Zephymastyx would throw exactly either on Charge Stack Purity or when he had 2 Charge Stacks. So what the Mega Junko did was, okay, I'm gonna just scare him right before that, right? I just jump scare. Swap him right before Zephymastyx is going to throw Charge Stacks and then throw my own Charge Stack instead. Zephymastyx losing all the energy. was an incredible play from the Mega Junko. Really, if the game already wasn't looking good for him, that really did.
Yeah, I think it solidified it. And by combination, I didn't mean the combination of charge attacks. I meant the combination of different Pokemon using like just the different timer as well. But yeah, that was not good clarity on my part. But there was a lot of clarity on Mega Junko's side. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was able to properly shield up that body slam, and down went the Gastrodon. You saw it, and then there it went.
Look, you could argue that these players may be a little bit tired at the end of the day, playing so many matchups. You could also argue that the more matchups they've been playing, the better they get in form, just because, you know, they play so many matchups in a row and win them. So yeah, that kind of is what we're looking at right now. Both players having a long day. The Mega Junko losing in the winners finals, now in the losers finals against Zephymastyx.
Yeah, just
Zephymastyx like making a longer path, playing against the 2022 world champion twice.
Exactly. Just to give like kind of the pathway, Mega Junko, we saw him very early on. He played against Nickname, who ended up in top cutting in Dortmund. He ended, he 2-0'd him there. Went on to play Bell Garden, 2-0'd that person. MW22 2-0'd them, and then got 2-0'd by Paula. But now he's up against Zephy, wanting to make his debut into day number 2 in Lille. Let's see, this is the decisive game 3 in the losers finals here. We have that Clodsire against the Dunsparce. Martijn, you gonna make your joke again?
They see me rolling, they hating. Here's Dunsparce gonna go with that rollout and the super effective damage that won't win it the matchup here, unfortunately. But I think that the Mega Junko might be okay here. Just man, the catch on the Earthquake. This is resisted. What an incredible catch by the Mega Junko. And why? What if there wasn't Ariados in the back?
I mean, it's a pretty dangerous play, but it definitely paid off for him there. But Zephymastyx, I think he recognizes as well, okay, yeah, this is fine. But he chooses to throw another attack. Neither one of these attacks are going to be enough to knock out the superior. But I think at this point he's saying, okay, my Clodsire is so healthy, he's going to have to throw something at me because he already came in at this point, throwing right before another Stone Edge is available.
Frenzy Plants going through. I think Zephymastyx missing a Poison Sting there, but regardless, Clodsire very bulky, can hang on to these attacks here, and you can't really swap out as Zephymastyx here. Looks like he is going to take this Frenzy Plant or going to shield it. Let's see. He still has a Stone Edge stored at this point. You don't want to lose the energy. Letting the Frenzy go, takes it. Can you... Oh, he saves the energy. I love this play. But this draws out the Galarian Moltres. Zephymastyx probably really wishing now, if only I kept switch advantage, because that would have been so big. You would have had the Malamar on the Dunsparce and your Dugong on the Galarian Moltres. Now, that no longer is the case, and even though the Mega Junko doesn't know it, there's that Dugong still lurking in the back.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is he swapped in the Malamar, so if he goes to the superpower, he's switch locked. He can't switch out at this point, though his attack and defenses are now going to be lowered because of using this attack, getting it shielded up by the Mega Junko, because that one is the one that's going to hurt the most as well. Mega Junko looks like he's really in the driver's seat, but Zephy's doing some masterful plays. Let's see how this turns out. It's still mid-game matchup at this point.
I think 2 superpower barely won't knock out, but this allows the Galarian Moltres to basically farm down or sucker punch down this Malamar entirely. Actually going to put up the next protection here, which is an interesting play. I think, what is the Mega Junko?
There's a Stone Edge loaded. We have to remember that too. There's a Stone Edge and an Earthquake loaded on the Clodsire.
There are no more shields in play as well, but Zephymastyx locked in the Dugong now. He won't be able to throw the Stone Edge here. Maybe he thinks he needs it for the Dunsparce.
Yeah, going ahead, getting that shield on the Ancient Power bait, and now looks like he's just one away, but he wants to be able to go for it. No Protect Shields remaining, wants to get some damage off onto this Dugong before he swaps out.
He's gonna need to, but there's also, I believe, a Rock Slide stored on the Dunsparce. Dunsparce comes in, it is 1 rollout away from 2 Rock Slide. He's gonna get very close to knocking out. He's looking very good for the Mega Junko at this point.
The Rock Slide will connect. It is super effective. There is going to be another attack, but guess what? He's going for the Drill Run. It is heavier hitting, but that means that the Dunsparce is going to keep its full attack here. Those rollouts are super effective, and it's just helping Mega Junko gain more energy on this Dunsparce. I don't think it's an Earthquake or Stone Edge range.
I don't think so either. Zephymastyx needs to make some sort of catch, but the Galarian Moltres also still some health. The Sucker Punch just does more damage. Looking very uphill, going to the Malamar, was hoping that the Mega Junko would throw his charge attack, but no, there's the charge attack priority, and this Drill Run is going through.
Back where we began, Dunsparce against Clodsire. This time the Drill Run is enough to connect. Mega Junko takes it 2-1. He's continuing on day 2 here in Lille.
Wow, très bien from the Mega Junko. Very well played against Zephymastyx there. Wow, that was a great game there. I think they may be discussing the poisons thing that Zephymastyx lost. I'm not sure how much difference that would have made, but maybe it threw off Zephymastyx a little bit in the way he wanted to play that.
Sure. I mean, I think obviously at any point in time, if a trainer feels that something has happened in a matchup that maybe wasn't going to be the way that it should have been run, they flag it with the judge when the judge has a chance to look over everything and make an actual crucial decision.
Right, so it's up to our judges. They're very knowledgeable about the game mechanics that we have. So in the meantime, let's review how that battle exactly went, because I feel like it was such a risky play from the Mega Junko, right? So catching an attack, it was a good catch. Let's say it was a really good catch. An Earthquake on a Superior that's resisted. But man, if there was area dose, like that just steamrolls through your team after that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely high risk, high reward for him there. The Frenzy Plant, not going to do that much to the area dose. Aerial Ace, however, I mean, it can definitely start to hit back. It's not like it's a Galactica Bolton Superior where it's a Frenzy Plant and a Leaf Tornado where you're just like, oh, with the most common Pokemon that seems to be used, I'm not quite sure how he was able to win all his matchups.
The Leaf Tornado Superior would not win at even remotely into the Ariados. It is not the kind of snake that would like spiders, no. No.
Maybe a little bit scared of it there.
Exactly. So another Pokemon that was really difficult for him was that Galarian Moltres, right? And because the switch was just so misaligned, it allowed the Mega Junko to realign there. So that may have just been very crucial in that game. Amanda, how about we play a game, real quick?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've been a little bit jealous because I've seen that everyone else has played this kind of a spooky Halloween Guess the Pokédex game. I'm going to be horrible at it, but I want my shot.
Let's give it a try. Let's see.
All right.
Let's get up these questions here.
Show me what you got, production.
This friendly Pokemon doesn't like being alone. Pay it even the slightest bit of attention and it will follow you forever.
Oh boy, okay. This friendly Pokemon.
I know the evolution of this Pokemon.
Okay, so it's
the evolution is Houndstone.
Houndstone.
Is it
Houndoom? Oh no.
Graveyard?
Graveyard.
I think it's called Graveyard. Was it called Graveyard? I think that's
Graveyard.
what it's
The little
called,
one, right?
Yeah, the little one.
Graveyard.
I think that's the one. Lock it in. I think that's the one. Yeah, let's go!
Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Let's go. All right, that's 1-0. I only got one correct with Leo, by the way, so let's see if we
It's a team effort, though, right? Yeah. So.
Do you remember how many Abby and Leo got together?
They got 2.
2. Okay, we need to do better. Chat, if you can help us.
Yeah.
Great.
Channel your energy. Give us your energy.
All right, let's get the next question now.
All right. When it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den where they become decorations.
Frostless!
I was going to say, that's what I think. Lock it in. We're going with Frostless.
We're going fast. Hey, yes, let's go!
Given one of these.
Chat, we're doing this with you, by the way.
Yeah.
We're doing this with you.
Yeah.
Right, you're on the team.
We're all winners here.
We're all winners.
All right. Keep going.
Let's see our next question. These Pokemon arose from the spirits of people interred in graves in past ages. Each retains memories from its former life.
This Pokemon arose from the spirits of people. Would it be like Spiritomb?
I am Pokemon. I just know this.
Oh, you know it. So am I right? Am I wrong?
Tell me.
Spiritomb?
No.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I think it's Yamask.
Okay, all right, let's...
Well...
I'm not saying you're wrong. I just want to lock it in first.
Maybe not Yamask.
These Pokemon. So that means...
Oh, it was! Yes! I got it! Yes! 3 out of 3! Let's go!
We're like, no, we did lock it in. We locked it in.
Do I get a gold trophy now? I need one.
Oh, thank you for being my teammate there, because I did get the name of the Pokemon of the first one, but I definitely, like I said, I was not going to be the hard carry in that.
I'm glad I knew something.
I'm glad you knew something too.
Yeah.
Just want to give everyone a quick update. While we were having fun on the stream, it looked like there was a conclusion to that matchup. No rematch will be given, so the Mega Junko will continue on to day number 2.
Very well played, and congratulations. Let's take a look again at this matchup here. So we saw the Ariados from Zephymastyx just being so strong in the back, which shields up against the Galarian Moltres and that Poliwrath. After that, the Mega Junko did not believe in the Poliwrath anymore. He tried to catch the Dugong, but was unable to. And here we see in game number 2. Yeah, that was a tough matchup for Zephymastyx. And look at that. Going in right before Zephymastyx is at 2 attacks with that Area Ace, denying him all this energy.
And Aerial Ace was able to connect. Again, super effective damage. And now talking about super effective damage onto Pokemon who don't want to take it. Frenzy Plant coming through onto the Gastrodon, taking it out and tying up that series for the Mega Junko there.
Very well played. The Superior, even though so prone to area dose that Zephymastyx kept bringing, it was so important for the Mega Junko because it has such strong neutral play into Dugong, into Malamar, and it's really good into Gastrodon. And the Clodsire doesn't have Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, the Sludge Bomb is nowhere to be found on this one. And I mean, I think the catch was basically the thing that's kind of secured the deal for him at this point. But I mean, well played to both of these trainers. Zephymastyx played really, really well. He had a lot more matches that he had to go through to be able to get to this point. He's not going home empty-handed. He's going home with a lot of those championship points and maybe some packs.
It smells like success.
It
right?
does, yeah. You can't be too disappointed in this tournament this stacked.
Zephymastyx got a gold medal in Malmo 2 seasons ago, and he's looking to get that success again. And I think that this really just tastes like more, right? If you get so far to the losers final, you're almost there. Perhaps next tournaments. Learn a little bit from your mistakes or how your opponents play. You might just get there.
Yeah, I liked on the screen, you know, they had the Gliscor behind, and that was the Pokemon that actually really piloted him to success in Malmo. So it was a nice little blast from the past there, a little bit of nod to the victory that he had against Bibelicious at that point, a Swedish trainer who was qualified for Worlds after he also competed in the US in Arlington.
He got a silver medal there.
Got a silver medal.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our next matchup here. We have upcoming Sir Corey against Kokshak. Kokshak also coming from all the way from the loser side, defeating Kuifje before this, defeating Statustan, one of the household names in the European competition. So two very well-seasoned players here. And excuse me, this team, Registeel, Shadow Driflim, I love this by the way, and Shadow Machamp. How spooky is this?
This team is kind of,
chills,
definitely, I'm feeling a little bit terrified. I probably would be if I was Sir Corey too, because there are some targets for that Shadow Machamp on the other side, and it's just a Pokemon like the Pangoro that paces so quickly.
The Machamp definitely has played into a lot of these Pokemon, but it has to be careful of the Malamar and the Toxapex. The Shadow Driflim really fears Dunsparce, but Dunsparce usage has been decreasing, and that means that now it may have more play. There's still the Dugong though, and the Feraligatr. You want to know something fun?
I would love to.
I believe that Shadow Driflim can actually astonish down the Shadow Feraligatr if you get one debuff in the 2-shield scenario, which is actually crazy. The problem is, there's also a Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, down with one, but another one comes right up behind there. I talked about it a little before when I was casting with Abi, but Sir Corey, to me, is on a similar trajectory and someone I really compare to Kazim, where it's like he's a very good trainer. A lot of people know who he is, but he hasn't really had his breakout moment, but he's had some nice, not necessarily top cuts, but being able to go well into a tournament. Could be well on his way to day 2 in Lille, and that's the first step.
I think so too. Sir Corey is a really good player, has teammates that can also also advised him on his team, and he brought this Shadow Marowak, which is a very strong Pokemon. We saw it many times today, but it's not gonna do well into the Driflim. I don't think Kokshak really needs the Driflim here though. He also has the Dugong to deal well with it, and I think that's looking pretty strong into Sir Corey's team in general either way. I would love to see it though. Astonish is such a strong fast attack now after the move rebalance. And it just has such huge damage output against anything that doesn't resist it.
Blastoise Bolton played against one, and when we were talking about it, he said, I actually was thinking of running it myself because he does really like it. We haven't seen too many of them, but we have seen them rather far on because that was in the winners finals. We saw the last one. This one is in the losers finals, so definitely a lot of Drifblim play. You said something about Dugong do good, and it made me laugh because I think that is definitely maybe the motto up here in Lille. There's so many Dugongs, and they definitely have been doing good.
It's so good. We've also seen Walrein with like very similar coverage, just a little bit of faster pacing in its ice type damage output, but a little bit slower in the ground type damage output. That is Earthquake for Walrein and Drill Run for Dugong. So yeah, ice has definitely been key in this tournament.
Ice has been nice. There's on both teams, they kind of picked up this Dugong. Kanto, Marowak. We've seen so many of them actually in this tournament. In Dortmund, I don't think we saw one on stream, but ever since Lyle Jeffs was able to really pilot and Nighttime Clasher in Louisville, now they're everywhere.
Blame Lyle Jeffs if you're weak to Kanto Marowak.
I think we'll just get everyone. Blame Lyle Jeffs.
Here we go. Dugong from Kokshak into the Toxapex from Sir Corey. This is a very neutral matchup. I would say this is slightly better for Toxapex, but there's definitely good win conditions here for the Dugong from Kokshak. And we see the back line that he brought the Registeel. Registeel generally looks quite good into Sirkori's team. Excuse me? Icy
What?
Rush? This is a resistance.
Excuse
and
me, sir?
Sirkori no shields. Interesting play. Let's see how he's going to play this out.
I mean, it's going to lower the attack here. If you're Sirkori, you might be kind of disappointed because if you're looking at that backline there, obviously the Azumarill does pretty decent against both the Malamar and the Shadow Feraligatr. Kind of hoping he would catch it in the lead with his Toxapex here. I wonder if we'll see a pivot now that ends up being the attack is a little bit debuffed. But the Drill Run is already stored, not before the next attack going through. Well, no, still no Protect Shield from Sirkori.
The thing is, Amanda, and I'm glad you pointed out, he didn't even really bring an Azumarill answer.
No, I mean, not at this point.
And no real Reggie answer. Like, Reggie with shields in the back is so good, right? If this Toxapex is gone, the Azumarill is just so good. There's also no Feraligatr answer. That's actually what I really wanted to say before I started talking about Registeel and the other.
Yeah, I mean,
but Feraligatr just slices through the back line here.
Feraligatr looks like it might just eat him up here, lurking in the shadows, saying, I'm ready to come out of the swamp. Toxapex, tag me in at this point. Have to see what he wants to come in with here. Gonna go in with that, but he's gonna get that Icy Wind debuff.
I kind of like that. Sirkori might be inclined to
Question
shield. Mark? Oh, he does shield the Icy Wind. That is rough. This debuffs you as the Feraligatr, plus it was only resisted. He definitely did not want to shield that. Now what do you come in with as Cockshock? Because if you bring in EX expecting the Azumarill in the back, this is such a high-level prediction from Cockshock.
Coming in here, you hear the Registeel, but Registeel can tank a lot of attacks, especially if it's already been debuffed. That was like a little trick or treat, and it was definitely a trick on Coxsack's side. This debuffed Hydro Cannons are not going to be doing as much damage, and Registeel is just soaking it all.
You say that, but I think you're almost already into the red. Feraligatr even debuffed is still pumping out his damage so quickly, and I love this play from Cockshock to go for the Focus Blast that takes only 5 damage less energy, but it will still be enough to pretty much knock out this Feraligatr. Zapcannon now has less odds to debuff, and this play I love even more. What are you going to do? Throw resistant Hydro Cannon that's debuffed as well?
Yeah, Sirkori, what are you going to do? That's exactly what he's going to do. He's got all this energy. He's got to put it somewhere. He wants to be able to get this Azumarill quite low because the Malamar doesn't want to come into Azumarill with energy either, but looks like doing exactly that there. No Protect Shields left remaining with the Malamar and a Play Rough already loaded.
This is so rough for Sirkori, and Cockshock just basically locked his Malamar down because
this is so play rough for Sirkori.
You're right. Even though that's one of your silly puns again, you are 100% right. Cockshock is just making sure that the Malamar has nowhere to go. Bringing in the Registeel first into that Feraligatr, and then having the Azumarill in the back, it barely not getting to the superpower is so rough as well.
Yeah, because that just gave that Azumarill so much more energy, saying, okay, I already basically had a Play Rough ready to throw. I threw it at the Malamar, but I'll throw another one here at you here. Does so much damage, knocks out the Feraligatr. Coxsack nods his head as he takes game number 1.
He is cooking. He was so weak to the Feraligatr in the back, but with that Icy Wind bait on the Dugong,
and getting the shield.
Yeah, that was crazy.
That was. I mean, yeah, I think at that point to Sirkori, it's a hard position to be in, right? Because it's like maybe he recognized that the Feraligatr would be good, but he wanted to keep it as healthy as possible. Unfortunately for him, Coxsack's just throwing Icy Winds like it's his job.
Definitely put that game on ice.
Yeah, 1 for you, Toxapex. 1 for you, Feraligatr.
Right, because the way he played it out, right? He started off with an Ice Wind into that Toxapex immediately. Didn't go for the super effective charge attack. Usually 2 Drone get really close to knocking out the Toxapex, but he went for 3 charge attacks here, which is an interesting play for sure. He definitely made sure that he would get switch advantage there, but right, with the shield down, that's just so rough. Imagine Sirkori no-shielded that Icy Wind.
Exactly.
This would have been a very uphill battle to take out the Feraligatr in the first place.
I mean that's what Registeel is known for, right? Registeel wants to use shields down, but Azumarill was just as happy with that lineup, being like, okay, Registeel, thank you for getting those shields down. I'll take it from here as I can pretty much bank anything that's going to be thrown at me from this point on.
When all shields are played from the start, Malamar can actually win this against Azumarill. When both Pokemon have 2 shields. But once shields are being chipped away, that matchup becomes so rough for Malamar because you only have resisted charge attacks to throw. While when shields are up, you resist on that very strong Psywave attack. But when you're prone to play rough, you saw what happened.
Yeah.
There was not a lot of Malamar playing there.
He wasn't playing nice. It was definitely playing a little bit rough. Coxsack is a trainer. He was actually a regional champion in Poland in the 2022 season.
He was,
so,
yeah.
I mean,
who did he defeat again?
I believe he defeated this trainer, not very well known, Tomahawk something.
Really? Again?
Again.
Poor guy. Oh, how unfortunate, only silver. No, I think that's a great achievement, right, to get silver still. TragicComix is that Warsaw Regional Champion. He's looking for some success again. Let's see if he can do it here in Lille. I'm hoping we see some Shadow Drifloon action, but I don't think it's the Pokemon he needs to win this battle.
I mean, I'm looking at Serkori's team, and I don't blame him for bringing that Malamar, right? Because it does have a lot of targets overall. It's just getting that positioning, but it was, I mean, Azumarill put in so much work for TragicComix there that I think Serkori is kind of forced to once again bring that Toxapex. It's just about getting the alignment that he wants with it. There's a lot of good matchups, but there's also a lot of horrible matchups for the Toxapex.
Don't want it on Registeel.
Don't want it on Registeel.
It's so over.
You don't necessarily want it on Clodsire either, though it's not over. It's definitely not comfortable.
Clodsire, I would still say, is more manageable than Registeel.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
At least you deal super effective damage with the Brine, but Brine is not a strong charge tech, so it won't do as much damage. I believe both trainers are ready to go. Here we go, game number 2. We have the Dugong from Serkori into the Dugong from TragicComix. Well, this is going to take a while.
Yeah, so these are one of the longer ones. When there are mirror matches, it is kind of interesting, even though they might take a bit longer, to see how trainers like to play them out. For instance, you notice that they didn't throw at the exact same time, though they could because they pace at the same rate. This could indicate that maybe TragicComix thinks that he would lose that charge attack priority, or that he just wants to gain up a lot of energy.
So, fun fact time, now that we have a little bit of time in the matchup. If you have a very, very defensive weighted Dugong, so you have, like, for example, no attack, you have almost full bar on the defense and very low HP, you can hit a, I believe, a bulk point against opposing Dugong, which allows you to win with a shield down.
Okay.
That's actually crazy. This is something I learned from a grassroots format. Like, PvP overall, many of these Pokemon that we see in the Open Great League are also viable on other formats, and the more you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think it comes out here exactly, but it could be, because Dugong is one of the most common Pokemon in Open Great League right now.
Right, and so maybe you want to play to your advantage. In the past, we had our champion, it's world champion, it's Axon, having a Medicham that beat other Medichams when it was so popular. So it's not out of the question to be able to do this. Look at this. There's a drill run stored, and I mean, there's two drill runs here.
If this knocks out, this might be that Dugong. Because he comes out with another attack. No, it's not, though.
Oh, not quite.
Barely not. He has to go for another charge attack here. Wants to win the switch advantage. Goes for the Ice Wind, just in case Serkori would shield it or catch it on another Pokemon. So that will be debuff.
Debuff. There's just a sliver of health left on the Dugong, but now TragicComix gets to decide what will come into this Malamar. Oh. It's going to be that Azumarill, but there are 2 shields. But because he got that winning at the beginning, we talked about the worst case scenarios. These are both of them here on this field.
And man, that switch advantage is so important here. Look at these backlines. We have Toxapex into Registeel.
Then we have Malamar into Azumarill as well. Poor Serkori coming down to that one last fast attack on the Dugongs. Who would have known it would have been so critical to shield this up at this moment, but now he's completely missing the alignment that he needs to be able to go through it. Having said that, look how much damage these side waves are doing. I mean, this Azumarill is so low, and there is no shield on TragicComix's side.
But he's still no shield. That's crazy, because I think after the next charge attack, you'll actually be able to side wave this down. Serkori realizing it could be the Registeel in the back. I gotta keep my squid around.
Yeah, going ahead, just protecting that up, and now he will outpace. But TragicComix says, okay, surprise, I'm already bringing it in. 2 shields going for the superpower right away, getting that shield off of TragicComix's side. Still 1 more shield left and full health Registeel. But do you want to come in with the Toxapex? Are you trying to do as much as possible here? Going for yet another superpower before either the Focus Blast or Zap Cannon is available. Focus Blast will be enough to knock out a Malamar.
It's not even going to do that much because it's debuff. Look at that. Registeel still hanging on easily. You got to go into Toxapex. Oh, and he catches the Focus Blast. That is a play. That is a play. Now, let's Corey cook. This is going to be tough, though. This is still going to be tough because TragicComix can just go for a Zap Cannon. And if he can get a lock-on down on his Toxapex, and Toxapex has low health, very high defense with low health, this may be possible.
Yeah, being able to get to the Zap Cannon before the Brine is even loaded is big for TragicComix here. Going ahead, hitting all the bubbles, super effective damage into this. Doesn't get the ends up in the debuff, but the Azumarill's coming back in. What an interesting play here. Sir Corey not throwing anything. Now he has that double brine.
Wait, no, there's no way. There's no way. He can get to 2 brine here, and I think when he pulls the shield, he can get to another charge deck with a Malamar, I think.
This brine is going to be able to go through. Lock on barely does anything, just 1 damage, so he's already at another brine here. And the Coxac is forced to use the shield. The switch timers are up on Sir Corey's side.
This looks so impossible for Sir Corey. How much energy does he have? He needs to get to the superpower.
Oh!
Sir Corey gets to the superpower, wins this game, and he ties up the score.
Sir Corey with almost the most impossible feat, able to do it like a knight of the round table. It's no wonder he has been a Sir here. Congratulations to Sir Corey. Let's just go ahead and take a moment to think about those matchups. I mean, I think all of us here behind the booth, probably everyone in the chat, maybe everyone.
I already wrote down his name, Coxshark, for day 2. I already wrote it down. But no, Sir Corey said no. Toxa backs into Reggie, no problem. Let me get your Focus Blast, get to 2 brine, and just win that battle, easy peasy.
I think the main thing that shifted the momentum in the favor of Sir Corey was when he was able to catch that Focus Blast, which wasn't even thrown at like a specific time, right? I mean, he was able to catch that. He was able to get enough energy on that Toxapex to be able to throw twice. Masterfully played there. I cannot believe that win.
It looked so over. Malamar and Azumarill. This is why everyone's bringing Azumarill to counter Malamar. But Malamar's too strong.
Yeah.
How do we defeat Malamar?
I mean, at that point, how did you defeat Sir Corey? It just seemed like he's not going down easy.
The thing is, Coxshark went quite weak to the Feraligatr again. I think this makes it really appealing for Sir Corey to bring the Feraligatr now, right? Because Dugong, Azumarill and Registeel all don't do super well into it. Dugong and Azumarill can soak the Hydro Cannon damage, but with shields up, the Feraligatr tears through them.
Yeah. I mean, and this is a really big, decisive moment. If you think about it, the winner of this matchup gets to go on. But this is a tied series, so that means someone is going to go home at the end of this matchup. Both of these trainers have played so well, but obviously you win, right? You come to play, you come to win, and someone is going to lose this matchup. I thought it was going to be Sir Corey, I'm not going to lie, but he really pulled out of nowhere, and if he can do it in a matchup like that, who's to say whose game 3 is going to be?
And I think Coxshark played it really well too, right?
Absolutely.
Because he no-shielded all the resisted damage and shielded the attacks that would do the most damage. I think that's how you win a game.
Normally, on paper, like that seems like to be the recipe for success. We'll have to see what they are going to cook up for game number 3. It's still anyone's game. Let us know in the chat, who do you guys think is going to win that matchup? Because I have to say, I thought momentum was all in favor of Coxshark. I'm now kind of leaning towards Sir Corey.
I can see chat is enjoying this matchup. That was a crazy game played by Sir Corey, so it's definitely possible for both players. Coxshark with the same team composition. Do you do it 3 times? Do you go triple down on it?
Well, I tell you what, that's what Galactica Bolton did to be able to make it into day 2. Trainers definitely, if they have a pattern, if they know what they want to do, if they recognize 3 Pokemon that seem pretty strong against a team, it makes sense, right? If it's not broke, why fix it?
That's true, right? I'm curious to see what we're going to see. I predict Feraligatr. Feraligatr has to come out. I think both players are getting ready for decisive game number 3. Sir Corey on the left, Coxshark on the right. It's the Malamar to the Azumarill. Coxshark wins the lead again.
One more time, it's like he's reading the mind of Sir Corey here. We'll have to see how he wants to play it. An immediate pivot into that Shadow Feraligatr. I mean, though this doesn't look so good on paper for the Azumarill, I mean, it ended up popping out here. Now the Dugong is on it, but there's so much energy on the Feraligatr.
He also didn't throw a charge deck, right? So this Dugong is behind energy now. It's looking really pretty good for Sir Corey. Obviously, the Hydro Cannon are resisted, but it's a very efficient charge deck. With the Shadow Claw that is neutral, it's going to add up. Look at this. The next Hydro Cannon is going to put Dugong almost into the red.
Yeah, I have no shield on Coxsac's side, trying to get up a little bit more energy, but neither the Drill Run nor the Icy Wind will be enough to take it out at this point. And you're absolutely right. Without that chip and net strategy...
Oh, no! He shields the Icy Wind! Oh, my goodness.
Fool me once, shame on me. Oh, my goodness.
Exactly how Coxshark needs to deal with the Feraligatr, because look at those lines. There's a Shadow Driftblim. There's a Shadow Driftblim. That is so cool.
There is a Shadow Driftblim. There is a shield also being used by this Dugong here, though it's not going to be that effective. He wants to be able to outpace here. This time going for that heavier hitting attack, going for that Drill Run. Does Sir Corey want to shield this up? Looks like he's going to just double shields. He wants that alignment. He says, I'm a little bit debuffed, but you know what I have? Energy galore.
the thing is, Sir Corey doesn't know yet that he doesn't need switch as well. Oh, going to Dugong immediately, and oh no, the switch of the dribbling into the Dugong, as KazimCox looking like he definitely regret that, because this is not what you want your dribbling.
I mean, the ice damage to this Pokemon is going to be doing a lot. Not only this, the Icy Wind is a guaranteed debuff of the attack, so now the Drifloon isn't going to be as effective. You saw him with his head in his hands. He's still playing here, going for good timing. He knows he wins charge attack priority. There's no Protect Shields remaining. Will a debuffed Shadow Ball knock out the Dugong?
Here we go, Shadow Ball. Boom! So much damage.
It does a lot of damage, but since it was debuffed, since it was charge attack priority, this Drifblim is going bye-bye. Dugong still in it. Dugong still up now against that Azumarill.
Even though that was sort of a misplay from KazimCox. Oh, I think he could have pulled it down maybe. But here's the thing. He has so much energy. The Feraligatr isn't player of range, and the Malamar doesn't like player of either.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. The Azumarill still has a lot to be put into it here. The bulk of the Azumarill is basically one away, I believe, from an Ice Beam and a couple away from a Play Rough. I mean, neither one of these Pokemon want to take it here. In comes that Psywave damage. KazimCox just charging up a lot of energy at this point. Looks like he's going for 100 energy before throwing that Play Rough, but not before a Foul Play goes through for a little bit of a chip and dip.
And this might bring Azumarill almost into Hydro Cannon range. I don't remember how much energy there is on the Feraligatr though. It's gonna come down to the Feraligatr. Azumarill needs a little bit more energy. I believe he needs 2 more bubbles to get to a charge deck. Is Sir Corey at least 3? Shadow Claw off, going here. He has the Hydro Cannon. He's almost at 2.
Well, Hydro Cannon coming through might not be enough at this point, but no Protect Shields remaining. This is a Shadow Feraligatr. It's not very effective, but it still might be enough.
Sir Corey takes game number 3 and goes to day number 2.
Incredible plays by Sir Corey there, being able to take out the Azumarill. It was really a tag team effort at that point. If you look at all the Pokemon on the field for Sir Corey, none of them really handled that Azumarill very well, but all together, able to do it, able to make day 2, hugging it out with KazimCox. Sir Corey going on.
He lost like every single lead. How did he do this? The Malamar was on Azumarill every single time, and in game 3, Feraligatr finally did justice. It finally came through for him, right? In game number 1, it couldn't do it. It got baited by an Ice Wind. In game 3 too, by the way. And then game 2, he dropped it. Came back from an insane bad alignment game. And then in game 3, it was Gator time, baby.
It was Gator time. You know, it's like Sir Corey, it seemed like maybe he was just on a bunch of side quests before, but now he's on his actual big journey here in Lille, being able to knock out a regional champion and continue on to day 2. Again, it's just this momentum, right? It's like a lot of times people play a lot, they're very good, but they haven't had their breakout moments. This really could be Sir Corey's.
Sir Corey has been making an insane play.
We tip our head to thee.
Amanda, if we get battles like these, it's gonna be hot in here.
Yeah, oh my goodness, we're both like falling out of our chairs watching those matchups so close. I mean, the gameplay is also so quick. I think a big portion, you saw it on KazimCox's face himself when he swapped in that Drifblim, but we've all been there, right? It's like sometimes you want to react as quick as possible, right? You don't want to get your opponent to have a little energy advantage. Unfortunately for him, it's just not the Pokemon that he was hoping it would be.
Exactly. Here we see again in the replay, Sir Corey shooting that Ice Wind, wanting to preserve as much HP as possible on his sweeper that is Feraligatr, and it had to sweep, but debuff, that was not gonna do it. In the end, it was the Azumarill that was way too difficult because it was aligned into the Malamar, and then the Feraligatr just couldn't hang on there either.
I mean, Azumarill has so many good matchups against Sir Corey's team. I don't blame him for bringing it. And as you can see here, this was the game, everyone. If you're looking for a match to end up watching, look at this. This was the pivot point. This was the changing point of turning up the tides for Sir Corey, being able to catch this Focus Blast and just get a ton of energy on the Malamar.
And I think at that point, KazimCox didn't even realize that the Stock Specs would get to 2. Brian pulled the shield and then get to the superpower. KazimCox visibly not happy with that. Very well played by Sir Corey, just squeezing out the maximum power of his Pokemon.
You can see Sir Corey is concentrated. He has the energy behind him there. Wow. He has the 2 Hydro Cannons behind him, and he is able to go on to day 2 in Lille. Azumarill did a lot, but unfortunately just not enough for KazimCox in that moment.
He had a great loser bracket run, KazimCox. Yep. Sir Corey had a tough winners final before that, but he he got over that and he locked in. He locked in. You saw that. There was no emotions or energy wasted on anything else.
I loved at the end too when he realized he had it, he pressed it, and then immediately, like, he just channeled it all. He's like, I am victorious.
Quest complete.
Quest complete, yes. On to day 2, where a new challenge shall appear for him in the form of basically a top 16 list. We have over 128 competitors, close to 150 competitors here in Lille. That means a top 16 for day 2.
Incredible, and I can't wait. We have some more losers finals though. We're gonna have Kazim from France against Andres from Spain, who's making a crazy losers bracketers run. First, we're gonna show you a video about Kazim, our first regionals champion this season. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna get right back into the action after.
My name is Karim, my nickname is Kazim33, and I am the Dortmund Regional Champion.
And Kazim takes it! What a win for Kazim! He has played, he's going to land it on this spider! Amanda, I think it's going to take it out! The attack! Kazim says, I'm the king in town! You want a drill run? I'll give you a drill run! Dortmund is mine!
The event was incredible. I'm the champion. It could not have gone better. I did not expect anything near this level of success, so just to be here. So I'd say everyone, my supporting friends and family were always pushing me and believing that I could win. That is something I might have struggled with before, and that doubting myself. But overall, I felt fairly confident with all the matchups that I have played both yesterday and today. But yes, honestly, Tonton being the EUIC 2023 champion, I know I'd have to play on point and get team calls and get my lines of 3 spot on and not run anything silly, which I might have done in the previous round against Alessio and just about got away with it. So I know talent-wise, I believe in myself based on my success in both Go Battle League, grassroots tournaments and practice tournaments, which I just play with my friends for these regional events. And in the past, I might have been a bit unlucky in some of these regionals, might have made some misplays. My goal from now on is probably to try and win a international tournament or win a world championships. I mean, after this is almost a high bar, and just try and stay consistent throughout these regional tournaments. I may consider Gastrodon. However, based on what I have just said, I do not really like matchups where alignment is really critical, and I feel Gastrodon, unfortunately, Lou, I'm sorry, is quite alignment dependent. But like I say, I don't want to be taking those 50-50 guesses. I want to win through skill and not just a coin flip.
Did this really age well? Not bringing Gastrodon. I'm sorry, Lou. Didn't I just see this Pokemon on his team?
Yeah, I actually talked to him about it in an interview as well. He did bring that Gastrodon. He did say, all right, it takes a lot, right? Like, it takes a lot of, how do you call it, ability to acknowledge that, all right, I might be wrong. Maybe Gastrodon is the Pokemon that you want to bring in this meta because it does a lot of amazing functions.
Yeah, and he brought the red one to the upset of Lou the Pikachu, I suppose, because she's a really big fan of the blue one. But enough about Gastrodon. We have 2 more amazing trainers, and we have said it earlier as well. There is a big story this weekend, or this season rather. Seasoned trainers are coming back that had maybe a rough last season. And there is Andres. She was an absolute champ in the 2023 season. Didn't have the best 2024 one. And here she is in the losers finals.
We do say it didn't have the best 2024 one. She did also manage to qualify for Worlds.
That is true.
So she's still a top competitor, but she is slowly and steadily coming back. Going up against Cashdown. Both these trainers have locked in their Pokemon. Let's see what happens. I'm not entirely sure what the leads are. Let's see. Cashdown on the left and Andres on the right. It's the Sandslash going up against his Malamar.
And this is not a Shadow Alolan Sandslash. However, you still don't want to take a superpower in this situation. And I find it interesting that Andres is basically the only trainer not running Ariados this weekend, but we're going to see an Ice Punch immediately thrown.
Yeah, Ice Punch coming in and Cashdown immediately no shielding, probably wanting to take that 2-to-1 shield advantage, but Andres immediately swooping onto the Malamar, but met with this Drapion. Drapion is not going to like these superpowers that come in, but Malamar is not going to enjoy these crunches as well.
That is true. Also, these Psy Waves are resisted. That is a little bit tough. And also, it is very difficult to utilize, defense drop already, to utilize Malamar as kind of a safe swap, because if you are reliant in your matchup on superpower,
he's calling it.
No, he's not calling it. The foul play gets shielded here. Andres is going to reach another superpower before the crunch is going to throw it here. And Kashtan might have to shield this one again. Yes, he does. Already out of shields so early in the game.
Yeah, already out of shields, but he really wants to preserve that switch advantage here. This gives him a great way out of this matchup, is that getting a ton of energy. Of course, you don't have enough shields, but let's see if Andres no shields. No, she goes for the shield here. It's just one more turn. Will she try to catch it on the Pokemon? In comes the Azumarill. She's now dancing around Kashtan, but Kashtan does not have a shield. So all this energy from the Azumarill is going to go straight into this Ariados. First Ice Beam landing before any debuff or boost from the Ariados.
I suppose you would rather want to go for the boost in no shield scenarios there, because you're just dealing that much more damage with the super effective Trailblaze as opposed to the resisted lunge. This is looking good for Kashtan right here.
Yeah, there is no shield as well. There is always this play that Kashtan can do. If that Sand Slash comes in, he can immediately swap in and try to hit that superpower. So in comes another Trailblaze. Trailblaze is going to boost the Ariados attack again, but it's going to do what it does best. Take that Azumarill out of the playing field. Let's see what Andres comes back. Will she come back in with that Malamar or that Alolan Sand Slash?
Scary, scary spell. Oh, we're going for the Malamar, trying to go for the full farm, not actually getting it. Andres is so far ahead on energy now, but there's still two Pokemon remaining. A crunch is caught by the Alolan Sandslash. Andres, you are on top again.
What a catch by Andres there. That is amazing. The Alolan Sandslash survives this crunch, but does get that defense fall. But this Malamar is going to get so much energy. It's still not in a range where a superpower might not be enough, but in comes his first foul play. Foul play will be enough to take out the Sandslash. Let's see who wins the charge attack priority here. Both these trainers clicking on the move, and Andres' Malamar wins that charge attack priority. How much does this Drapion have in its tank?
Yeah, and Andres, I think she's completely out of energy. How much HP? Oh, she is absolutely not out of energy. This is an attack debuffed Malamar here. How much is this going to do? Are the defenses of Shadow Drapion high enough to withstand this damage of superpower? Oh, they barely are. Do you get to an attack? No, you don't. Oh, Psywave is taking it out.
Oh my god, what a game. She danced around Kashtan here. Bad lead, bad swap, doesn't matter. I'm going to win this game by catching so many. I think there was like 3 catches in this game.
That was phenomenal by Andres. So many super effective attacks, so many resisted attacks on her side, but she still, that's what we've been saying all day long. If you preserve your energy well, if you exactly know what your opponent still has in the tank and what you do have as your resources in this game, then you can have the upper hand, even if you have a team comp disadvantage.
Yeah. She completely danced around him. I think not even a single swap in from Andres was wasted here. She knew exactly what she wanted to do. She wanted the shields down if it was going to be the Ariados. All right, my Azumarill is not going to have a great time, but it's going to put it in a range where I can maybe safely farm down with the Malamar, and that's exactly what happened here. But this team is really, really solid. I think another pick that's kind of standing out for me is a Serperior in this meta. Whenever there is no Galarian Moltres, Serperior suddenly looks really, really good.
That is true. You can also substitute Mandibuzz for the Galarian Moltres in that scenario. Both matchups are equally bad. Actually, a Frenzy Plant, that's what Galax Cabolton told me in the interview, still does 50% to the Galarian Moltres.
No, it does 50% to the Drifblim, not the Galarian Moltres.
Right.
I think it was what it was what he was going for as well. He knew that Drifblim doesn't have a lot of defense, so Frenzy Plant does a ton of work. Looking at his team, he did bring that Pokemon that we were all raving about, and that's that Kanto Marowak. One of these times I'm going to get that one right. But Marowak is very oppressive into Andres' team. But the problem is she has that Azumarill and also that really, really hard check with that Serperior. So it's going to be super difficult for him to bring it and try not to get the wrong alignment there.
Yeah, she didn't even bring Serperior in that first game, knowing the bench pressure might have been enough. And oh, we see the noise of hear the noise of Azumarill versus the Shadow Drapion. And you think a Poison versus a Fairy type, that must be nice. There's also a dark type versus a fairy type.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting how this matchup goes towards the end game. Let's see what these two players want to do here. Kashtan immediately going for the crunch, fishing for that defense fall. Once you get it, this matchup is so much more comfortable for that Drapion.
Yeah, poison stings do add up. Not in this case. Andres is free to go for a charge attack here with all the defenses up. Goes for an Ice Beam. Immediate no shield here for Kashtan.
Immediate no shield indeed, but this puts the Drapion in a range where this Azumarill can potentially farm it down slowly and steadily. Bubbles are adding up. In comes another crunch. Let's see what Andres wants to do. Does she want to pull up a Protect Shield? No, no Protect Shield. This is a crunch, so it is resisted by the fairy typing of the Azumarill as well. So Bubble coming through and immediately going for that Ice Beam. Ice Beam will knock out this Drapion if it's unshielded.
No debuff again. Kashtan playing the zero shield scenario, as we call it. Not using any shields whatsoever, and this is what you said earlier, that this is a bit of a liability on the Ariados. You are giving your opponent so much energy, and this is already an Ariados at the lunge. Of course you will have to shield that, but the advantage, yes, you're dealing a lot of damage with Psy Waves, but the advantage on the energy of this Ariados might be crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna be really hectic here. She will have to go 2 shields down, unfortunately. But what she does not know is that there is an Azumarill at the back, and all this Malamar's HP is gonna, and energy on the other hand, is gonna go into this Azumarill. But this is a very risky play by Kashtan. He shields it. That's a very heads-up play, knowing that, maybe she doesn't really have a hard answer for this. So let's see how this plays out. Goes for the superpower. A bit of heads-up play, but again, shielded by Kashtan. Can she make a catch? Can she make a catch here? That's going to be the important bit.
Can she make a catch, or are we waiting out stuff? No! The Azumarill is being swapped in. 2 more poison stings, and then very heads-up play by Kashtan as well. Swaps in the Azumarill. Says, hey, I want to distribute the energy advantage that I'm getting out of this. Let me get some bubbles in there. Yes, I can take an Ice Beam. I do not care.
Yeah, but now this puts it in a very interesting place here. This Dunsparce can do a ton of work against this Azumarill, but can it do enough work to get rid of this Azumarill and then have enough energy to deal with that Ariados as well? That's going to be the end game, and a catch could potentially flip this.
Yeah, the thing is, if you connect 2 Play Rough with the Azumarill against this Dunsparce, then it is going to be in lunge range, and we know that there are 9 poison stings worth of energy, or maybe 8, on this Ariados from Kashtan. So I think he is in a very, very good spot. Keep in mind, there is also a Malamar in play right now. So if you catch a Play Rough here, I don't know how good this is. And we're actually throwing a Play Rough. I thought this was maybe a very good scenario to swap in your Ariados and go for a lunge here.
I think Kashtan's switch clock at that point was not up. It's up now, so now he can immediately come in with this Ariados, and this Ariados will be doing a great job cleaning up. But how much energy does this Dunsparce have? Does it have that Rock Slide stored? If it does, you have to throw it immediately. Oh, potentially maybe trying to go for the farm down, and unfortunately, no, does not get there. Ariados gets to that lunge, knocks out this Dunsparce, evening out the series 1-1. Both these trainers now have to play a best of 1 to go into day 2 and into top 16.
Yeah, but with a little bit of information coming from the previous games that they've just played. And Andres also going for a, of course, greedy play, because it did work out in the end, because she needed to throw the Rock Slide immediately. However, she knew, I need as much of an energy advantage as I can get. If my opponent is already at the lunge, then so be it.
Yeah, it was a very dominant lead in the end for Kashtan as well. Dominant swap in. So in a way, it kind of worked out. But what Kashtan did here is why I think always Azumarill as a Pokemon is a liability. Yeah. It just, instead of helping you springboard, it is a springboard for your opponent's team. Just looking at what Andres is running, if that Ariados gets that head start, it's going to be extremely difficult to beat unless you're running Pokemon like the Alolan Sandslash or the Dunsparce. But Dunsparce, even with the energy lead for the Ariados, it's not a great matchup.
But what I found quite odd in this game was that the lead matchup was played out with the Shadow Drapion versus the Azumarill. Azumarill was quite low. Her switch timer was not up, it was not down, because it wasn't used at all. She gave Kashtan's Ariados 4 poison stings before switching out into the Malamar. I think if you don't give it that much of an energy advantage and you switch in the Malamar immediately, you might actually get to a situation where you can farm down with 2 shields.
Yep, I think that was the play, but unfortunately, I think if she had swapped in early, what Kashtan would have done is potentially swap to the Azumarill, and then it's back to square one. But it is a play that I think I would have preferred to see as well.
All right, we're going into the decisive Game 3. Who advances to Day 2? We have Shadow Marowak versus the Azumarill, and this is, even though it is looking bad, not the worst matchup for Shadow Marowak if shields are in play. Now we have another classic here. We have the Shadow Drapion versus the Sandslash.
This is a great matchup because it's not a Shadow Sandslash, so these crunches are not going to do as much damage, but the Drill Run will one-hit KO the Drapion in this range. Let's see what Andres goes for. Goes for the Ice Punch here, but unfortunately it was charge attack priority. Drapion winning this, and will this crunch get shielded? And it does.
Yep, Andres wants to get this move off, wants to get a little bit of damage onto this Shadow Drapion. Oh, he actually shields this, anticipating probably a Drill Run. Andres can now just farm up one more, actually has time to farm up way more, and goes for the Drill Run here. That is supposed to knock out the Shadow Drapion. But what happens after that? She has a little bit of energy. Oh, we're shielding again. Can someone switch?
Yeah, you have to shield this matchup because it is such a dominating matchup to have your Azumarill onto the Marowak. But let's see, Andres now has the option of letting this go and potentially farming this down with the Azumarill. And that is a great position to be in, because all this energy of this Azumarill is going to go into that Ariados, and we know Ariados is not bulky unless it gets that lunge off.
That is true. However, an Ice Beam is the least of Ariados' problems. Yes, you take some damage off of it, but it is not like absolute crucial energy. However, if you're almost at 2 Ice Beams,
it's a different story, and that's exactly what's happening here. One bubble, and in comes his Ice Beam. This is going to put the Ariados a bit close to 50%, or maybe even less than 50%. Let's find out, will this be... Yeah, oh no, not even... Oh, very close to 50%, but this is going to be the second Ice Beam, and this is a great position to be in. At this point, potentially what you can even do is swap out to that Malamar and save this Azumarill.
But then you get hit with a lunge immediately, and I think that would spell disaster for Andres, even though she has a shield.
She knows.
So that was a possible play. Let's the Azumarill go here. We see an immediate swap out from Kashtor as well. The pivot out don't want to give her any more farm. And now let's see how this 0-1 scenario plays out, because you can just shield as Andres here. And yes, this is a bulky Marowak, but it is also a Shadow.
Yeah, it is a Shadow Marowak, but let's see how much foul play does on this Marowak. We know that this Marowak can survive one foul play, but we want to see if this Malamar can outpace it to that the superpower. It's gonna still be really, really close. Foul play comes in, Malamar in the red, few more side waves going in, and it takes it out. Ariados is gonna be immediately met with the superpower, and the superpower is gonna be enough to take this Ariados out and sending Andres to Day 2.
The quad-resisted superpower taking out Ariados is something poetic. Another trainer into Day 2. We're playing top 16 because we are over 128 participants, and Andres can't believe it. She is really, really happy. I think she wanted this a lot, and she deserved it. This was absolutely phenomenal. Also, Kashton played really, really well in Game 1. Andres caught so many attacks, and in Game 2, Kashton just didn't let her do that. In Game 3, Andres, she just went ahead and slayed it.
That was amazing to watch, right? She knew, she kind of called game number 3 on how it wanted to go. She also knew that giving the shield advantage, the Malamar can put her in a position where she can win that game. And perfectly played out, no mistakes, just like her game 1. I think she was talking to me earlier, and she was really, you know, feeling that she was not doing great in the last season, and she was coming into the season a bit with, you know, not really super confident, but slowly and steadily we see her building her confidence, and this is going to be an Andres to watch in day number 2.
Yep, absolutely. This is a super stacked top cut. You know, usually you have some big names in there, and then also some trainers sneaking in there that haven't been seen so much on the competitive circuit. Now we have top 16, which means even more trainers can be in there. And what are the names that we're having in there? We're having Colin, Paula, we're having Boom, who is a new player. He is not new to the grassroots circuit, so we all knew that he was going to crush it, and he absolutely did. Who else do we have? We have ToTactical.
ToTactical, I think Tonton Bateuse. We have Sir Corey, who we recently saw, and Andres as well. Yeah. I mean, so many trainers. Tomahawk, Colin as well, and also Kazim makes it Day 2. I think it's his first time going back-to-back Day 2 in a tournament. So talking about all these trainers, I do want to come back to this game to see what were the key moments. This, I think, replay of game number 1, where we see this Malamar almost trying to farm down this Ariados and getting the farm down, and whatever comes in next is not going to be in a great position. And what a catch there. Just perfect, picture-perfect catch there by Andres and making sure that in the end this game was going down to game 2. But unfortunately for her, she had very bad alignment. But in game number 3 though, what a play there. Understanding her win condition, letting all these moves go, farming this Drapion down and making sure, all right, show me your Ariados. I'm just gonna double Ice Beam you. What are you gonna do?
Yep, sometimes you don't need alignment, sometimes you just need a ton of energy on all of your Pokemon, and then you can see the Malamar with another farm down superpower into the Ariados. And this is also something that you said earlier, that you want to see a little bit more Malamar. I felt like in this tournament, those big Pokemon from Louisville last weekend, they were not showing up too much. People brought Shadow, Kanto, Marowak all the time, but it just didn't perform in those matches too much.
I think it's like, there was a lot of talk about like day 1 Pokemon and day 2 Pokemon. Maybe the Kanto Marowak could be a day 2 Pokemon, right? I think with limited pools, maybe you can work a little bit more. You need to have a general team advantage, so maybe that's why. I know that there's still a lot of Kanto Marowaks in day number 2. We just saw one, and I think there's going to be still a lot of play for it.
Yeah, also we have just seen the matches on stream and not the ones off stream, of course. We haven't seen too much of Malamar. I mean, this was a showcase why this Pokemon is absolutely brilliant. What I also want to mention, and that is maybe also because of the 50-second timer, we see so many more fragile Pokemon, and you still only have 2 shields. We have seen so many big knockouts so far. All of those Pokemon that deal high amounts of damage, that are super spammy, that are shadow Pokemon. And only 2 shields left remaining. So people have been going away from bulky Pokemon a little bit. And I think that is also due to the latest adjustments, where some of the attacks that were used by bulky Pokemon were nerfed a little bit.
Yeah, it takes a long time for a lot of these bulky Pokemon to get to their charge attacks. That's one of the reasons why they don't really have a lot of great play in this really dynamic meta. Like, you saw so many catches, so many potential ways that your energy goes to waste, right? But another thing that we saw in the last game of Andres is showing why certain bulky Pokemon still have play in this meta, which is Pokemon like Azumarill. We saw earlier today where the Azumarill survived a discharge and was 3 or 4 HP, and then bringing that game back in. But we have another game here. It's going to be Anor going up against Pokemon 31-47-0F.
It's a very nice number in the end there. He just eliminated Stone Collection in the losers semi-finals.
I would really like to know, it is something that I say all the time, I really want to know why players go with these random number combinations. What's the secret behind it? I'm pretty sure he was not born on the 31st of April 1970, so I hope that's not it.
I mean, I think that maybe Pokemon was already taken and he just had to
come up with
a random number, and then he went Pokemon 1. And that was already taken, and then he went with 5 numbers in the letter.
That could work as well. But let's see Anor. See, my Pokemon that I've been really liking to see, and then a Pokemon that's always standing out is that Araquanid. Araquanid does have a lot of resistances into that core meta Pokemon, and it has that Bug Buzz that can do a lot of work against Pokemon like Malamar. Also, the Fury Cutter slowly and steadily adding up, but against Pokemon, he does have a, like what is it called? He does have that Clodsire and also the Dunsparce, who's going to do a lot of work. But I still think it's a Pokemon to watch because not a lot of resistance on that side.
What I also don't like about Araquanid in this meta right now is that it is struggling versus Azumarill. Azumarill also deals basically no damage with the bubbles. However, it has this neutral play rough, and I think you have to throw a few bubble beams against it first, so the play roughs don't really add up anymore.
That's where the dynamism of the meta comes in, right?
That's true.
You can play this match out for an extended period of time, and you outpace the Azumarills for like the big move. So what you want to do here is like stay in the matchup, get as much energy as possible, and then swap out, bring another Pokemon, take some damage, swap out again, take some energy on the Araquanid, and then swap out, and then you're all confused, and then Araquanid wins.
Yeah, and then Boom in the end wins because he's the only one in this tournament who has had perfect energy counting so far. Probably not the only one in this tournament. I think many of the top trainers have perfect counting, but he was the one, for me, it stood out the most because there were a Drapion in those games that had like 10 Aqua Tails used already, and he always perfectly knew when to charge attack priority them.
Yeah, and also one of the things about Boom is that his gameplay was so casual. Like, I didn't feel at any point he was struggling in the game, and that shows a lot of confidence. I'm very happy for him. I mean, he's already in day 2. I think he was the most dominant day 2 competitor because he's gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
And that is absolutely strong. That is a statement. But let's go back to this game that we have right here. We're going to go right into it. Are we going to see a Shadow Jump Love on stream for the first time? Not yet. We're having the Malamar versus Sandslash matchup again.
Oh, that is a great swap in here, but this is not looking good for Anor. For Alligator, with these Hydro Cannon, is going to definitely outpace these Dunsparce, but the Shadow Claws from the Alligator does not do enough damage to take out the Dunsparce.
The zero shield scenario is actually quite favored for the Alligator because 2 Shadow Claw plus Hydro Cannon do knock out. However, if you start investing shields, I think that the rollout damage at some point takes out the Alligator.
But this is the position you want to be if you're Anor. You want that shield to be pried out of these Dunsparce's hands, and that's exactly what he gets. Now, what he can potentially do is come in with that Sandslash and farm a lot of energy and unleash that energy on the backline.
Oh, he's going for a very big undercharge. Is this going to knock out or not? I think if you bring in the Sandslash here, you might be very vulnerable to a few drill runs. So that is a very safe choice here on the side of Anor. And we're still going to deal a hefty amount of damage with this drill run here.
Yeah, it's still going to do a hefty amount of damage, but a Pokemon like Quagsire with a little bit of energy lead, it's going to go a long way. Just looking at the backline of Pokemon here, maybe he goes for that 100 energy, and that's exactly what he does. Goes for this Aqua Tail, knocking out that Dunsparce. Now, it's a great endgame. You have that Sandslash with shield advantage, so it's going to be very, very close here.
The good thing about the Mudshot change for the Shadow Quagsire here is now that the fast attack damage is higher, and that is going to help in this Sandslash matchup. Sandslash basically not really having any place to go right here. Good counting from Pokemon.
I mean, this could definitely warrant a shield here. I think he should be shielding this. Oh no, he lets it go, putting all the money in the one basket, and that's Sandslash.
Yep, and I think we're going to see a Super Power and dip. Yes, the Super Power is being thrown. You have to shield at some point. You have to put it all on the Sandslash. So let's shield now. There is going to be the dip of the Chip and Dip, and we're going to see the Shadow Quagsire. Not the Pokemon that Anor wants to see necessarily, but still a Pokemon that you can deal damage to.
Yeah, this is still going to be very close endgame. Calling that drill run, great shield there, because that's the one that's going to do a lot of damage, but not before this Alolan Sandslash is going to get to another one. He's going to pull up a shield here, or is he going to try and call this Aqua Tail? He pulls up a shield, but he has to get to this drill run and hope against hope that the drill run will be enough to knock out.
He definitely needed 2 charge attacks here to take out the Shadow Quagsire, because it is a Shadow Pokemon, but it's still bulky as heck. And now we're going to see no Ice Punch being thrown. He knows it doesn't knock out. Sandslash goes back into the Pokeball, and Shadow Quagsire takes game 1 here for Pokemon.
I think that was a very risky no-shield. I think he probably thought there's a Pokemon at the back that could potentially be weak against the 2-to-1 shield Sandslash. But in the end, the Malamar had too much energy, too much HP for the Sandslash to power through alone. If he had shielded, potentially what could have happened is that Quagsire could get to the next Aqua Tail, and that puts the Malamar in a more farm downable range for the Sandslash.
To be honest, the backline for Pokemon looked like there had to be like a Pokemon that is weaker to Sandslash. There was only the Clodsire, there was the Jumpluff and the Mandibuzz, and all of these 3 really struggle against shield up Sandslash. So I understand why he went for it, but of course, seeing the Shadow Quagsire there was a disappointment for him.
Yeah, I think what Anor kind of did is that he went like super strong to whatever. He just went 3 neutral Pokemon, right? He didn't go like really, really hard countery RPSC Pokemon, and he showed how he could manage energy as efficiently as possible. But unfortunately, he was not enough, just barely not enough to get over Pokemon's team.
Absolutely agree on that one. Now there is the Araquanid. Are we going to see Araquanid in the next game? Let's check out the team of Pokemon. And if there are possible targets for it, Quagsire can defend itself with a Stone Edge. Clodsire also has a great time. against this Pokemon, even though it has Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, but I think for me, a very interesting pick is a Pokemon like Jumpluff, right? It's essentially a Grass-type Pokemon, but kind of fulfills the role of Superior, but also a Pokemon with, since it's Shadow and has access to Airless, can do a lot better against the Spider that's been so popular. Maybe it's one of the reasons why we're not seeing that our Araquanid, because there's a team that Pokemon can build to kind of completely wall it off.
I think that Jumpluff, it was a very good contender to being a super meta Pokemon. There is just one issue, it can lose to Shadow Feraligator's Ice Beam. And now that there is a decreasing number of Shadow Feraligators, I think that the Jumpluff can shine in this meta, and there it is in a matchup versus the Shadow Quagsire. You can go for a Stone Edge here though on the side of the Quagsire. We're swapping out immediately into Shadow Feraligator. This is again answered by the Dunsparce. Do you want to keep the alignment here?
Well, you might really want to, just looking at the back line there, you really want that alignment, but Feraligator is definitely going to outpace this Dunsparce to those charge attacks. First Hydro Cannon going in, and probably we're going to see exactly what happened in game number 1. Anor might not want to shield this and get that shield advantage to put his Quagsire in a position where it can win. No! Opting to pull up a Protect Shield here and saying, I want you to throw more energy or lose a lot of your Protect Shields.
And the thing is, there is a very, very tempting backline there that he knows of. He has the Sand Slash against a possible Jumpluff. That sounds good. I would go for Switch Advantage too here. We're going to see another Drill Run. Will this one connect now or not? He lets it go through. Is this the farm down range?
I think it is a farm down range, but not because before this Feraligator gets to another Hydro Cannon. Will Pokemon shield? If he shields, this game is over, but no, he does not shield. That puts him in a very difficult situation. Yes, the Jumpluff can come and farm this down, but it's gonna be met by this Sand Slash. Super effective Powder Snows, one after another. In comes a Quagsire. This is the best time where we can employ this strategy called a chip and dip. What is a chip and dip, Leo?
The chip and dip is when you throw a charge move before you are switching out to answer your opponent's switch. And this is exactly what happens here. We are now in a matchup where Pokemon's Shadow Quagsire has an energy advantage. However, it doesn't have the HP advantage because the Sand Slash chipped and then dipped.
Exactly. Very well done with the explanation. And here comes another Aqua Tail from Anor. This has to be shielded, right? Because Pokemon needs this Quagsire to get through that Alolan Sand Slash, or at least do a little bit of damage to it. But this is going to be tricky here, because who will get to this charge attack? Will this be a charge attack tie again? Will Anor pull up a shield? No shield.
Well, not, but he also wants to be very resilient with the Sand Slash, having a shield himself. He's probably just going to shield the Aqua Tail here. Ooh, we're going to go for an Aerial Ace here, and this is not a Shadow Alolan Sand Slash, so this is barely going to tickle it.
It is definitely going to tickle it indeed. It did tickle it, but now it puts it in a very strong position. If you're Anor, all you need to do here is bank a little bit of energy so that you can throw that Ice Punch into that Quagsire as soon as it comes, because he still can hide behind that one Protect Shield that he built with that Feraligator. In comes the Quagsire, in comes his Ice Punch, and out goes the Quagsire. What a way to even out the series. 1-1. Both of these trainers one step closer to getting to day 2.
Pokemon could have played this game exactly like he played the first one, but he decided not to, and I think I know why. Because if you go shields down in your positive matchup, like Jumpluff versus Shadow Quagsire, there is going to be Shadow Boosted Stone Edge to deal with the Jumpluff. You need 7 Fairy Winds to get to the Energy Ball, and that is going to make it extremely difficult if you don't land a bait.
Yeah, for sure, but then what's the key point in that game was, like, that shield was very important. Why? Because, all right, okay, you have switch advantage, fine, that's good, but what happens is his Quagsire will have to be in a position to get through the Jumpluff and also do damage against Pokemon's Shadow Quagsire as well. That's the problem. The Alolan Sandslash can do some work, but then again, 2 Aqua Tails will do enough to get rid of that Alolan Sandslash, while also the Quagsire will definitely have to put in work to get rid of the Jumpluff as well. I don't think there's enough in the tank that for Anor.
That is true. Also, the Dunsparce did get a sizable amount of energy on that Shadow Feraligator, and if it had used the second shield as well, would have come out with a charge attack in this scenario. Also, sizable amount of HP, so you actually might get to true drill run or force your opponent to throw energy into it.
Exactly. I think that's the difficult bit, right? I think if he shielded, it would have worked out, but I guess he made a judgment call, and unfortunately for him, it did not work out.
And I can understand that, because if your opponent has switched up the backline, because it looked like he was giving up switch, you know, you think there is something else that is very, very strong in the back that I don't need the switch for. If there is a Registeel, I might have problems being shields down, you know?
Yeah, for sure, but I think it's both of these trainers are in the hot seat. They're one game away from going to day 2 and one game away from being eliminated. This is what it's all about. This is where all the pressure culminates, and we see another jump of lead, but this time into a Sand Slash.
Oh, but can you get the switch? Pokémon is switching in the Dunsparce, and we're going to see some chip and dip action as well. There is going to be the Ice Punch and a full rollout sneak through. Let's see if that comes back to bite Anor in the end.
But not really. He does have a Pokemon that can wall off all these fast attack pressure from this Dunsparce. The drill run will slowly and steadily add up, but then again, Quagsire, even if it's a Shadow, is fairly bulky enough to tank a lot of these moves.
But you also need 2 Aqua Tail at least to take this Dunsparce out. Maybe you need to throw an Aqua Tail and get the farm down then?
Well, at this position, you can do whatever you want. You see that it's a lot of HP there for the Dunsparce that is not in rollout range. So at this point, you just go straight for the Stone Edge. Maybe Pokémon has this game if he decides to double shield it. All he needs to do is 2 shield and try to go through this Quagsire. Can he do it here? 1 shield going up, trying to roll out down here. Oh, another bad timing from Anor, and this is gonna be so close.
And he throws another Stone Edge, not even an Aqua Tail. Is he going to reach another charge attack? I highly doubt it. Switches in to the Sand Slash, and now the Sand Slash is going to face so many drill runs.
Yeah, this looks like one of these situations where maybe Anor should have gone for the safer play, and that was throwing those Aqua Tail slowly and steadily, but unfortunately for him, it's not working out. He went for the 2 heavy hitting moves, but now he needs to shield these up. He needs to preserve a little bit of this Alolan Sand Slash.
I love how Pokémon just went for an undercharge and then was like, nope, I'm not gonna do that. And he actually gets to go for the drill run before Anor is throwing some energy in there. He gets the knockout here, putting it all on this Shadow Feraligatr. However, we have talked about this earlier. Shadow Feraligatr versus the Jump Bluff is actually quite decent if you can land the Ice Beam. Immediate swap out into the Shadow Quagsire. What is going to happen in this matchup?
This is still winnable here. All Anor needs to do is save that Protect Shield, and have just enough energy to get to that Ice Beam on that Jump Bluff. This is already putting this Quagsire into the red, and at this point, maybe you try to catch a move. That's the best time to catch, and he goes for it. What a catch here!
Wow, and he actually goes for an Aqua Tail. That was supposed to be a bait, but no way Anor is shielding this on the 1 HP Shadow Quagsire. Tries to go for another Aqua Tail, but there's the Shadow Claw down. There's so much energy on this Shadow Feraligatr, putting it all on the back of the Big Croc.
Big Croc, exactly. That's the reason why Feraligatr has come so much into this meta. Will this Ice Beam be enough to take this Jump Bluff out of the guy? Ice Beam going in. This is from a Shadow Feraligatr, and it's double super effective. Ice Beam goes in, and boom!
Takes out the Shadow Jump Bluff from the skies. Actually, it was just hovering slightly above the ground, but now the Shadow Feraligatr with another Hydro Cannon. Go out of the way, Dunsparce. This is my time to shine.
What a game. I think we thought at some point Anor kind of gave away his win condition, but him completely letting go of that Sand Slash, saying, all right, I'm gonna put everything on the Feraligatr, and that Feraligatr has carried him on its back onto day number 2.
And you know what? I love this, because sometimes you see meta changes and Pokemon's usage decreasing, but you know what? Shadow Feraligatr, don't underestimate it. If you think, hey, a few less players are going to play Shadow Feraligatrs, I'm going to go slightly more weak to it. Nuh-uh. This Pokemon can take your entire team out if it wants to.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the amount of damage that it did on the Quagsire, right? It was so good. It put it all the way from full HP to just enough HP in the red to make sure that the Feraligatr gets a little bit of energy lead so that it can dance around Jump Bluff, dance around that Dunsparce, and making sure he won the game. What a way to go.
So there is a term that we use in the community, which is Closer, for a Pokemon that can basically sweep up entire games. You give it some shields, you try to get some energy advantage onto it, and then it is going to win you the game. And this is most of the time a very fragile Pokemon that is very fast with its charge moves and deals a lot of damage, which are, of course, amazing features. You know, you're very fast and you deal a lot of damage. Of course, the Pokemon is going to be some kind of fragile as well. But if you get this advantage in there, look at the coverage that this Pokemon has, even in the matchups where the energy is completely walled, like against the Dugong or against an Azumarill. The Shadow Claws help out. Shadow Feraligatr is still a threat to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think it's a great Pokemon to have. It's like, I think in this meta, I was talking about a little bit about team building. I kind of approach it like a very, very different way. Like, I want an attack damage carry, and I think one of the best attack damage carry is the Feraligatr. Anything in the meta, if you give Feraligatr a wee bit more Shadow Claws, suddenly it's very dangerous. Let's look at some of the key movements in the game. The Alolan Sandslash surviving with 1 HP, but unfortunately not enough, giving that win for Pokemon in game number 1, but Sandslash coming through big time in game number 2, getting that, I think getting that switch advantage and winning that game for Anor. Game 3, it was all about that Feraligatr.
I mean, Pokemon has seen that the Sandslash was kind of good into his team, that Anor brought it in the first 2 games, and then he took the risk of bringing the Shadow Jumpluff again, knowing full well there might be a situation where the Sandslash is going to get an Ice Punch off, and then he forced himself into a bad switch situation, brought in the Dunsparce, and losing switch against the Alolan Sandslash is really, really tough, because you can just so quickly pace 2 attacks, throw them, and then switch out.
Yeah. But I think one of the key movements here, right, I think in game number 3 was the fact that Pokemon kind of put himself into a corner. The mistake he made there was he was forced to throw the energy on the Quagsire, right? He was forced to throw because he went 1 mud shot extra. Because if he waited a turn and threw that Stone Edge, he would have gotten to it. But what he put himself in a position was that 1 more Shadow Claw from the Feraligatr would have knocked down the Quagsire because he did that 1 extra mud shot. Yeah. So he is forced to throw, and that made Anor like, all right, great, you're forced to throw. All I have to do is click on my Quagsire, and that's going to be a catch.
So it is those tiny little bit of extra steps that can make or break a game. And this is where you can really see the skill in Pokemon Go and how it matters, how it affects those big tournament winning games.
Yeah, I think it's like something that I always say all the time, right? It's a game of who makes the least amount of mistakes.
Yeah.
Right? Because a lot of the matchups you can understand and you try to play it out. There's a lot of skill involved on coming out of the matchups, etc., etc. But if you make a mistake at this high level, you get punished, and it can be really, really costly because these competitors, they do not hold back.
Yeah, and this is why trainers like Colin 6 are just one of the best trainers in the world, 3 times regional champion, because he is not going for all of these fancy plays. Yeah. He just tries to play perfectly. He barely makes any mistakes.
Yeah, it's just, it looks simple, right? It looks like, all right, great, he's clicking on this move, and then he's gonna swap, and then he does this again. But we don't, I think he really calculates these moves is so much in advance that it looks effortless, right? Yeah. That's the key point. But talking about Colin, talking about great players, we already have the interview ready with our winner and Martin.
Thank you, Abi and Leo. I'm here with the winner of our previous matchup. It is Anor. Anor, it is good to have you here, and it was a great match that we had earlier. Can you talk? What just happened? You had such a great lead, and then it became so close.
I know. I mean, so actually, my opponent, I played him in my very first match today. And so, you know, although, you know, to everyone else, it was like a new match of 3, this was essentially a set of 6. I knew he already knew what I liked to bring. I knew what he liked to bring, so there was a bit of that. I think I made a few mistakes here and there. But I think with the Pokemon that we were bringing, it was always going to be a case of, unless someone wanted to do any hard reads, of energy management, shield management, things like that. So, and towards the end game on that first game, I didn't manage my, I guess, energy very well. I let go of the Quag a bit too early, and then my A-Slash just wasn't able to close it out. So, you know, adapted though, and thank God. Yeah.
If you make those plays, yeah, you'll definitely get there. And you're now in for day 2. Is this the first time you've top cut?
Yeah, yeah, basically, yeah. So I'm pretty happy about it. Honestly, I can't say I came in here with that kind of expectation. I've not really been like...
I mean, you played at Worlds. Like, you're a Worlds player.
Yeah, but we played at Worlds, in fact.
You were great.
You know? I mean, you know, even going into Worlds, like, I wasn't really on my game as much at the time. My only sort of saving grace is that my 2 losses were to the 2 second players in Worlds, so, you know. And coming into this season also, again, I was sort of like, you know, not really engaging as much, just because I had a lot of like personal things that I wanted to sort out. But I'll be very honest, watching everyone play this season and watching like the new meta, the new timer and everything like that, I've been so tempted. I've been so tempted to just get back in there, you know, get back into your like practice tournaments. Came here today mainly because I'd booked it already.
So I guess you just compete.
Yeah. So, you know, I kind of had to made the team yesterday, you know. But honestly, after this, I'm so happy with how I've done so far, like everything considered. And honestly, I'm just looking forward to the next event where I actually get to put a lot more prep in, you know. First top cut, but I want to get further, you know.
You're doing so well. Are we going to see you at many more tournaments this season?
Okay. Birmingham, EUIC, yeah, because I'm from London, those are easy. Now, if things work out and I make it to Brazil for Carnival, yeah, then maybe I'll, you know, like hit up one of the regionals over there. So
that'd be awesome.
That would be really nice. Yeah.
That's really cool to hear. Anor, do you have any last shout-outs that you want to give to friends, fans, family?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I want to shout out all the communities I'm a part of. I know the APAC community been watching. Yeah, shout out them. TM Pizza. I mean, they may as well put these T-shirts in the back with the amount of like players we've had on stream. And I want to shout out my brother, Junko. He's the one usually here. So yeah, this is like real brother, you know. Yeah, I think that's it.
All right, sounds good. Again, congratulations to making it to day 2. We'll see you again tomorrow, but we have another match coming up. Let's head back to the casters.
That was a phenomenal interview. You know, Anor really had me with counting in these regionals that he's going to play. Maybe Brazil.
He had us on our toes, just not in the game, but even during the interview. And I guess it runs in the family, you know? He seems to have a very competent brother as well.
Yeah, that is also like almost a cheat code. If your brother is so good at Pokemon Go, then you can scrim the entire time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was this duo as well, the French duo. I think it was Arsenio and TragicComix as well. They're also brothers. So it's very nice to have, because my brother, I don't think he plays.
Yeah, I mean, that reminds me of the famous TCG brother duo, Robin and Philip Schulz, one of them a world champion, the other one multiple IC champion, I think. Not that familiar with the TCG, but we have our last game for the day, actually. It's Richie Beckett, 85 versus Panda Light, and of course, Panda Light has the Pangoro.
But is that...
Oh, what?
It's a Alolan Raticate, but also, is that Panda Light or is it Panda-ite?
I think it's Panda Light.
All right, we have these trainers locked in. Last game of today. Charjabug going up against Azumarill. This is not the lead you want if you're Richie Beckett, and a great position to be if you're Panda-ite.
He is going to throw some of these. Are we going to actually see a discharge? Is he going to try and take a lunge first? This is a very good timing. I mean, you can't miss the timing in this scenario with these Volt Switches. However, he's going to throw discharge. Is he going to dip out? He has 2 dark types in the back. Maybe this is exactly where he wants the Ariados.
Yeah, but he has 2 dark types in the back.
Fair enough.
That also means that Azumarill is also going to be a problem at the end game. But let's see how he does. He tanks that lunge and immediately goes into the Alolan Raticate. Alolan Raticate is a bulky Pokemon. It has access to the moves Quick Attack, Crunch, and I think he's running Return, or you could also run Hyper Fang or Hyper Beam on this, but he probably wants to go for a full farm down here. Will he get it? No. He has to throw this Crunch.
If he does not want to invest a shield at least. The discharge damage really important in this matchup. I'm very happy that we get to see a Alolan Raticate here. And now I think that you're just going to go and try and farm down after this. Oh, this was a lunge debuff, not a defense debuff. But are you actually able to farm this down? Because return is still going to deal a lot of damage.
It gets to the return there, but unfortunately throwing at a timing that's not too favorable for Panda-ite, but this return damage will come in crucial. But Azumarill is getting a ton of energy. It's gonna completely farm down this Raticate, not before it gets to this crunch. This crunch getting a debuff could put him very ahead in this matchup.
And the crunch damage could actually come in handy for Richie Beckett to get out 2 charge attacks and then not be at that much HP anymore. Immediately going into the Alolan Marowak. Late switch from Panda-ite to go into this matchup with the Pangoro, and Pangoro is so dependent on the energy lead that it needs. Puts up a shield against the Bone Club. Let's see who comes out on top.
Yeah, but I think at this point Richie Beckett will want to call a close combat, right? Or a Night Slash. Unfortunately for him, first Night Slash goes in, immediately getting shielded. He will have to try and play the 2-2 shield scenario where the Marowak can completely mud slap this Pangoro down.
Yep, that is true. It deals so much damage. You can see the health bar on the Pangoro dwindling. Bone Club is shielded again. There is still a Charger Bug in the back with a little bit of energy, but now it is farming time for Pangoro, going for so many karate chops. Shield is being put up. Did he already take the damage from the last Mud Slap, or is he going to just throw a Night Slash in here? Swaps out immediately. X-Scissor is ready, but Bone Club is going to be thrown first. Is this going to knock out the Charger Bug?
Bone Club comes in. Will that Charger Bug barely survive? But even if it does, the Azumarill has a ton of energy. Immediate swap and going. Oh my, he predicts the swap and goes for this discharge. Discharge should be enough to knock out the Azumarill. But then again, there is that Kanto Marowak with a lot of HP. One Mud Slap. All it needs is another Mud Slap to knock out the Pangoro, but it gets to the close combat.
Wow, this is very interesting. The close combat coming through here, getting one more karate chop in, taking out that Kanto Marowak. Very interesting end of the game.
Oh my, what a game, what a game. All Richie Beckett had to do, he is looking at the audience in disbelief. All he had to do was stay in and throw that one extra mud slap, and that would have been enough to get rid of the Charger Bug. Meanwhile, the Charger Bug does so much, got that Azumarill and all his energy out of the way and set up that Pangoro to win this game. Oh my God.
And here I am thinking he would only get to throw a Night Slash and wouldn't get to the close combat. But he actually did. He reached it and he won the game against Richie Beckett.
Ooh, that was a very close game. Very well played. I think on this side, we saw Richie Beckett. I mean, it was a small mistake, right? It's an error in judgment, but that means that Panda, I think that's why he bought the Panda, to unleash the Pandemonium, because it's also in his name as well. That's exactly what he did. He confused, he danced around his opponent and played for his win condition, making sure he was one karate chop away from getting to that second close combat, and that worked perfectly for him.
Yep, and slight misjudgment in the energy from Richie Beckett, because he probably thought, hey, I can combo play here with my Azumarill. Should have maybe waited for the Volt Switch animation before swapping in the Azumarill, so you can secure your Ice Beam going off at the right time and not accidentally jumping into a charge attack priority, which you're definitely going to lose against charge.
I think both these trainers wanted to do the same, wanted to do something different. I think Richie Beckett, anyways, trainers have locked in. We see the Marowak again, but this time going against the Azumarill. A very favorable lead for Richie Beckett.
Yep, and Panda-ite can actually play this out, but definitely wants to go into another matchup because he has two better answers in the back against the Azumarill. Now we're going to see some Bone Club X-Scissor action. Is this going to be a bait? Not called. Thinking it's a Rock Slide. Shields up the Bone Club.
Yeah, Charger Bug does have a lot of energy here. Mud Slap coming through, unfortunately, but this X-Scissor is not going to be enough to knock out this Marowak. Marowak is a fairly bulky Pokemon, but this next X-Scissor will go a long way, going for another Bone Club here. We know the Charger Bug survives this, right? So this will mean that it will get to another X-Scissor.
Yep, Panda-ite knows this as well. Now Richie Beckett has, of course, the option to go equal in shield, have some energy on the Kanto Marowak, and take out the Charger Bug with the Mud Slap going for more attacks. Has energy, and that you want to throw in the mirror match.
Yeah, but this is going to be a Mud Slap down. It's going to be Marowak versus Marowak, with Panda-ite's Marowak having a lot more HP, whereas Richie Beckett's Marowak having a lot more energy. It's a full Mud Slap down. Let's see what Pokemon come in. It's going to be that Azumarill, right? An immediate swap into Toxapex, only to be met by this Ariados. This matchup is closer than what we might assume.
Yeah, I mean, both of these fast attacks don't really deal any kind of damage. Richie Beckett is, of course, going to go for this neutral Trailblaze. Panda-ite is going to aim for those neutral Brines in the end. However, Brine is not the best charge attack in terms of energy and damage.
Yeah, Brine at least has the same type attack bonus, meaning that it has the same type as the Pokemon that is using it. But this Ariados is going to outpace to these Trailblazers, and we know that all Richie Beckett needs to do is get this Toxapex to a low enough range that the Azumarill can deal with it, and we already see slowly and steadily that it's going lower as we speak.
Yep, the question is, I think Panda-ite still does have a charge attack on this.
There could be a swap in here to try and snipe all this energy from this. Oh, and unfortunately, that is so close.
Well, both trainers are catching attacks where they don't want to catch them. Richie Beckett has the option to swap out here now. It was not a charge attack priority. This is absolutely huge for Richie Beckett. Panda-ite did swap in at the wrong time, did have to give up a shield here, which is going to be very difficult for him later. And now, do you attempt a big farm down, take a lot of damage on this Azumarill from that Kanto Marowak, but exit with a charge attack?
Yeah, that's exactly what he has to do, right? I mean, he does not have any Protect Shield to his name, but Panda-ite still has a lot of work to be done here. 2 player-ups will be enough to knock out this Toxapex. Maybe 1 player-up and potentially a complete bubble down.
Yep. How much damage is this going to do? Barely anything. I think you're going to actually get farmed down here. Can you reach the Ice Beam? Oh, yes, you absolutely can. There's a lot of HP on that Azumarill. Ice Beam is going to be resisted, as would be the player of B, but this is going to take out
1-1, taking out this Toxapex. Unfortunately for Panda-ite, he was completely hard countered from the start all the way to the back. He tried to make that catch, or he tried to get to a position where he can throw that charge attack to get rid of the last shield or get rid of that Ariados. Unfortunately for him, it did not work out.
The strength of the Kanto Marowak almost came through. He secured this entire energy that he had, 1.5 Bone Clubs, to basically get rid of all the energy on the Ariados later on in the game, but made the slight mistake that Richie Beckett did in the first game as well. They're giving each other these opportunities. They're fair play to actually still get a charge attack off that really, really has value. Like, this was a double boosted Trailblaze into the Kanto Marowak. Of course you have to shield this.
Yeah, unfortunate there, but he tried to make a play to his win comms. So Richie Beckett this time around didn't make any mistake, and he comes through. Yeah. Let's see what happens. These 2 trainers 1 game away again from day number 2. It's all been the same, right? It's been a best of 3 all the time. It's been 1-1. Shows how close in level of skill these 2 trainers are. Shows how much time and effort they put in, and they're all bringing that experience together to try and get to day 2 and then try to put them in a place where they can compete for the regional championship.
And now I want to see something. Richie Beckett, he has made great predictions so far. He has had great technical play. Is he going to read that Panda-ite is going to go ABA weak against the Drifblim again? Because he brought Toxapex and he also brought the Marowak in the last game. The only answer to it basically was the Charger Bug that he had in the back. So if he let Drifblim, this would have put him in a great position.
It'll be a very brave call to make, if you ask me, just because of the fact that game 1, it was Drifblim, it was Charger Bug, plus
Double Dark.
Charger Bug Double Dark. So it's going to be difficult to play, but these 2 players have locked in. It's going to be the Marowak again, going up against Marowak. A Marowak versus Marowak, where it will all come down to who wins the charge attack priority and maybe who makes that very important catch.
I want to say that this is a matchup heavily in favor of Marowak. Actually, if you have a Marowak with a very high attack and sacrifice some of the HP, you actually get farmed down.
Ooh, interesting. Letting go of the first Bone Club, and in comes another Bone Club, this time from Panda. Let's see what Richie Beckett does. He lets this go again. It's going to be the game of who has the more defense and more... Oh my god, it looks like there is a potential farm down here. If Panda clicks the shield and he gets the switch here, this is so crucial towards the end game because we see the backline for Panda, and that is not where you want to be.
That is true. The ToxaPex versus Azumarill is looking really, really good. Actually, everything is looking decent against the Ariados. There is going to be a little bit of extra energy on the Azumarill, but Azumarill versus ToxaPex is so rough for you that the extra energy barely matters at all.
Yeah, but this seems like it's one of those games where you should have pivoted out while saving the energy, because now, yes, the ToxaPex comes in, but it's going to be met immediately with this swap into the Ariados, and Ariados with some energy lead, and also the shield advantage is going to be a huge uphill climb for Richie Beckett.
That is true.
I mean, for Panda.
However, I think that maybe the ToxaPex in the end can power through this Pokemon. The discharge is going to be thrown. You have to preserve the HP on this Ariados because you don't have a ToxaPex answer. He actually lets it go. This deals a hefty amount of damage, goes for a lunge in the middle of the animation, which makes the test take less damage, but I think that you should have shielded that because now this is almost farm down range.
Yeah, the lunge comes in, but this means that Charjabug can go for another discharge, forcing that shield, and now they have shield parity. ToxaPex is such a bulky Pokemon. I'm wondering why there was a no shield, because at this point ToxaPex is going to be so strong.
Yeah, and also you need HP to win the matchup versus the ToxaPex. You need the time to boost your attack with all of those Trailblazers.
Yeah, in going for the no shield here, this is going to be, as you may think, the highest hitting charge move, but probably he wants to save the shield for the next Trailblaze that's going to come in, but immediately going for the Brine, saying, all right, if you want to throw another charge attack at me, you're going to have to shield this, and that's exactly what happens.
Yep, and of course there's going to be the shield, but Panda, he just at this point only has to tap right here. He just needs to farm down both of these Pokemon, basically. There is another no shield. This is going to be decent damage, swapping in to the Azumarill, preserving the Ariados for a potential catch, goes for the Ice Beam here. Is Panda going to shield this? No, he lets this go as well. He's playing with fire.
He lets it go, and this is looking great for Panda because this Sludge Wave is going to send his Azumarill packing, and a few more Poison Jabs is what it's going to take to send him to day number 2. Sludge Wave fully charged, goes into the Azumarill, knocks it out, few more Poison Jabs. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, and off to day 2 you go!
Very, very strong performance by Panda. It maybe wasn't playing too much with fire after all. This was pretty much set in stone. The Poison Jab still deals a lot of damage onto the Ariados just because it is so frail and Poison Jab is so powerful.
Yeah, but I find it really, really interesting I would like to understand why. What I would have thought in that matchup is like, all right, I need my Ariados to win this. I need my Ariados to do damage into that ToxaPex and that Azumarill at the back. So why would you not shield that discharge? Potentially trying to call on X's bait, unfortunately gets hard punished, but if he had shielded, maybe, just maybe, the match would have been in a better place.
Yeah, I think it would have been slightly better if you let go of the second discharge, then still it would have been double debuffed already, so that would have also reduced the damage a little bit. However, then you can't shield the brines of the ToxaPex, and to be honest, the ToxaPex will never be debuffed because he will always throw those Trailblazers. So I guess it also makes sense to have a shield open for a potential brine.
Yeah, for sure, but I think the damage that comes out from the Trailblaze later on would go very, very far into securing that matchup. We know that Azumarill doesn't do a lot of damage, but honestly, if you look at it that way, I think that's exactly what you need. You need that damage slowly to steadily add up. But let's look at some key moments in this game and how these two players outplayed each other.
Yep, there is going to be this discharge. This was the unfortunately caught discharge for Richie Beckett. Yep, and there we go with the close combat. He waited too long. I think he looked into the crowd and forgot to to tap the entire time and therefore lost the turn, otherwise the mud slap damage would have registered.
Yeah, but it's where understanding when the damage registers as well comes in handy. But in this game number 2, playing that Azumarill, going all the way towards the end game, making sure that TragicComix has no play whatsoever and knocking it out. But game 3 is where it all went down. Game 3, that sludge wave from that TragicComix coming in to knock out the Azumarill, and these final few poison jabs slowly adding up and getting rid of these Ariados, sending Panda-ite to day 2 and a Panda to day 2 as well.
Yeah, I think that end game pretty much was a lost cause for Richie Beckett. No matter how you shield in this scenario, Ariados never has the strength with those Trailblazers and Poison Stings to go through this entire Toxapex being 2 shields down, no matter where you put a shield, if you also have to fight against a Charger Bug that deals a lot of damage with the Volt Switches alone. So GG to Panda-ite. Very well played with this very interesting double Dark combination. We have seen multiple double Dark combinations in teams like Shadow Drapion and then pair it with the Malamar, but this was a Alolan Raticate.
I think it's a great Pokemon, right? It gives bulk and Quick Attack is a good fast attack because it does quite a bit of damage as well. And then coverage in a way, having that return to be able to fight against Fairy-type Pokemon. Yes, of course, you are double weak to a superpower from a Malamar, but then if you can shield through it, you have so much energy that you can unleash onto the Fairy types or to any other Pokemon that comes after.
It was really popular in GBL just recently, also in the Sunshine Cup, or was it Summer Cup? Sunshine, right?
I think it was Sunshine Cup.
It had the sun emblem
as
well.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, it was really, really strong. Usually it used to be Vigoroth in that cup, but Vigoroth has had quite some problems with the stats of Counter and Body Slam.
Yeah, I think it was a very welcome nerf for that Pokemon. It was way too strong in a meta where it was allowed, and it's a very good place in the meta. We see so many dynamic gameplay. I think a lot of that would have been curtailed if Vigoroth or Poliwrath still existed as a core Pokemon in the meta.
Yep, that is true. And we have had so many great battles today. We have so many phenomenal trainers in day 2. We want to give you a little bit of a spotlight for Lurgan Rocket.
I started playing competitively in Pokemon Go in the official format from the very first tournament, the 2022 Liverpool Regional Championships, which I won. Prior to that, I've been playing grassroots tournaments ever since PvP was introduced into Pokemon Go around December 2018. I've been a very, very avid competitor ever since. My favorite partner Pokemon from the main series games, I would have to say Piplup. Just really love the little cute blue penguin. But for PvP, my partner Pokemon is and always will be Cresselia. It's changed over the years with different updates to the game, different changes to the meta. I'm a massive fan of playing Cresselia. My favorite team of all time that I've ever played is Cresselia, Sirfetch'd, and Scrafty. 3 massively underrated Pokemon that should not work together, but somehow pull through. I am a very competitive person by nature. I always have been. But really, for me, these tournaments is an opportunity to hang out with friends, to meet some people that I've been chatting online with for years through our grassroots tournaments, just to share some laughs and create some memories. No, not really. I'm maybe one of the only players that can say they've beaten both world champions at the World Championships. So it's less looking up to these players and more wanting to have another opportunity to show my stuff against the best of the best.
Whether it's been the thrills of Pokemon Go Champions past or the chill of Lille in October, today has been an absolutely spooktacular day for Pokemon Go. Quickly, guys, not even quickly, let's talk about it. Leo, what was something that stood out for you today?
All the Ariados. Everyone had Ariados on their team. It threw energy left and right. And every time I kept talking to players after the games or between the rounds, they were like, yeah, of course you run Ariados. It's crazy.
Yeah, for me, I think it was all the dynamic gameplay. Like, we saw so many catches, so many times where players were in a very bad matchup, managed to bring it back just because they knew their matchups quite a bit. Like, getting the 2-2 shield 1 gameplay in the mid game to ensure that they secure swap, and that was one of the best things I've seen today.
I want to point out a specific matchup, which was Sir Corey versus Kokshak. That was one of the craziest games that I have seen. That looked so bad for him, and Sir Corey still came back, made it to day 2. I can't wait to see more of them. And another highlight to me was, I don't know if you guys saw that, but I got 3 out of 3 on guessing the Pokemon.
Yeah, I was impressed because I was his teammate, you know, so it is a team win, I think. You mentioned Sir Corey. I think that was also great. He came in from the loser side of the bracket. We have some of the brackets already ready for our day 2 competition. We're going to go ahead and look at the winner side of the bracket first. These trainers have not played as many battles, but look at all of these names. Look at these names. A lot of them were on our caster fantasy drafts. We got TomahawkUK playing up against Toe Technical, Boom 20 versus Lurgan Rocket, and then Colin6 versus Galaxica Bolton. 2 previous Lille champions up against each other there, and Paula versus Tonton Bateuse.
Can I just say that in Louisville, I think we were talking about the most stacked day 2. I think we just topped that here in Lille.
Yeah, and that is not it. You guys think that this is just going to be good? Wait till you see the loser side of the bracket as well, because we've had over 128 competitors. That means that we have a top 16 rather than a top 8 to be able to be played. So it's going to be really cool to be seeing all of these different champions playing up against each other.
I think in the loser side of the bracket, we see a lot of these amazing trainers. We see Kazim as well going up against Panda, who played an amazing game here. And then it's followed by Anor going up against the TheGengarLife. Leo, what are the other 2 matchups that we see there?
We have Andres96 versus the Mega Junko and Sir Corey versus Chun. 4 trainers who are very well renowned. We've seen them in grassroots tournaments and of course on the main stage as well. Some finalists from regionals and top 4 as well in Chun.
And I know that we were kind of talking about it. You were saying, is it Panda Light or is it Panda Ite? I had a chance to talk to him briefly before we met on the lounge. It is Panda Light, sort of like Colin6 is Colin6, but using that I instead of an L. All of these matches are coming up tomorrow morning. You are not going to want to miss it. It is at 9:30 a.m. So set those alarms. Make sure that you're going to be there because we're starting with some really phenomenal games. You just saw all of the players that are going to be competing tomorrow. Let us know in the chat who you are rooting for. There's so many good picks.
I can't wait. We have so many titans, right? That we all know. TragicComix, TomahawkUK, Colin, Paula. That's like so many good players. And some of those are going to the LAIC next month as well to try their hand at international competition.
There's so many good battles. It's just like you would think that this is the late season almost with all of these names, but this is actually only the 2nd event for us of this season.
Yeah, as you can see here, we are in Lille currently, and in 2 weeks we'll be moving on to Gdansk. Then we'll be up in the first international championship of the season in Sao Paulo, the LAIC. Moving from there, we go to Stuttgart in Germany, then to Birmingham. And what do we have next, Leo?
After Birmingham, we have the EUIC in London, still in the UK. Afterwards, we're moving on to Stockholm and then Seville, and then a special event in Utrecht that in the last season was won by one person who is sitting on this couch here, Avi.
I think the next 2 events are also great events as well. We have Bologna following up with NAIC, and then last but not the least, it's the pinnacle, it's the crown, it's where everybody wants to be at, and that is the World Championship.
Championships in Anaheim, California. A lot of trainers are already well on their way, gaining a lot of championship points, wanting to be in that top 50 for Europe, or maybe just winning this regional and getting that automatic qualification. A lot of these matches you can go ahead and see on YouTube or on Twitch, but even though we have these matches, it's not the only thing that we have on Twitch.
Yes, we have the Pokeween Thrills and Chills mission on Tuesday. Woo! And then we're going back in time. We're going to watch the 2023 Pokemon Europe International Championships in Go and Unite. So we might actually want to tune into that one as well. Look at the metas there. And then on Thursday, we are going to continue with the anime Pokemon Diamond and Pearl Sinnoh League victors. On Saturday, we have Pokemon the movie, Kyurem versus the Sword of Justice.
Wow, that is really good voiceover work there, Leo. And
thank you.
Obviously, you're going to want to be following the channels, or else you're going to miss not only those, you might miss the next events going up. You might miss the ones in North America. You might miss the events here. You don't want to do that. Make sure that you're either following with the hashtag Pokemon for either YouTube or on Twitch. And while you're going ahead and clicking buttons to make sure that you're going to want to make sure that you're following on all the socials as well. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on Instagram. Always be using that hashtag PlayPokemon, and some of your posts might get featured. Hoping for more posts to be featured tomorrow. Abby, what is something that you're hoping that people will post for tomorrow that we can show on the socials?
Well, I'm still looking forward to the Haunter scaring Leo. Somebody's got to make it, right?
Well, I'm scared enough when I'm sitting next to you, Count.
I'm a harmless vampire.
Yeah, he is. He's been pretty harmless. He was a little bit thirstier on earlier today. I got a little bit scared, but it seems like he's regained a bit of control, some composure. Any last thoughts before we end up heading out for the day? I'm going to start with you this time, Martijn.
Amanda, I have only one thing to say.
Tell me.
It's spider season.
It's spider season. It's so spooky.
Yeah, for me, I really want to see the Galarian Moltres shine as well. It's done a lot of work so far. All those Brave Birds, I love to see it. So many Brave Birds. I want so much more.
Honestly, for me, usually when you're going into day 2 of one of these tournaments, you're like, okay, this person is maybe a favorite, standing out performance on day 1. Can't do that today. There were so many incredible trainers. We have talked about it earlier. Maybe the most stacked top cut ever. This was crazy from all of them. I can't wait.
I'm so glad you brought that up, Leo. Oh, go, sorry.
No, sorry, but for me, I really want to see Boom do well as well. He's unbeaten. He's gone 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. The quickest, I think, he's done a speed run through day 1 to get into day 2. Yeah. And I'm really looking forward to him in day 2.
Yeah, Boom definitely went boom in day 1. You talked about all the different plays. If you missed it, and don't worry, just make sure to follow the channel, watch back everything. But in the meantime, we have some day 1 impressions. We'll see you tomorrow, 9:30. Be there, and catch you guys in the next one.